Chapter 1. Ahem, put on some armor for yourself, saving your life is the most important thing. Inform readers. The timelines involved in this article are determined by the author after consideration, mainly because everyone has their own opinions and it is difficult to unify them. Therefore, please read this rationally, thank you. Konoha Year 5. At this time, Konoha village is like a child, just born, still in a state of disrepair, and the economy is not prosperous. But it is very warm, the war does not affect here, and people have stable families. Hoshino Feng lay in his own courtyard, looking at the stars in the night sky, and couldn't help but be fascinated. With a crooked mouth, sure enough, stability is always better than turmoil. Even though there is internal disharmony now, it is better than hiding from place to place. Feeling the night breeze carefully, scratching my cheeks, squinting my eyes and enjoying it very much, suddenly there was a roar and shouting behind me, which made Xing Yifeng wake up immediately. Xing Yifeng! I've called you several times. Come back for dinner. Hearing these angry words, Xing Yifeng didn't dare to delay for a moment, and ran and crawled to his feet, patting his clothes as he walked, and replied. I'm coming, I'm coming. He put his shoes away and stepped into the door barefoot. He saw his mother, Sakura Kinomoto, pinching her waist and looking at him angrily. Seeing this, Feng Xingyi resolutely admitted his defeat and stepped forward with a flattering smile. Mother, I know I was wrong. Kinomoto Sakura's anger was extinguished at once, and she couldn't get angry anymore. She snorted, said something, and then turned and went into the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Xing Yifeng immediately sat down like a good baby. This action made Xing Yangta, who was sitting next to him, laugh. Our little adults also have a fearful side, wow, how bizarre. Xing Yifeng showed a speechless expression, buried his head on the table, and said weakly, Dad, please don't add insult to injury. Xing Yangtai knew when to stop and teased the child, not too often. Seeing that he looked listless, he pondered for a while and said, after dinner, I will teach you how to refine chakra. Bang! Xing Yifeng was so excited that he didn't sit firmly and fell to the ground, but the pain was like nothing. He blinked his big eyes and was so excited that he couldn't bear it. Really? Dad, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? The suspected Hoshino Yoda covered his chest pretending to be sad. Alas, my son is already doubting me, so I guess I should just forget it. Before he finished speaking, Feng Xingyi rushed forward and said excitedly, No, I believe it, I believe it. Dad is the best, there is no one in the world who can compare to you. Feng Xingyi's fierce praise offensive was very effective, and Hoshino Yoda was praised to the point of being on ecstasy. Who would not care about the praise of their own son, especially when it is such a mature son since childhood? The effect is even greater with this comparison. Hoshino Yoda nodded in agreement, and then said, Eat quickly, and go after you finish eating. With his father's guarantee, Feng Xingyi went all out and finished it in a few minutes. Then a pair of big watery eyes stared at Hoshino Yoda. You care about this? Helpless, Hoshino Yoda said hello to his mother, and took Hoshino Feng to the yard. Hoshino Feng sat cross-legged, with a serious face, as if he was going to do something big. On the other hand, Hoshino Yoda was different, sitting in a crooked position, very casual. This is your father's unique chakra refining method, which is no worse than those of the big families. Remember to keep it well. Hoshino Yoda took out the scroll, with some pride in his tone. It was as if he was holding some rare treasure in his hand. But Hoshino Feng knew that his father was right. This refining method alone was enough to compete with those big families. This was no joke. Today's Konoha is not the Konoha of decades later. The family concept is very serious. They look down on civilians and think that those who are higher than them are nobles. Naturally, they will not let ninjutsu spread out. They are strictly guarded. Even the lowest ninjutsu is very difficult for civilians to obtain. The chakra refining method is the foundation of becoming a ninja. If you don't have chakra, you can't use ninjutsu. In this way, the method of refining chakra is very precious, and the chakra refining method owned by the big families is passed down from generation to generation, which is much better than the one circulating today. As an elite jonin, Hoshino Yoda's strength and status in Konoha are also ranked first, but his chakra refining method is not inferior to any big family. Yeah, I get it. Xing Yifeng nodded hurriedly, and then couldn't wait to open the book to study, reading it with great interest. Xing Yi Yangtai didn't disturb him, nor did he make any move, thinking I don't know what Xiaofeng's talent is like. If it's not good, well. If the excellent chakra refining method is acquired, then a person's talent is innate. Sometimes, you have to admit that talent is the most important thing in this world. For example, for a B-level ninjutsu, ordinary people need to practice dozens of times, while a genius can learn it with just one look. This gap cannot be made up by hard work. Perhaps unremitting efforts will catch up one day, but that day is very far away, or even will never come. Hoshino Yoda appears to be calm on the surface, but he is very worried in his heart. The current situation is not stable and conflicts may break out at any time. If his son has no talent, then the crisis will always haunt him. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. If you are strong, most problems will be solved, just like him. Elite Jonin is not a joke. He represents strength and experience, not a paper tiger. Hoshino Feng naturally didn't know about Hoshino Yoda's worries. At this moment, he was concentrating on the scroll and reading it carefully. Well, sure enough, compared to the crude extraction methods on the market, my father's method is very refined, and some key points are explained in great detail. Is this the benefit of having a family background? No wonder Senju Tobirama wants to weaken the family and improve the status of the common people. Xing Yifeng thought about it carefully, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and at the same time felt a little fortunate. Fortunately I have such a father. Although he is not from a big family, his elite jonin is not inferior to other families. God has given me a good birth. Hoki Yafeng was secretly happy. He was not from this world. He was born in an orphanage and died while saving someone one day. He thought his life would end here, but he didn't expect to open his eyes and come to the world of Naruto. However, he seemed to come a little early, just born in the first year of Konoha. Time flies, and 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. He also gradually became familiar with his parents in this life. Hoshino Yoda, according to Hoshino Feng's perception of him on weekdays, his strength should be at the elite jonin. Yes, it is perception. He is born with strong mental power, and there is a rusty clock deep in his mind, although he doesn't know what it is. But it is because of that unknown clock that his eyes can see things that others can't see. For example, momentum. Momentum can be strong or weak, and the strongest one he has seen so far is only his father. His mother is Sakura Kinomoto, a special jonin, but after giving birth to her son, she withdrew from the ninja sequence and concentrated on being a housewife. In general, Feng Xingyi is very satisfied. The family is harmonious and happy. The family usually plays and plays, which is very warm, but Feng Xingyi knows that the ninja world will not be so dull. Therefore, since he was 3 years old, he has been begging his father to teach him how to refine chakra. Until today, his father agreed. Get rid of distracting thoughts and concentrate on immersing your mind. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. For some reason, Feng Xingyi successfully refined a strand of chakra. And it was at this time that the rusty clock in his mind suddenly made a clicking sound. Chapter 2. The voice was like a dream, like a mirage, extremely unreal. Xing Yifeng was completely unaware of this, and was concentrating on refining chakra. After another half an hour, he felt exhausted and had to stop refining. He opened his eyes, and felt a faint soreness throughout his body, as if he had run around Konoha for more than 10 times. Awake? The first refining is just to adapt. Once you can refine chakra, you can move on to the next stage. Hoshino Yoda said, massaging his muscles with skillful techniques. Refining should be done in moderation, otherwise it will cause damage to the body. The reason you were not allowed to refine chakra before was mainly because you were too young. Generally, people start refining chakra after the age of 5. Xing Yifeng suddenly realized that refining chakra seemed simple, but the inherent danger was very high. Dad doesn't ask for much. He'll be satisfied if he can extract chakra in half a month. Back then, he himself extracted chakra in half a month and was very happy at that time. He doesn't ask for much from his son. He'll be fine if he can reach that level. This level is considered a little talent in the ninja world. As long as there are no mistakes along the way, he can be a jonin. Half a month, then Dad, your idea may be shattered. Xing Yifeng said. Hearing this, Xing Yiyang was puzzled. Could it be that Xiao Feng doesn't have the talent to be a ninja? This guess was further confirmed by the regretful look on Xing Yifeng's face. In his opinion, this was the regretful look of not being able to become a ninja. Oh, it's okay. Even if Xiao Feng doesn't have talent, Dad will protect you. Looking at his father talking to himself, Xing Yifeng's mouth twitched. What on earth was he thinking about? He actually said that he didn't have talent. Seeing that his father was getting more and more outrageous, Xing Yifeng couldn't sit still and immediately said. I have extracted it. Oh, it has been extracted, what? Hoshino Yoda realized it belatedly after he finished speaking, and his voice suddenly rose, as if he had seen a ghost. He thought he might have heard something. How long has it been? An hour. Seeing that his father still maintained a skeptical look, Hoshino Feng had to mobilize the weak chakra. It only lasted for a second, as weak and short as a candle flame. But this speed was a turtle's speed in Hoshino Yoda's eyes, and he actually saw chakra on Hoshino Feng. It was actually real. Family members, does anyone know how Hoshino Yoda feels at this moment? Ups and downs are not enough to describe it, and his 3 views have already tended to break. Hoshino Yoda's eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. Dad, are you okay? Xing Yifeng pulled the corner of his clothes and asked softly. After that, Xing Yiyangtai grabbed his shoulders with both hands and said excitedly, you kid is really a freak. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng's face suddenly turned black and rolled his eyes at him. Maybe he knew that what he said was a bit inappropriate. If his son was a freak, then what was he? Xing Yiyangtai coughed lightly and suppressed his excitement. Ahem, since you have already extracted chakra, I will give you these ninjutsu in advance. Practice them a few more times. Xing Yifeng looked happy. He didn't expect to get the ninjutsu in advance. Thank you, Dad. After thanking him, he became hesitant and hesitated. Hoshino Yoda asked in confusion, what's the matter? After thinking it over, Hoshino Feng didn't want to hide it, so he said. When I was refining chakra just now, I felt something strange in my eyes. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere around them suddenly stagnated, and Hoshino Yoda's face became uncertain. After a brief thought, he sighed heavily. Really? It seems that you have awakened your bloodline limit. Feng Xingyi was immediately confused. What the hell? Bloodline limit? His family actually has a bloodline limit. From the tone of Hoshino Yoda, it is not difficult to hear that his family has had a bloodline limit before, otherwise he would not be so calm. He even showed a hint of resistance, as if he did not want to hear the news. He originally thought that he would tell his parents about the eyes and let them think it was a bloodline limit, but now this situation is no longer necessary. Dad, has anyone in the family awakened before? Hoshino Feng asked cautiously. Hoshino Yoda didn't think it was wrong, and said with a look of reminiscence, yes, your grandfather awakened decades ago. This made Hoshino Feng's pupils shrink. Sure enough, there was a similar blood limit in the family before. But, why has he never heard his father talk about it? Perhaps in response to Feng Xingyi's doubts, Xingyi Yangta continued. However, his bloodline limit was awakened for only a few years before he died of the blood disease, and he has never appeared since then. Listening to Hoshino Yoda's narration, I finally understood why Hoshino Feng had never seen his grandfather. When asked, Hoshino Yoda never said a few words. It turned out to be the bloodline disease, which was like God came to curb the bloodline limit. People who suffer from this disease will die soon. With the current level of ninja medical skills, this is equivalent to an incurable disease. Xiao Feng! Xiao Feng! Xingyi Yangtai said solemnly. If you feel unwell, don't hide it. From those dark eyes, Xingyi Feng saw sadness and pain. Oh, I just woke up, you are worrying too much, Dad. Xingyi Feng raised his head and smiled. That innocent and clean smile made the somewhat flustered Xingyi Yangtai calm down a little. Xingyi Yangtai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His son had been very mature since he was young and was not naughty at all. He knew that Xingyi Feng knew his limits, so he didn't say anything more. You practice first, I'll go find the notes your grandfather left behind, maybe they'll be useful to you. Hoshino Yoda got up and went back to the house, leaving Hoshino Feng alone to practice. Hoshino Feng did not rush to open the scroll to practice, but when he made sure that no one was around, he walked to the haystack and sat cross-legged. In an instant, he felt a sense of weightlessness, and after he stabilized, Hoshino Feng opened his eyes. What came into view was an ancient clock, which was rusty and mottled, as if it had been baptized by time, but it still had a sense of solemnity. Just standing there, people can feel the heaviness of history. Hoshino Feng looked around, it was pitch black, and there was nothing else except the clock in front of him. Helplessly, Hoshino Feng had to focus his attention on the only clock. Observe carefully later, Xingyi Feng discovered something strange. The dial is divided into 12 parts. Except for the part from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, the rest of the parts are dark, as if shrouded in a shadow. Xingyi Feng stretched out his finger and gently touched the dial. In an instant, the entire dial suddenly burst into bright light. The light was dazzling, and Xingyi Feng had to cover his eyes to block the strong light. At the same time, the only clean and shining part suddenly emitted a blue light. It shot straight into Xingyi Feng's eyes at an extremely fast speed, and Xingyi Feng had no time to react. He only felt a light in front of his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Chapter 3. The Konoha Hospital was built by Hashirama Senju himself after the village was founded. During the Warring States period, due to the shortage of medical resources, the wounded could not get good medical treatment after the wars between the various tribes. As a result, the wounded who could have been treated died regrettably. In order to prevent this from happening again, Hashirama Senju decided to build a hospital when the village was built. It was independent of various departments and had autonomy. However, due to the war and immature technology, the number of people was generally small, and many diseases were helpless. Another reason is that most ninjas nowadays pursue high-intensity combat techniques and generally look down on medical ninjutsu, which indirectly leads to few people learning it. After Hoshinoka Ed lost consciousness, he was sent to the hospital for treatment. Because he is the child of an elite senior ninja, the hospital attaches great importance to it and directly sent the dean to treat him personally, and there is also a separate ward. This can be regarded as a benefit for Hoshino Yoda, and other patients do not have such good treatment. After the dean's personal diagnosis and treatment, the final conclusion was, the coma was caused by excessive physical fatigue. Hoshino Yoda breathed a sigh of relief, and he also it was because of the blood disease, otherwise it wouldn't be so sudden. One day later, Xingyi Feng's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes were quite confused. He fell into a coma very suddenly, without any signs, and his memory was still stuck on the day before. This is, hospital. He looked around and confirmed what this place was. He had been here before when he was sick. Xing Yifeng frowned and thought, gradually recalling the scene at that time in his mind. What was that blue light? Why did I suddenly pass out? Could it be that blood disease broke out? The more Xing Yifeng thought about it, the more outrageous it became. In the end, he even laughed at his own thoughts. How is it possible? Bloodstain disease can't be so fast. Then he tried to explain the strange phenomenon with modern thinking, but got nothing. Well, my body. Xing Yifeng felt himself carefully, and his expression suddenly became strange. Then he rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he might have seen a ghost in broad daylight. Fuck, what's going on? Why did my chakra increase so much? Xing Yifeng couldn't help but swore. The situation was really too weird. Even cheating doesn't work like this. The chakra that was originally as thin as a thread, in just one day, instantly became as big as a stream. Xing Yifeng estimated that this has reached the level of Chunin, and an elite Chunin. After a brief shock and loss of consciousness, he was ecstatic. Just kidding, I also have cheats, and it won't be a dream to defeat everyone in the future. Ahem, I've gone off topic. Don't be too arrogant, otherwise God will teach you a lesson. Even so, Xing Yifeng's mouth corners remained up, and his face had a silly smile. Just as he was immersed in his own world, he heard a squeak and the door of the ward was pushed open. Xiao Feng, you're awake. The voice was filled with joy and fear, but it was not difficult to hear the concern for Xing Yifeng in the words. The person who came was Xing Yifeng's mother, Kinomoto Sakura. Mom, I'm fine. Xing Yifeng tried to calm down and return to his usual appearance. It was as if nothing had happened. Kinomoto Sakura was so excited that she picked him up and rubbed him wildly. Xing Yifeng was speechless for a moment, which was greater than the joy before. After a burst of love, Kinomoto Sakura gradually calmed down and took a good look at her son. When she saw him, she asked a question. Xiao Feng, what's wrong with your eyes? Hearing his mother's question, Xing Yifeng was a little confused. His eyes were fine, what was strange about them? Xing Yifeng picked up a mirror and looked at himself. He looked like his father, with a pair of dark eyes that were very vivid, but this time it was not the case. The eyes that were originally like black gemstones became azure blue, as clean and clear as the sky. It seemed that one could see the endless starry sky through his eyes. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng opened his mouth slightly, and his heart was shocked. These eyes, just a glance, made his mind immersed in them involuntarily. There is no doubt that these are definitely a pair of eyes that contain powerful power. It should be because of the awakening of the bloodline limit. Hokuno Feng made up a reasonable reason, and the time was right. Hearing this explanation, Kinomoto Sakura nodded without doubt. Then she was no longer surprised, but observed carefully, and exclaimed again. What beautiful eyes! Kinomoto Sakura whispered. Just like two sapphires, shining brightly. Her voice was full of joy and pride. As a former special jonin, she naturally knew the power of bloodline limit. It was very rare in the entire ninja world. Her son actually awakened, and he really deserved to be her child. Mom, where's Dad? Xing Yifeng looked outside the door and asked in confusion. He was summoned by the Hokage, and it should be related to your matter. Sakura Kinomoto said. When Xing Yifeng heard this, a figure flashed in his mind. The first-generation Hokage of Konoha village, Senju Hashirama. The man known as the god of ninja, his strength is at the top of the ninja world. Except for Uchiha Madara, no one can fight him. Xing Yifeng liked him very much in his previous life, and his broad-minded heart made him admire him very much. Together with Uchiha Madara, he ended the chaos of the Warring States period, established Konoha village, and put an end to the war in the Fire Country. And indirectly contributed to the cessation of the war in the ninja world. How could such a man not make Xing Yifeng admire him? Go. The word war is said lightly, but only when you are deeply involved in it, will you understand the preciousness of peace. Thinking of the hardships of the country in the previous life, Feng Xingyi admired this man who established peace even more. On the other side, in the Hokage building, Hoshino Yoda was accepting the summons of Senju Hashirama. Things like bloodline limits are also very precious in Konoha today. I didn't expect that Konoha would be corrupted decades later, and all kinds of dark means emerged one after another. The newly established Konoha is full of vitality, bursting with vitality, like a new seedling. Yoda, you have a good son. Senju Hashirama said cheerfully while wearing the Hokage uniform. He didn't look like a Hokage at all. Next to him was Senju Tobirama. He was Senju Hashirama's younger brother, the future second generation. Of course, at this time, he was not yet the iron-fisted second generation Hokage. Thank you for the compliment, Hokage. Hoshino Yoda bowed his head respectfully in response, looking extremely excited. Because the first generation Hokage can be said to be the idol of most people. How could he not be excited? Ayako has already told me that your son must have awakened suddenly, causing his body to be unable to bear it for a while, so don't worry. Ayako is the director of Konoha Hospital, a member of the Senju clan, and has a high level of medical ninjutsu. Thank you for your concern, Hokage. Hoshino Yoda said. Chapter 4. Senju Hashirama and Hoshino Yoda talked for a long time, all of them were full of praise. And Senju Tobirama remained silent, watching the conversation between the two. Faced with countless words of praise, Hoshino Yoda was not a fool, and naturally knew the meaning behind them. But he always had some concerns and looked hesitant. Just as he was struggling, a black shadow flashed by, knelt on one knee and said, Hokage, Hoshino-ka-ed is awake. Senju Hashirama waved his hand and nodded, I know. After hearing this, the black shadow flashed away, as if he had never been there. Hoshino Yoda knew that these words were said to the Hokage as well as to him. But there was one thing that he always had doubts in his heart. As far as he knew, the Hokage was cheerful and disdainful of using such means. His eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at Senju Tobirama beside him imperceptibly, and he suddenly realized. He said calmly, Hokage, Yoda has something to ask for. Oh? Why not speak frankly? Senju Hashirama said gently. My son always mentions the Hokage, and he hopes to meet him. After he finished speaking, the scene was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Senju Hashirama coughed lightly and said with a little embarrassment, in that case, let's meet today. Thank you, Hokage. Hoshino Yoda said, and turned to leave for the hospital. After the people left, Senju Hashirama lay lazily on the chair without any dignity, not at all like the god of ninja world. I am so tired, this kind of thing is more suitable for you, Tobirama, I won't do this kind of thing next time. Senju Tobirama heard this, without comment, and looked at Hoshino Yoda who had disappeared. It seems that he doesn't trust the village. Hashirama frowned and said in a low voice, what are you talking about? It's natural for a father to love his son. Obviously, he disagreed with Tobirama's words. A father naturally loves his young son. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, let alone a human. In his opinion, this matter has nothing to do with trust or not. Senju Tobirama glanced at his elder brother, and finally said nothing, and turned to talk about other things. In recent years, the village population has skyrocketed, and there is not enough space. Senju Hashirama waved his hand carelessly, then expanded, anyway, there is a lot of vacant land around. This old-timer's words made Tobirama's eyes twitch wildly. It turns out that you are not the one who does the work, so you don't mind the trouble, right? Suppressing the anger in his heart, he kept repeating in his heart. This is his elder brother, his dear elder brother. Humph. Finally, she took a deep breath, snorted, and stopped looking at him. She just said sullenly. Don't forget what we agreed on. After waiting for about half a cup of tea, there was a knock on the door. After being allowed, Hoshino Yoda and Hoshino Feng walked in. "Hokage, this is my child." Senju Hashirama looked him up and down, and was suddenly stunned. In his perception, Hoshinoka Ed already had the chakra of a chunin. He was only 5 years old, but he already had such a large amount of chakra. It was too strange, but he still couldn't compare to him. And the gazes were mutual, and Hoshinoka Ed was also looking at him. A huge wave of emotion was set off in his heart. In his eyes, Senju Hashirama's momentum was like a rainbow, like a sun, spanning the sky and the earth, and soaring into the sky. Is this the weight of the god of the ninja world, with such momentum? The surprise lasted only a moment. After a brief eye contact, Hoshinoka Ed restrained his rippling mind and bowed generously to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Hokage. My name is Xingyi Feng." "Hello, little guy." Hashirama was stunned for a second, then smiled and said. Somehow, the words he had prepared were all swallowed up the moment he saw him, and there was nothing to say. The guilt in his heart was instantly gone. But Tobirama couldn't bear to look at it, his eyelids twitched, and he sighed deeply in his heart. He shouldn't have let his elder brother say it, it was too kind. "I heard that you have awakened your bloodline limit. Do you know what abilities you have?" Senju Hashirama asked curiously. He threw all instructions behind his head and had no dignity at all. Facing the question, Hoshinoka Ed smiled shyly. Looking at the first-generation Hokage with a childlike mentality, he did not intend to hide it. Talent must be revealed to bring out its original appearance. Instead of hiding it, it is better to attract the attention of the top leaders. Today's Konoha is a good stage to show your skills. I know, I seem to be able to control time. The shocking words, the tender voice of Hoshinoka Ed made everyone present gasp. Even the usually serious Tobirama changed color. This is time. It's not that there is no space ninjutsu in the ninja world, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, which is a time-space ninjutsu. Use the engraved technique to achieve the purpose of instant movement. But although it is a time-space ninjutsu, he knows that it is just a drop in the ocean compared to time. Being able to control time, doesn't that mean being able to reverse life and death? Tobirama is worthy of being a master of forbidden techniques. He can associate deeper things with just one sentence. "Little guy, are you sure?" Hashirama changed his gentle look and said in a deep voice. "If what he said is true, it will be a blessing for Konoha." Hoshino Feng did not hesitate at all. After looking around, he fell on the potted plants on the desk. It was winter now. The spring scenery disappeared and the leaves fell to the ground. Hoshino Feng took a few steps forward and reached out to touch it. His blue eyes flashed. Under the nervous gaze of several people, a touch of green gradually appeared in the field of vision. It was like winter was gone and spring was coming. Time, it was reversed. Really control time. Tobirama muttered to himself, his eyes wide open. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Hashirama laughed loudly. How could he not be happy that such a blood limit appeared in Konoha? After being shocked, Tobirama quickly calmed down, and then his figure flashed and quickly came in front of Hoshinoka Ed. "Little guy, are you willing to be my disciple?" His eyes were burning, and he wished he could take him in immediately. The blood limit of time has never existed in the ninja world, and it is the only one so far. The surprises that Hoshinoka Ed brought him are far more than that. He was in a hurry when he met her just now, and he didn't notice the amount of her chakra. He realized it after he calmed down. At the age of 5, he already has the amount of an elite chunin. What will he be like when he grows up? He kept staring at Hoshinoka Ed with fiery eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of unpolished jade. Before Hoshinoka Ed could respond, Senju Hashirama shouted, "Tobirama, I'm still here." Tobirama said without turning his head, "Brother, let's talk about it later." I'm busy. I haven't accepted any disciples yet, so, Hashirama couldn't help but smile when he saw Tobirama pretending to be deaf and dumb. But it's hard to find a good seedling, and such a good seedling is even more so, so he was tempted. Hoshinoka-Ed's heart was moved, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the words of promise seemed to be blurted out. Are you kidding? Who is Senju Hashirama? He is Konoha's biggest backer now, the first Hokage. If he can worship him as a master, he will surely take off in the future and walk sideways in Konoha. Seeing him like this, Tobirama lowered his head decadently. Needless to say, he was still slow to act. Hashirama's mouth tilted, and he smiled in his heart, extremely proud, like a victorious rooster. Chapter 5. Ahem, big brother, please pay attention to your image. Tobirama's mouth twitched slightly, and he held his forehead helplessly and said, Oh. Hashirama realized it later and quickly became serious, but the effect was extremely funny. Hoshino Yoda couldn't help laughing and turned his head away. But Hashirama didn't care. With a stern face, he came to Hoshinoka-Ed and squatted down. Little guy, do you want to be my disciple? Hashirama's eyes were full of expectation. And Xing Yifeng did not hesitate, directly knelt on both knees, saluted seriously, and said loudly. Disciple Xing Yifeng greets the teacher. Hearing the expected words, Hashirama's face was filled with joy and a happy smile. Okay, from now on, you will be my disciple, Hashirama Senju. After that, he paused and said. He is also my only disciple. Hashirama said very solemnly, and his tone left no room for doubt. His domineering aura was fully revealed, leaving no room for rebuttal. Even those who disagreed and felt it was inappropriate could not help but shut up. At this time, Hashirama would not give in to him. Tobirama knew this very well, even if he was his own brother. Hashirama touched Hoshinoka-Ed's head and said, Come to my office tomorrow and I will train you. Hoshinoka-Ed nodded, then took his father's hand and left. After leaving the Hokage's office, Hoshino Yoda breathed a long sigh of relief. Dad, you are too timid. Xing Yifeng said contemptuously. You little brat, what did you say? Hoshino Yoda's face darkened. That's Hokage, Hokage. Yeah, I know, my teacher. Xing Yifeng said calmly. Seeing this, Xing Yiyangta was so angry that he gave him a loving education. Let him know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. After the scolding, he felt much better. Sure enough, happiness is built on the pain of others, which is true. Xing Yifeng, who had a big bump on his head, took note silently and decided to retaliate later. A gentleman's revenge is never too late even after 20 years. Just when he made the decision, Xing Yiyangta's back suddenly lit up, as if something bad was going to happen. But after looking around for a while, he didn't find anything unusual, so he had to give up. He turned to Xing Yifeng and said earnestly. Remember to listen to the Hokage and don't cause trouble for him. Besides, it's best not to contact Tobirama-sama. Oh, forget it, there's no way to avoid it. Although Konoha is led by the Hokage, it is actually Tobirama who is in charge. Every move is under his watch. When it comes to Senju Tobirama, his brows have never relaxed. When he was alone in the office before, he had vaguely guessed that it was Tobirama's idea. Seeing his father's worried look, Hoshino Feng couldn't help but admire him, and sighed that his father was really good at judging people. Senju Tobirama, the second generation of Konoha village, is a tough man. Putting aside his strength, he is the most powerful among all the previous Hokage. Whether in politics or military acumen, he can be called a genius. During his reign, Konoha developed rapidly, and various departments were improved and established. He is an outstanding politician and military strategist. Hoshino Feng went over the intelligence about Senju Tobirama in his mind. Thinking about it carefully, he felt admiration. In the turbulent situation of Konoha at that time, he quickly stabilized the situation with a tough hand. He was definitely a competent Hokage. "Dad, do you have any problem with Lord Tobirama?" After thinking about this, Xing Yifeng responded, with a small eyebrow raised, as if a little puzzled. "Various deeds show that Senju Tobirama is a perfect person. Why do I feel that my father has a problem with Tobirama? Is there any hidden secret?" Hearing this, Xing Yangta smiled bitterly. How could he not understand the doubt in Xing Yifeng's tone? After considering the words, he slowly said, "No, Tobirama's contribution to Konoha village is obvious to all. He is responsible for all matters in the village." "Why?" Hoshinoka Ed was even more puzzled. Hoshino Yoda stopped and looked back at the Hokage building behind him. "Maybe it's because I can't put myself in Master Tobirama's shoes." After saying that, he touched Hoshinoka Ed's head vigorously and said with a smile on his face, "Okay, you don't have to worry about these, just prepare for tomorrow's training, it will be very hard." Xing Yifeng curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Really, if he didn't say anything, it would make people anxious to death. But he knew that asking was useless. Instead of thinking too much, it's better to look ahead and prepare for training well. "Got it." Xing Yifeng replied weakly. Then his eyes kept rolling around and he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me money." "Why? I don't have any money." "It's all with your mother." Hoshino Yoda refused directly. But how could Hoshino Feng not know the inside story? He smiled evilly. "Dad, if you don't give it to me, I will tell Mom that you are hiding some private money, woo 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 woo." Before he could finish, he felt a flash of wind in front of his eyes, and then his mouth was blocked by his hand, so he could only make a humming sound and couldn't say a word. "Shh, you are so cruel, take it. The situation is stronger than people, losing a little or losing everything, you can easily know which one to choose. However, how did this brat know where I hid the money?" After getting the money, Xing Yifeng raised his lips and ran away. When he was sure it was safe, he turned around and smiled triumphantly at him. "You scumbag, you cheated me." Seeing his expression, Hoshino Yoda suddenly realized what was going on, and then he jumped up and down in anger, but since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Hoshino Feng jumped back and forth happily, but he didn't know that after he left, Hoshino Yoda showed a helpless expression. This kid is still too young to fight with his father. Xing Yifeng was unaware of this and strolled leisurely on the streets of Konoha, buying whatever he liked. This, and this. Hehe, they are all what I like to eat." After a while, Xing Yifeng's hands were full, and his mouth was dripping with oil. After the establishment of Konoha village, the economy developed rapidly after the proposal and planning of Senju Tobirama. Sharp-eyed businessmen from various countries saw the business opportunities and came to Konoha to set up shops. In an instant, a commercial street appeared instantly. Although the commodity categories are simple, it is better than nothing. People should be content with what they have. Anyway, Xing Yifeng is very happy. Of course, it would be better if he could avoid trouble. There are many people coming and going in the commercial street, and manpower is needed to manage the order, otherwise there will be chaos. Senju Hashirama held a meeting and discussed it specifically. People from all races were sent to temporarily maintain order. It will be discussed later. The idea is good, at least it is well maintained on the surface. However, there are always some pretentious people who like to bully civilians to show their strength. Chapter 6. This kind of bloody plot is everywhere, and there are countless novels. Xing Yifeng is no exception. Just as he was about to buy some special snacks to bring back to his mother, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out. "Humph, it's already a blessing to let you lowly civilians live here, and you still want money. What the hell? I really don't know what those high-level people are thinking. It's such a waste of air." Sarcastic and humiliating words came out of his mouth, and the people who were competing with him on the street couldn't help showing angry expressions. Xing Yifeng approached a little expressionlessly. Although he had a general idea in his heart, he started to see the truth first. What if you are going too far? Before you came, the price had been agreed upon, and the ninja sword was also given to you. You still think you are right? Looking closely, a middle-aged man with a red face and full of anger was arguing. Although he was the one who was right, Xing Yifeng felt that he was just pretending, like a paper tiger. I don't know what's going on. While thinking, many people were whispering around. The sound was not loud, but Xing Yifeng could hear it. After listening for a while, the doubts in his heart suddenly dissipated, his eyes narrowed, and I don't know what he was thinking. Oh, it's them again. This is the 5th time this month. Isn't it true? He relied on being a ninja to do whatever he wanted and oppress the people. Ishin, the clan leader, had just moved to Konoha. He was unfamiliar with the place and naturally could not defeat them. Clan leader? This was interesting. Xing Yifeng touched his chin. He was actually the clan leader of a clan, but it should be a small clan, otherwise it would not have fallen to this point. He was blackmailed by a guy who barely reached the level of Chunin. Maybe he felt that he had just arrived in Konoha and did not want to cause trouble. Konoha is now developing, and it is inevitable that some monsters will appear to ruin Konoha's reputation. But everything in his previous life told him that the more you show weakness, the more others will bully you. But the clan leader named Ishin would probably not make too much trouble. Things were just as he expected. The middle-aged man's argument was fruitless. Looking at the smug-looking people, he clenched his fists tightly, but soon loosened them. Seeing his appearance, those people became more rampant and laughed wantonly, as if they felt they had done something great. Ha 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 ha, the untouchables are indeed untouchables, they don't even resist, how boring. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to waste time with you. It's just a waste of time. I thought he was a man, but I didn't expect him to be so boring. The leader said with regret. The face of the Ishin clan leader was gloomy, and there was no telling how much anger was hidden under that calm face. Anyone who was mocked so wantonly would probably get angry and hurt others. Seeing that the troublemaker was about to leave, Xing Yifeng curled his lips and narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the sunlight, a faint blue light appeared. In an instant, his pupils emitted inexplicable ripples, which began to spread in all directions. Suddenly, the people or things centered on Xing Yifeng seemed to be forbidden, and everything was slowed down. Eye of time, slowness. Everything around him became extremely slow, and the flow of time in this space was slowed down. In the eyes of Xing Yifeng, he saw slow people, and this feeling was very wonderful. Their movements became extremely slow, just like the slow motion in the movie. Every subtle movement became clearly visible, and even the inaudible breathing and heartbeat became slow. The tiny dust in the air was visible in the golden sunlight, no longer mysterious. It was as if time had solidified. The whole world became quiet and weird, only Xing Yifeng's own thinking was still running at a normal speed. This magical phenomenon allowed him to clearly and intuitively see what the power of time is. At this moment, he was like a god, and life and death were no longer unsolvable problems. It seemed that he could change it at any time as long as he wanted. An inexplicable excitement and impulse surged in his heart. But reason prevailed after all, and Xing Yifeng patted his cheek heavily to calm his brain. Don't be arrogant, don't be arrogant, pride makes people fall behind. Xing Yifeng, can such a thing shake your determination? Calm down. Calm down. Xing Yifeng kept repeating to himself not to immerse himself too much. Being powerful does not mean that you can control it perfectly. You need a heart that can match it to control it, otherwise, you will only be a puppet of power. After repeating it several times, the excitement in his brain began to cool down gradually. He took a deep breath and then started to do business. He came to the side of the unreasonable person, looked at the arrogant face, and felt disgusted. He frowned and searched his body. After a while, he had a thick stack of banknotes in his hand, and he was immediately satisfied. Then he set his sights on other people and wanted to repeat the same trick. Xing Yifeng was about to start, but the chakra needed to maintain the space was about to run out. Helplessly, he had to sigh with regret and stop. After returning to the original position, he lifted the pupil technique, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal, and everything was so normal. Boring, let's go. Seeing that he suppressed his anger and didn't take any action, the leader felt bored and left with the others. Seeing that the matter was over, the onlookers also dispersed, leaving behind the unwilling Yuxin clan leader. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to do so. The Yuxin clan leader, with a gloomy face, turned around and was about to go back to the house. After taking a few steps, he felt a tug at the corner of his clothes. He looked down and saw that it was Xing Yifeng who was smiling. Seeing that it was a child, he forced a smile. "Little boy, is there anything wrong?" "Uncle, are you new to Konoha?" Xing Yifeng asked. "Forward, yes." After hearing this, the man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "After all, this is not a secret, and there is nothing wrong with telling it. You can find out by just asking around. What do you think of Konoha?" Xing Yifeng asked a very vague question. The man was obviously stunned. It was a bit strange for a child to ask this question. But he still answered. "Very good, very stable, much better than running around outside." The man's grey face finally had a smile. Speaking of Konoha, the degree of recognition is still very high. Even if there are some scumbags among them, the overall good impression is still good. Perhaps because of the topic, he talked about his own affairs again, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with talking to a child. It was as if he was treating Xing Yifeng as a person to confide in. "I was originally a samurai. After Konoha was established, I thought it was a good place, so I came here with my wife to settle down. Fortunately, my Hotaki clan was valued by the Hokage and was given some more land. Although we are not rich, it is good enough for my family to live in peace." Hotaki Ishin said, the gloom on his face disappeared completely, replaced by yearning and expectation for life. What he didn't see was that when he mentioned the Hotaki clan, the expression on Hoshinoka Ed's face had become extremely strange. "Oh my god, I can run into a celebrity's family just by walking down the street. What luck, really not bad." Chapter 7. The Hotaki clan is not well known among the clans, and even the population is so small that it cannot be considered a clan. But the appearance of one person changed this seemingly ordinary clan. Hotaki Sakumo, also known as the White Fang of Konoha, is famous in the ninja world for his swordsmanship. Even among the three ninjas of Konoha, he is slightly inferior in terms of qualifications and strength. Because of his great military exploits, he was targeted by the Root in the Shadows, which led to the failure of the mission and the spread of rumors. It is said that the third generation was also behind this. In the end, he could not bear the rumors of others and committed suicide by disembowelment. After his death, his son, Hotaki Kakashi, began to show his brilliance. He graduated at the age of 5, became a chunin at the age of 6, and a jonin at the age of 12. It was like he was cheating. Both father and son were like this, which made the prestige of the Hotaki clan rise day by day. It's a pity, the two of them had a bad ending. One died, and the other was trapped in the tragic memories of the past. Thinking of this, Xing Yifeng looked at Hotaki Ishin with a little sympathy in his eyes. When people get old, they always like to chat with others. Hotaki Ishin laughed at himself. In the ninja world, life expectancy is generally not high. Considering his age, it is reasonable to say that he is old. Why? I like listening to it. "Uncle, can you forge ninja swords here?" Hoshino Feng then asked about other things. Hitaki Ishin was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Of course, do you need children at home? No, I want it. You? You want a ninja sword at such a young age? This is not a fun toy. Hitaki Ishin frowned. The ninja sword is not a wooden sword. If you are not careful, it will cause an irreversible tragedy. He thinks such a young child should not use a ninja sword. Xing Yifeng saw that Hitaki Ishin was a little reluctant, and hurriedly said, I have already extracted chakra, and my family agrees. No way, if my mother saw it, she would probably scold me again. Hitaki Ishin heard this, frowned and looked at him, then his face changed slightly. It was just as he said. Moreover, at this age, this amount, it's a bit scary. Although he is not a ninja, his eyesight is not bad, so he can naturally detect the fluctuation of chakra. He is not wrong, he has the strength of an elite chunin. Okay, come back in a few days, and I'll give you a 20% discount on the price. Hitaki agreed, and even gave him a discount. Hoshino Feng smiled, then took out some money from his pocket. I don't know if it's enough. If not, I'll make up for it next time I come. Hitaki Ishin patted his head, took 70% of the money, and then let him take it back. That's enough. Xing Yifeng counted silently in his mind, then looked up at him with a frown. Uncle, you took less money. Haha, the rest is just a gift for meeting you. Hitaki Ishin said with a smile, and at the same time he admired the little guy's honesty. But, okay. Xing Yifeng wanted to say something else, but Uncle Ishin had already turned and left, as if on purpose. Helplessly, he had to accept his kindness, and before leaving, he thanked him loudly outside the door. I don't know if Uncle Ishin could hear him. After thanking him again and again, Xing Yifeng left. Inside the Hitaki house, Hitaki Ishin heard the little guy's thanks, and the corners of his mouth rose. A nice little fellow, he murmured, and just then, a woman came towards him and said, What's wrong? Are the troublemakers giving you a headache? No, not them, it's a interesting little guy. Hitaki Ishin shook his head and said casually. No more talking, I'll introduce you to him next time I have a chance. I feel that my fate with him seems to be more than just this. The woman nodded and did not ask any further questions. She believed that her husband, Hoshino Feng, was walking along the road, humming a song, which showed that he was in a good mood. Not only did he meet Hitaki Sakumo's father, but he also ordered a ninja sword. Who didn't have the urge to wield a sword when they were young? I didn't have this opportunity in my previous life, but I have it in this life. Hoshino Feng was thinking about how handsome he looked with a sword. He didn't see the person in front of him, and then, bang! Xing Yifeng bumped into the person in front of him, and the impact was so strong that he fell to the ground. Ouch, it hurts so much. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Xing Yifeng patted the dust off his body and said apologetically. He was so focused just now that he didn't notice the person in front of him. Are you the disciple of Hashirama? The man looked him up and down, with a disdainful tone, as if he was not satisfied. Xing Yifeng paused, then raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Who are you? Xing Yifeng said vigilantly, his body tense. He didn't know how strong the person in front of him was, and the chakra he consumed before had not recovered yet. He couldn't accurately judge the strength of the person. But just from the momentum he inadvertently revealed, his strength was stronger than his father. He was a strong ninja. Xing Yifeng thought so. The vigilance is good, but it's a little late. If it was an enemy, you would be dead. He spoke bluntly, not caring whether it was a child or not, as if this was his way of speaking. Although his tone was hurtful, it was very useful. Konoha is not peaceful now, spies are everywhere. If you meet him now, you will surely die. You are not qualified to be Hashirama's apprentice now. At the end of his speech, the man's momentum suddenly surged, forming a pressure force, and pounced on Xing Yifeng. In an instant, he felt cold all over his body, as if he fell into an ice cellar. At this moment, the blood in his body seemed to solidify. Xing Yifeng felt that his whole body was out of control, but his eyes were still stubborn and he held on tightly. Seeing this, a trace of appreciation flashed in the man's eyes, but then disappeared. The next second, everything returned to calm, and the powerful pressure suddenly disappeared. Ha! Xing Yifeng knelt on the ground, his back was already soaked with sweat, and he was gasping for breath. You are too weak. You will only embarrass him now. The man walked up to him and said to Xing Yifeng in a condescending manner. Xing Yifeng recovered some of his strength and staggered to his feet. Although he was in a state of embarrassment, his eyes were firm and he did not flinch at all. No one is strong from the beginning, everyone has time to grow. In the future, I will definitely surpass the teacher, definitely. Xing Yifeng was extremely firm and confident. If others heard him, they would definitely laugh at him for overestimating his abilities. But the man just curled his lips and re-examined him. Then he walked forward and left a message when he passed by him. I admire your confidence, but I also hate your confidence. I hope that day will come. Xing Yifeng turned around and shouted with the remaining strength. What's your name? I'll prove it to you. My name is Uchiha Madara. A domineering and extremely conceited voice came, and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 8. My name is Uchiha Madara. The arrogant and conceited voice echoed in Hoshino Kaed's ears for a long time. His eyes widened and his heart surged. He didn't expect it was Uchiha Madara. His appearance was a little different from that of decades later. As a result, he didn't recognize him for a while. But this tone, I'm afraid only he would say it like this. It fits his personality. Ninja Shura, haha, that day won't be too far away. Feng Hoshino said confidently with his head down, a fighting spirit brewing in his eyes. This time, the arrival of Uchiha Madara reminded him. The ninja world is cruel and there is no order. Even in Konoha, there are turbulent waves in secret. To survive, you can only rely on strength. He lived too comfortably, which made him lose his fighting spirit. Feng Hoshino was stunned on the spot, and after thinking for a long time, he chuckled and left. The gradually receding back was no longer relaxed, and the body seemed to be carrying layers of pressure. When he returned home, Feng Hoshino, who was always lively, rarely said a word and walked straight to his room. Sakura Kinomoto asked with a puzzled look what's wrong with him. Hoshino Yoda shrugged. I don't know, he became like this after going out for a while. This indifferent remark successfully earned her a glare. Kinomoto Sakura's hair fluttered, and the anger in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. Seeing this, Hoshino Yoda immediately laughed twice, then got up and ran to his son's room. After knocking on the door and getting permission, Hoshino Yoda pushed the door open and saw Hoshino Feng reading the scroll he gave him. The way he was studying hard was very similar to you who were reading a novel. Hoshino Yoda was about to speak, but Hoshino Feng spoke first. Dad, I'm fine. Okay, remember to pay attention to the time. Looking at his son's serious look, Hoshino Yoda couldn't bear to interrupt him. After saying pay attention to the time, he left. The room returned to silence. Hoshino Feng looked at the ninjutsu scroll given by his father and studied it seriously. Hoshino Yoda is a ninjutsu-type ninja who knows many ninjutsu. And as an elite jonin, Yoda knows one or more S-level ninjutsu. Most of the ninjutsu on the scroll are below B level, and a few are A level. Hoshino Feng looked back, and suddenly his eyes paused, and his eyes became hot. Because he saw the ninjutsu that suits him is the Flying Thunder God technique. Hoshino Kaed took a deep breath. How could his father have this kind of ninjutsu? This is a space-time ninjutsu. It was created by the second-generation Senju Tobirama, and then perfected by Namikaze Minato, who shone brightly on the battlefield. In theory, this should be a forbidden technique, stored in the Book of Seals and guarded by layers. Even if his father is an elite jonin with outstanding military exploits, it should not be easily obtained. Just as he was puzzled, Hoshino Yoda came back again, saw the puzzled look on Hoshino Kaed's face, and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand?" Xing Yifeng was too immersed in it and didn't pay much attention. He said subconsciously, "I was just wondering why this ninjutsu is here." After saying that, Hoshino Feng realized something was wrong and came to his senses. Only then did he see the figure of Hoshino Yoda. Hearing his doubts, Yoda looked over, then touched his head and explained with a smile. "Don't be confused, this is sent by Lord Tobirama, who said it is very suitable for you." "So that's how it is," Xing Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that it is because of his own time blood limit that Tobirama sent someone to send it here. However, does he trust me so much that he gave such a difficult technique to a child?" Hoshino Feng complained in his heart. As a forbidden technique, the difficulty of practicing Flying Thunder God can be imagined, and it also involves time and space, and the difficulty increases exponentially. Since its creation, apart from Senju Tobirama, in the past few decades, only Namikaze Minato has successfully practiced it. The failure rate can be imagined. "By the way, Dad, can you buy me some weights? I want to exercise," Feng Xingyi said. Although he has a blood limit, his body is the capital of everything. Taijutsu is not valued in the ninja world, but he doesn't know it. Haven't you seen that might guy almost kicked out the finale with his 8 gates? It can be seen that Taijutsu is not weak. Hearing this request, Yang Tai touched his chin and thought about it. "If you are burdened, I have some at home, but the weight is not suitable for you. I will go to the street to buy some later." He thought about it seriously and felt that Xiao Feng could not bear the weight, so he wanted to go to the street to customize it. Xing Yifeng heard this and said, "I want to go and take a look. If it's not suitable, forget it." Seeing that his son still insisted, Yang Tai couldn't refuse, so he took Xing Yifeng to the utility room at home to look for it. "You can try it, but be careful not to force it too much." Hoshino Yoda felt the weight with his hands and confirmed that it was too heavy for a child to bear, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He knew the temper of Hoshino Feng, who seemed gentle but was actually very stubborn and would never turn back until his head was broken and bloody. As a father, he was still soft-hearted and didn't want to see Hoshino Feng suffer. Even though he knew it was wrong, a ninja had to endure a profession that ordinary people couldn't endure. Hoshino Feng took the weight, and after Yoda let go, he felt a heavy feeling that made him frown. "It's so heavy. This weight is at least 1/3 of his body weight." The number may seem small, but if it is placed on a 5-year-old child, it should not be underestimated. After all, the body is not fully developed, and endurance and physical strength are very limited. Put on the weight, the total weight of the whole set is more than twice his body weight. It is equivalent to carrying 2 people on his back. "Forget it, Xiao Feng, this is not good for your health, you should exercise properly." Looking at Xing Yifeng, whose face was red and even his breathing was a little difficult, Yang Tai could not bear to persuade him. I'm fine, I know my limits, don't worry." Xing Yifeng uttered a sentence with difficulty. Now he felt that even speaking took a lot of energy. Yang Tai showed an unbearable look in his eyes, and his throat rolled for a while, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just sighed heavily. Xing Yifeng tried to take a step forward. The weight on his ankle made him shake and almost fall. Fortunately, he stabilized in time and did not fall to the ground. The sudden weight of the body made Xing Yifeng quite uncomfortable. But he did not give up, and continued to adapt to moving forward. The scorching sun shone on him, and beads of sweat kept dripping on the ground, and time was slowly passing. After an hour, Xing Yifeng moved forward steadily. It must be said that his body adapted very well, although it was still a little uncomfortable. But he finally stood firm and was no longer shaky. This is a good start. Yang Tai, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but be moved on his face, full of emotion. With both talent and perseverance, there is no need to worry about not making progress. Xing Yifeng has the basics of a strong man at this moment. Chapter 9. As night gradually fell, the sky was covered with black velvet, and the stars twinkled in the darkness, like a beautiful city in the sky. Xing Yifeng lay in his yard, breathing heavily, and looking at the clear starry sky. He had been adapting all day, and his physical strength had long been drained. He relied on his perseverance to persevere. Fortunately, the results were good. After a day, the body was forced to adapt. Looking at the clothes that seemed to be soaked in water, Xing Yifeng smiled. It seemed that this was the first time for him to do this. Although his muscles were sore, he was very satisfied in his heart. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the breeze blowing past his ears. A silent night. The next day, Hoshinoka Ed was wearing a flattering smile, trying to appease the angry Kinomoto Sakura. "Mother, I know I was wrong, please don't be angry. I was so tired last night that I fell asleep as soon as I lay down." Listening to Xing Yifeng's explanation, Kinomoto Sakura gave him a glare, which made Xing Yifeng silent and his back felt cold. "How dare you say that? If I hadn't gone over to take a look, you would have caught a cold today. When the time comes, I'll see how you explain it to me if I miss the time agreed with the Hokage." Kinomoto Sakura said angrily, tapping his forehead with her fingers. Hoshino Feng wanted to defend himself, but when he saw his mother's expression, he immediately lost the idea. He was scolded by Kinomoto Sakura for a long time. Seeing this, Hoshino Yoda tried to hold back his laughter, and his face almost turned purple. "I'll let you go for now, and we'll talk about it after you get home. Eat quickly, don't make the Hokage wait anxiously." After a while, Kinomoto Sakura looked at the time, and then stopped while she was ahead, and told Hoshinoka Ed to eat quickly. There were important things to do today, and the Hokage couldn't be kept waiting anxiously. When Hoshinoka Ed heard these words that seemed to be driving him away, he immediately showed dead fish eyes and his mouth twitched slightly. This family is actually all Naruto fans, and it's true that people from the same family are alike. Helplessly, Hoshinoka Ed had to speed up his eating speed. After finishing a few bites, he changed his clothes and still wore the weight. After everything was ready, Hoshinoka Ed stood at the door and waved to his parents, saying, "I'm going out." Then, he headed towards the Hokage building. Xing Yifeng was not idle on the road, his fingers kept changing and practicing hand seals. To release ninjutsu, you need to make hand seals, a total of 12 seals. It seems a lot, but it is indeed difficult. Fortunately, he is a child and his finger bones are not yet formed. At the age of 3, because he could not refine chakra, he had to practice hand seals to improve his speed. After 2 years, there have been obvious results. Being able to make 2 seals per second has made Xing Yifeng very happy. This speed is a common speed in the ninja world, that is to say, he, now 5 years old, has reached the average level of hand seals. After getting familiar with it a few times, Xing Yifeng quickened his pace. Before reaching the Hokage building, he heard many people talking loudly. "Have you heard that the Hokage is accepting a disciple? I knew it a long time ago. I knew it was a child. Nonsense, can he still be an adult? I don't know who he is, but he can be accepted as a disciple by the god of ninja realm. I envy him." The closer we got to the Hokage building, the louder the discussions became. Feng Xingyi suddenly felt his scalp tingling and was secretly distressed. It's been less than a day, and the news has spread. It must be that Senju Tobirama did it on purpose, it must be. Feng Xingyi, who had no evidence at all, angrily blamed everything on Senju Tobirama. Who told them to be the only ones present that day? My father is not the kind of person who likes to show off, and the teacher is even less likely to do so. Therefore, the mastermind behind this must be Senju Tobirama. Feng Xingyi thought about becoming a celebrity, and his every move in the future would represent the Hokage. He couldn't help but feel resentful and roared in his heart. Senju Tobirama! You tricked me! Feng Xingyi, who tried hard to hide his presence, prepared to sneak into the Hokage building. The idea was good, but things didn't go as planned. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms, as if waiting for someone. When he saw Feng Xingyi's figure, the corners of his mouth rose. Then he said lightly, "You are here. Big brother is waiting for you in the office." A light-hearted remark instantly froze Feng Xingyi's face. He didn't care about other people's reactions and ran away. After he finished running, the crowd finally reacted. The only person who could let Senju Tobirama come to pick him up was the disciple of the Hokage. Many people who were closest to Xingyi Feng just now were annoyed. It was as if they had lost something important. They were all from small families and hoped to have some relationship with the disciples of the Hokage. At the very least, they had to make good relationships so that they could do things in the future. The identity of the Hokage's disciple was not a joke. Now such a good opportunity was lost in front of them, and they regretted it very much. Xingyi Feng didn't care about the reactions outside, and he ran and crawled for fear of being caught up. The whole person felt like fleeing from famine. When he came to the Hokage's office, he breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time secretly made a note of Senju Tobirama in his heart. He definitely did it on purpose. Xingyi Feng, who was sulking, cursed hundreds of times in his heart, then he put his mood in order and pushed the door open. Senju Hashirama was wearing the Hokage's bamboo hat, and seeing the depressed look of Xingyi Feng, he couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha! Teacher!" Xingyi Feng shouted in dissatisfaction to express his dissatisfaction. "Ahem, sorry, I couldn't help it." Senju Hashirama coughed lightly. With his perception ability, he naturally knew what Tobirama had done. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the training ground and test your skills." Hashirama quietly changed the subject, and then he made a hand seal, and white mist emerged. A person who looked exactly like Hashirama appeared. "I'm leaving for now. Let the shadow clone take you to the training ground first." As the Hokage, at least the Hokage in public, although most of the things are done by Tobirama. But it doesn't mean that it's easy to be a Hokage, especially after 5 years of development. Various contradictions broke out, and some system risks frequently appeared. For this reason, Tobirama and he specially discussed and decided to hold a general meeting. At that time, all the families of Konoha will attend. At this moment, Hashirama is having a headache because of this matter. If various interest disputes are not handled properly, Konoha will fall into chaos. This is not the result he wants. "Oh, by the way, did you receive the gift that Tobirama gave you?" Hashirama suddenly said. Hoshinoka Ed was stunned, then replied, "I received it." "How do you feel? Is it difficult?" This, Hoshinoka Ed smiled mysteriously. "Hehe, teacher, you will definitely be surprised." Hashirama raised his eyebrows, looking at the confident Hoshinoka Ed, and couldn't help but have an amazing guess in his heart. But he didn't ask, but shook his head and smiled, then lowered his head and began to think distressedly. Seeing this, Hoshinoka Ed followed the shadow clone out and came to a private training ground. Chapter 10. You can use this place as you like in the future. No one will come. Hashirama said to Hoshinoka Ed. Hoshinoka Ed blinked. This training ground is very large. It is probably prepared for the Hokage. But Hashirama can't use it, so it's a bargain for him. Then, at Hashirama's signal, Hoshinoka Ed began to warm up and move his body. A quarter of an hour later, Hashirama waved at him and said, "Now, let's practice. Let me see your strength." Hoshinoka Ed's mouth twitched. "Please, I have been refining chakra for only a few days. Are we going to fight now? But things have come to this point. The teacher has already spoken, so he had to bite the bullet. If I guessed correctly, Hashirama should want to see his bloodline limit. The two fought to one side. Senju Hashirama stood there, without any movement, waiting for Hoshinoka Ed to attack. Hoshinoka Ed took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag and opened his azure eyes. Eyes of time open. Eye of time fast. Under the blessing of the Eye of Time, Xing Yifeng then moved quickly, like lightning, fleeting. Under the fast speed, Xing Yifeng's own time was sped up, as fast as thunder. It's fast, but that alone is not enough. Hashirama commented with a smile, and Hoshinoka Ed also knew it, and then he formed seals with his hands, and 3 identical versions of him appeared from the white mist. The clone technique, you learned it so quickly, it's incredible. Hashirama's eyes changed, and he praised. On the surface, the completion was very high, and there were basically no flaws. Hoshino Feng took advantage of this distraction, and the 4 of them rushed forward and attacked his body. This attack was too obvious, and Hashirama dodged around like a leisurely stroll in the garden, with no intention of fighting back. No, if that's the case, then I really underestimated you. Hashirama was unforgiving, using words to shake Hoshinoka Ed's attention. Hoshinoka Ed turned a deaf ear to him, exerted force on his wrist, and shot out the kunai, but he had never practiced before, so it was no surprise that he missed the target. Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng, you need to work on your kunai throwing skills, your aim is too poor. Hashirama laughed without hesitation, this trick really made him laugh. Facing the ridicule, Hoshino Feng had no expression on his face, a gleam in his eyes, and his figure disappeared instantly. Ding! The sound of metal collision sounded for the first time, and Hashirama blocked the sudden attack with a kunai. This is Flying Thunder God. No way, it's only been a short time. Hashirama was shocked. If he hadn't been on guard all the time, he would have been hit. Teacher, don't underestimate me. Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows, then did a backflip and used the reverse thrust to get into the air. Eye of Time slowdown. Instantly, the space was slowed down dozens of times, and Hoshino Feng fell from the sky, with a sharp kunai. But how could the god of the ninja realm fall for it so easily? Just when he was about to succeed, a big hand firmly grabbed Hoshino Feng's wrist. It was Senju Hashirama. Hoshino Feng's face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Hashirama could still move under the slowing effect. While he was stunned, Senju Hashirama blinked at him, and then kicked him straight with full force. Suddenly, Hoshino Feng fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Hoshino Feng covered his stomach, knelt on the ground and retched, his face was like a mask of pain, and the kick was not polite at all, and he kicked him. Just as he was feeling the unbearable pain, he suddenly saw the light dim, and Hoshino Feng raised his head. Hashirama came to him, sat down on the ground generously, and then touched his head hard. Good boy, you really gave me a big surprise, not bad. Faced with the compliment, Xing Yifeng barely showed a very reluctant smile. After all, he had been kicked hard in the stomach and had not recovered yet. Ahem, teacher, you almost kicked me to death. Hoshinoka Ed looked resentful, as if accusing him of using too much force. In response, Hashirama laughed, supported himself with his hands, and said to the sky. Xiao Feng, I'm glad you were born in Konoha and grew up safely. No need to worry and be ready to go to the battlefield at any time. This kind of peaceful life is what I pursue and yearn for all my life. Now, although I have done it, I have a feeling that Konoha may undergo earth-shaking changes in the future. Maybe it's because I'm old, I'm always worried about this and that. Hashirama looked at the blue sky, nagging like a housekeeper. Hoshinoka Ed listened to such a long paragraph of worrying about Konoha, and suddenly fell silent. Because, the teacher was right, his premonition was very accurate. After his death, the war broke out within a few years, and then the second generation died in the war, and the third generation took over. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smart and capable, and he made Konoha strong. But power is like poison, a slight taste will corrode the whole body, and you can never get rid of it. In the later period of the third generation's rule, Konoha was in a mess. White Fang was forced to death, and the Senju clan was almost wiped out. And the Uchiha were also slaughtered. It can be said that the two major families that founded Konoha were destroyed by the third generation. Together with the other three people, they held on to most of the power in Konoha. As a result, the power of the Hokage was hollowed out, and Danzo could only be allowed to grow bigger and stronger. This series of events caused Konoha to decline little by little. The title of the largest village in the ninja world in the past was in name only, and it could only swallow its anger and allow others to bully it. It can be said to be extremely cowardly. Hoshinoka Ed lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Hashirama looked frustrated, and all the words of comfort seemed so pale and powerless. Xiao Feng. Hashirama came back to his senses from his melancholy and looked at him. Please help me watch it grow up. The voice was very soft, as if he was telling his last words. Xing Yifeng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he just nodded vigorously. Thank you. Hashirama chuckled and then talked about his. Your bloodline limit is very strong. If the difference in strength is not too big, ordinary people can't break free. A good sword also needs a good hand. Hashirama's strength is much higher than that of Hoshinoka Ed. That's why he was able to break free by force. I even think this is not a bloodline limit. Hashirama sighed and expressed his guess. Hoshinoka Ed touched his nose guiltily. Is a man's intuition really so accurate? However strong you are, you cannot unleash your full power, so train hard. I can't teach you anything about your bloodline limit, you can only rely on yourself. Hashirama said, took out the scroll, and then formed a seal to release it. After a burst of white mist, a half-meter wide scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. Hoshinoka Ed was stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. Because what Hashirama was holding in his hand was the scroll that recorded all the forbidden techniques of Konoha. It is called the Book of Seals. Teacher, this is against the rules. Hiroshinoka Ed came back to his senses and twitched his lips. Hashirama smiled heartily and said nonchalantly. I am the Hokage, and do I need other people's permission to give gifts to my disciples? This is, for me. Xing Yifeng's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at himself in disbelief. Of course, as a teacher, this is my gift to you. This is a replica of the Book of Seals, the real one is not this one. After being stunned for a long time, Xing Yifeng took it, still feeling a little unbelievable in his heart. Konoha's Book of Seals was obtained so easily. Chapter 11. What's wrong? I see you seem quite surprised. It's just a sealed book. The techniques in it are not as good as my would release. Hashirama waved his hand in front of him. Hoshinoka Ed laughed. I'm afraid only the god of ninja world would not take this thing seriously. You can learn as much as you can. Although you have a blood limit, knowing some ninjutsu is also a variety of methods. You call forbidden techniques ninjutsu? Learn as much as you can, teacher, you have a big heart. Hoshinoka Ed shouted wildly in his heart. Suddenly, Hashirama stared at him for a long time, and Hoshinoka Ed couldn't help but tremble. What's wrong, teacher? Well, it's okay, I just want to say that you should carry the weight within your ability. Hashirama patted his shoulder and said earnestly. He could see at a glance that the weight that Xing Yifeng was wearing was beyond the limit that ordinary children could bear. However, since the disciples did not think there was anything wrong, he had to remind them to avoid irreversible consequences. Hearing the teacher's concerns, Xing Yifeng smiled and patted his chest to promise. Hey, teacher, don't worry, I was a little worried before. However, I adapted very well afterwards and didn't feel any discomfort." Hashirama nodded and didn't say anything more. It was enough to know the pros and cons. "Okay, after the break, let's start training." Hashirama waved his hand and said with great pride. "Teacher, my stomach hurts, can I rest for a while?" "No. I know my limits, stop pretending, hurry up and run around the village 10 times. Hashirama showed no mercy, and Hoshinoka-ed tried to struggle. "Teacher. 20 laps." Hashirama's heartless words shattered Hoshinoka-ed's fluke mentality. He had no choice but to lower his head and start running around the village. Hashirama looked at Hoshinoka-ed, who was sweating profusely, and felt very happy. "I think you are still too kind." A man with a paralyzed face came out from the side, looked at his arrangements, and couldn't help but frowned. Without turning his head, Hashirama said, "Tobirama, that child has his own ideas, I don't want to control too much." He knew what he should do, or what he had to do. Tobirama crossed his arms and turned his head away, not making any comment or rebuttal. The two stood side by side, letting time pass by little by little. It was already noon, and Hoshinoka-ed's physical strength had long been drained. Sweat dripped down his trouser legs to the ground, forming puddles of water stains. There were still 10 laps to go. He took sore steps, moving little by little, as if his feet weighed 1,000 pounds. Taking a step would exhaust all his strength, as if he had gone through thousands of difficulties and dangers. The air seemed extremely precious at this moment. Xing Yifeng's chest rose and fell violently, and he greedily took big breaths. His lungs seemed to be on fire, and the burning pain made every breath he took seem extremely difficult. The weight on his body seemed to become heavier, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. 1 step, 2 steps, dragging his heavy and exhausted body, he walked forward step by step. With a thud, Kaed Hoshino's body could no longer support itself, and the protection mechanism was automatically triggered. His eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground. Hashirama's attention was always on him. The next moment he fell, he was by his side in an instant. Looking at Kaed Hoshino, whose face was flushed and beads of sweat were rolling down his forehead, he felt very distressed. Hashirama condensed green chakra in his hand and placed it on Kaed Hoshino's body. A warm current instantly filled his body, causing the comatose Kaed Hoshino to hum unconsciously. His perseverance is commendable, but his brain just doesn't know how to adapt. Tobirama arrived a step late, looking at the unconscious little guy and commenting. Hashirama glared at him unhappily, then picked up the little guy and left in an instant. After he left, Tobirama lowered his head and looked thoughtful, then slowly said, "However, he is much better than my disciples, and he has a promising future." Xing Yifeng didn't know how highly Tobirama thought of him. After he fainted, Hashirama took him directly back to his residence. He ordered his men to say hello to Xing Yifeng's parents so that they wouldn't worry. Then he asked the servants to prepare a secret medicine bath. The Senjua clan was rich and powerful, and they poured all the precious medicinal materials into the bucket as if they were free. Xing Yifeng soaked in it and slowly absorbed the medicinal power. This soak lasted until the evening. "Well, it hurts." Xing Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, his brain still a little confused. As soon as he moved, he felt a pain in his body, and he grimaced in pain. This is, smell of medicine, where is the teacher?" Hokuno Feng sniffed and immediately smelled a strong smell of medicinal herbs. Looking down, he found himself sitting in a wooden barrel, and he understood. He thought that it was the teacher who did it after he fell into a coma. Thinking of the feeling before he fell into a coma, his scalp tingled just thinking about it. Is the training of ninjas so perverted? As long as you don't die from training, you will train to death. This is not a joke here. Hoshino Feng sighed and feared in his heart. He had never thought that training would be so difficult. He could already foresee the painful time in the future. Just as he was wailing in his heart, the door of the house was pushed open, and Hashirama walked in with a tired face. You woke up? How do you feel? Seeing Hoshinoka-ed wake up, Hashirama asked. I just feel a little sore, but otherwise I'm fine. Xing Yifeng answered truthfully. It seems that the medicinal bath is quite effective. Hashirama rested his chin on his hand and glanced down. Feeling his gaze moving downward, Hoshinoka-ed quickly lowered his body. Only his wet head was exposed, and he said angrily with a blush on his face. Teacher, what are you looking at? Ahaha, nothing. Hashirama touched his nose guiltily. He muttered in his heart, are children nowadays so mature? The clothes are on the table after washing. I'm leaving now. If you have any questions in the future, come and find me. Your physical skills are too poor, you need to practice hard, and then you have to run around the village every day, don't slack off. Before leaving, Hashirama said. Because of the blood limit, he, as a teacher, can't teach much. He can only let him figure it out by himself. It seems that when he awakened the wood escape, it was also like this. Okay, teacher, you can go now. I've got it. Xing Yifeng's eyes wandered, he wrote it down hastily, then started to chase people away with a red face. Ha ha ha, come on, you are such a shy kid, well, I'm leaving now. Hashirama suppressed his laughter and tried to look again out of curiosity, but he saw nothing as expected. Under the angry gaze of Hoshinoka-ed, Hashirama laughed dryly twice, then walked out of the room and gently closed the door. Chapter 12. 3 months have passed since the last coma. During this time, Feng Xingyi was so busy that he was out of breath, and the intensity of training reached an unprecedented level. Except for the fixed 6 hours of sleep time, the rest was all used for training. In the morning, he trained in ninjutsu, in the afternoon, he trained in physical fitness, and in the evening, he trained in swordsmanship. After a fulfilling day, Feng Xingyi was extremely tired and fell asleep as soon as he went to bed. However, although he was very tired, he also gained a lot. These 3 months of high-intensity training made his originally thin body much stronger. It is worth mentioning that when he went to the Hatake clan to get the ninja sword, Hatake Ishin often invited him to be a guest. After a few visits, the relationship improved a lot and they became more familiar with each other. When practicing swordsmanship at night, Uncle Ishin would occasionally give him some pointers. At that time, Feng Xingyi also suspected that Uncle Ishin had some intentions towards him. After all, 3 months had passed, and Konoha already knew that he was a disciple of the Hokage. Suspicion becomes stronger once it takes root, but Uncle Ishin has a keen eye and saw the doubts in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded in acknowledgement. I do have selfish motives in teaching you, but don't worry, the main reason is that I feel that you and I are destined to be together, that's all. At that time, Hatake Ishin was very calm. This move made Hoshinoka-ed calm down, and after a while, he finally let go of his guard. Time passed quickly, and 3 months was not long, but not short either. Hoshinoka-ed has made qualitative improvements in all aspects, and he has become more adept at controlling time. It can be said that he is now able to beat up hundreds of himself 3 months ago. Putting aside the blood limit, just relying on ninjutsu and taijutsu. In terms of strength, he has also improved from an elite chunin to a jonin. Except for Hashirama and Tobirama, no one else knows about this. However, Hoshinoka-ed has a hunch that his speed will not increase too fast in the future. After all, he is old. In addition, the clock in his mind has also changed slightly. The originally vague the dial became a little clearer, reaching 1/6. Chakra surged again, reaching a capacity of 1 card, PS, 1 card is equal to 1 Kakashi, and the eyes were strengthened again. Not only could it slow down and speed up, but it could also freeze people in an instant, but only for a few seconds. It's a big change. That afternoon, Hoshino Feng was running around Konoha as usual. The weight on his body was also replaced with a new one, so that he could exercise his body in an extreme state at any time. After running slowly for a circle, he was sweating slightly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to run forward. Suddenly, there was a slight movement behind him. Hoshino Feng twisted his body and kicked with full strength, without holding back. At the moment of turning around, Hoshino Feng saw the face of the person who came. Master Tobirama. He was startled and quickly retracted his strength. He suddenly lost his balance in midair and fell directly to the ground. After carefully feeling the whip kick just now, Tobirama's heart was a little rippled. It has only been a short time, and his physical skills have improved so fast, which is beyond common sense. Is the time bloodline limit so powerful? Tobirama couldn't help but fall into deep thought, until Hoshinoka-ed stepped forward and asked, then he gathered his mind. Master Tobirama, is there anything wrong? Tobirama coughed lightly to cover up his previous gaffe, and then his face became serious. This made Xing Yifeng feel that something might have happened, and he couldn't help but straighten his back and listen attentively. You must have heard a lot of ups and downs recently. Tobirama looked at him with a half-smile, and his expression looked like he was going to punch him. Xing Yifeng tilted his head innocently and said with a confused look on his face. Master Tobirama, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I've been so busy these past 3 months that I don't have the energy to listen to those rumors. Tobirama raised his eyebrows, seeming to be very surprised by this. Really? Then I wasted my time. Perhaps it was because of what Hoshinoka-ed said that Tobirama stopped talking and then changed the subject. Come with me, there is a meeting that needs your participation. Xing Yifeng was stunned, not expecting this kind of thing, so he asked another question. I don't need to be present at the meeting. I don't even have a ninja position. Don't underestimate yourself, your current status is higher than some clan leaders. Tobirama looked at Xing Yifeng meaningfully, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. No, not really. Hoshino Feng took a step back without leaving a trace, and felt that Tobirama's words had a hidden meaning. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up, don't keep people waiting. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Tobirama waved his hand impatiently, picked up his collar, and was about to leave, but he suddenly paused. He took out the ninja forehead protector from his pocket and handed it over. Xing Yifeng took the forehead protector, and his eyes were even more puzzled. Just give it to me like this. Haha, I know your strength, there is no need to test, and no one will say anything. Tobirama said nonchalantly, as if everything was reasonable. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng quietly put away the forehead protector. Seeing this, Tobirama activated Flying Thunder God and appeared directly outside the meeting room door. Flying Thunder God is indeed convenient, and it can be said to be a must-have ninjutsu for home and travel. Hoshino Feng muttered in a small voice, and Tobirama pretended not to hear it. However, judging from the blue veins on his forehead, he was probably very unhappy. Tobirama put him down, and then entered the conference room, and Hoshino Feng followed him in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that both sides of the long table were full of people. From the moment he came in, countless eyes were focused on him. This made Hoshino Feng feel very stressed, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but he still followed Tobirama under pressure. In the conference room, the patriarchs of various families were here, among which the large families headed by the Senju and Uchiha sat in the core position. The other small families were distributed on the edge, and their strength and status were relatively low. And the one sitting in the first place was naturally the Hokage, and next to him was Uchiha Madara. At this time, he was still the patriarch of the Uchiha. Xiao Feng, sit here. Hashirama saw his disciple and waved his hand, pointing to the seat next to him. Hoshino Feng was as if pardoned, and hurriedly trotted to Hashirama's side and sat down. Seeing this, some subtle discussions emerged in the meeting. Hoshino Feng looked at Hashirama and found no reaction. To be honest, this position is a hot potato. Look at who is sitting with him. Konoha's first-generation Hokage, a recognized god in the ninja world. On the left is the Shura of the ninja world, the current head of the Uchiha clan. Finally, there is Senju Tobirama standing behind Hashirama, who is the master of Konoha's forbidden techniques. This set of luxurious lineup, suddenly mixed with a rookie, who would be surprised to see this. Even if he is a disciple of the Hokage, everyone present is battle-hardened, and the lowest strength is a jonin. The older generation has not died yet, and they are one level lower than him in terms of seniority and experience. Chapter 13. But who is he? After only 3 months of systematic study, his strength has reached the level of a jonin. In terms of identity, he is a disciple of the Hokage, and the first generation of Hokage, which is already extraordinary. In terms of strength and talent, I don't know how many streets ahead of these old guys. From this point of view, he is too cautious, and the tension in Xing Yifeng's heart is immediately relieved. Listening to the whispers of the small family next to him, Xing Yifeng's face was calm and motionless. Hashirama said nothing and remained silent, as if waiting for something. And Tobirama behind him showed hostility in his eyes and looked at a person at the main table. Xing Yifeng's heart moved. Tobirama's hostility was so clear that he didn't hide it at all. It seems that calling him here is probably an unpleasant meeting. The atmosphere is so tense before the discussion begins. Looking at the man, he is very old. Looking closely, that vigorous vitality, can't he be from the Senju clan? Xing Yifeng was secretly surprised. This trend is not right. How could it be the Senju clan? Thinking in surprise, his eyes glanced at Hashirama obscurely. Hashirama, who was standing by, knew his disciple's little trick. He coughed lightly and then picked up the tea on the table to cover it up. While drinking the tea, he gave Hoshino-ka-ed a helpless look. Well, it seems that there is a disagreement within the teacher's clan. The corners of Hoshino-ka-ed's mouth twitched, and he secretly complained, and then he felt helpless. Is this a case of people sitting at home, and disaster comes from the sky? No wonder Tobirama is so hostile, and the decision of the Hokage is actually questioned. It is probably the matter of accepting disciples that has caused dissatisfaction among the Senju clan. After all, he is the god of the ninja world. If you become his disciple, the benefits are self-evident, not to mention that he is a member of his own family. The principle that fat water should not flow to outsiders makes them feel that it should be so. Unfortunately, Hashirama is not interested in the concept of family, even Tobirama is the same. Their strength is destined to make the Senju plan fail. So, the matter is very clear, the persimmon will be picked on the weak, and he, the disciple, will suffer. Ahem, Lord Hokage, this must be your disciple, right? The person who was previously hated by Tobirama broke the deathly silence and spoke first. His goal was clear as soon as he opened his mouth. Hehe, Elder Naoki is right. This is the disciple I accepted a few months ago. Hashirama continued naturally, but the depth in his eyes was like a bottomless pit. Being stared at by such a great god, Naoki also felt pressured, but for the sake of the tribe, he had to bite the bullet and continue. He is indeed a handsome man, and the Hokage has an extraordinary vision. Look, this is the art of speaking, with ups and downs. But, can you please at least look at what I am saying? Hoshino-ka-ed roared in his heart. Hashirama said, you are too kind, this kid still needs time to grow up. Haha, Lord Hokage is too modest. As the god of ninja realm, you must have good disciples. Naoki seemed to have not heard the deep meaning of Hashirama's words, and he spoke to himself, ignoring the murderous gaze. The atmosphere was set, and what happened next was exactly what Hoshino-ka-ed had expected. Elder Naoki changed his words and set his sights on Hashinoka-ed. But the tone of his voice continued to lengthen, and Hashirama's face suddenly darkened and he clenched his fists. It is not easy to be a disciple of Hokage. I think it is necessary to see his strength. This is also for the future of Konoha. Lord Hokage, do you think I am right? Naoki spoke very fast, and in a few seconds he finished the words he had prepared for a long time, leaving no room for turning back. At this time, Tobirama's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Look, is this what a person can say? It has only been a few months since my elder brother accepted me as a disciple. Don't you know? How dare you say such a thing? Even Hashirama, who has always been a good guy, couldn't help but look gloomy. It was not because he was afraid that Hashinoka-ed was not strong enough, but because Naoki was forcing him. Before he could say anything, Uchiha Madara sneered and said, "Old man, where is your face?" This made everyone present look extremely surprised, and they all showed incredible expressions on their faces. Aren't the Senju and Uchiha mortal enemies? Seeing everyone's eyes fall on him, Uchiha Madara sneered, and then a monstrous momentum rose. He pressed towards everyone, immediately making them tremble with fear, and the murderous intent was almost condensed into substance. Fortunately, Hashirama took action in time and blocked most of the momentum, saying, "Madara, calm down, we are in a meeting now, don't release your power all the time." Hashirama was really indulgent towards Madara, he could say such a thing so lightly. Tobirama, who had always been at odds with Madara, raised his lips slightly, it was obvious that Madara's approach suited his taste. After pacifying Madara, Hashirama then looked at Naoki. "Elder Zisha means that you want my disciple to compete with you." Hearing this, Zisha was delighted, but he waved his hands and shook his head. "I can't do such a shameful thing. It just so happens that my grandson is 10 years old, not too old, and is just the right match for him. Hokage-sama, what do you think? If you don't have any shame, you will be invincible." It's a pity that he can say that. Even the other people on the field couldn't help blushing at this moment. "Xiao Feng, what do you think?" Hashirama turned around and asked calmly. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Hoshino Feng. This was a battle that had to be won, even if the age difference was twice as big. Only the winner had the right words. For a moment, the patriarchs of the major families couldn't help but show their expectations. If they won, it would be what they should do as a disciple of the Hokage. If they lost, it would be difficult to deal with, maybe it will cause you to be devastated. What do you think, little guy? It doesn't matter if you are timid. The identity of a Hokage disciple is indeed very stressful. Naoki looked at Xing Yifeng with a smile, and did not forget to induce him. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng nodded and agreed. He shrugged his shoulders slightly, showing an indifferent expression and said, "Okay, I don't care anyway. Since you want to lose face, I'll help you." Although he was small, his words were extremely sharp. Such confident words made Naoki frown, but then he relaxed. He was just a 5-year-old child. Even if he was the god of ninja world, how much strength could he improve in such a short time? Thinking of this, he felt relieved. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day, so let's do it now, it can be regarded as a performance before the meeting. Naoki was so happy that he couldn't suppress his smile. Seeing this, Hashirama gave Tobirama a look, and Tobirama understood and gestured to the window. Suddenly, a figure disappeared. "Then we will do it in 2 hours at the training ground next to the Hokage building." Hashirama made the decision immediately, and everyone expressed their agreement. There was still some time left before the competition, and the heads of the major clans left one after another, probably because they wanted to bring the younger generation of their clans here to see the world. Looking at the sparsely populated meeting room, Hashirama and Tobirama looked at each other and saw the smiles in each other's eyes. Chapter 14. Soon, 2 hours passed, and Naoki brought his grandson Senju Hideki to the training ground. The training ground was already overcrowded with people everywhere. Among them were old and new. Hyaga Mamoru of the Hyaga clan, Nara Shikaichi of the Nara clan, as well as the Yamanaka clan and the Akimichi clan. Even Uchiha Madara asked his clansmen to bring Uchiha Kitajima over. What was originally a matter between two children suddenly changed its meaning and became a gathering of the younger generation. If it were normal times, these little brats would definitely chatter non-stop. But this scene obviously scared them, and they shrank like quails, not daring to breathe. It can be said that all the high-level officials of Konoha are here, and they dare not be too presumptuous. They can make a lot of noise at ordinary times, but not now, otherwise the clan leader will not forgive them after they return. Hoshinoka Ed followed Hashirama over and took a closer look. Well, they are all strangers, but they should be the fathers of future acquaintances. You guys are here pretty fast. Hashirama walked over and said, his face couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. In this case, let's hurry up and start, because there will be a meeting later. Hearing this, Elder Naoki raised his eyebrows, and a flash of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still couldn't get an answer. They. Nara clan, which has always been known for its wisdom, had a gleam in his eyes and an intriguing smile on his lips. The Yamanaka clan and the Akimichi clan have been helping each other and trusting each other since the Warring States period. Seeing him like this, clan leader Yamanaka Kyasuke couldn't help but ask curiously what's wrong. The relationship between the three clans is so good that they are inseparable. Narakawa didn't hide too much and said meaningfully. In a moment, it might surprise us. This mysterious appearance aroused Yamanaka Kyasuke's interest. Is that so? Could the result be unexpected? Kyasuke looked at the two people in the field. At this time, Senju Yingshu and Hoshino Feng stood on each side. Who knows? Just watch it, and don't be shocked later. Narakawa said vaguely, indicating that he would watch the two fight. After hearing this, Narakawa immediately set his eyes on the two. Are you the Hokage's disciple? You don't look very good, don't cry later. Yingshu looked at the kid in front of him and said contemptuously. As the grandson of the great elder, he has good talent in the clan. At the age of 10, he has the strength of a chunin. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, he will definitely reach the level of a jonin. Are you going to fight or not? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xing Yifeng yawned out of boredom. Such a relaxed posture made Senju Yingshu feel that he was despised. He was immediately furious. The mood of a child is like the weather at sea, changeable. Swish swish swish. 3 kunao were shot out in a row, aiming at Xing Yifeng's limbs. At the same time, Yingshu rushed forward. He wanted to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Xing Yifeng saw the kunao coming, and he was not in a hurry. This speed was good for his peers. But for him, it was equivalent to a turtle's speed, like slowing down the motion, full of loopholes. Xing Yifeng dodged sideways and easily avoided 2 kunao. Then, he quickly stretched out his right hand in midair and grabbed the third kunao. All this seemed very long, but in fact it was completed in just a moment. Danzo, look, our little junior is quite capable. He is so young, but he can dodge it perfectly. He is stronger than us when we were kids. Tobirama was followed by 6 disciples. One of them was a boy with black hair and a smile on his face. Danzo's eyes revealed helplessness, and he said the disciples of Hokage-sama are naturally not too weak. But he is still too young, I think he may not be able to hold on for too long. Yudin Kohara beside him also joined the discussion. At this time, Mito Kato-yan asked the teacher, can the little junior brother win? Mito Kato-yan's words attracted the attention of the other 5 people. Tobirama curled his lips, crossed his arms, and said, I'm afraid that the boy named Yingshu will leave a shadow. The 6 people were stunned. Is it so serious? Watch carefully, you will be under pressure in the future. Tobirama said meaningfully, which startled them. After spending so much time together, they already knew their teacher very well. Hearing such words, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and continued to watch curiously. Seeing that the kunao was easily dodged, Yingshu was not discouraged. He came in front of Xing Yifeng and punched him. Xing Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth, parried the fist with his left hand, and grabbed the clothes on his chest with his right hand, and pulled it back suddenly. A huge force made Senju Yingshu fall forward immediately. Xing Yifeng took the opportunity to stab with the kunao he had just grasped. But the kunao pierced the skin, and Yingshu disappeared instantly. Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the field. Clone technique? It seems that it is not so easy to win, and you need to show some strength. Hokunoka Ed looked back and forth in his place, and whispered in a low voice. Outside the field, Naoki saw his grandson's performance and couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he couldn't help imagining the scene of his grandson being noticed by the Hokage after winning. Hokage disciple, little guy, you can't control yourself, I'm doing this for your own good. Naoki stroked his beard, with an expression that he was doing this for his own good. Just when Naoki was sure of victory, Uchiha Madara said something similar to Tobirama. Humph, all fancy talk, but a last-ditch effort. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and immediately understood the situation, then looked at Uchiha Kitajima beside him. Remember one thing, all conspiracies and tricks are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Uchiha Kitajima was stunned when he heard this, wondering why the head of his family said that. Judging from the current situation, it should be a balance of power, and there is no crushing in strength. Uchiha Madara saw that he showed a confused look, and immediately stopped talking. He snorted and continued to watch the game without saying anything. In his opinion, if such a trivial matter still needs guidance, then the achievement will not be very high. Seeing this, Uchiha Kitajima felt helpless and had to concentrate on not missing any details. Hoshino. Kaed stood there for a few minutes, still without any movement, and could not help but speechless. From the corner of his eye, he saw Naoki's mouth, which he couldn't suppress, and a plan came to his mind. Since you are playing tactics with me, I will be serious. It is also a respect for you. The words of Hoshino Ed made everyone present frown, not knowing what he meant by serious. Only Hashirama, Tobirama and Uchiha Madara's eyes moved slightly, and the rest of the people were guessing. I saw that Hoshino Ed's eyes slowly changed, and the blue pupils instantly covered the black. A strange wave radiated in all directions. This change made everyone exclaim. This is bloodline limit. Yes, it is a blood limit. Or a pupil technique. Unexpectedly, after the Sharingan and the Byakugan, Konoha has another eye-level jutsu-type bloodline limit. In an instant, the discussion continued, making the originally dull battle suddenly exciting. Chapter 15. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans reacted the most. The head of the Hyuga clan's eyes flickered repeatedly, and his brows were twisted like twists, but then they relaxed again. Uchiha Madara didn't react much, but Uchiha Kitajima was shocked and jumped to his feet. The young man didn't know how to restrain himself, and his fingers kept shaking. Family, clan leader, another eye technique bloodline limit. Uchiha Madara looked at him calmly without saying a word. This reaction made Uchiha Kitajima stunned for several seconds, and then he didn't say anything. But he muttered in his heart. What on earth is the clan leader thinking? He can remain calm in the face of such an emergency. After the pupil of time was opened, Xing Yifeng's perception ability was instantly magnified hundreds of times. Every move around him could not escape his observation. After looking around, his eyes finally fell on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Found it! He said softly, then silently stretched out his hand, palm facing outward, and spun it in a circle, accompanied by a sudden burst of blue light. Everyone's eyes widened immediately, and the discussion disappeared in an instant, and there was complete silence. "Stop!" Feng Hoshino uttered a word calmly, and then formed seals with his hands. After a few seconds, his figure merged into the ground. Earth escape, soil diving. This is the ninjutsu used by Senju Hideki to merge into the underground. Feng Hoshino also knows it, and he uses it better than him. After a while, the ground surged, and then two figures broke out of the ground and landed steadily. Feng Hoshino put Hideki on the ground, and then walked to Hashirama's side as if nothing had happened, breathing heavily, looking listless. If it had been before, someone would have said something about him, but now no sound can be made. Because they are still in shock. Hideki was like a piece of wood, motionless, with a smug smile on his face, which looked extremely weird. But everyone is not a fool, especially the clan leaders, who have seen a lot. After a brief loss of voice, Yamanaka Kyosuke exclaimed with surprise and doubt. This is, space-time bloodline limit. His voice was filled with disbelief, and he felt it was a bit absurd. Because, the ninja world had never heard of space-time bloodline limit. Hearing Kyosuke's words, everyone took a deep breath, even Naoki, who had been very critical before, was stunned. Impossible! How is this possible? Jishu's brain was shut down, but he still didn't believe it. Time and space? I wonder how it compares to my Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's face was solemn, with a hint of fighting spirit. After all, the three words time and space are famous, and everyone knows them. Let alone other things, just the Flying Thunder God technique created by Tobirama can explain everything. But he once said in person that the Flying Thunder God technique only touches the surface of space, let alone time. All the clan leaders are like this, not to mention the children. The Uchiha and Hyuga were the hardest hit. Uchiha Kitajima was better, after all, Uchiha Madara was here, so he could bear it more. But Hyuga Mori's face was much uglier, and his family knew their own business. The ability of the Byakugan is still good for reconnaissance, but compared with time and space, it is completely eclipsed. Well done! Hashirama gave Hoshinoka a thumbs up, and the smile on his face could not be stopped. God knows how bad he felt after his elder proposed a duel. Now that Hoshinoka crushed his opponent in public, he let out a long sigh of relief. In one word, awesome! I am, you, why are you over there? Xing Yifeng could only stay still for a few seconds. After he left, Yingshi returned to normal. He remembered that he was waiting for an opportunity underground. Just as he approached Xing Yifeng, he felt that the world seemed to be broken. Then the scene suddenly changed, and he saw himself on the ground. As for, how did he get here? He had no idea. Facing Yingshi's shock, Xing Yifeng was too lazy to explain. Naoki saw that his grandson was confused, and looked at Xing Yifeng with a serious look, then sighed heavily, and went forward to bring Yingshi back. After the explanation, Yingshi's eyes showed deep fear, which was the fear of the unknown, and also the fear of strength. Elder Naoki, Iki is indeed extraordinary. It is commendable that he can have such strength at such a young age. Hashirama said exaggeratedly, but Elder Naoki felt very uncomfortable. No matter how extraordinary he is, can he be as extraordinary as your disciple? As if his heart was dead, Naoki's face dimmed, and he lowered his head and said, Hokage has a good vision, and I have offended you. Haha, in that case, let's end this competition here. Hashirama's eyes flickered, and then he looked at the clan leaders with a smile on his face. Don't forget, the important things haven't started yet. Hearing what Hashirama said, the clan leaders all looked grim, and the atmosphere changed again. Hashirama saw this and left first, followed by the other clan leaders. The younger generation was left there looking at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, the scene was extremely awkward. Hoshinoka Ed looked at the little kids in front of him with great interest. He completely ignored the fact that he was the youngest. Oh, this is Nara Shikaku's father, they look exactly like him. That can't be Uchiha Fugaku's father, he has a stern face and looks very serious. There are also Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Sarutobi. Hey, all the famous families in Konoha are here. Here, Feng Hoshino glanced at the little ghosts and commented on them one by one. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Konoha meeting room was solemn. After seeing such a blood limit, they were very excited. Everyone present was an old fox, and everyone could see that this was clearly a deterrent. Since it was difficult for the Hokage to take action, then let his disciples do it, which was perfect. After looking around, Hashirama cleared his throat and said, "Now let's get down to business." Konoha has been established for 5 years, but now various institutions are very chaotic, and the powers are intertwined, which is very troublesome. I have heard that there are often frictions between families, and even physical fights. It is true that Hashirama is gentle and kind, but he never lacks means to deal with Konoha. If someone crosses the line and destroys the stability of Konoha, don't blame him for being ruthless. The words reveal dissatisfaction with them, and some families are also implicitly mentioned. Interestingly, these are small and medium-sized families, and there is no big family. Elder Naoki, is this true? At this point, Hashirama changed his tone and talked about Elder Naoki again. Yes, yes, facing Hashirama's oppressive eyes, Naoki's forehead was sweating and he shouted repeatedly. He knew that Hashirama was using him as a shield. After all, he had been so coerced before, so he had to get something back. Seeing Naoki being so tactful, Hashirama's mouth curled up, and then his eyes turned to the other families. The majesty of the god of the ninja realm was fully demonstrated at this moment, causing them to feel a sudden increase in pressure. Chapter 16. If you have any other opinions, please feel free to raise them. Hashirama crossed his arms, leaned forward, and said with a smile. But in response, there was silence. In that case, please take a look at the documents in front of you. I am very satisfied. The documents in front of you are the most reasonable arrangement that Hashirama has come up with after much thought. The clan leaders exchanged glances with each other and then silently picked up the documents to read. Tobirama lowered his eyes and his expression could not be seen, but the corners of his mouth were raised, and he seemed very happy. In the room, only the sound of turning pages lasted for half an hour. After seeing them finish reading the documents, Hashirama raised his eyebrows and then said, "Do you have any objections? If you have any, you can raise them and we will find a way to solve it." Everyone's mouth twitched, and they were madly complaining in their hearts. There was no room for bargaining here, and the result was all on this. Seeing that everyone was silent, Hashirama smiled lightly, did not speak, and waited quietly. Soon another half an hour passed, and the warm tea had become cold. Narakyasuk looked around and felt Hashirama's eyes on him. He sighed helplessly and said, "Hokage's arrangement is very reasonable, and our Nara clan has no objection." This statement caused a chain reaction, and some families also responded. Among them, the Yamanaka and Akimichi families were the leaders. But it was normal, after all, the three families of Pig, Deer, and Joe advanced and retreated together, and the Nara family has always been a think tank. The Mountain clan has no objection. The Akimichi clan has no objection. The Nara clan leader nodded in agreement first, which made Hashirama feel a little favorable to him. With a leader, the rest would be easy. What do other families think? The momentum was like a raging fire, burning fiercely, so that even the breeze could not shake it. Seeing this, the other families responded one after another and agreed unanimously. Hashirama smiled even more, and then looked at Tobirama behind him, indicating that it was his turn to take the stage. As long as the initial problem is solved, the rest will be much easier. Tobirama appeared, and then formulated responsibilities and demarcated clan lands according to the characteristics of each family. The reasonable distribution of each family left them speechless, and they could only nod silently. Konoha village established several departments. Uchiha was responsible for the order and security within the village. This huge power was handed over to the Uchiha, which aroused the envy of various families. It was equivalent to that they would be nominally managed by the Uchiha in the future, and the power was not small. When Uchiha Madara heard that Tobirama gave such an important department to the Uchiha, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Tobirama has always been at odds with the Uchiha and has troubled the Uchiha more than once. This time it was so abnormal, it was really wrong. But he couldn't think of anything wrong, so he had to give up. Tobirama made appointments for the remaining departments one by one. When he was almost done, Tobirama stopped, took a step back, and returned the right to speak to Hashirama. "If you have nothing else to do, then we'll stop here today." After hearing what Hashirama said, everyone stood up and left, thinking about the future of the family. The division of responsibilities today can be said to have disrupted the stable structure of Konoha again. Some matters needed to be redetermined, so they left in such a hurry. After everyone had left, Hashirama finally relaxed his tense heart and leaned back. "Phew, I'm finally done." "Tobirama, you just said too much." "Humph, big brother, this is just the beginning, and we will definitely optimize it again in the future." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes widened, and then he looked like he had lost all hope in life, lying listlessly on the table, sighing and complaining. "Tobirama, I think you are more suitable to be Hokage than me, would you like to try it?" "Brother, this is not a ninja game for children." Tobirama interrupted Hashirama's words, looking disappointed. But Hashirama seemed not to hear his anger and continued to speak. "Well, I want to stay home and be with Mito." Hashirama kept mumbling, and the complaints and laziness in his tone made Tobirama frown. "Big brother, Konoha can't live without you now." Hashirama fell silent after hearing this, his eyes dodging and erratic. Tobirama sighed, he knew that his big brother was not suitable to be Hokage in some ways. But now only his big brother can calm those people with ulterior motives. Those people before were largely afraid of his big brother's strength. In this regard, even 10 of him can't compare. Looking at Hashirama's complaining and decadent look, Tobirama suddenly felt tired and could only say, "Just hold on for a few more years, and it will be fine in a few years." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up, and his whole body was shocked, with a look of expectation in his eyes. "Really? Tobirama, you are really my savior." Tobirama said helplessly, "I am just talking, it may not come true." "Hey, as long as there is hope, it's settled. I'm going to find Xiao Feng." After saying that, he ran out without noticing. Tobirama shook his head. Seeing his elder brother so opposed to the position of Hokage, he always felt that something was wrong. Maybe he was overthinking it. On the other hand, Xing Yifeng originally thought that he had nothing to do, so he wanted to go back to practice. But after walking a few steps, he heard someone behind him calling him. "Xiao Feng!" Sarutobi Hiruzen excitedly rushed forward to greet him, and the people behind him became much more restrained. "Do I know you?" Xing Yifeng tilted his head in confusion. "Oh, I almost forgot, my name is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I am the disciple of Master Tobirama." "Sarutobi Hiruzen." Hoshinoka Ed's pupils suddenly dilated, as if he had seen some strange animal. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my name?" Seeing Hoshinoka Ed's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but touch his face and said in confusion. "Ahem, no." Hoshinoka Ed waved his hands, feeling ashamed. Such a handsome man could be Sarutobi Hiruzen, the future Sandaime Hokage. If that's the case, then the next few people should be the famous Konoha F4. Oh, Akimichi Tofu and Uchiha Kagami don't count. It's a pity for them. One died on the night of the 9 tails, and the other's cause of death is even unclear. Senior brother Sarutobi, is there anything wrong? Sarutobi. Hiruzen heard this and turned to wave at the others, signaling them to come over. Haha, just call me Hiruzen. You are the disciple of the Hokage, there is no need to be so distant. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng also shouted at him. Come, let me introduce you. This is Danzo, from the Shimura clan. That one over there is Uchiha Kagami. Although his last name is Uchiha, he has a very gentle personality. Very easy to get along with. There are also Akimichi Tofu, Utane Koharu and Mitaman, all of whom are disciples of Master Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced Hoshinoka Ed one by one like a tour guide, without any hesitation. Hoshinoka Ed looked at the famous people in the future and greeted them politely. There was no difference in treatment because of what happened later. After all, people should live in the present. Chapter 17. Xiao Feng, your performance just now was amazing and shocked those people. You may not have noticed that their expressions are very interesting and beautiful. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth is like a machine gun, talking non-stop. Danzo, who has the best relationship with him, suddenly felt embarrassed and pulled him to whisper. Can you not be so excited? It's not you. Unfortunately, his words didn't work at all. Danzo turned his head away. Seeing that Hiruzen was still not satisfied, Hoshinoka Ed interrupted him and quickly changed the subject. Brother Hiruzen, how about I treat you guys to a meal? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he heard this, then he reacted and hit his right palm hard with his left hand, and suddenly said. Yes, why didn't I think of treating him to a meal? At this time, Danzo interrupted and insulted him. It's normal that you can't think of it. Danzo immediately received a roll of the eyes, and Hiruzen immediately waved his hand and said with great passion. Okay, I'll treat you today, just to celebrate for my junior brother, let's go. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng didn't want to interrupt his good intentions, so he had to let Hiruzen pull him away. The others looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and had to follow. They came to a barbecue restaurant, and the 7 of them sat together. Uchiha Jing watched Danzo write 10 lines at a glance, writing like a god, and after hesitating for a while, he whispered to Danzo. How about ordering less? I'm afraid of Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen heard this and said in dissatisfaction. Jing, don't worry, I'm not that easily defeated. Yes, Hiruzen, I know him very well. Don't worry, I've calculated it. Danzo had a smirk on his face. He had a bad feeling for Uchiha Kagami. But since Hiruzen said so, he had to shut up, but his eyes still glanced at the prices on the menu. After ordering, Danzo nodded with satisfaction. After half an hour, the plates full of meat filled the entire table. Although Hoshinoka Ed didn't know the price, he knew that meat was very expensive nowadays. A quick glance estimated that, Hiruzen-sama will probably stay and wash the dishes today. For it, Danzo, how much did you order? Udaten Koharu looked at Danzo, hoping to get an answer. Danzo raised his lips and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was petrified on the spot, and couldn't help but chuckled twice. Not much, probably all the money Hiruzen saved these days was spent. Hearing this, the others could not help but fall silent, and then all of them had sympathetic expressions on their faces. Hiruzen, I'll help you share some of the burden. The gentle Uchiha Kagami couldn't bear it, and then suggested. Danzo didn't stop him, because he knew that Hiruzen was a competitive person and would never accept Kagami's kindness. As expected, when Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that he wanted to share the burden, the competitive nature in his blood suddenly rose. He immediately refused decisively and pretended to be relaxed. No, Jing, that's all, it's nothing for me. After saying that, Hiruzen still felt unconvinced and went to pay the bill. You guys, I really don't know what to say. Midaman finally understood, and he shook his head helplessly. Danzo chuckled, and the meaning was self-evident. Hoshino Feng looked at the way the few people got along, and suddenly fell into deep thought. Is he unable to keep up with the times? Just as he was thinking, Hiruzen came back with a calm expression on his face. Well, Xing Yifeng still saw a trace of heartache on his face. Seeing that the real owner had returned, the group began to eat heartily. Because Xing Yifeng was the youngest, everyone gave in to him. Anyway, after eating, Xing Yifeng felt that his stomach was about to die. Well, I still enjoyed the meal here. Thank you, Hiruzen. After eating and drinking, Danzo thanked him, but what he got was Hiruzen's angry glare. No matter how slow he was, he still reacted. But now that things have come to this, he had no choice but to bear the pain and cut off his flesh. Hey, Xiao Feng, you are here. Just as they were playing, a cheerful voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked over and stood up. Teacher. This is Xing Yifeng. Hello, Lord Hokage. This was what Hiruzen and the others shouted. Hashirama walked over and saw the mess on their table, and couldn't help laughing. Haha, I'm telling you guys, have you not eaten for a few days? Hashirama's teasing made several people blush and look away. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xing Yifeng hurriedly tried to make up for it and changed the subject. Teacher, is the meeting over? Well, it's all done. All that's left is the execution, which will probably take a few days. After hearing this, the faces of several people were different. Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu didn't feel anything after hearing this. They were both born as commoners, and power and the like had nothing to do with them. The remaining Uchiha Kagami had a family, but he didn't have a strong sense of family, and his face was full of joy. Since the Hokage said this, it meant that the family agreed. Recently, Uchiha Kagami often heard radical remarks in the family, which made him extremely worried, fearing that something might go wrong. But fortunately, after hearing the words of the Hokage, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had the same expressions on their faces as Uchiha Kagami. This made everyone Hoshinoka-ed, who had been observing, seem to be thinking about something. It seems that the current Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are not the two people they will be in the future. They both care about the village, but it is also true that the two worked hard for the village in the early days. Coupled with the teachings of Tobirama, the concept of family is gradually weakening, so it is not surprising to have such expressions. Hashirama saw all these expressions and was very pleased. He established Konoha village so that future generations would be free from the invasion of war and live and work in peace. Now, he has taken the first step and believes that things will get better in the future. Today's meeting is the first step. That's right. Hashirama suddenly thought of something and smiled at Hoshinoka-ed. Seeing Hashirama like this, Hoshinoka-ed couldn't help but have a bad premonition. It's been 3 months. You're already a ninja. But I think it's time to go to Konoha Academy. It's better to be with people of the same age than with us. Hashirama's words were like a bolt from the blue. The shocked Hoshinoka-ed's eyes were dull and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He protested strongly. But his arms were no match for his thighs. Hashirama knew that he had his own opinions, but there was no room for negotiation on this matter. He had wanted to say this for a long time, but due to his busy work, he had delayed it until now. It's settled, we'll go tomorrow, the arrangements have been made. Hashirama made the decision, and it cannot be changed. Hoshinoka-ed immediately groaned, as if going to school was like being tortured. Ahem, Xiao Feng, the school is not that scary. Where did we all come from? Yes, the academy is quite interesting, and you can learn something from it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami said one after another, trying to change the impression of the academy from Hoshinoka-ed's mind. Chapter 18 But it still didn't save the light in Xing Yifeng's eyes, and it was still dead silent. Hashirama couldn't stand it anymore, his mouth twitched, and then he slapped him on the head to wake him up. If you have any suggestions, please don't be so half-dead here. Xing Yifeng's eyes gradually brightened, so he raised his head and asked. Can I not go? No. Hashirama refused cruelly and decisively. Xing Yifeng gave up and accepted his fate. Seeing this, Hashirama said earnestly. A school defeated you? You are my disciple, Hashirama Senju. Are you so scared? He tried to use a bowl of chicken soup to awaken the dead ocean in Xing Yifeng's heart. Xing Yifeng sighed heavily and said resignedly, forget it, it's my fault that I am not as skilled as others and can't beat the teacher. Hashirama laughed, patted his shoulder, and said with a smug expression on his face. Face the reality, young man. I'm leaving first, remember not to be late tomorrow. Hashirama said, and left in a hurry. Hoshinoka-ed didn't want to stay any longer, and after showing an apologetic smile to the few people, he also left. Hiruzen and the others were left with a gloating smile. After letting himself indulge for the last day, time finally came to the next day. When he came to the gate of Konoha Academy, Hoshinoka-ed was thoughtful. This should be the predecessor of the ninja school, no wonder it is so simple. Konoha Academy is a place where the heirs of the ninja clan study together. It was established together with the Konoha Hospital when Konoha was first established. The original intention was to learn and communicate with each other, so that they would not be so unfamiliar with each other and form a bond. Just as Hoshinoka-ed stopped, a puzzled voice came from behind him. Are you Master Xing Yi? After hearing this, Xing Yifeng turned around. What came into view was a black-haired boy with a hint of timidity and curiosity in his eyes. Forward, I am. Faced with such respectful words, Xing Yifeng seemed a little embarrassed. He had never been called sir before. Unexpectedly, it was actually realized here. Xing Yifeng's response made the boy obviously excited. He answered incoherently. My name is, Fujido Takatora, please, teach me. He divided the sentence into several parts. Xing Yifeng listened patiently and then said naturally. Hello, my name is Xing Yifeng, and I am not worthy of being called an adult yet. Although being called Xing Yi-sama sounds good, he doesn't dare to enjoy it. Those who can be called adults must have made outstanding contributions to Konoha in some way. He is not worthy of being called an adult now. Can I call you Gaohu? Xing Yifeng continued to ask. Fujido Gaohu seemed to have smoke coming out of his CPU. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and said woodenly. But, okay. Then he asked carefully. I can, do you call me Xiao Feng? Xing Yifeng said generously, of course, my friends and family call me that. Fujido Gaohu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with expectation in his tone. Am I also a friend? In response, Xing Yifeng smiled, hooked his neck, patted his chest, and assured him. Of course, you are the first person I met when I entered school. Don't you want to be my friend? Fujido Takatora took the joke seriously and immediately became anxious. No. I just... Before he finished speaking, Xing Yifeng patted him on the back and guided him. Don't worry, relax, and let go of the anxiety in your heart. After a round of consolation, Fujido Takatora gradually calmed down, and his speech was no longer so intermittent. That's right, why are you nervous? Xing Yifeng nodded and said with satisfaction. Fujido Gaohu smiled shyly, his face red, very shy. By the way, do you know where the classroom is? This is my first time here and I don't know the way. Xing Yifeng said a little embarrassedly. Oops, we're going to be late. Fujido Takatora suddenly reacted. He pulled Hoshinoka-ed and rushed towards the classroom. The speed made Hoshinoka-ed feel a push on his back, which was so terrifying. No wonder people say that a person's peak period is when they are students. This is true. Running all the way, Fujido Takatora and Hoshinoka Ed tried their best to catch up, and finally barely caught up. At this time, the classroom was full of people, about dozens of people. Hoshinoka Ed looked around and saw people from all families. Fujido Takatora took Hoshinoka Ed to sit in the last row. Hoshinoka Ed was very satisfied with this, it was a good position to slack off. By the way, Takatora, how did you get in here to study? Hoshinoka Ed looked at the people from the major families, her eyes flickering. There is no ninja school now, and it is basically difficult for civilians to become ninjas. On the one hand, there is no one to teach, and on the other hand, ninjutsu is scarce and most of them are firmly controlled by the ninja clan. The fact that a commoner like Fujido Takatora can enroll in school makes Hoshinoka Ed puzzled. Fujido Takatora explained it was originally impossible, but in recent years, the Hokage has overcome all objections and allowed civilians to enroll. It just so happened that I had good talent, so I was chosen. Xing Yifeng suddenly realized that this was the case. If so, it means that the establishment of the ninja school is not far away. The teacher allowed civilians to enroll in the school to send a signal to the outside world so that the family can have a buffer time. This is an open conspiracy, letting the family members and civilians compete with each other to play a balancing role. Unfortunately, the ninja clan can only watch themselves fall into the trap, and they cannot have the mentality of resistance. After all, the situation is not like the Warring States period, and the system of one country and one village has gradually taken root in the hearts of the people. Now moving away from Konoha is equivalent to putting the family in danger, surrounded by wolves at any minute. Hashirama grasped this point and did so. While thinking, there was a subtle sound of footsteps outside the door, and this movement naturally could not be hidden from Xing Yifeng. The next second, the noise in the school suddenly disappeared. A middle-aged man appeared at the door, and as soon as he entered the door, the children were terrified. Fujido Takatora couldn't help but shrink his neck, as if he wanted to bury himself. Xing Yifeng looked around, and then asked in a low voice. "What's wrong? He seems scary. Aren't you afraid? The scar on Mr. Izawa's face is just like a demon." Sinnoh. Feng looked over when he heard it. He carefully observed the middle-aged man's face and found that he had a long scar on his left cheek. It extended from the forehead to the chin. The scar was dark red and looked very hideous. This look can really stop a child from crying. Feng Xingyi muttered to himself. Suddenly, Mr. Izawa's eyes were like sharp blades, and he immediately locked onto Feng Xingyi. He grinned, revealing an extremely terrifying smile, and the scar on his face moved with it, making it even more terrifying. Then he shouted in a sonorous and powerful voice. "Hoshinoka Ed! Here!" Xing Yifeng stood up subconsciously. Then he reacted and his eyes twitched. Chapter 19. Seeing Hoshinoka Ed's reaction, Izawa nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, you come and introduce yourself." After hearing this, Xing Yifeng was stunned, and then said. "My name is Xing Yifeng, I am 5 years old, I like food, and I don't dislike anything. My dream is to protect Konoha." Izawa-sensei nodded slightly, and from his expression, he seemed very satisfied. "It's a very good dream. Hoshinoka Ed is the disciple of Lord Hokage, but here, he is the same as you all." Teacher Izawa did not give him preferential treatment because of his identity, which made Hoshinoka Ed feel good about him. Not everyone in the ninja world likes to curry favor with the rich and powerful. After the introduction, Teacher Izawa started today's class, and the little rascals listened attentively. Hoshinoka Ed looked at the students in the classroom curiously, and they were really serious. Even those who didn't want to learn tried their best to pretend to listen carefully. The class passed quickly. Izawa glanced at the clock, said after class, and left. After he walked away, everyone in the classroom breathed a sigh of relief, and then they regained their vitality. The chattering sound immediately filled the classroom. Hoshinoka Ed supported his head with one hand, looking out the window in a daze. Fujido Takatora poked his clothes, and Hoshinoka Ed turned his head and looked stunned. In addition to Fujido Takatora, there was another girl in front of him. "Who are you?" The little girl was obviously very lively and courageous, with her hands on her hips. "My name is Izawa Akumi, I am the big sister in the class, you have to call me that from now on." "Did you hear that, humph?" Izawa Akumi waved her fist threateningly. Hoshino Feng was a little amused. "Have you encountered school bullying? Or was bullied by a little girl, which feels a bit strange? What are you daydreaming about? Do you have any objections?" Seeing that he didn't respond, Izawa Akumi thought he disagreed, and immediately slammed the table. Xing Yifeng still didn't respond, and looked to the side. He saw that many boys lowered their heads, and their eyes were full of fear. Xing Yifeng even saw the figures of some big families, which made him feel deeply moved. It seems that strength is respected here, but he likes it very much. His eyes fell on her again, and he smiled slightly. "I have an opinion. If you beat me, I will listen to you." Izawa Akumi frowned and said solemnly after thinking deeply. "Yes, but you can't use your bloodline limit. Everyone in Konoha knows that Hoshinoka Ed's bloodline limit is extremely powerful. Izawa Akumi knows that if she can use her bloodline limit, her chance of winning will be almost zero." For some reason, Hoshinoka Ed nodded and agreed. "Then let's go to the playground outside." After saying that, Xing Yifeng walked outside. Izawa Akumi was not to be outdone. She waved her hand and called the whole class. A huge group of people followed behind her. It was like the big brother was traveling with the younger brothers. The momentum was deafening. This movement could not be hidden from Izawa as a teacher, or he had already expected this to happen. Standing on the playground early. "Teacher, Izawa-san wants to spar with me." Hoshinoka Ed saw the teacher and stepped forward to explain. Izawa-san nodded slightly and did not mean to stop him. Izawa Akumi came to the playground with a large group of people. She was not surprised to see the teacher. Obviously, this was not the first time. The two of them stood still. Izawa Akumi had a look of confidence on her face, as if the balance of victory had already tilted. Most of the people in the class were her younger brothers, cheering for her. But there were exceptions, and Hinata Kazumi was one of them. She was from the Hyuga branch family, and she had a white silk headband tied on her forehead to cover some curse marks. Unlike the others, she had a solemn expression, and her eyes looked back and forth between the two of them, muttering to herself. "Akumi has encountered a tough opponent. It must be said that her vision is extremely accurate. Even if Hoshinoka Ed does not use the blood limit, the self-taught ninjutsu alone is enough to deal with it." Izawa Akumi took one step forward and the other, ready to attack. On the other hand, Hoshinoka Ed put his hands in his pockets, looking extremely casual, and his behavior was full of loopholes. Izawa Akumi's eyes were solemn, and she did not despise him at all. Even without the blood limit, she did not think that Hoshinoka Ed was so easy to defeat. Suddenly, when the situation was at a stalemate, Izawa Akumi quickly stepped forward and hit him with a palm. Although small, the power should not be underestimated. The soft fist whirred and came towards Hoshinoka Ed with a sound of breaking through the air. Hoshinoka Ed stepped back slightly with his right foot, lowered his center of gravity, and raised his left hand to block the incoming punch. He then made a fist with his right hand and struck him head-on without mercy. Izawa Akumi turned around and dodged, using inertia to kick again. Hoshinoka Ed blocked the blow with both hands in front of his chest. The huge impact force made him retreat several meters, and his arms trembled slightly, which shows how powerful he was. He looks skinny, but how can he be so strong? It's so violent. No wonder she is the big sister in the class. Xing Yifeng looked at her shaking hands and smacked her lips inwardly. Humph, you dare to be distracted during a fight, you look down on me too much. Izawa Akumi's face darkened, anger appeared in his eyes, he snorted coldly, and formed seals with his hands. Two white smokes suddenly rose, and when the smoke and dust dissipated, 3 identical figures appeared. For these little kids, it is extremely rare to be able to use ninjutsu. After all, they are young and have very little chakra. Of course, monsters like Hoshinoka-ed are not counted. Izawa Akumi is undoubtedly the best in the class, and this clone technique can show 1 or 2. The 3 figures attacked together, and every move was like a storm. Although he was a child, his physical skills were beyond imagination, and he was already beyond the level that he should be at his age. But it was also true that the war had only ended a few years ago, so it was normal to have high expectations for children. The people outside the stadium were dazzled, with stars in their eyes. Sister Izawa is so handsome. Come on, big sister. Defeat him. A bunch of little rascals raised their hands and shouted loudly, cheering for her. A few people saw a clue. Facing such a fierce attack, Hoshino Feng was unusually calm. He defended without any loopholes. It can be said that there was a lot of thunder but little rain. Uchiha Wang is an ordinary Uchiha clan member. He has no background in the clan, but he has good talent. He was chosen by the Hokage to come here to study. In the academy, he is the only one who can compete with Izawa Akumi. However, he is arrogant, does not like the weak, and has no idea about forming cliques. In the academy, there are not many friends here. At this moment, he clenched his fists, his gloomy face was about to drip with water, and his handsome face was full of unwillingness. Those little ghosts couldn't see the situation and thought that Izawa Akumi had the upper hand. But the fact is just the opposite. Hoshinoka-ed perfectly parried all the attacks without showing any signs of fatigue. The result is predictable. In the end, Izawa Akumi must be exhausted and the outcome is already determined. He knows himself well. Before he opened the Sharingan, he and Izawa Akumi were only 50-50. He could NT even beat Izawa Akumi, let alone himself. Chapter 20. And it happened just as he expected. Izawa Akumi was panting, and beads of sweat were already on her face. The fierce attack began to slow down gradually. Hoshinoka-ed raised the corner of his mouth, saw the opportunity, and took advantage of it to come in front of her. Izawa Akumi felt a sense of crisis in her heart and quickly defended herself. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! A heavy punch aimed at the weak spot and knocked him to the ground. Izawa Akumi felt dizzy. Just as she was about to get up and continue fighting, her neck suddenly felt cold and a kunai was blocking her neck. Hoshinoka-ed smiled and said, "Sorry, you lost." The tone was so relaxed, and the difference in strength was obvious. Izawa Akumi looked unwilling, but she had no choice. Izawa teacher beside her announced the result. Hoshinoka-ed wins. Then the two of them made a seal of reconciliation. Izawa Akumi lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Fujido Takatora ran over excitedly, his eyes full of admiration. "Xiao Feng, you are so amazing that you actually defeated the big sister." Xing Yifeng smiled and said nothing to his praise, and then came to her and said, "You are very good at physical skills, and you are currently in a class of your own. But your physical strength is too poor, I suggest you exercise." Izawa Akumi heard this, raised her head, tears flashed in her eyes, and then glared at him, turned and left. Hoshino Feng felt a little puzzled. He was kind enough to help him point out his shortcomings, why did he run away? He was puzzled. In response, Fujido Takatora, who saw the whole process, twitched his mouth and said with his hand on his forehead, "Boss, you were really bullying me just now." "Really?" Xing Yifeng thought about it carefully, but still didn't think anything was wrong. Seeing this, Fujido Joho was also a little helpless. The boss was good in every way, but he was a little slow in this aspect. In the end, he just said, "Mr. Izawa is the father of the head sister." Xing Yifeng suddenly remembered that they had the same last name. Hoshino Feng carefully turned his gaze towards Mr. Izawa. As expected, he saw a gloomy face and a look that looked like he was going to bite someone. The corner of Hoshino Feng's mouth twitched. "It seems that my future life will be difficult." He could already imagine that Mr. Izawa would target him crazily in the future. There is no doubt that a daughter slave will not listen to reason at all. At this moment, his eyes suddenly darkened, and Hoshino Feng raised his head, then raised his eyebrows. "Uchiha's people." Uchiha Wang came to him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He didn't drag on and say a bunch of nonsense, but went straight to the point and said, "I want to fight you." Xing Yifeng held his forehead helplessly. Just after the fight, another one came. He decisively refused. "No." Uchiha frowned. "Why?" "I'm so tired, I need to rest." Xing Yifeng lied without thinking. Uchiha Wang was very upset when he heard it, and there was disbelief in his eyes. It seemed that the impression of Xing Yifeng in his heart was shattered. However, after receiving a clear rejection, Uchiha Wang did not pester him, and left after leaving a word. "I will often challenge you in the future." Hoshino Feng blinked and it took him a long time to react. Did this guy like him? Fujido Takatora explained for him at the right time. Uchiha Nozomi is extremely lonely in the class and has no friends. He likes fighting to improve himself. It is said that he wants to become a ninja as soon as possible and then make money. Xing Yifeng touched his chin and said, "Make money? Does he need money? He should have plenty of money as a Uchiha." Fujido Takatora scratched his head and said, "I don't know about that. He seems to be a man with a story, very interesting." Hokuno Feng became interested and thought he could learn more about this man. Of course, this glorious task naturally fell on Fujido Takatora. But the problem was that Fujido Takatora could not enter the Uchiha clan. After a few rounds, Hoshino Feng had to do it himself. Fujido Takatora said with shame on his face, "Boss, I'm sorry, I can't help you." Hoshino Feng patted his shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to blame himself. In order to divert his attention, Hoshino Feng said, "As a friend, I would like to invite you to my home after school. How about that?" Fujido Takatora had never expected to be invited. He was so touched that he agreed immediately. After all, this was the boss's invitation and it was his first time to visit someone else's home. But then he became nervous again, as if he was back to the time when they first met. "Rest assured, my parents are very easy to talk to. It's also my first time bringing someone home. But you need to practice your temper and stop being nervous all the time," Hokuno Feng said seriously. Fujido Takatora also knew his temper and was determined to change himself. A day passed quickly, and Izawa teacher looked up at the time and then announced the end of school. In an instant, the crowd moved and rushed out of the door. Hoshino Feng walked slowly on the street with Fujido Takatora, and coincidentally ran into Uchiha Wang. "Wang, are you going home?" Seeing Uchiha Wang, Xing Yifeng's eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. He immediately waved and said warmly. Uchiha Wang said coldly with a cold face, "This is still for the sake of classmates." "No, I want to practice." "Is that so?" "Hehe, there is no rush to practice. Do you want to come to my house?" Xing Yifeng made an invitation. Uchiha Wang was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "No, I'm busy." Xing Yifeng was not surprised by this, but he would not give up and immediately turned around. "You come with me to my house, and I will practice with you in the days to come, how about that?" Uchiha was immediately entangled and wavered. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng exaggerated and persuaded him with various reasons. In the end, under his eloquent persuasion, Uchiha Wang reluctantly nodded and agreed. Most of it was because he could fight with him. But Xing Yifeng was very satisfied with this, but he did not take the two home immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at a hidden place. Fujido Takatora and Uchiha Wang were puzzled and didn't know why they didn't leave. But soon they knew the answer. Xing Yifeng smiled faintly and said lightly, "You two have been following me for so long, why don't you come out and meet me?" As soon as these words came out, the two people beside him suddenly realized and became alert. Being followed for so long would be extremely fatal on the battlefield, but fortunately it was in the village. Hoshinofeng's extremely calm words left the two hiding people with no choice but to slowly walk out and show their figures. When Fujido Takatora saw the two people, he couldn't help but be stunned, and even Uchiha Wang narrowed his eyes. "Is there anything wrong with Yume? And this?" Hoshinoka Ed knows Izawa Akumi, but not the one next to her. "Hinata Kazumi," she replied calmly. "So it's Kazumi-san. I wonder what you guys want to do by following us." Hoshinoka Ed smiled, and her tone seemed to really not know. Upon hearing this, Izawa Akumi and Hinata Kazumi looked at each other, and finally the former blushed and said casually, "Nothing, just happened to be on the way, so I stopped by for dinner." "Is that so?" Xing Yifeng smiled mischievously, and the smile on his face did not diminish at all. The two people's eyes were erratic, and they dared not look at him. Fortunately, Xing Yifeng gave them a way out. "Since we're going to have a meal, how about we go to my house for dinner together?" Chapter 21. The two children were obviously unprepared and were overwhelmed by Xing Yifeng's invitation. Uchiha Wang couldn't stand the two people dragging their feet and said directly to Xing Yifeng, "Why invite them? Weaklings are not worthy of being invited." Hashino Feng could see that Uchiha Nozomi, like most Uchiha, believed in the strong. In their eyes, only the strong have the right to speak and the qualifications to make decisions. Hearing Uchiha Nozomi's contemptuous words, Izawa Akumi, as the big sister of the class, couldn't stand it. Without saying anything, she rolled up her sleeves and was ready to fight him with real swords and guns. Uchiha Nozomi was naturally not afraid of him. He had a provocative look in his eyes and the will to fight in his heart was ready to move. The smell of gunpowder was so strong that the people around them hurriedly pulled them apart. And they kept persuading them. "Wang, don't be impulsive. This is a street. If you fight, you will be put in solitary confinement by the teacher." Fujido Takatora used all his strength to persuade him earnestly. No matter who it was, if they fought on the street, Izawa teacher would definitely put them in solitary confinement. He didn't want to be locked up in a dark solitary confinement room, he was afraid. Hinata Kazumi's face was no longer calm, and he leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Yume, now is not the time to fight." In response, the two snorted at each other and turned their heads away, not wanting to see each other. Seeing this scene, Xing Yifeng touched his chin with interest and said, "I think you will get along well in the future." His words were strongly opposed by the two. "Whoever gets along with him, I, Uchiha Wang, will not associate with him. Humph, people like him deserve to have no friends." The two of them confronted each other, their heads butting, competing with each other, neither of them giving way. Even if someone was pulling them aside, they couldn't stop. Hoshino Feng shook his head helplessly, and then decided to make a quick decision, and then each of them gave a slap. Bang bang, the dull and crisp sound made Fujido Takatora and Hinata Kazumi take a step back in fear. At the same time, they subconsciously covered their foreheads, and fear appeared in their eyes at the same time. "Asshole, what are you doing?" "Ah, Xing Yifeng." The two people who were hit were glaring and shouting. Xing Yifeng was very satisfied with this, and then walked forward, waving his hand without looking back and said, "If you keep fighting, the sun will soon set, are you still going to leave?" Uchiha Wang glared at Izawa Akumi, then followed without saying a word. Izawa Akumi and Hinata Kazumi looked at each other and decided to follow. The group came to Xing Yifeng's house. I'm back. Hokuno Feng took off his shoes and shouted into the house. Kinomoto Sakura came out and saw the people behind Hoshino Feng. Hey? This is... Xing Yifeng introduced sideways. Mom, they are my classmates, I invited them to my home. Okay, okay. Kinomoto Sakura's face was filled with joy, and she was extremely happy. You kid, you finally have a friend. Xing Yifeng helplessly spread his hands and shrugged. Hello, Auntie. Several people greeted her, and Kinomoto Sakura was immediately overjoyed. After entering the room, Hoshinoka Ed collapsed directly on the sofa. Fujido Takatora hesitated for a moment, but still sat properly. Even Izawa Akumi, who was always impetuous, was very well behaved in other people's homes. Not to mention Uchiha Nozomi and Hinata Kazumi, who came from big families. The etiquette of the two was learned since childhood and engraved in their bones, so there was no need to say more. Come on, eat some fruit first, dinner will be ready soon. Kinomoto Sakura brought some fruit. Then she saw the look on Hoshinoka Ed's face, and she was so angry that she lifted his ear with one hand. Xiao Feng, the guests are all here, how can you be so rude? Sit down quickly. Kinomoto Sakura scolded him without any hesitation. She didn't care whether he would be embarrassed in front of his classmates. Facing his mother's dominance, Xing Yifeng had to temporarily avoid the edge and sit down obediently. Kinomoto Sakura nodded with satisfaction, then looked at his classmates, and his face instantly became gentle. If Xiao Feng bullies you, tell Auntie and I will take care of him. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Xing Yifeng held his forehead helplessly, and saw that Izawa Yumi's eyes kept turning, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Auntie, he bullied me in the classroom before. Izawa Akumi opened her mouth and made Xing Yifeng swallow her saliva and quietly escape from here, but was stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Kinomoto Sakura. Xiao Feng, come, let's have a good talk. With a gentle smile on her face, Xing Yifeng felt the threat of death. Before he could say anything to defend himself, Kinomoto Sakura lifted his collar and walked into a separate room. Akumi, you're not doing this right. Hinata Kazumi felt something was wrong. Izawa. Akumi snorted, what's the big deal? He messed me up. Seeing her being so unreasonable, Uchiha Wang didn't give her face and said directly. It's shameful to blame others for not being as skilled as others. What did you say? Izawa Akumi glared at him, but Uchiha Wang was not at all inferior. The scene on the street appeared again, but they restrained themselves, after all, they were in someone else's house. The scene was deadlocked for a while, and just as the two were competing again, Hoshino Yoda came back. You are. It came too suddenly, and the four little ones were immediately embarrassed, especially the aggressive Izawa Akumi and Uchiha Nozomi. After a while, Hoshinoka Ed came back limping, and no one knew what Kinomoto Sakura had done to him. Then he saw his father sitting opposite the four people, and the atmosphere was a little stagnant. Seeing Hoshinoka Ed coming back, Yang Tai waved to him. What's wrong with them? When I came in, I saw the two of them confronting each other. Yang Tai said helplessly. It's okay, they fight because they love each other, and scolding is love. They are not happy if they don't fight. Just get used to it. Xing Yifeng was not surprised at all, and talked to Yang Tai by himself. He ignored the murderous looks of the two people. Is that so? Yoda touched his chin, feeling that he was out of date. It looked like they were not on good terms. Xing Yifeng patted the two on the shoulders and said. We are all classmates, we see each other every day, is there any need to target us like this? Humph. Times 2. Xing Yifeng was helpless. These two people were born to be incompatible, but fortunately they didn't go too far. At this time, Kinomoto Sakura prepared dinner and greeted everyone. It's time to eat. Go wash your hands. It was time for dinner, and seeing the food, the two of them temporarily reconciled. They were much more obedient at the table. They were all children, with bad tempers and forgetfulness, and they couldn't move their eyes away from the delicious food. It must be said that Kinomoto Sakura's cooking skills were very superb, and after a meal, all the food was eaten. After the meal, Uchiha Wang once again proposed to fight with Hoshinoka Ed. This time, Hoshinoka Ed did not refuse, and after digesting the food a little, he brought a few people to the backyard. Chapter 22. Uchiha Nozomi's whole body tensed up, and he was a little nervous inside. But the belligerent factor in Uchiha's blood encouraged him to fight. The tension was soon covered by calmness. He took a deep breath, and his mind worked rapidly to formulate countermeasures. Others stood outside the field, looking forward to the battle. Hinata Kazumi, as the oldest person present, was quite powerful and had already opened her Byakugan. The bulging nerves spread around her eyes, giving her unparalleled observation ability. Fujido Takatora was very worried, afraid that Uchiha Nozomi would be injured. "Boss, please be gentle." Hearing Fujido Takatora's request, Xing Yifeng rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Doesn't this guy worry about me?" But thinking so in his heart, he was worried. "Come on, Uchiha, give that guy a good beating." Unlike the others, Izuwa Akumi clenched her fists and cheered for Uchiha Nozomi. She looked gritting her teeth, as if she still remembered what happened in the morning. Uchiha Nozomi ignored it, focused her attention, and leaned forward. Although it was night, Uchiha Nozomi did not open his Sharingan, but even so, the eyesight of Uchiha people was better than that of ordinary people. Even in the dark, they can still move like rabbits, completely unaffected by the darkness. Uchiha Nozomi arched his body, like a cheetah ready to attack at any time, full of danger. He was waiting for the right time to move, and as long as he caught a trace of movement, he would attack quickly without giving people a chance to breathe. Opportunity. He has a solid foundation. Facing strong enemies, he is still full of fighting spirit and dares to attack and face them head-on. Just based on this point, his future path as a ninja will be smooth and his achievements will not be low. Caution is never too much. Especially in this crisis-ridden ninja world. Seeing Uchiha Nozomi's actions, Hoshinoka Ed was amazed and his evaluation of him increased greatly. In an instant, like lightning, Uchiha Nozomi took the lead in attacking. Several kunao and shuriken flew out of his hands. Judging from the trajectory alone, there was no order. It seemed to be swung casually, and there was no threat at all. Fujido Takatora was even surprised and said, "Nozomi, you just threw it casually." But then he was glared at by Izuwa Akumi and said, "Shut up, this is the unique throwing technique of the Uchiha family, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand it." When Fujido Takatora heard this, he was instantly speechless and stopped talking, just watching the battle in front of him. Hoshino Feng's eyes lit up. This technique is skillful, and it can be seen that he has practiced for a long time. Don't underestimate these kunao. The chakra of ordinary ninjas is very limited, even for Uchiha. Once the chakra is exhausted, the competition is physical skills. And if the kunao is thrown accurately, there is a lot that can be done about it. It is a means to help yourself survive. The chaotic flying kunao and shuriken flew out along the pre-designed trajectory. The sound of iron colliding kept ringing, and finally it attacked Hoshino Feng at a very tricky angle. There was no way to avoid the blind spots, and because the yard was not big, Hoshino Feng had no time to use ninjutsu at this time. Defense. At this moment, Feng Xingyi might have to sit and wait for death, and admit defeat directly. If it were someone else, perhaps this would be the only option, but who could let him control time? Feng Xingyi slowly raised one hand and snapped his fingers elegantly, and the surrounding space changed. The kunao that originally attacked like a meteor fell at a speed visible to the naked eye until it came to a standstill. This scene really stunned everyone. They had never seen Feng Xingyi control time. They had only heard about it before, but now they witnessed it with their own eyes, which was simply amazing. This was the case for several people outside the field, but not for Uchiha Wang. His face was extremely ugly. In the face of this method, all visualized physical attacks were ineffective. This made most of his methods directly invalid and useless. The CPU was spinning at high speed, and he thought about each tactic in his brain. Finally, his eyes darkened and he moved forward at a very fast speed. He knew very well that the difference in strength was too great and the result was doomed, but he still had to give it a try. If he gave up easily, he would not have come this far and been noticed by the Hokage. Persevere, and you will always see the day when the sun rises. Hoshinoka Ed took a stance, his eyes fixed, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he took a step forward and rushed towards Uchiha Wang. Then, a hand-to-hand fight took place. Uchiha Wang's physical skills were solid, and every move was extremely solid, which was even better than Izawa Akumi. It can be seen that he has worked hard in his daily life, and even his physical strength is very good. Hoshinoka Ed and him had exchanged dozens of moves, and his hands were swollen and red. However, Uchiha Wang's eyes did not show any ripples, and were terribly calm, as if he could not feel the pain in his hands. Izawa Akumi was shocked when she saw this scene. His heart was greatly shocked. Ask yourself, if it was her, it would be impossible that there would be no sound at all, at least she would have to rub it. But Uchiha Wang did it, he was not distracted and focused on the battle. Just based on this point, he was not as good as Uchiha Wang. She pursed her lips and bit her lips with great force. The bright red blood flowed into his mouth, with a hint of sweetness, which stirred up waves in his heart. The battle was still going on, and the sound of flesh hitting flesh was endless. Several people were sweating in their hearts. At this time, Uchiha Wang's face was bruised and swollen, and bruises were all over his face. Sweat had already soaked his clothes, and even though his arms were sore, he was still waving them. Compared to his appearance, Xing Yifeng was much better. After all, the super physical training was not in vain. This allowed him to fully improve his physical fitness and endurance, which could ensure that he had enough stamina to maintain the battle. But there were also bruises on his face, which was the result of his carelessness. Call, you actually still have the strength. Uchiha Wang said breathlessly, his hands were shaking, and he could hardly keep his fists. Xing Yifeng's chest rose and fell slightly, showing that he still had some strength left. He said admiringly, "You are very strong. At least in my opinion, your willpower is far superior to your peers and even stronger than some ninjas." Hiroshinoka Ed's praise did not make Uchiha Wang happy. His eyes darkened, and then he became angry and roared. "What's the use? I'm still too weak to protect my family." The sudden roar made the others quiet down. They looked confused and didn't know what happened. Xing Yifeng was silent for a moment, walked forward, and said sincerely, "Can you tell me what happened?" Uchiha Wang looked at the pair of bright eyes and left without saying a word. Xing Yifeng did not try to stop him, but just watched him leave without saying goodbye. The others finally came to their senses and asked. Xing Yifeng shook his head, staring at the figure that had already gone away, and said, "I don't know, but I think he has a tragic past." Chapter 23. Uchiha Wang left without saying goodbye, and Yang Tai came over to ask what happened. Xing Yifeng said that there were some minor conflicts and asked him to deal with it himself, and simply fooled him. The rest of the people stayed for a while and left one after another. Before leaving, Hinata Kazumi turned around and said, "I will go and ask about Uchiha Wang, maybe I can find out something." Xing Yifeng smiled and accepted it happily. "Thank you Kazumi for your help." Hinata Kazumi frowned, then let go and said, "Just call me Kazumi, I think it's nice to be friends with you." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Xing Yifeng with a smile on his face, muttering, "Feeling good? I think so too." He thought rather narcissistically. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, a month has passed, and Xing Yifeng has also been in school for a month. On this day, except for Uchiha Nozomi, since that day, the few of them often walked together, went to school together, and went home together. The relationship gradually warmed up, and they became friends with each other, without the previous restraint. After school, Hinata Kazumi suddenly said, "I found out about Uchiha Nozomi." As soon as the voice fell, Xing Yifeng asked curiously, "How is it?" Hinata Kazumi pursed her lips, as if it was difficult to speak. After all, such an experience was really regrettable. After a deep breath, she slowly explained the reason. Before the establishment of Konoha, the war had not stopped, and the fighting among ninjas continued. The Uchiha was no exception. On weekdays, there were patrols to patrol back and forth to ensure the safety of the periphery of the clan. Uchiha Wang's brother, Uchiha Chen, was in that patrol. Originally thought that everything was normal, who would have thought that the accident came so quickly? They were attacked and ambushed by ninjas. The entire patrol team was wiped out. If it was just like this, it would not have made Hinata Kazumi like this. After all, in the ninja world, family death can happen at any time, and life and death will always be experienced. But afterwards, rumors came from nowhere, saying that Uchiha Chen was a spy. For a time, word spread from one person to 10, from 10 to 100, and there were many different opinions and speculations. Public opinion soon exploded, and the clan members came to the door to seek an explanation. Later, the clan leader came forward and calmed down the storm. But it left an indelible shadow in Uchiha Nozomi's heart at the time. The follow-up of this storm was not only that, although the clan leader came forward to calm it down, the anger in people's hearts was burning. Out of fear of the clan leader, those people did not dare to do anything openly, so they had to trip him up in secret. Uchiha Chen's pension was divided up by them. Only the elderly grandmother and the young Uchiha Nozomi were left in the family, and they were often bullied by people who came to the door. These were done very secretly, and there was no way to check. Over time, Uchiha Nozomi grew up in such an environment. Hinata Kazumi said so much in one breath, and her mouth was almost dry. This incident caused a big stir at the time, otherwise I would not have been able to find out. Tudu Takatora clenched his fist and waved it angrily. He was always timid and was filled with anger, not to mention other people. No wonder he cares so much about strength and improving himself. Xing Yifeng shook his head and said with emotion, "I guess he wants to clear his brother's name and prove his innocence." Izawa Akumi heard this and immediately muttered, "I didn't expect that guy to have such an experience." Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said in a teasing tone, "After hearing so much, do you want to give way to him in the future?" Izawa Yumi was stunned for a few seconds, then glared at him and said awkwardly, Who wants him to? I won't." Xing Yifeng looked her up and down, nodding from time to time. Izawa Yumi was almost furious at his gaze. Just when she was about to say something, Xing Yifeng spoke first. "Now that everything is clear, let's go find him." Everyone nodded, and then with a clear goal, they headed straight for the grove not far from the school. Every time after school, he would go there to train by himself. As for how he knew, the Byakugan's observation ability is well deserved, and even the Sharingan cannot compare to it. Swoosh! As soon as the group came in, they heard the sound of collision caused by the Kunao. Everyone looked at each other and touched it. Konoha has a mild climate and the trees grow very lushly. After some effort to push aside the bushes, what came into view was the figure of Uchiha Nozomi, who was training hard. Hoshino. Feng looked closely and found that he had weights tied to his wrists and feet. So he sighed, if he keeps working so hard, I guess someone will lose his first place. There was a teasing tone in his voice, and you don't have to think about who he was talking about. Izawa Akumi snorted lightly, quite dissatisfied, but didn't say anything else, as if she acquiesced. Seeing that she didn't refute, Hoshino Feng didn't say anything, and watched Uchiha Nozomi train quietly. The few of them tacitly didn't say anything, and didn't come out until he was exhausted and sat down to rest. You will lose your body if you train like this. Xing Yifeng's voice sounded from behind. Uchiha Wang subconsciously tensed his body and took a fighting stance, and then saw Xing Yifeng and others slowly approaching. You, how did you know I was here? After a brief moment of shock, Uchiha Wang's face turned red, as if his secret had been discovered. Also, how long have you been here? Facing his excited question, Xing Yifeng answered him honestly. I just watched all your training, it didn't take long. Hearing this, Uchiha Wang immediately said with shame and anger. You said it so easily, It was not difficult to see that he was already incoherent and his face was flushed. Hoshino Feng chuckled and thought he was quite cute, but he did not forget what they were here for. Ignoring his ashamed look, he sat down by himself, and the others followed suit. No one said a word, and the atmosphere suddenly became very strange, which made Uchiha Wang feel something was wrong. He took a few steps back, wondering if it was because of what happened a month ago. After all, they left in a hurry at that time, which was a very unsuccessful thing no matter how you think about it. At the time, he was hot-headed and did not think so much, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed when he thought about it afterwards. He felt that his thought was right, almost right. Just as Uchiha Wang was thinking about how to make amends, the others looked at each other and secretly decided who would speak. In the end, it was decided that Hinata Kazumi would come, because she knew more and her personality was not so strong. She was the most suitable candidate among the few. Hinata Kazumi considered the appropriate words and spoke softly. Wang, we know what happened to you before. This sentence was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in Uchiha Wang's heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Uchiha Wang became visibly angry. You actually investigated me. He was like a young lion, in a rage. Pain flashed in his eyes, and the most unbearable memories in his heart were exposed to the sun. The defense line he had built up in his heart suddenly collapsed and shattered. Chapter 24. His thoughts were instantly pulled back to that painful past. He seemed to be in that dark corner again, feeling helpless and lonely. His heartbeat quickened, blood rushed to his cheeks, and he clenched his fists, wanting to release the anger in his heart. Hinata Kazumi was shocked by Uchiha Nozomi's reaction. She didn't expect his reaction to be so intense. She tried to explain, but Uchiha Nozomi didn't give her a chance. Why are you doing this? What right do you have to investigate my past? Uchiha Wang's voice was filled with despair and sadness. The others watched silently, they didn't know how to face Uchiha Wang's anger. They originally just wanted to help him, but now it seems that they did the wrong thing. Xing Yifeng sighed softly, he tried to calm Uchiha Wang down. Wang, we don't want to hurt you. We just want to understand you and help you. We know you've been through a lot of pain, and we want to help you get out of the shadows. Xing Yifeng's voice was full of concern. Uchiha Wang's emotions calmed down a little, but his eyes were still full of hostility. You don't know me at all, how can you help me? You just want to pry into my privacy and satisfy your curiosity. Uchiha Wang's voice was still cold. Xing Yi. Feng shook her head gently, her eyes were firm and sincere. Wang, we are your friends, we just want to help you. We know you have been through a lot of pain, but we also know that you are a strong and brave person. You don't need to bear all the pain alone, you can let us help you share it. Xing Yifeng's voice was full of strength and encouragement. Uchiha Wang's heart moved, and he began to think about what Hinata Kazumi said. He knew that she was sincere, she was his friend, and she just wanted to help him. Are you really willing to help me? Uchiha Wang's voice was full of doubt. Xing Yifeng nodded gently, his eyes full of determination. Of course, we are willing to help you. We are your friends and we will always support you. Hinata Kazumi also said quickly, her voice full of determination. Uchiha. Wang's eyes softened a little, and he began to relax his guard. He knew that he was not alone, he had a group of real friends who were willing to help him through any difficulties. Thank you. Uchiha Wang's voice was filled with gratitude and relief. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him like this. He felt relieved, and his thoughts were constantly pulled away, back to the happy times of his childhood. Xing Yifeng smiled, then changed the subject and said very seriously. But I still want to say that your training is not standardized, it is just squeezing your potential. If you keep practicing like this, your body won't be able to bear it. Be careful of dying young. At the end, Xing Yifeng was still in the mood to joke with him to liven up the atmosphere. The sad atmosphere was swept away, and Uchiha Wang's cheeks turned red after what he said. He glared at him fiercely and said, I know. Hearing such angry words, Izuwa Akumi said angrily. I know you are still like this, you don't want your body anymore. Xing Yifeng nodded seriously, smiling and said, Look, even Yumei said so, I am not the only one who thinks it is inappropriate. Uchiha Wang was silent for a moment, and then a muffled voice came out. I will pay attention and won't do this again next time. Seeing this, the group of people showed satisfied smiles. It seems that he has really realized his own problem for being able to make such a proud person admit his mistakes. Since we are here, let's train here. You are not in a hurry to go home anyway. Xing Yifeng suggested. Everyone nodded. It doesn't matter where you train. Time passed like flowing water, and night fell. The high-intensity training made them too tired to talk. After a little relaxation, everyone looked up at the stars. The clean and clear sky made the stars extremely conspicuous. Several meteors passed in the sky, exactly 5. They drew beautiful trajectories in the sky. They looked up at the meteors, silently made their inner wishes, and prayed for peace. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the 7th year of Konoha. On this day, a big event happened. Boom! A loud noise that shook the world made everyone tremble in their hearts, and everyone looked into the distance. Van! Come back! A tall figure stood, his eyes were filled with sorrow, his tone was full of pleading. It was the first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. Opposite him was Uchiha Madara, who was known as the Shura of the ninja world. The two strongest fighters in the ninja world faced each other with swords at this moment. The earth collapsed, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. A desolate scene appeared here, as if the end of the world had come, which showed how powerful and destructive it was. We are inseparable friends. We have experienced countless battles and founded the Leaf Village together. Why can't we join hands again and work together for peace? There was no expression on Madara's face, only endless indifference. His eyes were like dead water, without a ripple. Hashirama, you are too idealistic. Human desires will never disappear, and peace is just a luxury. Only through strength can we achieve true peace. I believe that only strength can create a peaceful world. Just like we did before, we used absolute power to force them to make peace. He spoke word by word, as if he was stating the facts. But that was indeed the fact. Without their absolute power, the fragile peace today would not have been possible. Hashirama felt bitter in his heart. He knew it, but power could not last forever, just like death was inevitable. But we can't just give up, even if there is only a glimmer of hope. His voice was firm, his eyes were bright, and he couldn't waver. This was the goal he had been fighting for. Madara shook his head slightly. Obviously, they couldn't convince each other, so they would speak with strength. The majestic momentum unfolded instantly, and several cracks covered the ground. Madara's eyes gradually became cold, and the meaning was self-evident. Hashirama took a deep breath, closed his eyes sadly, and then suddenly opened them again. Madara, I won't let you succeed. I will use my life to protect Konoha village and peace. Madara's mouth corners slightly raised, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Hashirama, you are still so naive, so hopeless. His voice was full of disdain and ridicule, as if Hashirama's determination was just a stupid act in his eyes. After that, a cold breath covered the whole scene, his eyes spun rapidly, and his pupils turned scarlet. This is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which has powerful power. Facing Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama did not dare to slack off. He put his hands together and entered the sage mode in an instant. Chapter 25. Hashirama, who was in sage mode, exuded powerful chakra fluctuations, and his eyes became more determined. He knew that this battle was related to the future of Konoha village and the peace of the entire ninja world. He must go all out and not retreat in the slightest. Uchiha Madara did not dare to be careless when he saw Hashirama enter sage mode. The power of his pupils burst out in an instant, and a cold breath swept the whole place. A huge skeleton was formed immediately, like a giant towering over the sky, looking down from above. The huge size was terrifying, and ordinary ninjas could not feel any resistance in their hearts. This is the third power of the Manjiki Sharingan, known as the power of God. Hashirama saw Uchiha Madara perform Susanoo, and he did not show weakness. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Sage technique, true thousand hands!" Ah! So scary. This is the power of God. Some ninjas who had never seen such a big scene could not help but mutter to themselves. This shocking scene impacted his mind, and he was in a trance for a while. Tobirama frowned, his palms kept sweating, and he was very nervous. He prayed silently in his heart, "Brother, you must win. Hiruzen, did you see this? This is the ultimate ninja showdown." Danzo's eyes were burning and flickering, as if he was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a trance and couldn't speak for a long time. Not to mention that Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en were far inferior to him. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood face to face. The surrounding chakra fluctuations distorted the space, foreshadowing that an earth-shaking battle was about to break out. The Big Buddha and the skeleton faced each other from a distance, confronting each other, and no one knew who would win or lose. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara took the lead, laughing wildly, biting his finger, and quickly forming a seal. A dark spell emerged, and a black shadow covering the sky appeared. Hashirama's eyes condensed, this amount of chakra. Roar, roar, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the true appearance. Hashirama thought to himself, as expected, and slowly said, 9 tails. Dark and evil chakra filled the space, and 9 huge tails kept flying. Uchiha Madara's mouth slightly raised, and then with a thought, Susanoo was directly blessed on the 9 tails. This made the already impressive momentum even better. Hashirama, let's have a showdown. Uchiha Madara rushed towards him with a wild laugh. He was full of confidence, as if the whole world was in his hands. Hashirama would naturally not back down and rushed forward. The two peak forces of the ninja world collided, and the shock wave shattered the mountains and cracked the earth. The ninjas in the distance were directly overturned to the ground and could not move. Even a peak cage-level strongman like Tobirama was still suffocated by the pressure. It was an indescribable terrifying force, as if the whole world was trembling with it. The roar continued, like thunder. The peerless power erupted wantonly, ravaging all living things. The battle between Hashirama and Madara entered a white-hot stage, and their figures flickered in the light and shadow, intertwined like ghosts. Both of them tried their best, and neither of them held back. Their eyes met, burning with endless fighting spirit, as if they were the only ones left in the world. After another round of fighting, the ground was sunken by their beatings, forming a bottomless canyon. The canyon was filled with smoke and rubble, as if it was a scar on the earth. This earth-shaking battle caused them all to suffer considerable damage. The previous big moves could no longer be used, and they could only use simple ninjutsu and taijutsu. But with their strength, even at ordinary levels, it is still unattainable. Kunao collided, sparks continued, and there was even the sound of detonating tags. Their movements were getting faster and faster. Like the breeze in the sky, making it impossible to see their figures clearly. Finally, after a long and intense battle, the fatigue of the body allowed Hashirama to catch a flaw in Madara. Just a little bit was enough to be fatal. Hashirama's eyes flashed, and the iron kunao pierced through his chest. The bright red blood immediately soaked his clothes, and there was a hint of disbelief in Uchiha Madara's eyes. As if he felt that such a ridiculous way of dying was impossible. But the facts are irrefutable, even the strong will have a moment of relaxation. What determines victory or defeat is often that inconspicuous little bit. The light in Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he fell heavily backwards. Hashirama stood in front of him expressionlessly. I don't know what he was thinking. Boom! Dark clouds covered the sky, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The next moment, raindrops fell from the sky and hit the two of them. Hashirama recalled with his eyes, his thoughts kept flying away, as if he had returned to the scene when they first met. The scene changed, and the two clans fought for a long time, with countless casualties. Then, the two of them went hand in hand to establish Konoha. Until today, they fought against each other. Sadness seems to be insufficient to describe this scene. Hashirama was silent for a long time, stunned. The layers of dark clouds in the sky seemed to show his state of mind at the moment. After a while, the sad eyes moved away from his body, looked somewhere, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Come out! The next second, as his words fell, ripples appeared in the space in front of him, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Xing Yifeng's figure slowly appeared, with an awkward smile on his face. Teacher, hee, what a coincidence! Hashirama raised his eyebrows, then punched hard, and Xing Yifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Good boy, you almost hid it from me. Your hiding skills are really amazing. Hoshino Feng chuckled, touched the back of his head, and said thank you, you're just a little short of the mark. He looked like the type who would shine with a little sunshine, but Hashirama just shook his head and laughed, and said nothing more. Seeing this, Hoshino Feng looked at the corpse of Uchiha Madara, his eyes flashed, and then disappeared. Hashirama said at this time it's time to go. After saying that, he used the remaining chakra to make a coffin. Then he sank it into the ground. Hashirama took Kaed Hoshino's hand and slowly left here. As for the nine tails after it woke up, it was suppressed in place by the wood release. Its tragic fate was about to begin. Kaed Hoshino lowered his head, silently thinking about the corpse just now. One thing was confirmed, it was just an empty shell, not Uchiha Madara's body. Presumably, it took advantage of Hashirama's distraction and sadness to run away with Izanagi. He did not remind Hashirama, even if he reminded him, he could not do anything at the moment. Before he came, Uchiha Madara had already left, and his breath had already escaped thousands of miles away. To find him now is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is extremely difficult. Chapter 26. The huge battle was over, and Hashirama walked to the village gate with heavy steps. Tobirama and many ninjas were waiting there. Big brother! Tobirama saw Hashirama and hurried forward. Hey, I'm fine. Hashirama saw the huge crowd and forced a smile. Then he saw the nervous look on the Uchiha clan's faces and suddenly said. This matter has nothing to do with Uchiha, it is Madara's personal behavior. Hashirama's explanation relaxed the Uchiha's nervous mood. The current Uchiha clan leader, Kong, was moved. The former clan leader defected, which made all the Uchiha people worried. They were afraid of being implicated and being liquidated later. Now with the promise of the Hokage, at least the clan was saved. As for what others think, humph, Uchiha never cares about other people's faces. When Tobirama heard this, his brows immediately frowned. He wanted to say something, but was discouraged by Hashirama's eyes. In the end, he sighed inwardly. Xiao Feng, you go back first. Hashirama touched his head and said. Hoshino Feng nodded, and slowly left here under the gazes of everyone with unclear expressions. He knew that since he was sent away, there must be a lot of things to discuss, but the teacher didn't seem to want him to get involved. But he didn't care, his focus now was not here. In 2 years, Hoshino Feng's improvement was like a rocket, which made Hashirama amazed, and he just needed to slice it for research. The clarity of the dial scale in his mind has also reached 1/3. The chakra has also skyrocketed to the level of Kage, and he has become more and more adept at controlling time. Being able to pause time in a large area for half an hour is extremely terrifying. The most important thing is that he has developed a series of ninjutsu about time based on himself. Just like when Hashirama awakened would release, he developed his own ninjutsu. But the difficulty is far different. In 2 years, it is also only a few have been developed. There is still a long way to go before it becomes a system, but we can take our time and there is no need to rush. By the way, he has already graduated from the academy, and there is really nothing else to learn. After all, he has almost finished learning the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. What can a school teach him? But others are still learning, but their strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and they have widened the gap. After all, they train frequently. And the current comprehensive strength of Hoshinoka Ed is probably at the elite Jonin level, which is still a little short of the Kage level. It is better than the best, but not as good as the worst. This is already very terrifying in the eyes of Hashirama. There is no elite Jonin at the age of 7 in the ninja world. What was he doing when he was 7 years old? But Hoshinoka Ed was not satisfied. According to his prediction, he should be able to reach the Kage level, but he was just a little short. Walking on the road, Hoshinoka Ed kicked stones and walked a little depressed. Xiao Feng, what a coincidence, are you shopping? Xing Yifeng, who was walking with his head down, heard the familiar voice and couldn't help but look up. Uncle Ishin, Miss Misora. The two people in front of him are Ishin Hitaki and his wife Misora Hitaki. You look depressed, what happened? Ishin saw his depressed face from a distance. Hoshino Feng sighed deeply, like a little old man, and Misora covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. It's nothing, I just hit a bottleneck and I can't break it no matter what I do. Xing Yifeng said truthfully, there was nothing to hide. I have been practicing swordsmanship with him for many years, so we naturally have a good relationship. If I tell him, maybe I can get a solution. Bottleneck. Ishin was a little confused, then he asked tentatively, are you going to break through the Kage level? After the establishment of Konoha village, the division of ninja strength gradually became clear, which was set by Senju Tobirama himself. Forward, I guess so. Xing Yifeng was a little hesitant. He just thought the stronger the better. Uncle Yuxin had seen countless people. When he saw his expression, he knew that he was not telling the truth. He said meaningfully, there is nothing wrong with pursuing strong strength, but if you insist on it, it will become an obstacle for you. It is the same with sword training and ninja training. You need to settle down and calm down to get used to it. This advice made Xing Yifeng suddenly feel brighter. Improving strength is not something that can be done overnight. It requires a gradual process. Even if you have strong talent, it takes time to realize it. Thank you, Uncle Ishin. I understand. Hoshino Feng took a deep breath, as if a heavy burden had disappeared, and smiled with relief. Seeing this, Hitaki Ishin touched his head and praised him generously. Good boy, you adjusted yourself so quickly. Hee. I still appreciate the compliments from acquaintances. At this time, Xing Yifeng paused and looked at the beautiful stewardess, or more precisely, at her belly. There was a little life being nurtured there. Feeling Xing Yifeng's gaze, Uncle Yuxin slapped his head and said boastfully. Look at my brain, I almost forgot to say that your beautiful stewardess is pregnant. Xing Yifeng smiled helplessly, and then thought deeply. This should be Konoha White Fang. Soon, the familiar people in memory will pop up one after another, and the ninja world will be lively. By the way, Xiao Feng, do you want to recognize a younger brother? Uncle Yuxin said a little embarrassedly, and at the same time a little nervous. After all, Xing Yifeng can be said to be unique in terms of identity. Even people who often get along with each other will be a little reserved. Xing Yifeng was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and nodded decisively. Brother? Then I'd rather obey your command. Being the elder brother of White Fang in the future, wow, just thinking about it is interesting. In this way, what will Kakashi call me in the future? Thinking of this, a glimmer of expectation flashed in Hoshinoka Ed's eyes. After communicating for a while, Hoshinoka Ed walked on the street happily. 2 years have passed, and Konoha has become more and more prosperous. Various policies have gradually been improved, and the staff has also been enriched. If it continues to develop like this, its prosperity in the future can be expected. But unfortunately there is no if. According to the original historical development, Konoha will be worse than the previous generation. But now these are still far away. With Hoshinoka Ed as a butterfly, it is not known whether there will be changes in the future. Hoshinoka Ed walked on the road, looking around from time to time. Speaking of which, he has been immersed in practice, but has never understood Konoha. Just when he decided to take a stroll, the person he least wanted to see walked straight over to him. Lord Tobirama. Although Hoshinofeng didn't like it, he was still polite. Tobirama still had a stern face, like a paralyzed face. Without any nonsense, he threw a scroll at him. What is this? Xing Yifeng opened it and looked at it. His eyes suddenly fixed and he looked at Tobirama in confusion. I mean, let you see the other side of the ninja world. After saying that, he left in an instant without waiting for Xing Yifeng to ask. Xing Yifeng had no choice but to read the contents of the scroll carefully, and then turned around without saying a word. Cold sweat broke out on his palms, apparently because of the contents of the scroll. Somewhere on the roof, Hashirama and Tobirama stood side by side. Tobirama, is this okay? He is only 7 years old. Brother, he is your disciple, you have to believe him, this is what he will have to face eventually. This simple conversation reveals 2 different viewpoints. Chapter 27. Outside the village, after registering at the gate, Feng Hoshino came alone to a place far away from the village. According to the content on the scroll given by Tobirama, this time he was asked to deal with the bandits entrenched in the surrounding areas. Feng Hoshino silently recalled the information about the mission. There are a total of 7 bandits, all hidden in the deep mountains and old forests, and there are ninjas among them. However, their strength is not high, there are only a few senior ninjas, and most of them are cannon fodder. They have been very active recently and have robbed many caravans. With his ability, there is no problem at all. It can be said that this is just a very simple task. But there are many factors that determine life and death. Feng Hoshino has never stained blood in this life or in the previous life. It is undoubtedly a great psychological pressure for him to reap one living life after another, even if those people deserve to die. But life is priceless, there is no distinction between good and evil. Master Tobirama is really good at making difficult problems. I guess he has already planned it. Hoshinoka Ed sighed deeply. This stage will eventually come. The ninja world is not a utopia. Bloodshed is necessary. Bandits will set up their bases in the mountains. The terrain brings great advantages. Generally, ninjas will fall into the trap if they are not careful. In addition, there are wandering ninjas, which makes it easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, these are not difficult for Xing Yifeng. He let go of his mind and a wave similar to scanning slowly unfolded. All terrains are imprinted in his mind. The perception ability possessed by the Eye of Time is not a joke. The range of exploration can easily reach thousands of miles. This is not the maximum level, and it can still grow. All the defenses are useless. Xing Yifeng is very patient. He waited until night fell and the darkness covered the earth before he crouched and slowly approached the bandit base. Ha ha ha, boss, this order is too lucrative, enough for the brothers to eat for a year. A sturdy man was drinking wine and eating meat, feeling so comfortable. The other hundreds of bandits echoed one after another, saying a lot of nice words. Of course, some of them were sincere. After all, they were entrenched here and could eat meat every day, which was extremely comfortable. Such a life made them very satisfied. Maida Iraiu's eyebrows were squeezed together. He was not happy at all for their compliments, but worried instead. A discerning younger brother asked in a low voice, "Boss, is there something bothering you?" Maida Iraiu nodded silently, staring at the blazing bonfire, and said worriedly, "I'm not worried about the caravan being robbed. I'm worried about Konoha sending people to siege them. Although my strength barely reaches that of a Jonin, I am still not up to the task of facing Konoha." The younger brothers under him said that he was worrying too much. "Oh, boss, Konoha is a little far from us, so we won't bother coming here, so don't worry." Maida Iraiu sighed again, but after hearing what his subordinates said, his expression eased a lot. "Maybe." Then he looked up and looked around, his expression paused, and suddenly became serious. "What's going on? Why is it so quiet around here?" After hearing the boss's words, the younger brothers fell silent and looked around. "Hey, why hasn't Matsuda come back yet?" A younger brother touched the back of his head and asked in confusion. Just as Maida Iraiu was about to speak, a light footstep suddenly sounded, which was particularly obvious in the quiet night. "Who?" he shouted, staring at the darkness ahead with a vigilant look. Xing Yifeng walked forward slowly, his face stained with blood, hiding his handsome face. "Child!" Maida Iraiu frowned, but clenched the kunao in his hand. How could a child appear here? Obviously there was something wrong. But not everyone thought the same way. After being stunned for a while, some of the younger brothers breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed. "Little boy, you actually dare to come here alone, you are very brave." The laughter was full of contempt and ridicule. Xing Yifeng smiled without saying anything, and his eyes gradually became cold. Then he flashed and disappeared, and the next second the cold kunao cut a man's throat. Blood gushed out, and he fell down while holding his neck. The scene was silent, and then chaos broke out. He said in fear, "Ninja! He is actually a ninja. For these ordinary people, ninjas are invincible." Maida Jinglong took a deep breath and looked at the child in front of him in fear. The speed just now has already explained a lot. He is no match. I'll help you get rid of it. Xing Yifeng was murderous, and his hands were already stained with dozens of lives. And now, it was just the beginning. After that, Xing Yifeng's figure teleported to their side like a ghost, and the kunao in his hand harvested the lives of the sinners one by one, 10. In just a blink of an eye, several lives were lost in his hands. The bandits were immediately terrified and scattered in all directions with terrified faces, trying to escape from here. But Xing Yifeng would not give this opportunity. He quickly formed a seal with one hand, and bursts of white smoke dissipated. Dozens of Xing Yifeng scattered in all directions, chasing the fleeing bandits. For a moment, only Maida Iraiu was left in the stronghold. You, Maida Jinglong thought he had killed countless people, but in front of him, it was like heaven and earth. The heavy life in his hand was as light as a feather. Those eyes were like a devil, without any emotion, extremely indifferent. In front of him, he lost all thoughts of resistance, and fear filled his heart. Hoshino Feng was silent, and walked to him step by step without hesitation. A white light flashed in front of his eyes, and the kunao scratched his neck, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The light in Maida Jinglong's eyes gradually dimmed, and there was no sound. At the same time, the shadow clones also completed the harvest. In the entire mountain village, hundreds of lives were taken, and no one was alive, and this, just the beginning. The dark night gradually faded away, and a faint red light began to appear on the skyline. Soon, a bright sun gradually rose, radiating light and showing its magnificence. Massacre. After a night of massacre, Xing Yifeng was like a killing machine, mechanically dropping the knife in his hand. Finally, after completing the last bandit stronghold, Xing Yifeng half-knelt on the ground, and the red ninja sword was inserted into the ground. He was full of blood and the smell that enveloped him was terrifying. The golden light hit his face, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. The bloodthirsty eyes gradually faded, and Xing Yifeng raised his hand and gradually trembled. The pungent smell hit his brain, and his stomach gradually reacted, and he vomited violently. Kill, I don't want to have this feeling again. Feng Hoshino wiped the corner of his mouth and suddenly said that this feeling of being dominated was disgusting. After a short rest, he replenished some physical strength, looked at the corpses on the ground, and left in silence. After he walked away, two figures appeared out of thin air. They were Hashirama and Tobirama. Hashirama said angrily, I have said it before, don't put the past into the present, the times are different. Tobirama was silent for a moment, and said with a firm look in his eyes, this must be experienced. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. Hashirama looked at Feng Hoshino, who was staggering, and said sadly, you still don't understand, Tobirama, that child is different from us. Besides, you have too high expectations of him. After saying that, he left without looking back. Tobirama stayed for a long time, looked at Xing Yifeng deeply, and then left in an instant. Chapter 28. All the bandits together numbered over 1,000, and all of them died at the hands of Feng Xingyi. His clothes were covered in blood stains, and he walked along in silence with a dazed look in his eyes. When he reached the entrance of the village, the guards were all shocked. His body was soaked in blood, and the pungent smell rushed straight to their heads. Even though they had experienced many battles, they were all terrified, with fear in their eyes, and they took a step back without a trace. Feng Xingyi ignored him, but walked mechanically and aimlessly. Even though the blood coagulated and firmly attached to the skin, he still walked forward in a daze. He didn't know how long he had walked, and he unconsciously walked to the door of his house. Sakura Kinomoto was taking care of the flowers in the yard. She saw Feng Xingyi with messy clothes out of the corner of her eye, and she was stunned for a moment. The spray bottle in her hand also slipped to the ground without noticing it at all. Small, Xiao Feng. Kinomoto Sakura covered her face with disbelief in her eyes. The next moment, she hugged Xing Yifeng in her arms like a bowstring. Xing Yifeng was like a puppet, with dull eyes and no words. You killed someone. Kinomoto Sakura was a ninja, so this pungent smell was very familiar to her. But what she was surprised about was not this. She was covered in blood, large and small, stuck to her clothes, and had dried. This level was not as simple as killing a few people. Quick, change your clothes first. Are you injured? Kinomoto Sakura realized something was wrong, but still pulled Xing Yifeng to take a shower. His blood-stained clothes were stripped off without leaving anything. If it were normal, Xing Yifeng would definitely be shy and protest. But now he seemed to have left his soul. He didn't say a word, lowered his head, and seemed to be thinking about something. Kinomoto Sakura found a set of clean clothes, and then helped him wash his body, just like when he was a child. Xing Yifeng's eyes gradually lit up in this meticulous care, and he said softly, I hate killing people. Kinomoto Sakura was slightly stunned, then smiled, as if promising something. Okay, I'll listen to you. No matter how strong he is or how high his status is, he is just a child now, her child. After a brief exchange, there was a long silence. Xing Yifeng's face was slightly red after washing, like a shy flower bud, her eyelashes were long, and there were water droplets on them, coupled with her lifeless eyes, it seemed particularly contradictory. Xing Yifeng quietly put on his clothes and sat down on the sofa with his mother. "Xiao Feng, what happened?" Kinomoto Sakura asked seriously. She was not usually seen like this. "Hoshino." Feng raised her head, her deep eyes like a whirlpool, absorbing everything. She opened her mouth slightly and was about to speak when she heard a knock on the door. Kinomoto Sakura got up to open the door, and Hashirama appeared in front of her. "Hokage-sama." Sakura Kinomoto greeted lightly, her tone full of indifference. Hashirama was embarrassed when he heard that, and scratched his head and said, "Is Xiao Feng here? He is not in a good state and needs to calm down. I think I need to understand something." Sakura Kinomoto made way for Hashirama to come in. The first thing Hashirama saw was Kaed Hoshino, who was lying on the sofa with his head down, looking listless. "Xiao Feng, go upstairs first. I have something to talk to the Hokage," Kinomoto Sakura said. "Hoshino." Feng nodded in response and went back to her room silently, without even a glance at Hashirama. Hashirama's face was extremely ugly, of course not to his disciples, but to his brother Tobirama. Anyone could see that Hoshino Feng's mental state was not right. "Why are you so anxious now? What did you do earlier?" Kinomoto Sakura said sarcastically. Hashirama opened his mouth but could not say anything. He could only remain silent. "I think as his mother, I have the right to know the truth of the matter." Sakura Kinomoto looked at Hashirama with sharp eyes, and spoke word by word, not giving him any room to shirk responsibility. Facing the sharp gaze, Hashirama felt pressured. He was actually afraid of the powerful aura of a mother. Hashirama nodded hurriedly, and then told the whole story with a guilty look on his face. After hearing the whole process, Sakura Kinomoto was so angry that she was shaking all over, like sifting chaff. She said angrily, "Mr. Hashirama, you are Xiao Feng's teacher. Didn't you stop Mr. Tobirama from doing this? Don't you know what the consequences will be if Tobirama does this?" The questioning became louder and louder, making Hashirama want to crawl into the ground. "He is just a child. A child born after peace." Kinomoto Sakura's voice trembled, telling a fact. Hashirama regretted it in his heart, but it was too late to turn back. "I'm very sorry. It's my fault as a teacher." Kinomoto Sakura sneered at this, but didn't want to say a word. At this time, Xing Yifeng came out and said, "This has nothing to do with the teacher, I was just being stubborn." He heard everything. He deeply felt his mother's tough attitude and the teacher's inner regret. He didn't blame anyone, but only blamed himself for not being strong enough. He overestimated his ability to bear, thinking that if he lived longer, he would be more able to bear. But rich experience can also become a kind of burden. He thought too much, too complicated, and his thoughts were surging like the tide. Killing is normal in the ninja world, but the problem is that Hoshinoka Ed lived in a happy country in his previous life. There was no war, no hunger. The stable and peaceful environment created his previous mentality, thinking that it was nothing more than that. But when he really started, he found himself trembling and afraid. He overestimated himself. Hoshinoka Ed's words made the two of them silent, and Hashirama felt even more guilty. He felt that he had failed as a teacher. It didn't work at all. Everything was the result of Hoshinoka Ed's own efforts. Looking at Hashirama, who was trapped in self-blame, Hoshinoka Ed stepped forward and chuckled. "Teacher, has anyone ever told you that you are too gentle and always complain about yourself?" Hashirama was stunned by what he said, and then his face turned red. How did Xiao Feng know? Did Tobirama tell him? This surprised look made Xing Yifeng smile. "Ahem, are you okay?" Hashirama changed the subject abruptly. Hoshinoka Ed followed his lead and shrugged. Of course, my mood fluctuates a lot, and I think I need to adjust myself. That's good, that's good. Hashirama's heart finally settled down. If anything happened to his disciple, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Tobirama went too far this time. Hashirama then said with a serious face. Although the intention is good, it is not practical. Hoshinoka Ed nodded in approval. Teacher, the times are different now. Children born in Konoha are fundamentally different from before. The training methods of the Warring States period are already outdated. Hashirama nodded solemnly, but then he became worried. But it takes time to come up with a solution. Hiroshinoka Ed smiled slightly, his eyes flashed, and he whispered in Hashirama's ear. Hashirama's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened, and in the end he hugged him in his arms and rubbed him again and again. Xiao Feng, you are such a genius. Xing Yifeng smiled but said nothing. After all, this is the ninja school in Naruto, and it has already withstood the test. Seeing that the two were chatting happily, Kinomoto Sakura completely forgot that there was someone else here. She immediately pulled her face, grabbed Xing Yifeng's ear, and kept muttering in his ear. Let's stop talking about this. You should have a good rest. Then, regardless of what Xing Yifeng had to say, he told him to go back to his room. Seeing this, Hashirama smiled awkwardly and said. Then I'll leave first. By the way, I'll ask Tobirama to come and apologize, after all, it was his idea. Kinomoto Sakura nodded slightly to show her agreement. Then Hashirama didn't want to bother her anymore, so he left. All the irrelevant people left, and Kinomoto Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, looking scared. God knows how she had the courage to do this to the Hokage just now. Chapter 29. Xing Yifeng lay on the bed, his arms resting on his forehead, his eyes slightly narrowed, recalling the details of when his mind lost control. The cold, piercing feeling made him palpitate, as if he had lost himself, and his eyes were dark. Everything followed instinct, and he had no opinion. Hehe, human life is like an ant. This is not an adjective here. Xing Yifeng, you have to adapt. Xing Yifeng muttered to himself and gradually fell asleep. Tick-tick. Xing Yifeng's consciousness entered his mind again, and the clock in front of him made a slight sound. He walked to the clock, sat cross-legged, and looked up at the road. Life is so fragile, why do people still strive to survive? Flowers bloom and fade, in the end it's just a cycle. Die, is it so frightening? He recalled the bandit who fell under his knife, and the terrified look before his death was deeply imprinted in his heart. Xing Yifeng's voice gradually became louder and louder, filling the space. It was as if he was seeking answers from the endless darkness. He thought no one would respond, but suddenly a click attracted his attention. Then, a distant and ethereal voice seemed to be responding. Xing Yifeng suddenly widened his eyes, with expectation and confusion in his eyes. Life is long and short. Mayflies live in the morning and die in the evening, but they still have love in their hearts. Everything in the world can't resist the erosion of time, and death is the final destination. Before Xing Yifeng understood what he meant, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. You, who are you? Xing Yifeng said suspiciously, with a wary look on his face. The black-robed man's voice was so unreal that it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. I am the spirit of this clock. Spirit of the weapon. I was injured in the war, so I restrained my divine light to cultivate myself. The man in black robe explained. You woke me up. Xing Yifeng pointed at himself. Me? But I didn't do anything. The man in black robe shook his head and said, you don't need to do anything. As long as you survive, I can absorb time to repair myself. Xing Yifeng smacked his lips. This ability was simply unsolvable. Just surviving could restore one's health. Even cheating was not possible. After hesitating for a while, Xing Yifeng still asked the doubts in his heart. The man in black robe smiled slightly, and then slowly raised his hand hidden in the robe. The surrounding scene flowed and changed in an instant. Xing Yifeng saw many people and things in his eyes as if he was taking a quick look. He saw the weak grass growing tenaciously on the cliffs. They were blown to the east and west by the strong wind, but they still tried to take root on the cliffs and desperately absorbed the sunlight and rain. He had seen a mother who was seriously injured by a predator lead the enemy away and leave the hope of life to her children. The mother's body was covered in blood, but she still ran towards the distance firmly. Go, her child was crying behind her, but she used her last bit of strength to push him out of the danger zone. He watched time pass quickly, and life and destruction were constantly exchanging and intertwining. During these long years, he saw countless lives being born and disappearing, the rise and fall of civilization, and the evolution and changes of the universe. Just when Xing Yifeng was deeply trapped in it, the man in black raised his hand and waved, and the scene disappeared in an instant. Xing Yifeng took a deep breath. He seemed to have experienced thousands of years of time just now. He saw a lot and felt a lot. He thanked him with a relieved smile and was very relaxed. The man in black said with relief, "You have a good understanding. Even without me, you will get out soon." Xing Yifeng scratched his head, and then asked its name again. Just call me Xi. Xi opened her lips slightly, her voice was extremely ethereal and soothing. Xing Yifeng nodded. "I will soon fall asleep again, and I hope we can meet again." After saying the last sentence, Xi's figure gradually dissipated and returned to the clock. Xing Yifeng's consciousness returned to his body, his eyes slowly opened, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His heart knot was untied, and his body felt extremely relaxed. "Have I slept so long?" Hoshino Feng looked out the window. The night sky outside was dotted with stars. There was a click outside the door. Kinomoto Sakura was startled, then smiled, and said, "Are you awake? Come down to eat." Hoshino Feng nodded happily and went downstairs swiftly. Konoha has been under martial law recently. After Uchiha Madara left, the alert level in the village has obviously been raised to a higher level. Many ninjas have been mobilized, including Yuta, who returned home very late. For a while, there were only 2 people at home. Kinomoto Sakura ate dinner slowly, and said to Hoshino Feng, "After you fell asleep, Lord Tobirama came over to apologize." Hoshino Feng paused while eating, and then returned to normal. Yet, seeing him so calm, Kinomoto Sakura couldn't help but worry. She was afraid that the child would keep everything to himself, which was not good. Xing Yifeng saw her worry and smiled, "I'm fine, I've let it go." After hearing this, Kinomoto Sakura felt relieved and kept serving him food, piling up the bowl. Xing Yifeng's mouth twitched and he said speechlessly, "Mom, I'm full." "No, you must finish eating. Look how thin you are." Kinomoto Sakura shook her head to refuse. Hoshino Feng couldn't refuse, so he could only eat in small bites. Just as he was thinking about how to get away, there was a knock on the door. Hoshino Feng's eyes lit up. In his perception, it was someone around the teacher. Now he could run away. As expected, Kinomoto Sakura complained, "I came to find you at a really bad time." In response, Hoshino Feng laughed dryly and then walked quickly to the door. "The Hokage wants you to come over." The man bowed his head respectfully. They were loyal to the Hokage, so they were naturally respectful to his disciples. Xing Yifeng corrected them many times, but it was useless, so he had to let them go. "Got it, I'll go right away." After the message was delivered, the person left instantly. Hoshinoka Ed talked to his mother, then activated Flying Thunder God and teleported directly to the outside of the Hokage building. Hoshinoka Ed did not delay and went directly to the Hokage's office. It was already late at night, and the office was still brightly lit. Hoshinoka Ed knocked on the door and went in after getting permission. There were few people inside, except for the two people who were unshakable. What surprised Hoshinoka Ed was that his master's wife also came. Senju Hashirama's wife Uzumaki Mito, also known as Hoshinoka Ed's master's wife. Born in the Uzumaki clan, she is good at sealing techniques and is a master of sealing in the ninja world. "Hello, master's wife." Xing Yifeng called out sweetly, and as his eyes turned, he could hardly hold back his smile. He saw that Tobirama's face was bruised and swollen, with purple patches all over it, just like a pig's head. Cough cough, cough cough, Hoshinoka Ed coughed repeatedly, trying to cover it up. Tobirama's mouth twitched wildly, his face looked extremely ugly. Couldn't he see that this was a matter of trying to hide something, but it only made it more obvious. Just as he was about to get angry, Mito beside him looked at him with a smile, and he calmed down. There was no way, he knew Mito's temper, didn't he see how the wound on his face came from? "Teacher, is there something you want me to do?" Xing Yifeng looked away, ignoring Tobirama who had a dark face but didn't dare to get angry. Chapter 30. Ahem. When asked by his disciple, Hashirama coughed a few times and then became serious. "I discussed the ninja school you talked to me about before with Tobirama and we think it's a good idea. I called you here to see if you have any opinions." As he said that, he handed him a piece of paper. Xing Yifeng took a look and couldn't help but admire that the framework was built very perfectly. It was obvious that it was made by Senju Tobirama. One had to admit that his vision and wisdom were unique. No objection, this is already perfect. Every profession has its own expertise, he just made his own suggestions based on his previous life's experience and his views on the Hokage. If you really want to look into it, he is really not as good as Tobirama. After all, he is not that cut out for it. If that's the case, then let's do it. Hashirama smiled and said with great anticipation. It will be lively in the future. Once the ninja school is implemented, it will have a great impact on the ninja clan. The base of civilians is like an ocean, deep and bottomless, and the talents among them are no worse than the children of the ninja clan. What they lack is just a stage, a place to learn. And the ninja school provides such a place. The children of the family and the children of the civilians compete with each other and make progress together. Hashirama can already foresee what kind of sparks will be created in the future. In Konoha village, the civilians have already stepped onto the stage. Uzumaki Mito smiled sweetly, generously, and naturally understood the deep meaning of what Hashirama said. Yes, the future of Konoha village will eventually shine with their own brilliance. Tobirama on the side also nodded in agreement. Among the three people, he had a slightly different view on the civilians. He believed that the rise of the civilians could suppress the ninja clan and play a positive role. For Konoha village, it was a shot in the arm that could promote the growth of this towering tree. After talking about this topic, Hashirama turned his eyes and fell on Hoshinoka Ed again. He hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Xiao Feng, what do you want to do in the future? Or your dream?" When asked this question, all eyes were focused on him. Senju Tobirama's eyes were burning, as if he was expecting some answer. Uzumaki Mito was relatively Buddhist, and Xiao Feng's future was better than theirs. Hoshino Feng was stunned at first, hesitated for a while, and then walked to the window. The Hokage building is the tallest building in Konoha. At this moment, he stood on the top, looking at the very conspicuous portrait not far away. That is the rock statue of Senju Hashirama, and someone else will be carved on it in the future. Hoshino Feng did not speak for a long time, and it was very quiet for a while. The people hiding outside were also dismissed by Hashirama. At this moment, there were only 4 of them. I think, let the ninja world live and work in peace, without war and hunger. The elderly have someone to rely on, the young have someone to take care of, the sick have someone to treat, and the homeless have someone to live in. Xing Yifeng spoke softly, turned around and showed a longing smile. The few people stood still for a long time before they came back to their senses. Good. 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 Hashirama called out 3 times, his expression excited. These were not empty words. From his eyes, Hashirama could see his firm heart. Uzumaki Mito was moved by the scene he described. The woman's heart was weak, and it touched her heart all at once, tears welled up in her eyes. That is a very difficult dream. Just as the two were moved, suddenly the cold voice of Senju Tobirama sounded. It was like a basin of cold water poured on their hot hearts. Tobirama, can you please say something nice? Why are you so devastating? Hashirama grumbled in dissatisfaction, thinking that the words were too hurtful. Uzumaki Mito was more realistic, and he went straight to the point of chasing Tobirama and beating him. The scene was quite funny, which made Hoshinoka Ed burst into laughter. Tobirama, who was being chased, still had the energy to turn around and said, "This is the truth." Uzumaki Mito's eyes were blazing with fire, and he wanted to tie him up with the diamond seal, but was stopped by Hashirama. "Ahem, Mito, there are other things to discuss, I will catch up later." After mediating the two, Hashirama immediately talked about the 9 tails. During the previous battle with Uchihamadara, he sealed the 9 tails in the Valley of the End, and it was not a good idea to keep it like this. Tobirama pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "The 9 tails cannot be released, it must be controlled by Konoha. Other ninja villages have tailed beasts, and Konoha must have one too. When distributing the tailed beasts, out of consideration for the interests of Konoha, coupled with the powerful sealing technique, the 9 tails was kept." "Well, but what should we do?" Hashirama nodded. Hoshinoka Ed listened on the side and muttered to himself. Is he going to witness history? The Jinkriki is about to be born. Let me do it, use my body as a container, and seal him inside me. Just when the two were in distress, Uzumaki Mito stood up and spoke. Hashirama immediately became anxious and directly rejected her proposal. Uzumaki Mito was not annoyed, but just pointed out the pros and cons. This was the best solution. The 9 tails chakra is very violent, and few people can withstand it. The Uzumaki clan has a lot of chakra and knows how to seal, so they are the best choice. Her words made everyone present silent. It was indeed as she said, it could only be the Uzumaki clan. Hashirama wanted to fight for it again, after all, this was his wife. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Mito. Hashirama, there's no need to persuade me anymore. You know we have no choice, for the sake of the village. Mito knew Hashirama's inner struggle, and in the end he said something that touched his heart. For the sake of the village, someone must sacrifice, and that person can only be her. At this time, Tobirama said, "Brother, sister-in-law is right, we have no choice. The power of the 9 tails is too strong for anyone, except for those 2 perverts who can play with it at will. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave it out like this, which is a great loss. For it, in fact, I should be able to play a certain role in the sealing matter." Xing Yifeng raised his hand silently, breaking the dead silence. In an instant, his eyes fell on him. "What role can you play? Do you know the sealing technique?" Tobirama said doubtfully. Sealing techniques are extremely rare and difficult to practice. When it comes to sealing techniques alone, Mito is undoubtedly the best. How could a 7-year-old boy like Hoshinoka Ed know such a sophisticated ninjutsu, even if he is a genius? Hashirama seemed to be thinking about it. Bloodline limit. Hoshinoka Ed grinned. "That's right, I can add a layer of protection to the seal. Let the harm to the master's wife be minimized." Hearing this, Tobirama murmured in a low voice, "Time." When Mito heard this, he happily hugged him in his arms and rubbed him hard, making Xing Yifeng cry out in pain. This is good news. It is not an easy task to contain the tailed beast. If something unexpected happens with the cold chakra in the body, it will be a devastating disaster. Having an extra layer of protection means safety for Mito. Chapter 31. The Valley of the End. For the sake of sealing the 9 tails, several people came here. Being pinned to the ground by the Myojinman, the huge 9 tails was looking at Hashirama with resentment. If there was a ranking of hatred, Senju Hashirama would definitely be on the list. It was already unlucky to be controlled by Uchiha Madara, and after waking up, he was pressed here by Hashirama again. 9 tail, your power is too strong, I can only do this. Hashirama said seriously as he stood in front of him. He had no idea how much harm this sentence could do. Even Hoshinoka Ed spoke up for the 9 tail, saying that he had lost his freedom and was sealed. How miserable it was! Hearing this, the 9 tail's whole body was churning, and its sinister aura made the earth tremble. The 9 tail's eyes were full of resentment, and it stared at Hashirama, as if it wanted to engrave his appearance into its memory. The corners of its mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. How much time do you have left? Who can subdue me after you die? Its words are not groundless. No matter how strong Hashirama is, he will die one day. But the tailed beasts are immortal. Even if they are killed, they can absorb chakra and revive. It's just a matter of time. Facing life and death, Hashirama is very calm. He smiled heartily. So, I won't leave you any hidden dangers. If you want to hate, then hate me. This is my idea. The 9 tails had a bad feeling. And in the next second, Hashirama shouted, and the Myojin gate imprisoned on the 9 tails restricted most of its chakra. The once majestic and powerful tailed beast was just a plaything in front of Hashirama, who could suppress it at will. Such a gap in strength made the 9 tails despair. He could only watch himself being restricted. That's enough. Hashirama said. Then, Uzumaki Mito stepped forward, and dozens of chains flew out, binding the 9 tails, and wrapping the chains around its limbs. The 9 tails felt like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Gossip seal. The 4-symbol seal. Uzumaki Mito formed a seal again, and the heavy sealing technique made the 9 tails unable to use any power. Roar, roar, the 9 tails groaned in pain. Its body was sealed layer by layer and could not move. Its eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. Thinking back to the freedom and power it once had, it was now bound by humans and became their tool. Hashirama, you bastard! The 9 tails roared, and the anger in his heart was like a surging sea. During the sealing, Uzumaki Mito did not have the strong strength of Hashirama. She felt heavy pressure and sweat kept coming out of her forehead. The chakra carried by the complete 9 tails can be said to be bottomless. Fortunately, the 9 tails was suppressed and could not use chakra to resist, otherwise the seal would not be so smooth. The 9 tails' body kept shrinking, wrapped in layers of chains, and dragged towards Uzumaki Mito little by little. Just as it was about to enter the body, Hoshinoka Ed stepped forward and put a safety barrier on it. Time prison. With the blessing of the power of time, Hoshinoka Ed's chakra boiled up. It went towards the 9 tails and turned into a series of complicated lines. These lines intertwined in the air, forming an illusory cage. The cage merged into the 9 tails' body, making him fall into an endless sleep, and the flow of time became slow. Its body became stiff and its eyelids slowly closed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Uzumaki Mito hurriedly sped up, dragged the 9 tails into his body, and completed the seal. After the seal was completed, Uzumaki Mito and Hoshinoka Ed couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Done. Hashirama held them up with one hand each. Hoshinoka Ed's face turned pale, and his chakra was overdrawn a bit. This was the first time he mobilized such a large amount of time power. With chakra as the medium, it was consumed very quickly. Uzumaki Mito felt even worse. Suddenly, there was another huge amount of chakra in his body, and he felt like he was full. Fortunately, the 9 tails fell into a deep sleep, otherwise it would be another troublesome matter. Xiao Feng, thank goodness you are here. Mito forced a smile, most of her energy was spent on fighting the chaotic chakra in her body. Hoshino Feng smiled back, feeling that she hadn't done anything. At this time, Tobirama suddenly asked, "What is your technique?" Xingyi Feng explained, "I just created a space and put the nine-tailed fox in it. The flow of time inside was slowed down by me. It should be able to make him sleep for a few years." Tobirama was thoughtful, his eyes almost overflowing with interest. This kind of ninjutsu is simply the nemesis of the tailed beasts, and it can subdue the tailed beasts without any soldiers. Even the big brothers would escape technique must be suppressed first, and then the sealing technique can be used. Hashirama patted his shoulder and said, "If you have any ideas, go back and talk about it. It's time to go." Then he helped Mito leave here, leaving behind a confused Hoshino Kaed. "Teacher! What about me too?" Hoshino Feng shouted immediately after he reacted. Hashirama turned around and said with a smile, "Let Tobirama help you, I can't spare any hands." Then he left. Hoshino Feng was indignant and dissatisfied. He actually forgot about his disciple for the sake of beauty. Damn it! Just when he was full of grievances, he felt his body lighten, and Tobirama actually picked him up. Hoshino Kaed's brain was a little slow to react, and Tobirama didn't care about him. He just used Flying Thunder God to teleport, simple and rough. After returning to the village, everything returned to peace. Hoshino Kaed occasionally went out of the village to do a mission and see blood. Of course, he didn't kill people casually. Since Xi appeared, he found that he could see a person's karma and merits. Relying on this ability, he did it without any scruples. Some people may look like humans, but they are demons in their hearts. It is not a big burden to kill such people. Just like this, a year passed, and it was 8 years since he came to Konoha. This year, Hitaki Sakumo was born, but due to dystocia, Hitaki Misora passed away. Leaving an orphan and a widow to live with each other, Hoshino Kaed even shed tears for this. After all, Misora treated him very well. The death of such a person made Hoshino Kaed sad. For a while. In addition, ninja schools also began to appear on the stage of history and began to recruit students. The principal of the school was personally held by Hashirama Senju. The teachers were Chunin, and it is worth mentioning that Kaed Hoshino was forced by Hashirama to leave his name in the school. He was the kind of teacher, and although Kaed Hoshino felt a little strange, he accepted it after being called in for a talk. Everything was on track, Konoha's education system was gradually improved, and other ninja villages followed suit. Konoha Academy was naturally disbanded, and for this reason, Kaed Hoshino specially treated guests generously. It made his small treasury bleed heavily, and he was distressed for a long time. That day, Kaed Hoshino's depressed mood was swept away and he cheered up. Life cannot stagnate, we must look forward, time, no one is waiting. Chapter 32. In the early morning, the air was fresh and sweet, and the sun rose and hung in the sky. In a public training ground, there were bursts of fighting sounds. Xingyi Feng smiled as he looked at the Uchiha who kept launching fierce attacks. "Wang, you can't do this, is this all you can do in 3 years?" Rubbish words kept coming out of his mouth, making Uchiha Wang angry and increasing the strength in his hands. Uchiha Wang, who was already 10 years old, had made great progress in strength and had greatly improved in all aspects. Although he was still beaten to a pulp in front of Xingyi Feng, it was already pretty good compared to the passive beating a few years ago. Xingyi Feng dodged steadily, and Uchiha Wang's fierce attack fell like raindrops, pressing forward step by step. Lightning escape, earth walk. Uchiha Wang pressed his hands on the ground, a sharp stinging sound was heard, and the lightning stream suddenly hit Xingyi Feng. Xingyi Feng, whose vision was blocked by his arms, was accidentally hit, and the numbness made him move much slower. Uchiha Wang's face lit up, and then he no longer held back and quickly approached. Opportunity! Kunao shot out, trying to buy time to get close. Uchiha Wang's mouth corners slightly raised. At this distance, and in paralysis, no matter how fast he was, he would be injured. Xing Yifeng seemed to be in trouble, but in fact, it was all expected. Haha, you still underestimate me. Hoshino Feng said calmly. Uchiha Wang frowned. If the blood limit and forbidden techniques can't be used, what other tricks are there? Wang, you seem to have forgotten that I have been learning swordsmanship from Uncle Ishan. Xing Yifeng smiled lightly. Uchiha. Wang suddenly remembered, and then his face changed drastically. He ignored the exhaustion of chakra and formed seals with both hands while running. He took a deep breath and spit out a fireball from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha's signature ninjutsu, but with a special feature, it can't kill people. Hoshinoka Ed's face was reflected in red by the fireball, and his eyes were calm, even though there were kunao and fireballs coming at him. He held his left hand outward, and the ninja sword appeared in his hand instantly. Then he placed one hand horizontally in front of his chest, narrowed his eyes, and the next second, he shook his wrist. A faint blue light bloomed from the sword. The sequence of time, slash. Hoshinoka Ed said softly, his voice as clear as a spring. Then a half-moon slash was launched instantly, and the sharp slash instantly shattered the kunao. Then, the momentum continued to collide with Uchiha Nozomi's great fireball technique. The fireball and the slash merged with each other, and then it was silent, as if nothing had happened. Not bad. Xing Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. It was the first time to use it and the effect was very good. I won't fight you anymore. This is too much of a rip-off. When Uchiha saw this, his face almost turned green with anger. He sat on the ground indignantly and gave up. Xing Yifeng shrugged, put away his knife, walked up to him, and said with a heartbroken expression. Wang, I misjudged you. How can you admit defeat? Where is your fighting spirit? Xing Yifeng had a righteous look on his face, as if he was rebuking him for escaping. Uchiha Wang's mouth twitched constantly, and his stern expression could hardly hold back. Is that what people say? He is not a fool. He knows he can't win, but he still insists on being strong. I'm afraid he is mentally ill. The resentful eyes stared at Xing Yifeng all the time, making him feel guilty. He laughed dryly a few times and said, in fact, you have made great progress, which really surprised me. This is the truth from the heart. Uchiha Wang curled his lips. What's the use of making great progress? I still can't even punch you. Xing Yi. Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. So you really want to beat me up? Uchiha Wang suddenly realized that he had just let the cat out of the bag. He panicked, but explained without changing his expression. Absolutely not, I swear. He said, and raised one hand, but only 4 fingers. Xing Yifeng's eyes said, do you think I believe it? Uchiha Wang swallowed his saliva. He was in agony. You didn't know what would happen in the next second. Fortunately, Xing Yifeng turned his head away, which made him relax. Is your grandma in good health? Xing Yifeng asked while lying on the ground. Uchiha Wang sighed. She is old and has all kinds of problems. If the money is not enough, I will lend it to you. Xing Yifeng said. Uchiha Wang heard this and turned his head proudly. Who said it is not enough? I can earn money by myself. Xing Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This child does not mean what he says. He wants to save face. Although genin can accept tasks, they cannot accept tasks above B level, and the amount is pitifully small. Uchiha Wang's grandmother is in poor health and needs to replenish her body. The money Uchiha Wang earns is just barely enough. It's up to you. If it's not enough, tell me. I still have some money in my treasury. Xing Yifeng knew that he couldn't be impatient. Wang had a strong sense of self-esteem. If he was given it directly, he would definitely not accept it. Uchiha Wang knew Xing Yifeng's intentions, but as a friend, he didn't want to cause trouble for everyone. Moreover, he was able to solve it now, but it would be more difficult. The two looked at each other in silence, and both smiled knowingly. They knew each other's intentions. At this moment, Fujido Joho hurried over and shouted anxiously. "Oh no, oh no! Something happened to Sister Hime." The two were shocked and stood up quickly and asked, "What happened?" Fujido Takatora bent down and panted. He was a little out of breath after running all the way. After a moment, he said, "Sister Kazumi fainted and has been sent to the hospital." Hearing this, the two of them immediately rushed out like a bow and arrow and headed straight for the hospital. Poor Fujido Takatora had just calmed down for a while and had to follow immediately. They rushed all the way to the hospital and happened to meet Senju Ayako, who was walking towards them. Hoshinoka Ed stopped and asked anxiously, "Ayako-senpai, how is Hinata Kazumi?" "Little guy, you came really quickly. The little girl is fine now, but she won't wake up for a while," Ayako said in a soothing manner. Then she looked back and forth, lowered her body and whispered, "The caged bird curse is very damaging to the brain, and the pain is unbearable for most people." Xing Yifeng clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, trying to suppress the shocking aura that was looming in his body, and nodded gloomily. "Thank you, Ayako-senpai. Thank you for nothing, it's just my duty as a doctor. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Ayako rushed to the next ward for treatment. As the dean, she couldn't stop for a moment. After everyone left, Uchiha Wang spoke coldly. "It should be the Hyuga main family that launched the curse seal." Hishino Feng took a deep breath and nodded. The caged bird is a method used by the Hyuga main family to control the branch family. The seal will be engraved when the child is 3 years old. Its purpose is to control the branch family members, making them unable to resist and serve the main family. Kazumi is a member of the branch family. "Let's go and check the situation first," Xing Yifeng said calmly. His anger just now was deeply buried in his heart. Under his calm eyes, there was an undercurrent. Chapter 33. The three of them soon arrived at Kazumi's ward, where Kazumi's parents were also. They were not surprised by the arrival of Xing Yifeng and the others. As parents, they at least knew about their child's situation, not to mention that it was someone of such high status as Xing Yifeng. Lord Hoshino, Kazumi's father, Hinata Takiya, bowed slightly and lowered his eyes respectfully. The woman beside him saw her husband like this and saluted respectfully. Hoshino Feng had a headache. "Uncle Takiya, you don't have to call me like that, just call me by my name." He had met Kazumi's parents several times, and the impression they left on him was just one word: very old-fashioned. They were very polite and would be like this when they saw people of higher status than themselves. It might be because he had been in a separate family since he was a child, and the environment shaped his character. Hearing this, Hinata Takiya became more respectful. It was hard to imagine that a middle-aged man would be so humble and salute a child. "Etiquette cannot be abandoned, please don't embarrass me, Master Xing Yi." After repeated requests, Xing Yifeng had to skip this topic and asked about Kazumi. Why was Kazumi treated as a caged bird by the main family? Hearing the word caged bird, Hinata Takiya's eyes flashed with resentment, then calmed down. After a moment of silence, he looked at his daughter lying unconscious on the bed and said slowly, "Every year, the younger generation of the main family will compete with the branch family, ostensibly to enhance their relationship. In fact, it is to establish authority so that the branch family dare not resist." Everyone in the split family knew it, and they would deliberately admit defeat during the competition. But that day, Hime accidentally defeated the people of the Zone family, which made the people of the Zone family look extremely unhappy. And Hime's opponent happens to be the grandson of the fifth elder of the clan. Being defeated by the branch family in public made him angry. In anger, reason was completely swallowed up, and the caged bird curse was activated directly, and then it became like this. As Hinata Takia narrated the whole story, Hoshino Feng was stunned. It is said that the people of the Hyuga clan are arrogant, but I didn't expect that they would be so angry after losing a competition. Uchiha Wang, who had been listening, felt incredible. What happened afterwards? The main family did not distinguish right from wrong and directly launched the curse seal. It was unreasonable no matter how you looked at it. Didn't they give an explanation? Xing Yifeng asked again. If the people of the main family were not stupid, they would definitely give an explanation to the branch family. In public, they launched the caged bird without a proper reason. As long as the main family had a normal mind, they would definitely give a satisfactory explanation to the branch family. But unfortunately, the main family members really had problems with their brains. Hinata Takia's eyes became dim, clenched his fists, and said hatefully. The main family not only did not give an explanation, but also accused Kazumi of offending the main family and deserved to be punished. Such words made Xing Yifeng angry. Uchiha Wang couldn't help thinking secretly after hearing such an outrageous thing. Fortunately, he was not born in the Hyuga family. Oh no, the Hyuga branch family. Could it be, can we just let this go? Feng Xingyi frowned and asked unwillingly. Hinata Takia looked depressed, and 2 hot tears flowed down his face. The meaning was self-evident. This matter could only be let go like this. If he was not satisfied, he would be made to suffer more in the future. By then, he would be more than just a bird in a cage. There was silence in the ward. Feng Xingyi slowly exhaled and said, "This matter will not end so easily." He looked at Hinata Kazumi, as if he was making a promise, and then he left. Seeing this, the other 2 also left together. After leaving the hospital, Xing Yifeng lowered his head in deep thought, and Fujido Johu and Uchiha Wang followed behind him. "Wang, what do you think the boss will do?" Tudu Takatora asked. Uchiha Wang glanced at him and said, "I don't know, but he won't give up. This is his intuition, a man's 6th sense." Tudu Takatora frowned and said with some concern. "But I'm afraid the boss will directly confront the Hyuga clan. Even if the Hokage came, he would not be able to interfere. Although he was timid and submissive, he had a flexible mind. The caged bird was one of the family inheritances, which was deeply engraved in the bones of the Hyuga. Even Hashirama could not interfere, as this was a family matter. Of course, if the Hokage was Uchiha Madara, things would probably be reversed." Uchiha Wang was very surprised and looked at him in surprise. "I'm surprised you could think of this." Fujido Takatora scratched his head, a little embarrassed, his face slightly red. "What you said makes sense, but there is one thing you said wrong. The Hokage can be in charge of certain things." Uchiha Wang laughed and said meaningfully. Fujido Takatora showed a puzzled expression, not knowing what to do. Uchiha Wang looked far away, looking at the slightly flickering eyes of Hoshinoka Ed in front of him, and smiled. I'm afraid you don't know how powerful he is." Powerful in various aspects, Uchiha Wang was complaining in his heart. Just as Fujido Takatora said, there was no reason for Xing Yifeng to interfere in the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan. After all, it was a family affair, and even he had no right to interfere. But what Uchiha Wang said was right, some things didn't need to be done openly, there were many factors that determined victory or defeat. If it didn't work directly, then attack indirectly. Thinking of this, Xing Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to the 2 people behind him and said, "You guys go back first, I have a way." Uchiha saw this, shrugged, turned to Fujido Takatora and said, "You see, I'll tell you." After saying goodbye to the 2, Hoshinoka Ed went straight to the Hokage building. Although he couldn't interfere in other people's family affairs, this is Konoha. Even if your Hyuga clan has great rules, it is still dependent on Konoha village. In front of the head of a village, you have to give way to everything. This is the benefit of power. It is not the wish of Hoshinoka-ed to use power to suppress others, but if others bully him, then it is not his fault. When he came to the door, Hoshinoka-ed adjusted his face, his mouth pursed, and he looked like he was crying, coupled with his cute appearance, which made people feel pity. "Teacher!" Hiroshinoka-ed said with a sob as he pushed the door open. Hashirama, who was processing documents, looked up and saw a wronged look staring at him. Hashirama knew why he came here, and just as he was about to say something, he stopped abruptly and said jokingly, "What's wrong? You look so aggrieved. Who bullied you? You are usually as calm as an adult, without any energy, but now you are about to cry." The mocking words made Xing Yifeng roll his eyes at him in his heart. He secretly complained, "Teacher, if you want to laugh at me, just say it." He dared to guarantee that Hashirama knew why he came here. There were several Anbu people waiting in the dark beside him, and they knew it was Hashirama who did it without thinking. Chapter 34. The Anbu is directly under the Hokage and is a special force that only obeys the Hokage's orders. The entire village is under the surveillance of the Anbu, and all the movements cannot be hidden from them. It is impossible for Hashirama not to know what he is doing here. Kazumi is his friend, and if something happens, the Anbu will pass the news to Hashirama as soon as possible. Hashirama is pretending to be confused, so Hoshinoka-ed has to explain his purpose. "Teacher, the caged bird on Kazumi's forehead has been triggered and she is still unconscious. Can you think of a solution?" Hoshinoka-ed blinked, as if she had been wronged. Hashirama coughed twice and said seriously, "That little girl is in a coma, is there such a thing? Come. Go ask the Hyuga clan leader to come over." This pretentious tone, Xing Yifeng rolled his eyes helplessly. Not long after, footsteps sounded from outside the door. When Hyuga Yifeng walked in, he saw Xing Yifeng, his body paused slightly, and then saluted as if nothing had happened. "Greetings, Hokage-sama." Hashirama waved his hand kindly and said, "You are too polite, Hyuga clan leader. I wonder why the Hokage asked me to come here." Hinata Ryuful looked at Hoshinoka-ed while speaking. Hashirama said with a smile, "It's nothing serious, it's just that this brat said his friend is unconscious, so he asked me to help see if there is any way. But the child is from the Hyuga family, so we asked the clan leader to come and solve the problem together." Hyuga Ryufeng heard this, looked at Hashirama, then looked at Hoshinoka-ed, sighed slightly in his heart, and said, "Kazumi is a member of the Hyuga branch family. It is a blessing for Kazumi to be cared for by the Hokage. Sure enough, this matter cannot end like this. The main family dealt with the branch family indiscriminately, which could have minimized the impact. But Kazumi is not an ordinary member of the branch family. The elders of the main family thought that Kazumi was a soft persimmon and could be manipulated at will. But they forgot the factor of Hoshinoka-ed. This is a tricky thing. On one side is the majesty of the main family, and on the other side is the Hokage. It is really difficult to make a decision." Hashirama waved his hand and said meaningfully, "As the Hokage, it is understandable that he cares about the people in the village. Hyuga clan leader, is that right?" Hyuga Liuguang sighed inwardly, and after a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly and nodded. "Lord Hokage is not wrong, but the elders." He made it clear, and the meaning was self-evident. "If the main family wants to make trouble, I hope the Hokage can solve this matter." "Haha, of course, please rest assured, Hyuga clan leader." Hashirama chuckled. Hyuga clan leader breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was someone in front of him, it would be easy to deal with. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. The elders made the decision directly without consulting him, which put him in a difficult position. "Since you are unkind, don't blame me." After a friendly conversation, the Hyuga clan leader left the Hokage's office. Hoshinoka Ed remained silent and looked at the two people quietly. After everyone left, Hoshinoka Ed said dissatisfiedly. "Is that all?" Hashirama supported his chin with his fingers and smiled. "What else do you want?" Hoshinoka Ed pouted. "I thought I could vent my anger for Kazumi, otherwise I would be unhappy." "Don't worry, there are many ways to vent your anger." Hashirama's mouth curled up slightly. "Kazumi's matter has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan leader. The elders of the main family made the decision privately. They will not feel good when they return." Hearing this, Xing Yifeng frowned and said, "But can the Hyuga clan leader suppress the elders? It was impossible before." Hashirama chuckled. "But it will be fine as long as I secretly add fuel to the flames." Hoshinoka Ed looked Hashirama up and down suspiciously, which made him feel uneasy. "What's that look in your eyes? Is this a sinister idea that my beloved teacher came up with?" Xing Yifeng was a little skeptical. "Haha." Hashirama smiled foolishly, looking unintelligent. Hoshinoka Ed couldn't do anything to him. This was not the first or second time he had been so careless. He was used to it. What will happen to Kazumi next? Xing Yifeng asked the question that he was most concerned about. "Don't worry, the Hyuga clan leader will take care of this matter." Hashirama gave a reply. Hoshinoka Ed didn't say anything else, but he still felt very aggrieved. Hashirama saw that he was unhappy and touched his head. Life is not always smooth sailing, and there will always be things that are not satisfactory. Xing Yifeng raised his head, his eyes were stubborn, and he seemed to disagree. Hashirama sighed and his tone changed. "However, if you still feel unhappy, you can do whatever you want, as long as no one dies." Hashirama's eyes flickered, and he squinted slightly, ready to make a move. Seeing this, Hashirama shook his head helplessly, and silently lit a stick of incense for the Hyuga clan. Just as the two looked at each other in silence, Tobirama walked in and said expressionlessly, "Brother, I have checked everything. Those people had serious problems. They thought they were doing it carefully, but I still found out. The evidence has been collected." Hashirama's eyes lit up and he said, "That's good. Send these evidences to the Hyuga clan leader. He knows what to do." Tobirama nodded expressionlessly. He has always been merciless to these village parasites. A flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for his status, he couldn't kill them all at once. Otherwise, he would have started a massacre long ago. His emotions surged, and Tobirama left with a cold face. Hoshinoka Ed mourned for Hyuga. It was bad luck to be targeted by this person. But on second thought, if there was no ghost, Tobirama would not have found the opportunity. It was his own fault. "Teacher, I'll go do my thing first." Hoshinoka Ed found a chance to slip away, ready to avenge Kazumi. Hashirama waved his hands with a look of disgust, as if he was shooing away a fly. Hoshinoka Ed walked out of the office with a dark face, and decided not to come again unless it was an emergency. As soon as he came out, he was surrounded by 3 people. Izawa Akumi raised her fist with a hot temper and said angrily, "What do you think? What did Lord Hokage say? Those guys must be made to pay the price." Todo Takatora also nodded in agreement. Uchiha Wang had a blank face, but one could still feel the coldness around him. He was like a sword, ready to be unsheathed at any time. Hoshinoka Ed was deeply moved and said, "Well, the result is not satisfactory, not good or bad, but it doesn't meet my expectations anyway. I'm afraid we have to do it ourselves for Kazumi's matter." His words stunned everyone. Uchiha Wang touched his chin and analyzed. It seems that the Hokage cannot intervene openly, which is expected. "What do you mean by expected?" "I think it's partiality." Izawa Akumi didn't care about Hoshinoka Ed in front of her at all, and said whatever she thought. Fujido Takatora said slowly, "Maybe, is there something, Unspeakable. He is not like Izawa Akumi who speaks without restraint, so he still has to be careful. Chapter 35. Everyone, I'm still here, can you please be more polite? Hoshinoka-ed protested in a low voice. But obviously, no one paid attention to him. Helplessly, Hoshinoka-ed changed the subject and talked about venting for Kazumi. After hearing this, several people immediately quieted down, their eyes were eager to move. Izawa Akumi was even more active, waving her sandbag-sized fists, bringing up a breeze. The violent look made the timid Fujido Takatora shrink his neck, fearing that he would be affected. The teacher said that we can't kill anyone, so let's beat up the culprit and vent our anger for Kazumi. Xing Yifeng said. Uchiha Wang frowned, but they are in the Hyuga clan territory, how can we get in? Xing Yifeng smiled without saying anything, then raised his hand, and the space in front of him suddenly broke, forming a hole. Don't forget I can control time, teleporting is a piece of cake. Great, this way we can sneak in quietly. Izawa Akumi said excitedly. Uchiha. Wang nodded in agreement, and at the same time secretly decided in his heart that he would never be an enemy of Hoshinoka-ed in the future. This ability is too buggy, it catches people off guard and is completely unpredictable. But there is still a problem at the moment. Tudu Takatora suddenly said, making everyone look at him instantly. Tudu Takatora's neck shrank when he was looked at, and said, do you know who we are going to beat? What's his name? This sentence asked the key point, which is indeed a difficult problem. Hoshino Feng lowered his head and pondered for a moment. His peripheral vision accidentally saw the person hiding in the dark, and a light flashed in his mind. A malicious smile appeared on his face, and then the figure disappeared instantly. The three looked at each other, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in their hearts. A minute later, Hoshino Feng came back with a person. This person was wearing a mask and his face could not be seen clearly. This is the solution to the problem. Xing Yifeng said with satisfaction. This, could it be someone from the Anbu? Uchiha Wang's mouth twitched, and he said doubtfully. Xing Yifeng gave him a thumbs up, confirming his guess. Yes, the teacher sent me. When it comes to collecting intelligence, they are the best. Feng Xingyi patted the back of the person he captured in praise. However, this kind of praise made others swallow their saliva and sweat ran down their foreheads. The Anbu can be said to be the secret department of Konoha, with great power. Each Anbu has at least the strength of an elite chunin. The Anbu chief is the first person under the Hokage, and all the major families have to be on good terms with him. Even ordinary Anbu members have a high status and are not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. And now, Feng Xingyi directly captured one of them, how could he not be shocked and terrified? I don't want to go to jail yet, in extreme panic, Fujido Takatora said with tears in his eyes. Uchiha Wang looked at Hoshinoka-ed with an indescribable look. Izawa Akumi, who was always brave, also showed fear. It can be seen how serious what Hoshinoka-ed did was in their eyes. Seeing the extremely frightened expressions of his friends, Hoshinoka-ed smiled in his heart, pressed down with both hands, and said to comfort them. Don't worry, he is my man, I am also listed in the Anbu, nominally I am his captain. Hearing this explanation, several people were skeptical, but fortunately the Anbu spoke up to explain. Master Hoshino is right. I am Master Hoshino's subordinate. Your worries are unnecessary. Several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at Xing Yifeng with resentment. Ahem, it's my fault that you guys are so slow. Hoshinoka-ed shrugged, as if it was none of his business. With the information provided by the Anbu and the ability of Bug, everything was ready. At night, everyone came directly to the Hyuga clan without any obstacles. Uchiha Wang opened his Sharingan, and a Megatama appeared in his eyes. The scarlet eyes looked extremely creepy in the dark night. Look, have you found it? Hoshino Feng asked in a low voice. It was late at night and most people had gone to bed. The Sharingan was not as good as the Byakugan in terms of insight, but it was almost the same at short distances. Don't worry, if I'm discovered, I'll be finished. Uchiha Wang was slow and cautious with every step. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng touched his nose guiltily. When the action was about to start, everyone realized that there were some flaws in the action. The Uchiha clan sneaked into the Hyuga clan's territory late at night. If they were caught, Konoha village would be in trouble. Xing Yifeng could imagine that Hashirama was scratching his head and had a headache. Therefore, the action must be cautious, otherwise Uchiha Wang would be finished. Xing Yifeng himself must be fine, the other two are civilians, and Konoha is currently supporting civilians. It is impossible to impose a heavy punishment, and in the end, the only one who will be punished is Uchiha Nozomi, which is also quite miserable. Because of this, Uchiha Nozomi is so timid, and others express their understanding and support. Hyuga clan's territory is very large, only slightly smaller than the Uchiha clan, and it took a circle to determine the target. Uchiha Nozomi gestured and conveyed information to everyone. Izawa. Akumi was already impatient, and after confirming the target, he took the lead and went in. Seeing this, Fujido Takatora immediately followed. Uchiha Nozomi was about to get up and go in, but Hoshinoka Ed did not move. What's wrong? Uchiha Wang asked silently. Xing Yifeng frowned and turned his head to look somewhere. At this time, a figure stood there. Uchiha Wang widened his eyes and took a fighting stance after a second. Xing Yifeng patted his shoulder and signaled not to be nervous. You go first, I have something to discuss with him. Xing Yifeng said in his ear. Uchiha saw this, frowned for a long time and then relaxed, looked deeply at the figure, and then entered the room. Xing Yi Feng shot out the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand and instantly came to the side of the figure. It's surprising that Lord Tobirama would secretly visit the Hyuga clan late at night. Hokuno Kaed stood opposite him and said expressionlessly. Facing his sarcastic words, Tobirama was not annoyed. He looked at the people in the room with a deep gaze and raised his eyebrows. I'm surprised that you came up with such a childish idea. This tone made Xing Yifeng unhappy, and he immediately fought back. Childish? I'm just a child, not like you, who has all kinds of schemes. He was almost pointing his finger at his nose and saying he was insidious. Tobirama accepted this completely. After all, there were many people who said bad things about him in private. One more or one less would not make a big difference. While the two were talking, the three people headed by Izawa Akumi were rubbing their hands and were eager to try. Tobirama saw all this, but did not stop it. If you want to realize your dream, the bird in the cage is a hurdle you cannot avoid. Tobirama said meaningfully. Hoshinoka Ed narrowed his eyes, thinking about the deep meaning of Tobirama's words. Chapter 36. The Hyuga clan is conservative, and the caged bird has been passed down for thousands of years. Over time, it is not only imprinted on the body. A layer of chains was also added to the soul, and the grudges between the clans had accumulated for a long time. If we want to break the rift, it will probably take a long time, or even be impossible. Tobirama lived up to his wisdom and pointed out the shortcomings of the Hyuga clan sharply. The grudge between the main family and the branch family is like a time bomb, and no one knows when it will explode. It is deeply hidden in the depths of Konoha, and we must always pay attention to it. Hoshinoka Ed raised the corners of his mouth and looked up at the starry sky. Lord Tobirama said so much in one breath, I believe there must be a solution. Tobirama shook his head and said frankly, no, the key root lies in the bird in the cage, but even I can't break it. It's not just the bird in the cage in the bones of the family is also a problem. At the moment, I have no solution. Xing Yifeng chuckled and turned to look at him so. Tobirama's eyes flickered, and it was very obvious against the background of Yemu. So, I want you to come up with a solution after I die. Xing Yifeng looked at him deeply, his eyes deep, like a deep pool, and said faintly. You, what did you know? Tobirama's mouth slightly raised, and a confident smile emerged. It seems that my guess was correct. Xing Yifeng looked at him quietly, then sighed softly and said admiringly, you are really sharp. When did you notice it? Tobirama smiled even more, and said, I didn't notice it, but I uncovered it bit by bit and finally confirmed it. Hoshino Feng looked puzzled, raised his eyebrows, and waited for his next words. Tobirama continued, I know a little about time and space, eternal life, right? Xing Yifeng remained silent, lowered his head, and said after a moment. Great, but can you be sure that your guess is correct? Tobirama shook his head and said seriously, facts will not lie. When all possibilities are eliminated, the one that remains is the final answer. Hoshinoka Ed sighed and smiled. That's what they say, but how many people can really do it? Tobirama looked at him quietly until Hoshinoka Ed said again. When I knew I had an infinite life, I was afraid that everything I knew would pass away with time. But someone told me that fear is useless, it will only make you more afraid, you have to try to accept it. Xing Yifeng looked melancholy, although the words were beautiful, it was really difficult to understand. He continued, someone once said that immortality is the cruelest punishment in the world, a curse, what do you think? Tobirama thought for a moment and chuckled, whether it is a punishment or a curse, only you can decide. Xing Yifeng nodded as if he understood something. Suddenly, Tobirama said another sentence. Xiao Feng, do you want to be Hokage? Xing Yifeng glanced at him and asked, what do you think? Me? Tobirama smiled. Brother said you are different from us, and now it seems that it is true. You don't like being bound, and you don't want to be trapped in a small space. Xing Yifeng sighed. The teacher knows me well, and what he said is not wrong. Also. Tobirama raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Xing Yifeng stretched and yawned. Ha, I just think it's too early now, let's wait another 10 years, I've had enough fun. He said with vigor, his eyes sweeping back and forth over his friends. A few black lines fell from Tobirama's forehead. Play. Such a reason was really too outrageous. Could such a person really lead Konoha to create peace? He expressed deep doubts. Well, it's almost dawn, it's time to go. Xing Yifeng looked up at the sky, jumped down and prepared to join them. Xing Yifeng paused halfway and said. Konoha is not just about Hyuga, Uchiha is the same, they are also deeply misunderstood. After saying that, he left here. Tobirama carefully pondered the last sentence, a faint light flashed, and then the figure disappeared from the spot. At this time, the sky was dawn, and Xing Yifeng was guarding outside the door. After the three people took revenge, they walked out hunched over. How is it? You feel better after letting out this breath, right? Hokuno Feng said, leaning against the wall. Izawa Akumi said with a refreshed look, of course, you didn't see his bruised face. I guess his parents couldn't recognize him. It was so cool. Uchiha Wang still spoke very little, but from the upturned corners of his mouth, it can be seen that he was in a good mood. Even the usually timid Fujido Takatora had an obvious sense of relief on his face. Seeing this, Hoshino Feng nodded and said, everything is done, let's leave quickly, it will be dawn soon. Everyone realized that it was already dawn. Hoshino Feng used the same trick again to open the space channel, and several people quickly passed through and appeared in a hidden place. After a night of action, although everyone was in high spirits, they were already exhausted physically and mentally. Being in a tense state for a long time, he almost collapsed to the ground when he came out. Exciting! Izawa Akumi looked around and shouted after confirming that there was no one around. Uchiha Wang's eyes stayed on Hoshinoka Ed, and he was hesitant to speak. Hoshinoka Ed patted him on the shoulder and said, if you have something to say, just say it, Don't keep it in your heart. After listening, Uchiha Wang asked directly who was the previous figure. The sky was dim at the time and the visibility was very poor. The Sharingan was not omnipotent and could only see some outlines. Uchiha Wang guessed that it was probably a man. Hoshinoka Ed said it was Lord Tobirama. Uchiha Wang frowned. Senju Tobirama did not give him a good impression. There were rumors in the clan that Senju Tobirama always deliberately targeted Uchiha. Although he did not believe it, he heard it day and night, which made him dislike him subconsciously. Hoshinoka Ed did not notice it, and continued, I talked to him, do you want to listen? Uchiha Wang is not stupid. Although Hoshinoka Ed does not care, he has to pay attention. The conversation of the top leaders is not something that a small person like him can listen to. No, I'm just curious. Seeing Uchiha Wang's caution, Xing Yifeng said nothing and smiled. Then he said to everyone, let's stop here today, go back quickly, oh, we can't fall behind in training. Ah! I haven't slept for a whole night and I still have to practice. Can I get some sleep first? After hearing this, Fujido Takatora wailed. Although his talent was not bad, he was at the bottom among the crowd. In addition, he was lazy and didn't like training. Xing Yifeng frowned, his face serious, and looked at him sharply. No, you must practice, you can't slack off at all. Tudujeohu had never seen Xing Yifeng's stern look before, and he was so frightened that he didn't know what to say. What's wrong? You seem very anxious. Uchiha frowned. Chapter 37. Haha, is that so? Xing Yifeng laughed. I'm just supervising him, nothing else. Gao Hu is always lazy, this won't work, so we need to be stricter. After hearing this, Fujido Gao Hu was so moved that he burst into tears. Xing Yifeng scratched his head, looking puzzled. You shouldn't be so moved. Uchiha Wang sneered and said, look carefully, are those tears of emotion? They are clearly tears of fear. Forward, Xing Yifeng smiled awkwardly, looked away immediately, pretending not to see. Time, it's getting late, I'll leave first, remember don't be lazy. After saying this hastily, he ran away. When it comes to running away, Xing Yifeng has never been afraid of anyone. Hello, wait a minute. Izawa Akumi was about to say wait a minute, but in the blink of an eye, the person disappeared. Run, you run really fast. Izawa Akumi said helplessly with a twitch of her lips. Uchiha Wang walked to Fujido Takatora, said something, and turned away. Hurry up and train, he may know some secrets. Tudujeohu was stunned for a second, then he reacted. What's the meaning? Yes, Wang, what do you mean? Tell me clearly. Izawa Yumi said with her hands on her waist, looking dissatisfied. Uchiha Wang stopped and looked a little depressed, as if he had expected something bad. Both of them were shocked by his expression. Wang, you look very pale, do you want to go to the hospital? Tudujeohu, who was not good at reading people's expressions, thought he was sick. Uchiha Wang sighed, uttered a word slowly, and left, leaving the two of them stunned there. Maybe there will be a war in the future. After a long time, the two of them came to their senses from his words, and Izawa Akumi murmured. War? Are you kidding? It's only been a few years since we've had peace. She looked unconvinced, hoping that Guy had never lied and his premonitions were accurate, but... That's war, will it really make a sound? Izawa Akumi turned to look at Todo Takatora, who had a fearful look in his eyes, sighed, and took his hand and said. Come on, I will train with you, and the amount of training will be doubled in the future. After that, without giving him a chance to refute, he pulled him to the training ground. In this way, Fujido Takatora began his miserable life in the next few years. That day, the whole Konoha seemed to be able to hear his sad voice. Time flies, spring goes, and autumn comes, and in the blink of an eye, it is the 9th year of Konoha. The gentle sunlight shines in the courtyard, and Hotaki Ishin and Hoshinoka Ed sit opposite each other. Uncle Ishin, you are too strict with Sakumo, he is only 1 year old. Looking at Hotaki Sakumo, who was practicing basic skills in the yard, he could not even stand steadily, and said with some heartache. It is really pitiful that such a young child has to go through boring training. Hotaki Ishin took a sip of green tea, glanced at his son, and said calmly. 1 year old is just right, now is the right time to lay the foundation for him. I know you care about him, but he also enjoys it. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng shook his head and sighed, and stopped trying to dissuade him. One by one, it was consensual, and he was the bad guy. Let's not talk about him, let's talk about you. Hotaki Ishin knelt upright, his posture straight. Me? What can I say? Xing Yifeng narrowed his eyes and drank a sip of tea with enjoyment. Chi Mu was staring at him straight, and Xing Yifeng felt very uncomfortable. Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? Hirano Feng's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly. Hotaki Ishin snorted coldly, crossed his arms and. You know why I look at you. Many families have become restless recently. Don't say you don't know. Look at me, don't you want to say something? Hokuno Feng was helpless. He thought he could be more quiet here. He couldn't stay at home anymore. Every few minutes, someone came to give gifts and visit. He was annoyed, so he moved here to live and visit Sakumo. He didn't expect that Uncle Ishin would care so much. Isn't it just the position of the second Hokage? Isn't it obvious that Lord Tobirama should take the responsibility, so why would anyone still have such a delusion? Uncle, I don't have any thoughts about the position of Hokage right now. Xing Yifeng shook his head like a rattle, as if the position of Hokage was a huge problem. You are the only one who is afraid to avoid it, while others are just hoping it will happen to them. Hotaki said speechlessly. Hehe, that's because people don't cherish things that are easy to get. Xing Yifeng chuckled. Being a Hokage is not the most important thing for me at the moment. Hotaki Ishin became interested and asked, then what is important? Of course, Xing Yifeng came closer and said, very mysterious. My youth. Hard, such a face that deserves a beating, made Hotaki Ishin want to beat him up. Hehe, uncle, you can't beat me, so just save your energy and go beat up Sakumo instead. Xing Yifeng blinked his eyes, not panicking at all, and even thinking about diverting the trouble. Well. You. Hotaki was discouraged. Hoshinoka Ed's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, extinguishing his strong anger. Sakumo, go run around the yard. Hotaki Ishin waved his hand and vented his anger on Mozaku. The young Hotaki Sakumo was confused. He didn't know why his father did this. But he still subconsciously obeyed his father's words, threw down his wooden sword, and started running. Tisk tisk, Sakumo is so pitiful. Hoshino Feng sighed. However, he likes it. It's good to build happiness on the pain of others. Hotaki Ishin heard this and glared at him. Hoshino Feng turned his head and whistled, looking like he didn't care. Hotaki Ishin coughed dryly, and Hoshino Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at him. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be the Hokage, at least for a short time, there won't be any problems with him. Wait until you are older, maybe you will change your mind. Xing Yifeng lowered his eyes, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. I am afraid that it will not be as the uncle wishes. Alas, it has only been stable for a few years, and now it has started to turbulent again. We really can't stop for a moment. Hotaki Ishin sighed alone, but there is no way, the struggle for power and profit has been inevitable since ancient times. The position of Hokage is enviable. Don't worry, the sky of Konoha is high. If you want it to collapse, it depends on whether I agree or not. After Xing Yifeng finished his sentimental speech, he heard this and grinned, saying arrogantly. Hotaki Ishin did not comment on this. Instead, he agreed. It has only been a few years since he started training, and his aura has become more and more fierce. I am afraid that after a while, he will be able to reach the level of Kage. Sakumo, stop running and come over here to rest for a while. Hoshinoka Ed waved at the little guy and said. Hitaki. Ishin didn't react and agreed. The little guy was also a man who could read people's expressions and knew that his father's silence was equivalent to his agreement. He immediately ran to Hoshinoka Ed's arms obediently. Come on, you're sweating all over. It's all because your father is too strict. Xing Yifeng kept talking, but his words were full of doting. Even Hitaki Ishin couldn't help but look at his son. What's so good about this kid that Xiao Feng loves him so much? He's quite ordinary. Chapter 38. Hoshino Feng enjoyed a leisurely afternoon, not caring about the outside world's discussions. A few months ago, Hashirama suddenly announced that Senju Tobirama would handle government affairs on his behalf. At first, people were not surprised. After all, Hashirama did not look very smart. It might be a torture for him to sit in the office. I just think that the Hokage may be tired of this kind of life, but as time went on, Hashirama rarely showed up, which led to rumors gradually spreading. For a time, there were a lot of discussions, and there were all kinds of things, but the most discussed was the health of the Hokage. After all, he had not appeared in public for a long time, which inevitably made people wonder if there was a problem. The well-informed ninja clan got some deeper inside information. An idea rose in their hearts. The pillar of Konoha, the god of the ninja world Senju Hashirama, may not be able to survive. This is not groundless. Ninjas have been training since childhood, and their bodies will inevitably be left with hidden injuries, which will affect their lifespan to a certain extent. Not to mention people of the level of Senju Hashirama, who have been fighting for many years and injuries are inevitable. Even if the physique is strong, it cannot resist the weakening of life. Now that the Hokage has suddenly disappeared, everyone can't help but imagine some bad things. At this time, all the major families are discussing the Hokage, or to be precise, the position of the next Hokage. Uchiha Clan Land. All the Uchiha clan members who have opened the Sharingan gathered here, including Uchiha Nozomi. Everyone knelt upright with their backs straight. Since the defection of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha has been silent and has not had any trouble for a long time. The current clan leader, Uchiha Sora, looked at everyone sharply, paused for a second on Uchiha Jing and Uchiha Nozomi, and then retracted his gaze. He cleared his throat and said slowly, everyone, the Hokage has not appeared for a long time, and there is a high possibility that there is a problem with his body. Now there are rumors in the village. How should we Uchiha respond? Everyone, tell us what to do. He just started the conversation and opened up the topic. The rest was open for discussion. After hearing the clan leader's words, the crowd below started talking to each other and the discussion started. Soon, a middle-aged Uchiha stood up and said angrily, "Clan leader, this is an opportunity. We Uchiha can compete for the position of Hokage." His words instantly set off a wave of discussion, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Some people who agreed with him nodded and echoed him. Yes, Uchiha Makoto is right, the position of Hokage should belong to us Uchiha. If the first generation can't be appointed, then the second generation should be the Uchiha. That's right, that's how it should be. 1/3 of the people agreed, which was a number that should not be underestimated. Uchiha Sora lowered his head and thought, frowning deeply. He was not affected by those words. Humph, you are so arrogant. We don't have the strength to compete for the position of Hokage now. Some people agreed, some people disagreed. A young Uchiha objected, and his reason was very straightforward. In a word, the Uchiha is not strong enough now and there is no possibility of winning. Uchiha Makoto glared at him and said angrily, "Little brat. I think you are just afraid, you don't deserve the surname Uchiha. Now is a rare opportunity, who says I don't have the ability? The man sneered, with a sarcastic look in his eyes. Strength? What strength do we have? Since that person left, our Uchiha is already on the edge of a cliff. If you still want to compete for the Hokage, you will drag the Uchiha into the abyss. He said with disdain, looking down on all these arrogant people, they are completely brainless. Do you dare to say it again? So what if I said it? The two of them were tit for tat, their eyes sparked invisible sparks, and the smell of gunpowder was full. Enough! Shut up! Uchiha Kong couldn't stand it any longer. What did he think this place was? A vegetable market? The clan leader spoke and suppressed the two people who disliked each other. His head was buzzing with pain. Hey, what do the elders think? He ignored the others and looked at the three elders. These are all old men. They may not be strong, but their experience is far better than others. As the young man said, Uchiha is still on the edge of a cliff. Since the founding of Konoha, the first rebel ninja came from Uchiha, which made the family members unable to hold their heads up. Now every step must be cautious, and we must not take any empty steps. It is said that having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. Now we need the old man's experience. The first elder and the other two elders looked at each other, stroked their grey beards, and said, Chief, the position of Hokage is indeed not ours at the moment. Elder. Uchiha Makoto couldn't sit still anymore and was about to speak. The great elder raised his hand slightly to stop him from saying anything. Don't be impatient, little guy, impatience will affect your judgment. The elder said slowly. He was the oldest person present, with one foot already in the coffin, and he spoke slowly. If it weren't for the clan leader's repeated requests, he would probably be enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Uchiha Makoto sat down unwillingly because of the majesty of his elders. The elder opened his eyelids and looked at everyone with a turbid gaze, with a gleam in his eyes. If the second Hokage is as I expected, it should be born between Senju Tobirama and Hoshinoka Ed. The words were full of confidence and the tone was very sure. The reactions of the clan members below were different, some were resentful, some were surprised, and some were regretful. Uchiha Kong saw all these looks and sighed in his heart. He was still too young, tempted by the immediate interests, and lost his basic judgment. Why? It's okay for Tobirama, but why does that brat Hoshinoka Ed have the right to do that? Uchiha Makoto gritted his teeth, as if Hoshinoka Ed was his enemy. The elder frowned and was about to open his mouth to scold. Uchiha Kong took the lead and poured a strong momentum on him with a cold look. Uchiha Makoto felt as if he fell into an ice cellar and felt cold all over. It was as if his heart was squeezed hard by someone, and his breathing became rapid. How dare you? Uchiha Kong roared, his hair and beard all stood up, and his scarlet blood eyes opened. Uchiha Cheng suddenly felt pressured and dared not look him in the eye. The strong one may not be the clan leader, but the clan leader must be strong. Sora, forget it, they still know too little about that person. The elder tried to smooth things over. But Uchiha Makoto still looked stubborn, not even noticing the person who kept winking at him. I was right, he was not qualified. You idiot! Uchiha Kong was furious, his body trembling slightly, and the disappointment in his eyes was evident. At the same time, his eyes were always on Uchiha Wang. After all, the relationship between the two was unusual, and he was also very talented. If he alienated his family because of this, it would be more trouble than gain. Chapter 39. Uchiha Makoto stiffened his neck, looking unconvinced, and continued to slander Hoshinoka Ed. His discontent was vented at this moment, causing Uchiha air to tremble all over. This idiot! Ha! Uchiha Wang suddenly sneered, with a disdainful expression on his face. What do you mean, little devil? Am I wrong? Uchiha Cheng was already paranoid. Seeing someone refute him, he immediately said in a harsh voice. Uchiha Wang narrowed his eyes, feeling uncomfortable in his heart, and said sarcastically. I am worried about your IQ. The Great Elder has made it clear enough. You are pushing Uchiha into the fire pit. The poisonous words came out of his mouth, like sharp thorns piercing Uchiha Cheng's fragile heart. Bastard! He was furious, like a wild beast that had lost its mind, and seemed to want to tear the kid in front of him to pieces. His scarlet Sharingan opened uncontrollably under extreme emotions, and the Megatama kept spinning rapidly. A cold breath arose spontaneously. Uchiha Cheng's reason was controlled by emotions, and he completely lost his composure. He instantly came in front of Uchiha Wang. His big hands were about to lift him up and teach him a lesson. Cheng! What are you doing? Stop it! Uchiha Kong was furious and roared. It was forbidden to attack the tribe members. But Uchiha Cheng attacked suddenly, and no one could stop him for a while. In a flash, Uchiha Cheng's hand stopped in mid-air. Jing, do you think what this kid said is right? Uchiha Makoto shouted loudly. Uchiha Jing narrowed his eyes and did not respond. His afterimage flashed by, and Uchiha Makoto fell to the ground. Thank you. Uchiha Wang was stunned for a second. He didn't even see how Jing attacked just now. His strength was evident. Uchiha Jing nodded slightly, nodded to him, and then sat back. Come, take Chang away and punish him according to clan rules. Uchiha Kong was relieved when he saw this. Fortunately, Jing acted in time, otherwise it would be troublesome. He looked at the fainted Uchiha Chang again and announced the punishment immediately. Uchiha Chang was taken away and there was silence for a while. Uchiha Kong and the elder looked at each other and communicated silently, and then said. Xing Yifeng's strength is a mystery, and he is rarely seen in action. But based on the existing information, his strength is not less than that of a Jonin. If Uchiha Makoto were still alive, he would definitely be shocked. Patriarch, is it really possible? Yes, even if there is a bloodline limit, it is impossible for the strength to increase so quickly. Many people expressed doubts, because Xing Yifeng was only 9 years old. At this age, he could only reach the level of Chunin in the clan. And according to the clan leader, the lowest level is Jonin, then what about the highest level? Could it be an elite Jonin? It is really unbelievable. Uchiha Kong pressed his hands down, signaling silence, and he said solemnly. No doubt, this is the fact. The strength of its bloodline limit is very rare. Have you forgotten what happened in the Hyuga clan a year ago? The clan leader's words startled everyone and they began to recall the past. Uchiha Wang lowered his eyes, as if he was thinking about the past, but a closer look revealed that the corners of his mouth were raised, as if he was trying to hold back a laugh. A year ago, it was they who sneaked into the Hyuga clan at night and beat up the grandson of the third elder of the main family. Although the Hyuga clan hid the news at the time, the truth eventually came out. Uchiha still sneers at the Hyuga clan for this matter. Patriarch, could it be that, at this time, someone thought of something? Uchiha Kong closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Although there is no evidence, many families know who did it, but no one admits it. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has an observation ability that is superior to the Sharingan. Even so, someone still sneaked in quietly. With this kind of means alone, he is not easy to mess with. Uchiha Kong said with emotion. If this ability is used for assassination, who can stop it? Hearing this, the Uchiha people fell silent. Seeing this, Uchiha Kong nodded with satisfaction and said. And don't forget, Xing Yifeng is still the disciple of the Hokage. He has both strength and status. I wouldn't be surprised if such a person became the Hokage. Therefore, the current Uchiha is not qualified to compete for the position of Hokage. Having said this, even the stupidest people would not act rashly. Uchiha Kong had one more thing to say. Since taking over the guard team, the reputation of the clan has been declining, and complaints have been everywhere. This situation is extremely unfavorable to the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan's land, the clan leader's residence. Hyuga Ryufeng knelt on the tatami, resting his eyes, turning a deaf ear to the heated discussion of the elders of the main clan. Hyuga Mori, who was sitting next to him, had a serious face. He was already 15 years old, and under the instruction of his father, he was gradually taking over the family. After all, Hyuga Ryufeng was old, and his body might have problems at any time. Training a successor is already a matter of urgency. Hyuga Ryufeng opened his eyelids a little and silently observed Hyuga Mori. Hyuga Mori had no idea about this, and frowned as he listened to the passionate debate of the elders of the main clan. They were basically arguing about whether to compete for the position of Hokage. Hyuga Mori frowned, looking embarrassed, and looked back and forth at several elders. But he just couldn't make up his mind. Hyuga Ryufeng saw this hesitation, and he shook his head and sighed secretly. Mori is a child who has no opinion. He hesitates when he should make a decision. This is not good. After all, he has too many concerns and can't make up his mind. As they thought about it, the elders argued until their faces turned red, and finally they looked at the clan leader. Clan leader, tell me, what should we do? After hearing this, Hinata Ryufeng slowly opened his eyes, and Hinata Sheng looked at his father, waiting for his response. We can't fight for it, he said briefly, causing the elders to frown. The clan leader means that we should wait and see what happens, the second elder guessed. Hinata Ryufeng nodded. The first elder saw the clan leader leaning towards the second elder and asked unwillingly. Why? My Hyuga clan is no worse than other clans. Haha, that being said, the Hyuga clan does not have top combat power. Hyuga Ryufeng said with a little sadness. The great elder fell silent instantly, his face extremely ugly. Because what the clan leader said was true, and this was also what the Hyuga clan lacked. Since the death of Hyuga Tenin, Hyuga has never had a cage-level strongman again. How can we compete if we don't even have a cage? Hinata Ryuguang said with a wry smile. As the symbol of the ninja village, the cage must be strong. The Hyuga clan does not have a cage-level fighter, which puts them at a natural disadvantage. Seeing this, Hinata Sheng comforted him, but there are many talented people in the clan. I heard that Hinata Kazumi from the branch family is only 13 years old, and she is about to become a jonin. Chapter 40. Seeing this, Hinata Sheng comforted him, but there are many talented people in the clan. I heard that Hinata Kazumi from the branch family is only 13 years old, and she is about to become a jonin. He felt that as long as Hinata Kazumi didn't have any accidents, it would only be a matter of time before she became a kage. Moreover, she is from the branch family and can be controlled at any time, so she will not pose a threat to the main family. I thought this was a perfect idea, but my father and several elders were silent. Hinata Sheng's heart tightened. He looked at his father, and a trace of doubt and uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Father, am I wrong? Hinata Ryufeng sighed deeply and said with a wry smile, if you said it a year ago, it would be correct, but now. He recalled what happened a year ago and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 1 year ago? What happened? Hinata Sheng asked with a confused look on his face. Humph. The third elder of the clan could not help but snort when he thought of his grandson's appearance. The first elder turned his head and looked at him with a warning look, signaling him not to say anything more. This was originally a scandal of the Hyuga family. Great elder, Sheng must know. Hinata Ryufeng sighed and said. After that, he looked at Hinata Sheng who only knew half of the answer and said while recalling. A year ago, in the family competition, the main family used a caged bird, you know that. Hinata Sheng nodded blankly. This incident caused dissatisfaction among the branch family at that time. But no matter how dissatisfied they were suppressed without any surprise. The branch family that was punished was Hinata Kazumi. Hinata Liu Feng said sadly, and at the same time looked at the third elder with a hint of anger in his eyes. If it weren't for his grandson's unauthorized use of the caged bird, Kazumi would not have been separated from the family. The third elder lowered his head unconsciously under the gaze of the clan leader, not daring to look him in the eye. After listening to this, Hinata Shang frowned and said, "But even if it is Hinata Kazumi, what does it matter? The branch family was born for the main family. This is the responsibility she was born to bear." Hinata Raya Feng's face darkened after hearing his words. On the contrary, the elders all looked in agreement. Hinata Raya Feng sneered with a gloomy face. "Yes, it used to be like this, but something went terribly wrong, and one person. The final result is that Hinata Kazumi cannot be touched at all." Hinata Shang was furious after hearing this and said, "Who should interfere in the affairs of the Hyaga family? Father, you can still endure it. After all, he is a young man with a bad temper and is easily impulsive. Or perhaps the atmosphere of the main family has influenced him, making him feel very strong about family honor. This is not bad, but most of the time, it will blind his eyes and make him unable to see the way forward." Hinata Liu Feng looked at the angry Hinata Shang and said slowly, "Xing Yi Feng, you should be familiar with him. You are so powerful, why don't you go and talk to him?" Hinata Shang heard this name, his anger stagnated, and he sat down awkwardly. After all, he knew what this name meant. After he Mei fell into a coma, the grandson of the third elder was beaten in the middle of the night, and there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. Afterwards, we checked and found no clues, but we all had a guess in our hearts. Hinata Liu Feng took a sip of tea and continued. Hinata Shang was shocked, swallowed his saliva, and said in disbelief, "Is it Hoshinoka Ed? Haha, you're not that stupid." Hinata Ryafu didn't respond directly. "From then on, harmony and beauty are no longer something we can control at will. Your idea is fundamentally wrong," Hinata Raya Feng said at the end, full of regret. "If that incident had not happened, well, I, Hyaga, cannot compete for the position of Hokage. Tobirama Senju and Kaed Hoshino are both people we cannot afford to offend. I think the Uchiha should have the same idea as us." Hinata Raya Feng said sadly, "There are many smart people, although the Uchiha is arrogant, their IQ is not low. It is estimated that they are holding a clan meeting now, but the result should be what he thought." Konoha was in a state of flux, with people on the streets speculating on who would be the next Hokage. All the major families fell silent, and their members were restrained from speaking in order to avoid making mistakes. In this atmosphere, a month had passed. There were continuous footsteps on the roofs of residential houses. Almost all the Anbu members were dispatched, targeting the major families. Inside the Hitaki residence, Hoshinoka Ed looked calmly at the Anbu who was delivering the message. "Got it." After getting the answer, the man left. Xing Yi Feng raised his head silently, thinking. It seems that the matter is about to be settled. Are you really not going to fight for it? Hitaki Ishin came out from the corner. Having his thoughts interrupted, Hoshino Feng shook his head decisively and said with a look of disgust. "Uncle Yuxin, please stop testing me. I am not interested in the position of Hokage now. Why should I stay in that shabby place when I don't want to enjoy the good time?" His words were full of annoyance towards the Hokage, as if the Hokage was something troublesome. This decisive refusal was within Hitaki Ishin's expectations. When he heard that Hoshinoka Ed had exposed him, he just laughed. "Alas, when I first came to Konoha, Tobira Masama also helped me a lot, so..." "Oh, of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't be so easy to talk to." Xing Yi Feng waved his hand. He knew all this very well. Such generosity made Chi Mu Yuxin feel ashamed. He hesitated, his mouth slightly opened, but he couldn't say a word. Xing Yi Feng held his head with both hands and looked up at the blue sky. "Don't say anything, I don't take it to heart, if you do this again I will be really angry. Xing Yifeng smiled and turned to look at him. Thank you. Hitaki Ishin's gratitude turned into a brief thank you. The time has come, it's time to go, the show is about to begin. Xing Yifeng smiled, looking like he was enjoying himself. After that, he started the flight. The god's road rushing technique changed the surrounding scenery and arrived in front of the Hokage building. At this time, the building was crowded with people. Looks like today is going to be lively. Xing Yifeng said, stroking his chin. Master Xing Yi. An old voice came, and Xing Yifeng turned around and looked. It's Senior Liu Feng. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing recently? Hinata Liu Feng had a smile on his face, and his gentle temperament was obvious, just like a kind old man. But in fact, he was less than 50, but the traces of time were very obvious on his face. Thank you for your concern, Master Hoshino. Hinata Ryufo was not arrogant. The ninja world has always respected strength. With just one glance, he knew that the person in front of him had surpassed him. The meeting is about to start, Senior Liu Feng, I'll go first. Xing Yifeng was not familiar with him, they had only met a few times. After a few pleasantries, he nodded slightly and walked towards the building. Hinata Liu Feng looked at the figure gradually moving away, his face calm and no one knew what he was thinking. After standing there for a while, he also took a step forward. Chapter 41. The Hokage building is more magnificent than the last time. Konoha's economy is growing rapidly, and the originally tight purse is also bulging. With spare money in hand, it is natural to upgrade. The interior has been renovated, and the overall space has become larger and brand new. As soon as Xing Yifeng came in, he saw the teacher sitting in the first seat with his eyes closed. The slight movement made Hashirama open his eyes, and when he saw his disciple, he smiled softly. Looking closely, he seemed to be strong on the surface and looked good. This is in the eyes of outsiders, but Xing Yifeng knew that these were just Hashirama pretending to be relaxed. His vitality was constantly declining in his eyes. In the past, his incomparable momentum could move the world. But now he is so weak that he looks like a candle in the wind, which will go out at the first blow. But even so, the existing power is enough to suppress everyone, and he is still the god of the ninja world. The four eyes met briefly, and then they retracted their gazes, and Xing Yifeng sat down in his seat silently. Still sitting next to Hashirama, this time, Kaed Hoshino sat there without any pressure, even very relaxed. This is the benefit brought by strength. After all, with food, there is no need to worry, and with power in hand, who would be blind to stand up at this time? Coupled with the incident with Hinata, even the expression gave Kaed Hoshino a kind feeling. Just before that, Kaed Hoshino walked in, followed closely by Tobirama Senju, and followed by 6 apprentices. At the age of 17, they have already emerged and shown their talents. Their strength has reached the level of Jonin, and they are also known as geniuses in Konoha. With the arrival of Tobirama Senju, the people in the meeting began to discuss in a low voice unconsciously. Most families are very self-aware and believe that the second-generation Hokage will definitely come from Tobirama Senju and Kaed Hoshino. Of the two, Tobirama Senju has the highest voice. After all, he has been managing Konoha on behalf of him in recent years. His abilities and methods are obvious to all. As for Kaed Hoshino, they all agreed that he was too young, with decent strength but insufficient experience. Although he was a disciple of the Hokage, he was too young to convince the crowd. Some people also thought that this meeting was just a formality, and the position of Hokage had already been decided. After a while, everyone was present. Hashirama first looked around, then slowly stood up and said with a smile. Haha, there are a lot of rumors in Konoha recently, saying that I am seriously ill. Let me dispel the rumor here. I am in good health. Don't take it seriously, just treat it as a joke. This sunny temperament swept away the gloomy atmosphere at the scene, and everyone couldn't help but chuckle. That's what they said, but everyone knew the truth. But they must not expose it in public. After all, everyone must admit that if Hashirama died, the Fire Country would inevitably be in turmoil. Even if the surrounding countries knew about it, they might start a war. They have coveted the resources of the Fire Country for a long time, and they wished that the god of the ninja world would die so that they could start a war to plunder the resources. Therefore, everyone present cooperated very well and smiled. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Hashirama nodded with satisfaction, and then changed the subject. But, I am not qualified for the position of Hokage, I admit that. Here it comes. Hashirama's words made everyone straighten their backs and listen seriously. The competition for the second generation Hokage has begun. Hashirama then said, although I am hailed as the god of ninja realm, that is only in terms of military strength. I really know nothing about managing a village. If it weren't for his brother Tobirama's help, it would be hard to believe whether Konoha could function. So, I decided to give up my position and let someone capable take over. Guilt appeared on Hashirama's face, and he thought what he said was worthless. Hoshino Feng got goosebumps when he heard it. What kind of words were these? Even if it was for the sake of foreshadowing, it shouldn't be like this. As soon as the voice fell, all eyes were instantly focused on Hoshino Feng. Being the focus all of a sudden, Hoshino Feng felt quite uncomfortable. He knew very well what this kind of look meant. They just wanted to see how I would react and whether I would be dissatisfied. These old guys. Not only them, Tobirama also looked at him, and so did the disciples behind him. It was about the position of Hokage. If Tobirama could become Hokage, their status would also rise. People are all for fame and profit, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. On the contrary, if there is no reaction, that is wrong, and you can't be sure what thoughts are in your mind. Really, you have to make me say it again. Hoshinoka Ed scratched his head in distress and sighed. I agree with what the teacher said. At present, Tobirama-sama is the most suitable person for the position of Hokage. As for me, I don't have that thought right now. His tone was very indifferent, as if he was telling some family story, but Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. Even after years of getting along, he knew his personality a little, but things could change before they were settled. Now with what Hoshinoka Ed said, it meant that the matter was almost settled. The position of the second-generation Hokage belongs to him, Senju Tobirama. Hashirama looked at his disciple, shook his head and laughed, the kid still spoke so casually. But it's better this way, not everyone can keep their original heart. After everyone digested it, Hashirama said again, the current candidate for Hokage is temporarily decided by Tobirama, and Hoshinoka Ed has voluntarily withdrawn. Does anyone else want to recommend themselves? Even though I know it's unlikely that anyone else will, I still have to say what I need to say. I can't let anyone gossip and I have to strive for perfection. The Uchiha and Hyuga families were very quiet from the beginning, as if they were just listeners. Not to mention other families such as the Inoshikajo, Sarutobi, and Chimura families, whose status and strength were not enough to compete. For a moment, everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, but no one took the initiative to stand up. After waiting for a while, it was still the same. Seeing this, Hashirama announced on the spot, so, the only candidate for Hokage, Tobirama Senju, will succeed as the second Hokage. The final word was given, and Hashirama's words represented the birth of the second Hokage. Everyone congratulated him, and all kinds of compliments came out of their mouths. Hashirama took the initiative to step back, handed the scene to Tobirama, came to Hoshinoka Ed and said in an imperceptible voice. How do you feel about it? Xing Yifeng looked straight at him and smiled slightly. I feel like the process is going very smoothly. I thought it would take some twists and turns. This is how it originally developed, but because of you, it went much more smoothly. Hashirama said with a smile. Hoshinoka Ed was slightly stunned. Does he have such an effect? Seeing this, Hashirama explained after what happened in the past few years, the arrogance of the Hyuga clan was indirectly suppressed by you. The Uchiha had Jing to deal with them, and they were not in harmony, so there was no trouble. As for Kyunju, the current Hokage is still from the Senju clan, so there is nothing to be dissatisfied with, but the next one cannot be, otherwise there will be difficult problems. After a wave of analysis, Xing Yifeng couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. He thought the teacher was a novice in politics. He didn't expect that he could analyze so completely and clearly. So, I played an indirect role, said Hoshinoka Ed. Hashirama nodded and said, that's right, so you have contributed to Tobirama's smooth rise to power. Chapter 42. The position of Hokage was decided, and Tobirama's disciples couldn't help but show joy on their faces and came forward to congratulate. In the meeting room, compliments rang out one after another, even the Uchiha and Hyuga were all smiling. Especially the Uchiha, after all, Tobirama's hostility to the Uchiha was known to everyone. If he didn't go forward and leave a good impression, he might be made a fool of. Looking at Tobirama, who was surrounded by layers of people inside and outside, Hoshinoka Ed couldn't help but shudder, and said with a face full of fear. Luckily I didn't, this is crazy. It's not strange. It's all for the continuation of the family. Everything is normal. Hashirama looked at the scene in front of him with a smile. When he became Hokage, he didn't seem to be like this. Is it because of fear, or was it because of fear? It seemed that Tobirama had left a bad impression in their hearts, and they were afraid of being punished later. But it was better this way. A new official had to do his best. If he was not strong enough, he would not be able to suppress them. After the matter was over, there was no point for them to stay here. Hashirama waved to Hoshinoka Ed and took him out of the building and came to the top of the Hokage rock. Konoha seems to have grown a little bit. I remember that a few years ago, it was still in a state of disrepair. Looking down at Konoha, looking at the bustling streets and the bustling crowds, he was filled with emotion. He still remembered that a few years ago, Konoha was still in the process of development, and there was an extreme shortage of houses and people. The economy was also very depressed, and the teacher was often seen worrying about money. Now it seems that everything is on the right track. Yes, Konoha has changed a lot. Hashirama said with emotion. He remembered when he just became Hokage. At that time, Konoha was a blank slate, and even the house was built by himself. But now, this young sapling is full of vitality and growing upwards. It has an infinite future. Pity, Madara can't see it anymore. Hashirama's mood suddenly became low, and he said with regret. Hoshinoka Ed's mouth slightly raised. That's not certain, he will definitely see it in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. Emotions change like the weather, and Hashirama was instantly full of energy again. He looked at the village that everyone had built together with a gentle gaze, as if he was looking at his own child. Come, play a few rounds with me. Xing Yifeng looked at the gambling tools in front of him, and several black lines slid down his forehead. Teacher, can you be serious? Hashirama thought seriously and said, I think this is a serious matter. That expression was as if he was doing something earth-shattering. Xing Yifeng sighed helplessly. The expectant eyes made him unable to refuse. Forget it, just this once. After hearing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up and he started. Ha ha ha. I won. I finally won. Xiao Feng, you have bad luck. Do you need me, an expert, to teach you? Your luck is worse than mine, you didn't win a single round. After playing dozens of rounds, Feng Xingyi fell into self-doubt. Is his gambling luck so bad? He couldn't win a single round? Unconvinced, Feng Xingyi played from day to night, and neither of them noticed. Hashirama finally experienced the feeling of winning with Feng Xingyi. Xiao Feng, I think I have bad luck, but I didn't expect there are people who have worse luck than me, ha 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 ha. Hashirama slapped his thighs and laughed heartily without any image. This laughter entered the ears of Xingyi Feng, making him feel that it was a mockery. Xingyi Feng gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence, I don't accept it. Come again. He didn't admit that his luck was worse than that of his teacher. This is unscientific. Still want to come? You too, have you forgotten something? A gentle voice came from behind the two of them. Hashirama and Hoshinoka Ed both froze and turned their heads mechanically. At a glance, they saw the kind-looking Uzumaki Mito walking towards them step by step. The black air coming out of his body made the two shudder and swallowed subconsciously. Hashirama's face was even paler, and he stammered to explain. Mito, listen to my explanation, it's not what you think. Uzumaki Mito replied with a fake smile, really? But I watched you all afternoon, and you seemed to be completely immersed in it. Damn it! This was the first word that came to Hashirama's mind. Who would have thought that Mito could endure it for an entire afternoon without making a sound? This can be said to be catching the person red-handed. Since his body function gradually weakened, Mito was extremely strict and had to take care of everything. Especially gambling, every time he was caught, he would never let him off. Madam, I am just an accomplice, the teacher forced me to do it. Xingyi Feng said weakly. Ha, I almost forgot about you. Uzumaki Mito turned his head, his face frosty, and grabbed his ear. You know about Hashirama's body, but you still follow him. The painful Hoshinoka Ed grimaced. What's the matter with this familiar feeling? He didn't dare to refute, so he had to admit his mistake obediently. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Seeing that Hoshinoka Ed was scolded like a quail, Hashirama couldn't help but said, Mito, it's me who asked Xiao Feng to play with me, it has nothing to do with him. Teacher, can you please stop talking, you are adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Uzumaki Mito heard the words, and his anger rose like a volcanic eruption. He let go of the hand that was pulling Hoshinoka Ed's ear and walked towards Hashirama with an expressionless face. One step after another, Hoshinoka Ed was terrified. Good, how terrible, the master's wife really can't be offended, teacher, you just wish you good luck. Hashirama's sense of crisis exploded in his heart, and it was full in an instant. He swallowed his saliva and squatted on the ground and shivered unconsciously. A generation of the god of the ninja world is actually a henpecked husband. Hoshino Feng couldn't bear it and covered his eyes. He barely saw a picture that was not suitable for children through the cracks of his hands. Screams resounded through the sky, and the birds were scared and scattered, and the beasts ran away. After half a quarter of an hour, Uzumaki Mito, who had vented his anger, clapped his hands and let out a long breath. Seeing this, Hoshino Feng was very considerate. He took out a set of tea sets from the space and diligently added water for the master's wife. The flattering smile made Mito happy, and he rolled his eyes at him. Okay, you know you can't refuse Hashirama's request. If he does this again next time, tell me and I'll punish him. After getting the imperial sword, Feng Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Mito, you're too harsh, hiss, it hurts. Hashirama said with a grin, feeling pain all over his body. Mito's attack was very measured, and no one could tell. Who told you not to go home so late? You deserve it. Uzumaki Mito rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head to drink tea to moisten her throat. Hashirama smiled awkwardly, turned around and glared at his disciple fiercely. Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly, the meaning was self-evident, and Hoshinoka Ed covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. It is true that there is always someone stronger than you. No matter how strong a person is, he or she has weaknesses, and the god of the ninja world is no exception. Chapter 43. The sky of Konoha has changed. The once high-spirited first-generation Hokage passed the responsibility to Tobirama. After a month of preparation, the inauguration ceremony of Hokage officially began. Under the cheers of the people, he officially took office as the second-generation Hokage. Time came to the 10th year of Konoha. This year, Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama, was born. In the same year, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were born one after another. And Senju Tobirama gradually took control of Konoha and began a series of drastic reforms. Many old institutions were abolished and personnel were rotated. Tobirama's political wisdom is unparalleled and his vision is unique. Each one is in line with the current Konoha. It not only balances the strength of the major families, but also develops Konoha. Even Hoshinoka Ed, who dislikes Tobirama, can't help but sigh that in his hands, Konoha's strength is rising. And as disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others have also gained considerable reputation. As disciples of the second-generation Hokage, they also gained fame in Konoha. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most outstanding, with the strongest comprehensive strength, and naturally gets more fame. Tobirama praised him highly for this, which made others feel a sense of crisis and work harder. However, Xing Yifeng didn't care about this. Shu Mao, squat down, raise your hands horizontally, and keep your balance. Gao Hu, have you not eaten? Your fist is limp. Also, be serious about the training of a Kume, don't look around, look at how it is done. In the Hotaki courtyard, Hoshinoka Ed sat on a homemade recliner, closing his eyes and pointing out the problems of several people. The change of Konoha Hokage had little impact on him, he still ate and slept as usual. From time to time, he would take his friends to a hellish training to relieve fatigue. In the yard, Hotaki Sakumo was small, his face flushed, clenching his teeth and trying to squat. At the age of 2, he has already shown amazing willpower, which brought him not only praise, but also more rigorous training. Call, Hotaki Sakumo exhaled slightly, his mind wandering, trying to divert his attention. But the soreness and pain in his muscles were real, and his arms were shaking like a sieve. He had been standing on his feet for a long time and had already lost consciousness. Hoshinoka Ed saw all of this and nodded secretly. Then his eyes turned, his face suddenly sank, and he immediately stood up and walked to the side of Fujido Takatora. He said in a tone of regret, "Takatora, it feels great to be lazy." The sinister words came from behind Fujido Takatora, and immediately scared him out of his wits. He trained harder and didn't even dare to turn his head back. "Humph, if I find you again, you'll go run around the village." Xing Yifeng snorted, left a word and returned to the recliner. Hinata Kazumi complained, "How dare you say that about Gao Hu? I think you are the laziest among all of them." Xing Yifeng had a painful expression on his face, covering his chest, and said, "Kazumi, I am supervising you, which is a thankless task. How can you say that about me? I'm so sad, woohoo." This miserable look could not fool Hinata Kazumi, who immediately rolled her eyes at him and turned to practice her soft fist without saying anything else. Seeing Kazumi ignoring him, a triumphant smile suddenly appeared on Hoshinoka Ed's face. The scorching sun burned everyone, and sweat soaked their clothes, but they were still immersed in training. Hoshinoka Ed nodded with satisfaction. Having talent but not realizing it is like having a treasure mountain without knowing it. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Hoshinoka Ed estimated their condition, looked at the exhausted people, and finally spoke with mercy. "Okay, let's take a break." "Finally, I'm so tired." As soon as he finished speaking, Toda Takatora immediately lay on the ground in a big letter shape. Uchiha Wang looked at Toda Takatora, who had no image at all, with disdain. Although he was exhausted, his face remained unchanged. He leaned against the wall silently with his eyes closed, slowly recovering his strength. The youngest, Hotaki Sakumo, was in a much more miserable state. After all, the others had experienced hellish training before, and they could still endure this level by gritting their teeth. But Hitaki Sakumo had never experienced such intense training, even Hitaki Ishin was not so cruel. Hoshinoka Ed looked at Sakumo, who was bending over and retching, and shook his head helplessly. Hitaki Sakumo, who had a pale face, felt dizzy and his whole body was screaming with pain. This was not just physical. Hinata Kazumi couldn't stand it anymore and brought him a glass of water. Thank you, vomit. His lungs felt like they were burning in a raging fire, and the air entering his mouth was like torture, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Seeing how miserable the little guy was, Hinata Kazumi couldn't help but glare at Hoshinoka Ed fiercely, silently accusing him of child abuse. Hoshinoka Ed blinked his innocent eyes, as if to say, "Why didn't I know?" Seeing that Kazumi was at a disadvantage, Izawa Akumi immediately joined the battle. "Sakumo is so unlucky to have a brother like you." Xing Yifeng said unconvincedly. "Why is he so unlucky? Most people want to have a brother like me but they can't get it. In spite of my brother's businesses, I volunteered." Hitaki Sakumo took a breath and stood decisively on the side of Hoshinoka Ed, explaining. "Look, he didn't say anything, why are you making a fuss?" Hoshinoka Ed looked at the two of them with a smug and provocative look like a victorious general. Immediately, Hinata Kazumi said with a little embarrassment, "I don't know what you did in your previous life to have such a sensible brother." Hitaki Sakumo looked at her blankly. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, he was just telling the truth. "You misunderstood me." Hoshinoka Ed walked to Sakumo and squatted down. "I am very sensible." As he spoke, the chakra in his hand gathered and covered Hitaki Sakumo's body. Suddenly, a wonderful energy poured into his young body. The fatigue all over his body retreated like a tide, and his body was full of strength again. Looking at the ruddy Sakumo, Hoshinoka Ed nodded with satisfaction. "Hinata." Kazumi was stunned, and Izawa Akumi shouted, "What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can actually restore physical strength." Uchiha he looked at this scene thoughtfully, and had some idea in his mind. At this time, Hinata Kazumi came back to his senses, approached Hitaki Sakumo, and pulled him. Hoshinoka Ed smiled and told him the reason. "It's not a ninjutsu. I turned back Sakumo's time for half a day, restoring him to his full strength." Simple words have a terrifying effect. He has not been standing still over the years. His mastery of time has gradually deepened, and the time he can turn back has also been extended. Not only that, he has gradually narrowed the scope of time to the point where it can act on the human body without affecting other people. In the future, perhaps cells can be turned back, thus achieving true immortality. But that day is probably still a long way off. The next second after he finished speaking, large and small exclamations rang out in the courtyard. Hoshino Feng had anticipated their reactions and slowly returned to the recliner. "Oh, it's nothing, there's no need to yell like that." Hinata Kazumi and Izawa Akumi looked at each other, and the same thought came to their minds at the same time. "I really want to beat him up to vent my anger." Chapter 44. Uchiha Wang's mouth twitched wildly, and the same thoughts as the two of them emerged in his mind. What's going on with this strong taste of Versailles? Suddenly, my hands feel a little itchy. Hoshino Feng shook the recliner with a comfortable expression on his face. It is not difficult to imagine how happy he is in his heart. He glanced at Fujido Takatora, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and said, "Takatora, if you want to pretend to be dead, just practice for a while. I don't mind." In an instant, the person lying on the ground immediately did a somersault and stood up straight, looking very energetic. Hoshino Feng chuckled and shook his head, then asked them to rest for a while before continuing, and he went out to have fun. As soon as Hoshino Feng went out, Izawa Akumi behind him whispered, "Humph, he is so idle that he leaves us to train hard." Hinata Kazumi nodded in agreement and said with envy, "That is, when can I do whatever I want? I am so tired." At this time, a cold voice shattered her fantasy, very mercilessly. Don't even think about it. You won't have a chance in another 10 years. Hinata Kazumi's forehead was bulging with veins. She rushed towards Uchiha Wang with her fists rubbed, and said viciously. Wang, do you have the guts to say it again? If you make someone angry, you might get beaten up, but if you make a woman angry, she might remember you forever. Uchiha Wang looked at the black air rising from behind Hinata Kazumi, and the momentum that suddenly surged. A drop of cold sweat fell on his tense face, but he still pretended to be calm and said. According to the facts, it is indeed the case. Oh, a little expert in courting death is born. As expected, Uchiha Nozomi deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Hinata Kazumi took a deep breath, then narrowed her eyes and approached him with a smile. Uchiha Nozomi felt pressured, and when someone came to him, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to leave, Hinata Kazumi grabbed him by the collar and dragged him into the room with murderous eyes. Fujido Takatora shrank his neck in fear, but his ears stood up. Then, a crackling sound was heard, and Uchiha Nozomi's cry of pain could be vaguely heard. The young Hitaki Sakumo tilted his head, looking confused, biting his fingers and thinking. Are my brother and sister playing games? The noise is so loud. Xing Yifeng naturally didn't know what happened in the yard. He walked on the street with his hands on his head and a bored look on his face. Alas, why doesn't anyone challenge me? Isn't that how novels are written? Dare to say but not to do, this makes people itch. Xing Yifeng was very unhappy. He heard a lot of gossip along the way. Coincidentally, it was all about him. It was said that the second generation had a bad relationship with him and ignored him after becoming Hokage. Tobirama, you are quite cunning and you know how to manipulate public opinion. For such rumors to come out, it must be Tobirama's intention. Even if it is not, it is tacitly acknowledged. The strength is well controlled, which can disgust people and be controlled to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Xing Yifeng was suddenly depressed, and at the same time, the little notebook in his heart made another note of him. Looking at the whispers around, he thought he was hiding well. Xing Yifeng was even more depressed. He couldn't fight, so he had to stay away from those villagers and go to the grove to relax. This piece of woods grew vigorously, and Xing Yifeng walked aimlessly, doing whatever he wanted. Suddenly, he stopped and looked ahead with narrowed eyes. Toad. It seems like he is waiting for me here. The thought flashed through his mind, and Xing Yifeng stared at the toad blocking the road with interest. He seemed to have seen this toad somewhere before. He had a powerful aura, but he was also very restrained, as if he had merged with nature. Excuse me, Senior, is there anything wrong with stopping here? Xing Yifeng said thoughtfully. Oh, a polite child, you don't seem surprised. The toad was quite large, with a white beard, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was ordered by the great toad immortal to come here to wait for someone, and originally thought it was an adult. Now it seems that it should be the child in front of him. My teacher told me about you. You are the sage Fukasaku, right? Hoshinoka Ed suddenly remembered. Hashirama once asked if he wanted to contract his summoning beast, but he refused. Teacher. Fukasaku thought for a moment and slapped his head. I remember that Kobashirama once told us about you. Hoshinoka Ed smiled, but then his face froze. Come to think of it, you seem to have rejected the spiritual contract with Miyaboku Mountain. What's the matter? Do you look down on our Miyaboku Mountain? Senran Fukasaku suddenly changed the subject and his tone became serious, as if he was reprimanding Hoshinoka Ed. Hoshinoka Ed waved his hands and explained himself. How could that be? Miyaboku Mountain is a holy land for immortals. How many people want to get a contract? Senran Fukasaku nodded with great satisfaction, but then returned to the previous topic. If that's the case, why not a contract? For it, that, Xing Yifeng's head turned rapidly, and a white mist appeared out of thin air. He did not see the cunning look in Fukasaku's eyes, and was still trying to think of a reasonable reason. Ha ha ha, forget it. Shenron Fukasaku stopped when he saw that he was ahead, and suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was so hearty that Xing Yifeng was stunned on the spot. The contract is between two parties. Mayaboku Mountain never forces anything. Maybe it's just not meant to be. Senin Fukasaku jumped onto Hoshinoka-Ed's shoulder and said with a smile. It was as if the seriousness just now was just a dazzle for Hoshinoka-Ed and had never appeared. Hee hee. Xing Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the immortal Fukasaku on his shoulder. His favor ability soared. It seems that this is a very easy to talk to immortal. He thought to himself. Thinking of this, Feng Hoshino tilted his head slightly and asked, what is immortal Fukasaku doing here? The toads of Mayaboku Mountain will not appear in the ninja world for no reason. They are usually very lazy and will not easily leave the spiritual world. And as an immortal, Fukasaku is naturally even more impossible. Upon hearing this, immortal Fukasaku suddenly remembered his mission, coughed lightly a few times and said, it was the great toad immortal who asked me to wait for someone here. I think it's you. Great toad immortal? The one who can predict? Feng Hoshino's thoughts were flying, but he couldn't figure out why he was looking for him. But I'm just bored, so let's go. Anyway, it would be a waste not to go, and I can also see what the big toad sage looks like. Fukasaku nodded, and then, with Hoshinoka-Ed's eyelids twitching, he spit out the scroll from his mouth little by little. The sticky saliva stuck to it, and Hoshinoka-Ed suddenly regretted it. Fukasaku naturally couldn't see his ugly face, and said, okay, just press the handprint on it. It's urgent, so I won't go through other entrances, it's faster this way. Xing Yifeng resisted the nausea and pressed his hand up. A white light suddenly appeared, filling the whole line of sight, and then disappeared on the spot. Chapter 45. It may be a moment, Xing Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his sight was a rich and peaceful land. Surrounded by mountains, forming a natural barrier, the mist filled the sky, boundless. Toads can be seen everywhere, as well as various animals living in symbiosis. Green forests are everywhere, and there is a hint of sweetness in the air. Xing Yifeng took a slow breath, and suddenly his mind was clear and his spirit was refreshed. This is Mayaboku Mountain, how is it? Fukasaku introduced it to him proudly. It is a pure land, peaceful and quiet. Hokuno Feng sighed and thought to himself. Mayaboku Mountain should be located in the independent spiritual world of the ninja world like the other two holy places. It is far away from war and humans, so that it can maintain its original appearance and be passed down to this day. And there is a strange energy in the air, which should be natural energy. It is under some kind of control and interferes with people's perception. Follow me. The immortal Fukasaku waved to Feng Hoshino, motioning him to follow him. Without the guidance of the toad in the labyrinth mountain, you will get lost here. Hearing this, Feng Hoshino took a step and followed the immortal Fukasaku closely, for fear of getting lost. He was unfamiliar with this place, and it would be troublesome if he got lost. Looking around, there were not only toads in Mayaboku Mountain, but also other animals. Feng Hoshino looked at this place curiously, his eyes fixed. Every place here aroused his curiosity, but it was a pity that it was not the time yet, and the matter of the great toad immortal was more important. After a while, the immortal Fukasaku brought him to the front of the great toad immortal. Next to it, there was another toad, the same size as the immortal Fukasaku, and the momentum was similar. This should be Shima Sage. Hoshinoka-Ed thought silently. Fukasaku Sage jumped down, hopped in front of the big toad sage, and shouted loudly. Great Immortal! Great Immortal! The small body burst out with an astonishing volume. It even formed a gust of wind, blowing Xing Yifeng's clothes. The big toad immortal sat on a huge futon, wearing a hat and a necklace around his neck. The huge body was rising and falling regularly. Hearing the huge sound, the old eyes slowly opened. "Well, what's up, Fukasaku? Hey, who is this child? How did you bring him here?" Fukasaku held his forehead helplessly and explained to Hoshinoka, "The great sage is always like this, his memory is not good." Then, he raised his voice again and shouted, "Great sage, it was you who asked me to go to the ninja realm to wait for someone. I have brought him back." "Well, oh, I remember now." The great toad immortal was confused for a long time, and then he suddenly understood. The immortal Fukasaku breathed a sigh of relief, and finally explained it clearly. The great immortal was good in every way, but he was a little confused, but he could still accept it. After the great toad immortal figured out the current situation, his eyes fell on Xing Yifeng and he slowly said, "You are here. Recently, I always fall into a short sleep, and I dream that the ninja world will undergo a huge change in the future. Everything in the ninja world will be torn down and started over again, but when I wanted to go deeper, I was blocked by a huge force. Suddenly, I just saw a figure." The words of the great toad immortal shocked everyone present. The amount of information was too huge to absorb for a while. Xing Yifeng was even more shocked. This prophecy was too unreasonable, but it was still a little far from being outrageous. The great toad immortal paused and continued, his eyes revealing solemnity and deep fear. No one knew how powerful that power was that could frighten him so much. Afterwards, the dream was shattered, and when I tried to recall it, I couldn't remember any details. I can only see vaguely the general appearance. After listening to the great immortal's story, the immortal Fukasaku seemed to have a hidden meaning, and could not help but look at Xing Yifeng quietly. Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows. He saw that the great toad immortal's eyes were extremely cautious from beginning to end, and even his words were carefully considered. "Great immortal, could that person be?" Zhaima carefully observed Xing Yifeng, and seeing that he looked normal, he guessed. "Is this the child?" A trace of fear flashed in the big toad's cloudy pupils. Before, it was still very blurry, with only some fragmented images. But until Xing Yifeng arrived, he could be sure that the terrifying and strange power was emanating from him. Xing Yifeng tilted his head. From the words of the big toad immortal, he could hear that the figure was himself. In the future, he actually crossed time and forcibly interrupted the prediction of the big toad immortal. He didn't even make a move, just a look, which made the big immortal feel terrified. This strength, it was so desirable, I wonder when he can reach that level. Hoshinoka, who was immersed in the powerful strength in the future, did not notice that Fukasaku sage was quietly moving away from him. After all, the predictions of the great toad sage had never been wrong, and now it was obvious that Hoshinoka was that person. "Big toad immortal, did you bring me here just to tell me these words?" Xing Yifeng calmed down and quickly brought the topic back. He spoke to the big toad immortal in a relaxed tone, not thinking that the big toad immortal would attack him. After hearing this, the big toad immortal was silent for a few seconds, then sighed and said, "You are very calm. It is his honor to be your teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, he was rejected by Xing Yifeng. He said with a serious face, "No, it is my honor to be your disciple." He spoke decisively, and the respect in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. He admired Hashirama Senju from the bottom of his heart, even though he had never taught him anything. But he cared and loved him just as much, and even often protected him. A teacher is not just about teaching ninjutsu, and Hashirama did a good job in this regard. The great toad sage was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, and the sound waves were visible to the naked eye, shaking the surrounding rubble. Okay, I was overthinking. You will definitely bring changes to the ninja world." His attitude changed, and the fear in his eyes completely disappeared, as if he knew something. Fukasaku and Shima were both confused, not knowing what happened. The big toad stopped laughing, looked at Fukasaku and Shima, and said, "In the future, if he needs help, Myaboku Mountain will definitely help him with all its strength." Fukasaku and Shima were both shocked. They didn't expect the great immortal to say such a thing. This simply put the fate of the entire Myaboku Mountain in his hands. In all these years, this has never happened before. Although they were full of doubts, the great immortal had already spoken, so they had to obey. Yes. Great Immortal. ×2. Chapter 46. After Hoshinoka Ed left Myaboku Mountain, Shima seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to say something but was stuck in his heart. The great toad immortal blew out a cloud of mist from his mouth and said slowly, "Shima, don't doubt it, Myaboku Mountain will be safe. That child has incomparable power, which will bring new changes and vitality. My Myaboku Mountain is also among them, this is inevitable." After the great toad sage finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and soon, a snoring sound came. Shima and Fukasaku below were also helpless. The great toad sage did not want to say more, so they had to let it go. Damn it, the great immortal's predictions have never been wrong, so you can rest assured. I know you are worried about the future of Myabokuyama, but what can you do now? Just live a good life. Fukasaku came to Shima and said comfortingly. Shima sighed and said, "Now, this is the only way. I hope it's a good change." After leaving Myaboku Mountain, Hoshinoka Ed's brain was overloaded with information and was sorting it out. But what is certain is that the future of the ninja world will undergo earth-shaking changes. From the words of the great toad immortal, it can be guessed that he will definitely be very strong in the future and will go beyond the past to explore the source. These 2 points are not what he has now. My future self? Haha, I really want to see what that looks like. Xing Yifeng thought narcissistically. When I came back, it was still the same forest. It was already late at night, and the sound of insects kept coming from all around. Time flies, let's go home first. Xing Yifeng whispered. He returned along the same route, and on the quiet street, his stomach growled at an inopportune time. Xing Yifeng covered his stomach, and the feeling of hunger suddenly surged over him like a tide. I haven't eaten for almost a day, let's find a place to eat first. Thinking like this, I found a ramen shop and went in. The decoration inside the shop was very ordinary, it should be an ordinary shop. Welcome light, pro, the wind chimes at the door of the store rang, and the boss looked up and subconsciously said a welcome speech, but paused for a second when saying the last word. Xing Yifeng looked at himself, confirmed that there was no problem, hesitated, and said, "Boss, are you still open now?" Xing Yifeng's words brought the boss back to his senses, and he quickly said enthusiastically, "Open. Of course. It is our honor to have Mr. Xing Yi visit our store." He half pushed and half invited Xing Yifeng to sit down at an empty seat, and then said with a smile, "I wonder what Master Xing Yi wants to eat? As long as we have it in our store, we can make it all, and it will be delicious." The boss's extra enthusiasm made Xing Yifeng quite uncomfortable, and he hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Then have a bowl of the store's signature ramen." After saying that, he took out money from his pocket and handed it to him. Seeing this, the boss refused again and said, "Lord Hashirama has created a place for us to stay, I am very grateful, so these are not necessary. If you want to eat in the future, you are welcome to come anytime." Although this is the case, Xing Yifeng does not want to eat ramen for free, so after repeated requests, he let the boss collect the money. Then he went to the kitchen to work. While waiting, there was another round of talking outside the door, and Xing Yifeng's heart moved slightly. This chakra, it's an acquaintance. Ding-ling-ling, the crisp sound of wind chimes sounded as expected, and then a tired-looking man walked in. Uchiha Jing's clothes were slightly torn and in a bad condition. A trace of blood could be vaguely seen on the corner of his clothes. He must have just finished the mission not long ago and didn't have time to prepare. Boss, give me a bowl of pork bone ramen. Uchiha Jing seemed to be very familiar with this place and said as soon as he entered the door. Oh, it's Jing, you haven't been here for a while. The boss of the kitchen just came out and laughed and teased. I'm busy with work, so I don't have the time. Uchiha Jing scratched his head and said with a dry laugh. The boss waved his hand. I know, I can tell from the number of times you've come recently. Uchiha Jing smiled, but didn't say anything. His eyes shifted and suddenly froze. Brother Jing, long time no see. Seeing Uchiha Jing looking at him, Hoshino Feng greeted him warmly. Since the second generation Hokage took office, his disciples have become extremely busy. All kinds of difficult tasks are completed by them. In comparison, Hoshino Feng, the disciple of the first generation Hokage, seems very leisurely. Even if there are tasks, he only does them occasionally. When Hashirama heard about it, he just smiled and didn't care. Thinking of this, Hoshino Feng looked at Uchiha Jing with pity. It was really too miserable. He was simply treated as free labor by Tobirama, and he worked all year round. Capitalists would cry when they saw such employees. Uchiha Jing may not have seen Hoshino Feng for a long time. He was stunned for a moment, his face stiffened, and then he said. It's Xiao Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Uchiha Jing's tone was very awkward. As a disciple of Tobirama, he knew some things about Konoha. Those rumors were groundless, and Tobirama never stopped them, allowing them to spread. Now that the real owner is here, Uchiha Jing feels a little uncomfortable, and he feels like running away from here immediately. Xing Yifeng seemed not to hear the embarrassment in his words, and still said enthusiastically. Brother Jing just came back from a mission? Why are you so embarrassed? Hearing Xing Yifeng's concern and greetings, Uchiha Jing felt a little ashamed and said hesitantly. Yes, accidentally, I got caught and it turned out like this. Xing Yifeng nodded suddenly and asked, Brother Jing comes here often? Yes. Perhaps the warm atmosphere made him relax and not as nervous as before. The ramen here tastes good, I like it very much. As he said that, a fragrance wafted from the kitchen, arousing Xing Yifeng's taste buds. Hearing this smell, Xing Yifeng nodded affirmatively. It's really delicious. The taste alone is better than many ramen shops. The boss is really good at this. While he was talking, another familiar person came. Before he could see the person, the voice had already arrived. Mirror, I know you are here, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from outside. As soon as he came in, he saw Hoshinoka Ed and stopped talking abruptly, as if the pause button had been pressed. How about Hiruzen? Maida Yan followed closely behind, with a puzzled look on his face. He glanced at Xing Yifeng, but he also said nothing. The others saw this and came in to check the situation. They all looked embarrassed. Xing Yifeng seemed to ignore this and instead enthusiastically called everyone over. What are you standing there for? Am I some kind of monster? Why do you feel so scared? Everyone was complaining in their hearts. You are not a monster, but you are almost there. Chapter 47. The ramen is here, enjoy your meal. Just when the atmosphere was stagnant, the boss's voice came at the right time, breaking the silence. Xing Yifeng chuckled, said nothing, lowered his head to smell the steaming aroma, and began to eat. Ahem, boss, give us one too. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly and said to the boss. Okay. The boss agreed happily, his face lit up, and then he went into the kitchen and started working enthusiastically. After that, the scene became quiet again, leaving only the sound of eating noodles. Sarutobi Hiruzen communicated with Uchiha Kagami with his eyes, and they were flirting with each other. Hoshinoka Ed knew it well, but he didn't stop it, otherwise they would feel uneasy. How has Xiao Feng been doing recently? After receiving Uchiha Jing's relieved look, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and started chatting with Hoshinoka-ed. Is the food good? Is there someone you like? It sounded reasonable at first, but the last sentence made Hoshinoka-ed look up with a slightly strange expression. Was there an inappropriate remark mixed in here? Uchiha Kagami's mouth twitched, and he turned his head away, unable to bear to look. Even the teammates behind him had strange looks in their eyes. Akimichi Kyufeng pulled the corner of Hiruzen's clothes and whispered, Hiruzen, Xiaofeng is only 9 years old, you are a little too anxious. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realize, and then smiled and said, sorry. Hoshinoka-ed shook his head helplessly and concentrated on dealing with the ramen in front of him. However, after this, the atmosphere finally relaxed, and everyone gradually let go and no longer took those rumors to heart. Talking to Hoshinoka-ed also regained the previous familiarity. After waiting for a while, all the ramen was served, and the hot fragrance filled the entire store. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised the boss. Boss, your craftsmanship is still as good as ever. Hey, it's all the customers who praised me. I'm far behind. The boss said modestly, but the smile on his face did not diminish at all. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Call, I feel full and feel so good. It feels like I am in a hot spring. Xing Yifeng said, touching his stomach with a satisfied look on his face. Seeing him eating so deliciously, the others couldn't help but speed up their eating. After a while, they ate everything up. You have been very busy recently, do tasks every day, do not rest. Hoshino Feng said with his teeth. Said quite, oh, you are so tired, where is it like me, except for the occasional teacher to do a task for me, the remaining time is staying in Koba. I feel like all the parts of my body are rusting. This wave of Versailles was full, mocking a group of people, successfully causing their resentment, looking at Xing Yifeng with unfriendly eyes. The chopsticks in his hand squeaked, as if he would rush forward in the next second. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xing Yifeng coughed a few times, changed the subject and asked. Hey, is there someone missing? Where's Danzo? Why didn't he come? Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 deep breaths, calmed his restless heart, and said with a complicated expression. He has been very persistent in his mission recently, and I don't know what he has been doing. Akimichi Tokao secretly ordered a few more bowls of ramen, picked up the ramen and ate it, mumbling in his mouth. I don't know why, Danzo is often not in Konoha these days. Even we have only met a few times, and we were out most of the time. Speaking of Danzo, everyone seemed to be talking about him. But it was not difficult to hear from their words that they were worried about Danzo. They were teammates and friends who had been together since childhood, so how could they not care about him? His recent crazy behavior was really unsettling. Hoshinoka-ed keenly observed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a tangled look, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But it was hidden well, and no one else noticed, not even Uchiha Kagami. No wonder it was the 3rd Hokage, his political wisdom is not low. Although it was just a guess, others didn't even get the hint. Hoshino Feng sighed, glancing at other people. Danzo has been doing missions like crazy these days just for merit and to improve his prestige among the villagers. So as to pave the way for the next Hokage. After the continuous reforms and weakening of family concepts by the 2nd generation Hokage, civilian ninjas have also sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Even if they are not as good as the ninja clan, they should not be underestimated. This is not the time when Konoha was just established. To become a Hokage, not only must one's own strength be sufficient, but also one must get the support of the villagers, at least there cannot be too many opponents. The current Danzo is not the Danzo who hid in the dark later. There is still love for Konoha in his heart, and only a small part of his selfish desires. He admires Tobirama, recognizes his governing philosophy, and later implements his attitude towards Uchiha. He believes that Uchiha is evil and must be eliminated. Although this can be called prejudice, to some extent, he is the most like Tobirama. Well, they are highly consistent in dealing with family issues. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, is more like a combination of Hashirama and Tobirama. With hesitation in his heart, lacking decisiveness in big things, but doing well in small things. Such a contradictory person is still called a ninja hero. It is undeniable that during his reign, Konoha's economy has developed. This achievement is indelible. But there is still the same problem, lacking decisiveness in big things, and hesitating. It is easy to be led astray by others, and coupled with his advanced age in the later period, the impulse in his heart gradually faded, making him indecisive, and Konoha gradually weakened in his hands. Both of them have advantages and disadvantages, and they are equally matched. But during this period, you have to admit that the two of them are the best. And now, Danzo has taken the lead, and I don't know how Sarutobi Hiruzen will decide. Hoshinoka Ed thought so, with a smile on his lips. Time passed slowly without everyone noticing, and in a blink of an eye it was time to close the store. Everyone left the store, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hoshinoka Ed walked at the end. Hoshinoka Ed looked at the few people in front of him who were laughing and talking, and sighed, and said, in life, if you have a few close friends, isn't it a blessing? After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was struggling with his head down, raised his head and looked forward, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Yes, it is my luck to meet them. After saying that, he looked confused for a while, looked at Xing Yifeng, and sighed. Danzo is very persistent in becoming the Hokage. Aren't you the same? Hoshinoka Ed said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, then whispered to himself, yes, am I not the same? In that case, let's compete fairly. Xing Yifeng said. Are you backing down? How could it be? I have been determined to become a Hokage since I was a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly. Speaking of Hokage, it seemed like a flame was burning in his heart. Then. Chapter 48. Time flies, time flies, time passes slowly between fingers, and soon it is the 13th year of Konoha. Konoha has lost the joy of the past. A dark cloud is pressing on the sky of Konoha and shrouding people's hearts. A large group of people gathered in the Senju clan. Looking around, they were all clan leaders and senior ninjas. Just because the god of the ninja world is critically ill, Konoha's pillar of support is about to collapse. Senju Tobirama stood outside the door with no expression, but his moist eyes silently told his inner sadness. This day is the sadness of everyone in Konoha. Hoshinoka Ed entered the house long before everyone else. After all, he was Hashirama's disciple. In the ninja world, the relationship between master and apprentice is the closest, which even surpasses relatives. Even Hashirama's son and daughter-in-law can only stand outside like Tobirama. Hoshinoka Ed knelt beside Hashirama, his mood ups and downs, like the waves on the sea, it seems endless. Hashirama's sallow face forced a smile. Feng, don't be sad. Hoshino Feng said in a muffled voice with a nasal tone. I'm not. Hashirama smiled foolishly and raised his weak hand to touch him. Seeing this, Hoshino Feng hurriedly moved forward so that the teacher could reach him. Hashirama smiled with relief, and kept stroking his head with his hand, saying, Feng, you are my only disciple in my life, and you are also the one I am most proud of. I have seen your talent and hard work. I have not taught you anything. I am afraid I will not be able to see your dream. Here, Hashirama paused for a moment and then continued. I know that your future will definitely surpass mine, and your strength will definitely stand at the top of the ninja world. But you have to remember this. Hashirama's eyes became more serious, and he straightened up and looked serious. The meaning of ninja lies not only in strength, but also in inner belief and pursuit. No matter what difficulties and challenges you encounter, you must stick to your beliefs, never give up, and never retreat. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng could no longer hold back his inner sorrow. His crying was as fierce as a rainstorm, and his tears were as violent as a storm, as if he wanted to pour out all his sorrow. Hashirama did not stop him, perhaps crying was the best way to vent. Xing Yifeng's crying was so loud that it could be heard outside the house. Tobirama's eyes moved slightly, and his expression could not help but become sad. He thought that this was a sign that his eldest brother's vitality was about to end. "Okay, you never cry normally, why are you crying like this now?" Hashirama wiped the tears from his face with his hands, still thinking of teasing. Death, for him, is nothing to be afraid of. In a limited life, being able to realize the ideals he had since childhood, this makes him very satisfied. Hoshino Feng choked and retorted, "This is not different." Hashirama nodded in agreement with him. "Okay, it is indeed different, you have the final say." This tone of coaxing a child made the sad atmosphere dissipate a little. After seeing that Hoshino Feng's emotions slowly calmed down, Hashirama turned his eyes, and his deep eyes seemed to see everyone through the door. Suddenly, he sighed and said, "Feng, will the ninja world usher in real peace?" He is not stupid, on the contrary, he sees it very clearly. If he dies, the ninja world that has been silent for a long time will trigger a rebound. A war is inevitable. I will definitely do it in the future. Xing Yifeng said solemnly, as if he was promising something. Hashirama chuckled. He saw confidence in his disciple's eyes, just as he said back then. "Then I feel relieved." Hashirama lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Let them come in, everyone." The gentle and brief words stirred up the mood that had just calmed down. Without saying a word, he stood up and walked out of the door. Seeing that Xing Yifeng came out with his head down, Tobirama immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "How is Big Brother?" His words were also what everyone was thinking. "Teacher, I'll tell you to go in," Xing Yifeng said softly. After hearing this, Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his elder brother had just left. But when he thought that this was only temporary, a trace of sadness rose in his heart. He calmed down and walked in with the disciples. Xing Yifeng did not follow, but stood there waiting. Tobirama frowned, his face was gloomy, and the air dropped a few degrees. The disciples behind him were silent, silently reducing their presence. "Big Brother." Tobirama's face was moved when he saw Hashirama. The cold-faced Tobirama could not suppress his sadness at this moment. Hashirama was as usual at this moment. His face was different from the paleness just now. His cheeks were rosy. The vigorous vitality seemed to have returned to him. But Tobirama's heart was very bitter. This meant that Hashirama really had only a little time left. "Tobirama, come and sit down." Hashirama smiled and waved. Tobirama sat down next to Hashirama, but couldn't say anything. Hashirama chuckled, looked him up and down, and then said with a dissatisfied look, "You are studying forbidden techniques again." Over the years, since his health declined, Tobirama has been studying forbidden techniques besides working, hoping to keep him. But such forbidden techniques require a lot of experiments, which is very disgusting to Hashirama. He said it many times, but Tobirama promised to do it, but he never stopped his research secretly. Tobirama nodded calmly. It was too late to say these now. He still failed. The eldest brother's life is coming to an end, and it's too late to say anything. Hashirama shook his head helplessly. This younger brother still didn't want to accept the reality. But it was also right. If he just accepted the reality, he would still feel something was wrong. "Konoha is in your hands, Tobirama," Hashirama said solemnly. Tobirama nodded firmly and clenched his fists. He would defend Konoha with his life. Hashirama looked at the people behind him and nodded with satisfaction. "Your disciples are very good, and Konoha's new seedlings have grown up." Sarutobi Hiruzen said modestly, "It's all thanks to the good teaching of Mr. Tobirama." Why are you being so modest? Hashirama waved his hand. Your own efforts cannot be ignored either. It is good to have a teacher, but if you are lazy, no matter how talented you are, you can't make the most of it. He has seen the performance of these people. Although there are flaws, no one is perfect, not even him. Okay, let's go back. Let Mito accompany me for the last journey. Tobirama, Konoha is busy with affairs, don't stay here. Hashirama said to drive them away. Tobirama wanted to stay a little longer, but retreated under Hashirama's dissuading eyes. He left here with his disciples. Sister-in-law, Big Brother asked you to accompany him. Looking at Mito in front of him, Tobirama hesitated again and again, but still sighed and said. Uzumaki Mito's eyes were full of tears, but she still held back her tears. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and went to meet the person she loved deeply with the best attitude. Chapter 49. The door gradually closed, as if playing the swan song of life. Xing Yifeng's heart could not calm down for a long time, and unspeakable emotions surged in his heart. Suddenly, Xi's voice sounded in his mind. Death is the final destination of life, but time is not. The future can be changed. Xing Yifeng suddenly widened his eyes and replied with consciousness, you mean, I can revive the teacher? Xi's affirmative voice echoed in his ears. Time records everything, and can also save everything. Life and death are all in a thought. Consciousness is very straightforward. The power of time is endless. He stands at the top of the world's rules. He is omnipresent and omnipotent. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng's heart was filled with excitement. But the next moment, Xi poured him a basin of cold water again. However, the world also has its own laws, which cannot be changed by force. This is the limitation of the law. Xing Yifeng's mood is like a roller coaster, from hope to despair, he said with a depressed look. No, there's still no way. You haven't fully understood what I mean. Xi's words rekindled the hope that had been extinguished. Although life and death are the rules of the world, there are 49 laws of nature, and if one of them is eliminated, all things have a chance of survival. The day a person is born, his lifespan is determined, but everything is not set in stone. The length of lifespan is also affected by many factors. Xing Yifeng thought about it, and then a flash of inspiration came to him, and he said excitedly. You mean, the teacher's lifespan was originally very long, but it was shortened due to various factors. Xi nodded with satisfaction. He has a good understanding and is worthy of being the person chosen by time. Just as you said, if life is compared to a clock, then the moment the hour hand collapses, it means the end of life. But life itself still exists. As long as you use time to turn it into a clock hand, you can wake it up. This is the only ray of hope, and it is also the maximum that the world can allow. Xing Yifeng lowered his head, pursed his lips, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. Hope has not been extinguished. Then, do it this way. Even though hope was almost in sight, Xing Yifeng was still very nervous. He was afraid that the hope right in front of him would be shattered again and dissipate from his hands. Seeing this, Xi smiled softly in his mind, his voice light and agile. Everything depends on your perception of time, and the increase in strength is also beneficial. So, little guy, work hard, don't rush, time is waiting for you. After saying that, he seemed to fall into a deep sleep again, and no matter how Xing Yifeng called, there was no response. Xing Yifeng's eyes were deep, and the blue pupils appeared at some point, and he whispered to himself. That day will not be too far away, teacher. We will meet again in the near future. At this time, lightning flashed in the dark clouds in the sky, and the roar continued. Sadness seemed to linger in everyone's heart. The pain and sorrow in their hearts seemed to sink into the ground with the pattering raindrops in the sky. Everyone was happy or sad, silent or in tears. With a creak, the door slowly opened in this heavy atmosphere, and Uzumaki Mito's tear-stained face appeared in front of everyone. There was deep sadness in her eyes, but her face was calm, and she said in an unquestionable voice. After Hashirama left, the news should be kept secret for as long as possible, and everything should be kept secret. At this moment, her words were like the imperial edict of an ancient emperor, and no rebuttal was allowed. The next moment after she finished speaking, a shocking aura burst out instantly. The cold breath swept through everyone present, and they dared not look at it. Indistinctly, it seemed that a phantom of a ferocious beast could be seen exploding behind him. This aura made Tobirama's eyes flash. Hoshinoka Ed nodded secretly. Master's wife is very likely to be infinitely close to the super shadow. The suffocating and majestic aura, but Hoshinoka Ed was like a spring breeze, and was not affected at all. Even the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had to burst out chakra to fight against it. This calm scene shocked everyone present, and instantly thought of a possibility in their minds. Hoshinoka Ed, he has reached the level of the god of the ninja world. Only in this way can he be completely unaffected by it, they all thought so. But only Hoshinoka Ed himself knew that he had just broken through the cage level a year ago. Now he has only reached the middle stage, and there is still a long way to go before he can become a super cage. The reason why he can resist easily is mostly due to the isolation of time. In a situation that is invisible to the naked eye, the space in front of Hoshinoka Ed has long been isolated. The tyrannical aura had no effect on Hoshinoka Ed at all. This also made everyone mistakenly believe that his strength was stronger than Uzumaki Mito, who used the Nine Tails chakra. Uzumaki Mito's face was normal, like a clear spring, but everyone knew how high the wave behind him was. At this time, especially with external enemies surrounding him, no one dared to disobey and nodded in agreement. Tobirama, I'll leave this to you. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito restrained his momentum, then looked at Hoshinoka Ed meaningfully. He walked out with a heavy gait. After the people left, Tobirama waved his hand, and several figures half-knelt in front of him. Hokage! Bury the elder brother's body in the forest of steels. Yes. The Anbu received the order and were about to go in to collect Hashirama's body. Suddenly, they were horrified to find that their bodies kept moving and their eyes widened. Tobirama noticed their abnormality, frowned, then realized something and turned to look at Hoshinoka Ed. Hoshinoka Ed looked at Tobirama calmly and said, I will take care of the teacher's body. There is no need for the Anbu. Tobirama opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he was about to say it, he changed his mind. Then I'll trouble you. Xing Yifeng nodded, then walked into the house, and when he passed by the Anbu, he lifted the restrictions. Hokage! Before the Anbu could say anything, Tobirama waved his hand at them. It's none of your business. Then, he said to everyone present, everyone, go away. The others looked at each other and then went back. After doing this, there was no one around. Tobirama sighed slightly, took a few steps forward, and then reached out to touch it. Tick-tick, it felt like the touch of water. Waves of ripples spread out, seemingly fragile, but very solid. The sense of rejection prevented Tobirama from taking another step forward. Are you worried about me? Tobirama thought secretly. This barrier, which looked like a barrier, was created instantly after Xing Yifeng entered. It was silent and appeared right under everyone's eyes. That's good, I can stop thinking about it. Tobirama chuckled, not knowing who he was talking about, or who he was talking about. Chapter 50. After the death of Hashirama, Konoha was still calm, and there was not a single splash on the sea. Everything was extremely quiet, and even the villagers of Konoha did not know that the first generation of Hokage they respected had passed away. But this kind of sadness only spread within a small range. All departments are still operating in an orderly manner. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world, and paper cannot cover fire after all. 2 months later, Hashirama Senju never showed up, which aroused the suspicion of spies from various villages. After thinking about it, he immediately sent a message to the village where he was. At this time, the shadow of the four countries was also replaced by the second generation, and a meeting was held immediately after receiving first-hand intelligence. Discussions continued day and night, and the spies were ordered to continue to investigate the news and confirm the authenticity. After multiple verifications, it was finally confirmed that the god of the ninja world Hashirama Senju had passed away. The peace agreement signed between the five countries at the beginning also completely lost its effect at this moment. The Land of Fire has a large area of fertile land and rich resources, which makes the other four countries very jealous. After confirming the death of the biggest obstacle, they finally showed their true colors in their eagerness. On this day, the ninja world was shaken. The Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Sand Village successively declared war on Konoha. The first Ninja World War recorded in later history broke out. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama looked calm and convened a meeting of Jonin. All the Jonin of Konoha would participate. The Anbu was urgently mobilized, some patrolled the streets, and some went to the border to search for intelligence. That day, the Hokage building was noisy and there were constant discussions. No one knew what happened there. The haze of war shrouded Konoha, and everyone was praying silently, for themselves and for Konoha. Hoshinoka Ed stood on the Hokage rock, blowing in the breeze, and his clothes rustled. He did not attend the Jonin meeting. Although he was not a Jonin, as a disciple of the first generation of Hokage, he was qualified. Deploying troops was not his strong point, and Tobirama's ability was enough to handle it, so he didn't need to worry about it. "You don't seem worried." Uzumaki Mito's words came from behind. Hoshinoka Ed had noticed it long ago. He chuckled and said, "I have this confidence in Konoha." Uzumaki Mito was stunned when he heard that. Even Tobirama couldn't guarantee such a confident look. She asked in confusion why. Konoha is now surrounded by enemies, it can be said to be at a critical moment. Hoshinoka Ed turned around and asked with a smile, "Don't you have confidence, master's wife? I see you look more relaxed than me." Uzumaki Mito was stunned when he was asked back, then smiled and said, "How could it be? I am very worried." Hoshinoka Ed chuckled and shook his head. "Just listen to this. Others may not know the details, but he knows it. Konoha is not something that can be touched by cats and dogs. After the great development of Hashirama and Tobirama, the overall level of ninjas is still maintained at a very high level. And Tobirama had anticipated the war and started preparing for it a long time ago. Not to mention the high-end combat power. Just one Senju Tobirama is enough to give them a headache. No one can keep up with the hand-flying thunder god technique except Hoshinoka Ed. Not to mention that Uzumaki Mito is still alive, the power of the Nine Tails is not a joke. Unlike the original, with the help of Hoshinoka Ed, the Nine Tails is now much more honest. If Mito wants to join the war, he can use the power of the Nine Tails in an instant. Jinchuriki is a big killer on the battlefield, and a stable big killer. In addition, the younger generation should not be underestimated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, Danzo, wait, they are all the best in the ninja world. They are at their peak, unstoppable, and have already touched the edge of cage level. Finally, there is Hoshinoka Ed. He can be said to be Konoha's trump card. The power of time is already a dimensionality reduction attack. If it really comes to the point of desperation, Hoshinoka Ed will not sit idly by. The next day, the first rays of morning light appeared on the horizon. Konoha was no longer as peaceful as before, and a heavy atmosphere filled everyone's heart. Dong, dong, dong. The wooden sword kept swinging at the wooden stake in a pair of tender hands, and the upright little face was serious and meticulous. But the chubby face was a little out of place. It was a cool morning, and there was a little moisture in the air. But there were water stains under the feet of the little guy, and they kept dripping from his clothes. Hoshinoka Ed was still lying on the chair, but his eyes were always observing Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo was already 5 years old, but he had been training for 3 years. It must be said that this willpower made Hoshinoka-ed smack his lips. "Sakumo, use your wrist, don't shake it, your movement is off." After swinging so many times, Sakumo felt very uncomfortable with just a slight breath, as if his lungs were about to explode. But even so, as long as the movement was not standard, Hoshino Feng would still point it out sternly. If it were before, Hoshino Feng would not be so strict. After all, who wouldn't feel sorry for such a well-behaved and cute brother? But unfortunately, now is a time of war, although it is safe in Konoha, and 5-year-old children don't have to go to the battlefield. But Hoshino Feng has other arrangements. Geniuses must have their own unique way of growth. After being scolded, Hitaki Sakumo pursed his lips slightly, gritted his teeth to cheer himself up, stabilized his wrist, and then swung a standard slash. Looking at Sakumo's very reluctant movements, Hoshino Feng nodded slightly. "Well, very good, you can take a break now." Hitaki Sakumo felt as if he had been pardoned, just like a prisoner who was pardoned before execution, and was deeply moved. It was not that he hated training, but the training of Hoshinoka-ed was too anti-ninja. The idea of not thinking about resting until your physical strength is exhausted made Sakumo very afraid. Hitaki Sakumo sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, as if he had received a refreshing rain. Suddenly, his eyes went dark. Sakumo opened his eyes, and saw Hoshinoka-ed coming to him. He stood up immediately, but the amplitude of the movement was too large, so his brain could not adapt for a while. His eyes went dark, and his body staggered and was about to fall to the ground. Hoshinoka-ed stretched out his hand and held him firmly. "I'm sorry, brother," Hitaki Sakumo whispered. Hoshino Feng touched his head helplessly. "Sakumo, I am strict during training, but you don't have to be like this in normal times. This brother is good in every way, but he is too serious and respectful to himself. He has to salute when he sees him. He has told him many times, but he just can't change. Father said, we must follow the rules." Hitaki Sakumo said seriously. Hoshino Feng's mouth twitched. This look reminded him of Wang, that boy. The same rules, the same seriousness. "Don't listen to your father, listen to me, otherwise, I'll let you feel what a devil is." Xingyi Feng squatted down, put his hands on his shoulders, and said seriously. When he said the last sentence, the corners of his mouth raised strangely, revealing a smirk. Chapter 51. In response to this half-threatening, half-intimidating remark, Hitaki Sakumo looked at Hoshinoka-ed with a strange look in his eyes. It seemed as if he was saying, "Brother, you need to get treatment if you are sick." "What's that look?" Hoshino Feng's mouth twitched, and then he pretended to be fierce. As if that could scare him. Seeing this, Hitaki Sakumo sighed like a little adult. "Brother, has anyone ever told you that you look stupid?" Hearing this, Xingyi Feng's eyes widened instantly, and he said with an unconvinced look on his face. "Who dares to say that, hey?" The threatening words came out of his mouth. No wonder he was like that just now. It turned out that he had a lesson from the past. Hitaki Sakumo showed a dead fish eye. His look of despair made Xingyi Feng cough awkwardly. "Ignore what he said just now." Then he saw a trace of relief in Hitaki Sakumo's eyes. Xingyi Feng raised his eyebrows and hummed and said, "Have you rested enough? Then continue training." There was obvious revenge in his tone. A look of surprise flashed across Hitaki Sakumo's plain little face, and then he looked at him with resentment. Hoshinoka-ed ignored him and said proudly, "What are you standing there for? Go quickly. The arm cannot twist the thigh, even the precocious little guy has to yield." He began the harsh training dejectedly. Hoshinoka-ed raised the corner of his mouth. "Boy, can't I control you?" Compared to the relaxed daily life of the two, Hitaki Sakumo, "I don't believe you, the northern border of the Land of Fire is much more severe. The garrison troops in the north are a mixed bag, mostly composed of samurai who were recruited at the beginning, with poor mobility and difficulty in effectively responding to emergencies. The ninjas have excellent mobility and destructive power, coupled with sudden attacks, so that each line of defense was broken one by one. It was originally difficult to defend, and after being broken one by one, it was completely unable to resist. However, the hidden cloud village did not rush to advance, but slowed down its pace to give Konoha time to return to defense. After hearing the news, Tobirama immediately summoned ninjas to support without any hesitation. Considering the hidden cloud village strength, plus the second-generation Raikage who came in person this time. So they decided to organize 4 teams, each with 500 people, and send a total of 2,000 ninjas. After the commander Tobirama thought about it again and again, 2 figures emerged in his mind, and then decided to let Sarutobi Hiruzen be the commander-in-chief, Danzo assist, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and follow the team. After the decision was made, Konoha quickly assembled the necessary supplies and summoned ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the lead, had a calm and composed expression, like a general, and his eyes flickered. Amid the cheers and encouragement of the villagers of Konoha, the large army left Konoha. Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Tofu, who stayed behind in Konoha village, muttered to themselves at the same time. "Hope everyone can come back safely." This whisper was heard by Tobirama, but he didn't say anything, just secretly clenched his fist. Due to the urgency of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to lead the troops to march quickly, and thousands of figures were jumping in the woods. The scene was so shocking that the birds in the forest scattered, and the momentum was mighty. Obviously, there was no intention to hide the movement, and the goal was clear. After a long journey, they finally approached the northern border. This huge movement naturally attracted the attention of the Kumigakure reconnaissance team. After some observation, the information was immediately sent back. In the Kumigakure headquarters, the second-generation Raikage AI closed his eyes and rested in the makeshift tent, breathing long and powerfully. The explosive muscles can tell how strong he is at a glance. "Lord Raikage, Konoha reinforcements are coming." A scout ninja appeared in the tent and said. AI suddenly opened his eyes, and his momentum burst out like a tiger descending from the mountain, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, they're finally here. How many people are there on the other side and who's the commander?" The scout ninja responded, "There are about 2,000 people, and the commander is Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has become famous in recent years." Hearing this name, AI frowned obviously, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied. He said depressedly, "Why is it this guy? Where's Hoshinoka Ed? Didn't he come?" "Forward, he has not been seen yet," the scout ninja said truthfully. Hearing this, AI looked unhappy, and the regret on his face was visible to the naked eye. To say why AI cares about Hoshinoka Ed so much, it is not just because he is the disciple of the first generation of Hokage. More importantly, it is because of his abilities that are beyond the understanding of ordinary people. There is no time and space bloodline limit, as believed by the ninja world, but no one has ever underestimated it. Hoshinoka Ed has also carried out many missions, and he returned to the village unscathed every time, no matter how difficult the mission was. It is clearly recorded in the intelligence of various countries, so Hoshinoka Ed is also listed as one of the people they fear the most. At this time, a cold snort came. "Humph, Raikage, we are on the battlefield now." It is hard to imagine that in the hidden cloud village, there are people who disrespect the Raikage so much. Such scolding words can actually be said. But looking around, the people present have normal faces, and occasionally someone glares at them, obviously more than once. However, AI's temper is not so good. His eyes suddenly sharpened, looking at the person who spoke rudely, narrowing his eyes and saying coldly, "Kinkaku, I am the Raikage of the hidden cloud village. If you don't accept it, take it from me." If you don't have that ability, then just sit still and be quiet. AI's eyes were full of oppression, and his shadow-level aura burst out instantly, overwhelming Jinjiao. The heavy aura made Jinjiao's breathing stagnate, and his heart beat violently. But even so, he did not retreat, but met AI's sight. As a brother, Jinjiao was much more rational, flashed in front of Jinjiao, smiled slightly, and said, "Rakage, brother just has a bad temper, why bother about it?" These words made the others unable to bear to look directly at him, and they all turned their heads away. These two brothers are always like this. The elder brother has a hot temper, like a powder keg. The younger brother is not much better, the kind who only helps his relatives and not the others. In a word, apart from the hidden cloud village, they only care about each other. Even if it is the cage of a village, they still contradict each other without the slightest respect. Hey, Jinjiao, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have strength. Keep an eye on your brother. If you provoke me again next time. AI paused, endless murderous intent bursting out from his eyes, and his already powerful aura became even stronger. He said word by word, "Let me see what you have the confidence to contradict me again and again." Jinjiao's face turned pale, and he forced a smile and said, "Haha, of course." Humph. Seeing Ginkaku give in, AI also withdrew his momentum, snorted coldly, and discussed the battle with Konoha with everyone. Ginkaku looked at AI, who ignored the two of them, and a surge of anger rose in his heart, but it quickly dissipated without a trace. However, the shadow in his eyes was still lingering in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 52. Konoha Camp. The Commander-in-Chief, Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowned, and the worry between his brows could not be shaken off. He looked at the map and thought for a long time, and said, "What countermeasures do you have? Tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo said very radically, "What are you still discussing? Take back the lost land immediately. Those guys from Kumagakure are definitely not Konoha's opponents." Such arrogant words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flash with disappointment. This good friend was getting more and more radical. He was blinded by his achievements. No one echoed Danzo's words. Even Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were silent, looking thoughtful. No one responded to his words at all, which made Danzo's fearless spirit dissipate most of it, and he sat down with an ugly face. At this time, Narashik Aichi, who was sitting below Sarutobi Hiruzen, analyzed for everyone in a deep voice. He has taken over the position of the head of the family. As a member of the Nara clan, he has excellent IQ. Now Union is holding back without attacking, obviously trying to delay time so that we can get stuck in the quagmire and can't get out. Seeing this, other ninja villages would send a large number of ninjas to attack Konoha, so that Konoha would be besieged at the same time and would be unable to deal with it. I'm afraid we don't have much time left. We must attack and take back the lost ground. If he had a choice, he actually didn't recommend attacking Kumagakure in a hurry. They had come here at a high speed, and everyone was a little tired and in low spirits. They urgently needed to rest for a few days. But reality is often not as expected, and Konoha must end the battle as soon as possible. If they want to do so, they must find their flaws. Yamanaka Geniki followed behind him, his face gloomy as he said, "But this is simply impossible. Most of the troops are below the level of Chunin. They have been running all night and are already exhausted. If we launch an attack under such circumstances, we will not lose, but there is a high probability of failure. It is not to boost others' morale and destroy our own prestige, but it is the fact and we have to say it. When two sides fight, it is all about morale. If one side has weak morale, a chain reaction will occur and it will be gradually eroded." His words were like a dark cloud hanging over everyone's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache at this time, but he did not change his face. As a commander, he could not show his cowardice. Otherwise, an uncontrollable crisis would erupt. Danzo on the side also had a frown on his face. Although he was reckless, he was not a fool. In this situation, the attack would definitely fail. This did not serve his purpose. Report. There are unusual movements in Kumagakuer, and a ninja unit is attacking us. A reconnaissance ninja from the Hyaga family hurried in to report. Yamanaka Geniki was shocked, and then said, "They actually took the initiative to attack? What's going on? Is it a cover?" Narashika seemed to have thought of something, his complexion gradually improved, and then a smile appeared on his face, and said, "I'm afraid there's something wrong inside Kumagakuer." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he whispered, "Opportunity, coming." After saying that, he looked at Narashika. In terms of IQ, no one here could compare to him. Seeing the commander looking at him, Shikaichi was not panicked at all. Instead, he thought for a long time before slowly speaking out his guess. According to the existing information, the Hidden Cloud Village basically obeys the orders of the Reikage, but there are two exceptions. Kinkaku and Ginkaku are brothers, but the troops under their command never obey the orders of the Reikage. Yamekaga Geniki suddenly realized, so, the troops coming here are Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this is an opportunity. Do you want to destroy this army?" Danzo said with narrowed eyes, but he thought it was too fantastic. Teacher Tobirama had told them that this army had a small number of people, but all of them were elites. Even if a large army went to encircle and suppress them, it would not be very effective. Therefore, he felt that Hiruzen's idea was too idealistic. Thinking of this, Danzo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at Hiruzen with a look of watching a show. But who would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed, and he directly denied his words. "No, it's too difficult to destroy it, it's not realistic." Danzo saw this, his eyes flashed with surprise, and then asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone, his mouth twitching. As the plan was slowly explained, Narashika looked thoughtful and nodded slowly. "The possibility of success is very high, it's worth a try." Even the think tank Shikaichi said so, and the others had no objection. Then they began to make arrangements to fill the loopholes in the plan. Only Danzo had a dark face and didn't say a word the whole time. But no one paid attention to him, their minds were all on the plan. A few hours later, Kinkaku and Ginkaku led the troops to rush towards the Konoha camp. "Captain, everything has been solved." Kato Yuya came to Jinjiao to report. On the way, many Konoha reconnaissance teams encountered them, and all of them were solved one by one. Jinjiao grinned, his eyes glowed red, and a feeling of excitement instantly filled his body. He said excitedly, "The Konoha camp is not far away, let me show you how I will destroy them." Yinjiao smiled slightly, obviously restrained a lot, but his mouth said something. "They are just some weaklings. The Reikage is a coward and doesn't look like a ninja at all." Kato Yu looked at his nose and his heart, lowered his head, and looked like he was thinking. He didn't dare to say that to the two captains. Everyone knows that the Reikage has a temper and doesn't go back on his word. He ran out secretly this time. After returning, he will definitely not let him go easily. Maybe there will be another riot. "Well said, what are those guys from Konoha afraid of?" Goldenhorn laughed wantonly. "To them, there is no one in the world that they can look up to. Even the Reikage is the same, he is unruly in his bones." After a rest, the troops moved forward again and entered a deep forest. Kato Yuya was alert and still kept his guard while running. After observing for a while, he felt something was wrong and his pace gradually slowed down. This caused the dissatisfaction of Goldenhorn, and he shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get going." Kato pursed his lips and said, "I feel something is wrong." Jinjiao was very disdainful of this. He strode to Kato Yuyi and said coldly, Are you stronger than me? I didn't even notice it, so why do you think there's something wrong? Kato Yuya opened his mouth, then lowered his head and sighed, but didn't say anything else. Ginkaku was not surprised by this and didn't think there was anything wrong, but continued. Don't delay, hurry up and get going. Kato Yuya shook his head and could only follow the main force. The doubts disappeared completely. After the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops left, the ground surged and a figure appeared. Yamanaka Geniki raised his eyebrows and said softly, I didn't expect there would be such a cautious person here. But then he showed a look of contempt. But unfortunately, the commander is very arrogant, fortunately. Chapter 53. At this moment, a surge of momentum suddenly erupted in the hidden cloud camp. The pure killing intent was not concealed, and it made people feel cold all over. Those two bastards! AI roared in anger. They actually disrupted his plan and secretly went straight to Konoha, ignoring his orders. Come! Integrate the troops and chase them immediately. At this point, AI could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, and wait until after the battle. There was an extremely fierce look in AI's eyes, like an angry lion about to open his bloody mouth. Yes. After the order was issued, the Kumagakure ninjas quickly assembled, and the speed was even faster than that of Konoha. Just as Kumagakure was urgently assembling, Kinkaku and Ginkaku were quickly approaching the target. The Konoha camp was located in a dangerous terrain, with towering mountains on both sides and only one passage. The location is excellent, it is a dangerous place, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Kinkaku grinned, looking at the building that appeared in front of him, and said excitedly, we are finally here, they are just ahead. After that, he rushed up impatiently and started killing. Ginkaku narrowed his eyes slightly and rarely blocked Kinkaku's way. Brother, what's wrong? Jinjiao was very patient with his brother. Yinjiao didn't say anything, but looked at both sides carefully, then looked forward and thought, and said. Brother, the terrain here is dangerous. Konoha cannot be unprepared. We must be careful and not fall into the trap. Jinjiao shook his head in annoyance, as if he particularly disliked the word caution and thought it was a cowardly act. But he couldn't rudely reject Jinjiao's words, so he could only say sullenly. So what do you think we should do? There is obviously only one way out. Ginkaku's eyes flashed with cunning, and he waved to Kato Yuya. Seeing the captain beckoning him over, Kato Yuya immediately came to Ginkaku. Yuya, the Konoha camp is ahead, you lead the team to destroy their granary and medical supplies. Kato Yuya did not hesitate, turned around and pointed at a few people, then secretly approached. Looking at the few people who were moving away, Yinjiao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at the Konoha camp with a treacherous look. Could this be your trap? The truth will be revealed in a while. Yinjiao was secretly proud of himself, thinking that his plan was flawless. Even if it was a trap, it would only cost a few people. Such a loss was nothing to him. Little did he know that there is always someone stronger than the strong, and Yinjiao's thoughts had been guessed clearly by Narashika-ichi. An hour later, a violent explosion sounded, and flames shot up into the sky. The Konoha camp was in chaos, with screams and sounds of fighting everywhere. Jinjiao laughed in the distance. Ha ha ha, Konoha's ninjas are just so-so. They were ambushed so easily. There is no comparison with Kumagakure at all. Ginkaku looked at the scene in front of him with a happy expression, and he was in a good mood. The miserable screams were like a beautiful music to his ears, and the raging fire made him full of joy. Because this meant that Konoha was completely unprepared, which dispelled his last bit of doubt. Everyone, go ahead and kill as much as you can, let the ninja world see how powerful Kumagakure is. Without any hesitation, Ginkaku gave a decisive order, and everyone attacked. In an instant, dozens of figures quickly jumped between the branches. A few minutes later, Kinkaku and Ginkaku arrived with a large force. Kato Yuya was being besieged by several jonin at this time, and he was already at a disadvantage. There were several small cuts on his body, and blood was dripping. Seeing the two captains coming, he was not happy, but panicked. He didn't care about the enemies around him and shouted loudly. "Let's go, Captain! There's an ambush!" Yin Jiao was alerted and said decisively, "Let's go. Leave here immediately." The sense of crisis in his heart became stronger and stronger, and he immediately abandoned Kato Yuya. Seeing this, Kato Yuya looked relieved, as if he had let go of his worries. His eyes became blurred, and then he fell heavily to the ground, with the dark white bones behind him faintly exposed. "Humph, you talk too much." Konoha Jonin looked at him coldly. Ginkaku's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had opened his Sharingan. But he knew that he couldn't get too entangled at this time, otherwise he would lose more. Just when he was about to retreat, the road behind him was cut off by Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the front, his eyes cold. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," he said in a flat tone, as if the person in front of him was an old friend. Ginkaku's eyes were red with anger, and he recognized who he was at a glance. His fierce eyes were like a cold and poisonous snake, which made people shudder. And Ginkaku was even wilder, like a ferocious beast. He knew that there was no way back. In this case, they could only fight to the end. Who will win or lose is still unknown until the last second. Not only them, but also the Kumigakure behind them were the same. They were full of fighting spirit and had no sense of tension of being surrounded. It seemed that the people who were surrounded were Konoha's people. Seeing the changes in this army, Danzo sneered, with great disdain on his face. "It's just a dying struggle." The two sides confronted each other, and the Konoha ninjas surrounded the Kumigakure. The next moment, an amazing battle broke out, with all kinds of ninjutsu emerging one after another, and flames soaring into the sky. The ninjas on both sides tacitly gave up the center. Ginkaku clenched his fists and smiled sinisterly. "Let me see how powerful you are as the commander-in-chief." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed all over his body, and he came to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the blink of an eye like lightning. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously blocked his chest with his arms. Bang! Jinjiao punched Sarutobi Hiruzen more than 10 meters away. The huge impact made his arms numb and tremble slightly. What a strong force! Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly shocked and alert. If he hadn't resisted in a hurry, this blow would have seriously injured him. "Hiruzen!" Danzo exclaimed, blocking in front of him, his brows furrowed. "Be careful, Danzo, this guy is very powerful, don't be careless," Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice after easing the pain. Danzo nodded, and the tacit understanding of many years made him seal his hands instantly and shouted. "Wind escape, great breakthrough!" The abdomen bulged, and then all the energy was ejected, and a violent gale raged, but it was not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed and shouted, "Fire escape, great dragon fire technique!" 3 lifelike fire dragons gathered, and flew towards Jinjiao with their fangs and claws. The wind helped the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind. The combination of the two made the power even stronger. For a moment, the red light covered the entire camp, and the momentum was terrifying. But Jinjiao was very contemptuous of this. With a flash of lightning, the fire dragon easily dodged it, and at the same time, he did not forget to laugh sarcastically. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo look extremely ugly. They were fighting face to face, and the taunts were full. Jinjiao hooked his finger at them, and the meaning was self-evident. They were all young people, young and frivolous, and who could tolerate being provoked like this? The two immediately stepped forward and fought with him. On the other side, Yinjiao's battle became more intense. Chapter 54. The three of Inoshikajo, plus Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en, were still at a disadvantage. They all had wounds of varying degrees. Ginkaku laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, with just you guys, even if you were ambushed, you still can't stop us two brothers." This was very arrogant, but they had to admit it. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were both cage-level masters, and they couldn't be killed by a few elite jonin. Call, Narashika was sweating profusely. He had just used the shadow imitation technique to freeze for only a few seconds, but he had already exhausted most of his strength. He felt that he was not freezing a person, but a steel pillar, standing firmly on the ground. Akimichi Ryanari held the ground with one hand, and steam continued to rise from his body. Originally, Akimichi Tofu was supposed to come here, but Tobirama felt that the three were too young and unstable, so he asked Akimichi Ryanari to take over Akimichi Tofu's position. Looking at the rampant Ginkaku, Akimichi Ryanari's eyes condensed, and he took out a blue pill and swallowed it. The power of the medicine instantly traveled through his limbs and bones, and a warm and comfortable power suddenly appeared. This is the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, the Dharma refining pill, also known as the spinach pill. After taking it, it can instantly increase the body's strength by 30%, and the effect is very powerful. As the pill took effect, Akimichi Ryanari only felt that his body became stronger. An astonishing momentum surged from his body, which was beyond his usual strength. This abnormality attracted Ginkaku's attention, but it was just attention. There was a flash of contempt in his eyes. As an old man from the Warring States period, he had a certain understanding of the various clans in the ninja world. Therefore, he could tell what it was at a glance. Although this thing was good, the gap in strength could not be made up by a pill. Ha! Chudao Liangchen shouted. Yinjiao smiled and became more serious. After all, they were almost risking their lives, so he had to show some appreciation, help him end his life as a token of gratitude. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. Chudao Liang's limbs and head retracted into his body as if they were boneless. His body continued to expand. Looking closer, it looked like a sphere. If a person were weighed down by such a weight, he would be crushed into a pie. Human bomb chariot. The sphere slowly began to roll, and suddenly, it began to spin at a speed visible to the naked eye. The powerful rotational force made dents on the ground, and wisps of sparks emerged from it. Spinning, accumulating power, and then bursting. The impact force of that moment was released instantly, rushing towards the silver horn. Narashika stared at the scene every second, his wise eyes flashing continuously, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's almost there, but it will take some time. Wait a little longer. Facing this powerful attack, Yinjiao still stood still, neither dodging nor evading. He clenched his hands, his muscles swelled, arcs flickered around his body, and his skin became as hard as steel. It wasn't over yet, his body's chakra surged again, his skin was coated with a layer of blood-red film, and a cold aura emanated from it. Come on, let me see if you can satisfy me. Ginkaku roared and shouted loudly. His right fist smashed towards the meat bomb chariot. The collision between the fist and the ball made a loud noise and raised a cloud of dust. ZZ. Haha, the strength is good, but it's still a little bit lacking. Yinjiao smiled lightly. Then his eyes focused and violent lightning was released from his hands. Well, screams came from Akimichi Ryanari's mouth. The electric current entering his body made him feel very painful and he couldn't help but cry out. Looking at the enemy's screams, Ginkaku's eyes narrowed into a crescent. Such a beautiful cry, he never gets tired of hearing it again and again, and his whole body is filled with joy. After feeling a moment of joy, Ginkaku's murderous intent gradually rose, and of course he had to do what he promised. Just when he was about to increase the intensity of the lightning, several ninjutsu appeared on the side, and Ginkaku frowned. He estimated the gains and losses in his mind, and finally had to move his feet and leave Ryanari's side. When Yuta and Ikoharu and Mitomunde saw Ginkaku being forced back, they immediately stepped forward to bring Akimichi Ryanari back. The electric current hit his body, making Reinery's eyes roll back and his body twitch slightly, but fortunately his life was not in danger. At this time, Ginkaku pretended to regret and said, "Alas, I almost succeeded." The others were very annoyed, and his tone was simply infuriating. Even the calmest Narashika-aichi couldn't help but clench his fists, and his knuckles were pinched white. After all, the three tribes of pig, deer, and butterfly have been friends for generations, and Akimichi Ryoci is also his elder. They spent a lot of time together when they were young, and they have a very good relationship. But he quickly suppressed his anger. After calming down for a moment, he calculated the time, and then a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "Although you are strong, you are not smart. Do you think we care about you?" Hearing this, Yinjiao frowned. "What do you mean?" He had a bad feeling in his heart. This confident look made him very unhappy. "Haha, guess what?" Narashika-aichi said, tantalizingly, spreading his hands. Silverhorn's forehead was bulging with veins. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him like this. Just as he was thinking about how to kill Narashika-aichi, suddenly a Konoha ninja came here to report. "Lord Shikaichi, the Raikage is leading his troops here." Hearing this news, Narashika's eyes lit up and he said meaningfully, "It's finally here. We've been waiting for so long." The riddle man, die. Ginkaku grabbed his hair in a frenzy. Although he was clever, he was like a baby in front of Narashika-aichi. He was completely confused and had no clues. But thinking was not Ginkaku's forte. Since he couldn't figure it out, he gave up. He looked at the 5 people in front of him fiercely and said, "Haha, the Raikage is coming. I think you are going to die here." Narashika-aichi touched his chin, raised his eyebrows, and shook his head. "Yinjiao, are you so confident?" As he said this, he seemed to be reminding. "Look around, is there anything wrong?" Ginkaku paused, and subconsciously looked around. His troops had not suffered much casualties during this period, with only a few dead. However, Konoha's ninjas suffered a lot of damage, and it seemed that there were almost no number of people. That's the number of people. Ginkaku suddenly realized and looked horrified. Seeing the sudden change in his expression, Narashika-aichi smiled even more. "It seems that you finally realized something was wrong. We have been preparing for a long time before we can let you go." At this moment, without Narashika's explanation, Ginkaku broke out in a cold sweat and felt terrified. Chapter 55. "Damn it, you guys are playing tricks on me." Silverhorn looked at them fiercely. Narashika-aichi shrugged. "I can't take the blame for this, don't play tricks on you so easily. If you had stayed put, we would have been in a very passive position. Thanks to you." The verbal attack was very effective. Yinjiao's eyes were red, like a wolf that was ready to bite. But suddenly, Yinjiao calmed down and said coldly, "Even if you fell into the trap, the gap in strength between the two sides is not something you can compare. Although I don't like the Raikage, I have to admit that he is stronger than the two of us brothers. Do you think you can defeat him by yourself?" Ginkaku and Yinkaku are very strong, but they still dare not fight against Raikage head-on because they are not as strong as him. Even if the two of them attack together, they are still inferior. Otherwise, Raikage would be theirs. Narashika-aichi laughed and seemed to agree with him, but he was not worried at all. "Of course we can't stop the Raikage, but that doesn't mean there's no one around." While they were talking, the troops led by AI were attacked by the long-ambushed Konoha ninja. They were in a commanding position, with great advantages, and they released wind and fire ninjutsu crosswise, causing great casualties to Kumagakuer. "Lord Raikage, we are ambushed." AI's face was extremely gloomy. How could he not know at this moment that this was a trap? Using Ginkaku and Yinkaku as bait, they lured them into Konoha's encirclement for the present. This terrain advantage was difficult to break. He could be safe, but it was different for others. The wind and fire ninjutsu attacked from both sides, and the retreat was cut off. If they forced their way in, the casualties of the troops would be great. AI did not dare to gamble. In an instant, AI decisively gave orders, roared to the sky, and his voice was like a bell, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone, charge forward! Use earth escape to build a wall of earth, cover your body, and be careful to dodge. The military quality of the cloud-hidden ninja was fully reflected at this moment. The senior ninjas tacitly released the earth escape ninjutsu to create a precious opportunity for the middle and lower ninjas to survive. The orders were strictly enforced, which made the Konoha ninjas occupying both sides sigh. Under such execution, the damage to cloud-hidden ninja dropped sharply. Most of them were lower ninjas. The senior ninjas had no casualties except for being embarrassed. However, AI did not have any joy. Instead, his killing intention was leaked. He looked up and looked deeply at the Konoha ninjas on both sides. His eyes were cold, like a 1,000-year-old cold pond, which made the Konoha ninjas swallow their saliva. AI brought a total of 3,000 people and left 1,000 guards. After this, the army directly lost 1,000 people, and 1,000 were injured before the battle. How could AI accept this? But what's more annoying is that all of this could have been avoided. If it weren't for Jinjiao and Yinjiao's reckless actions and disobeying orders, how could these things happen? At this time, AI's dissatisfaction and anger with Jinjiao and Yinjiao had reached the extreme. Lord Raikage, what should we do now? Asked an elite jonin from Kumagakure. AI looked at the battle in the Konoha camp ahead with cold eyes and said murderously. Of course, it is to avenge the dead brothers. We must make Konoha pay with blood. AI's words were sonorous and powerful, and extremely inspiring, which boosted the morale of the Cloud Village. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Eye for eye. Blood debt must be paid with blood. The Kumagakure ninjas were furious, and each of them was like a chicken with blood. A strong desire to fight filled everyone's heart. AI rushed into the camp first, his eyes were fierce, and lightning surged around him, turning into a lightning flash that shuttled between the ninjas. Zzz like the god of death, reaping lives one by one, AI vented his anger wantonly, and his strength at the peak of the cage level was fully demonstrated at this moment. Even the elite jonin in front of him could not resist a single blow and was killed. As long as he was close to him, he had no ability to resist. This is the second generation Raikage. Demon, he is the devil. Some ninjas were frightened by such a fierce scene and murmured. Such a movement attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two. After a fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were exhausted, with swollen and sore muscles. The toughness of Kinkaku's body was far beyond their imagination. The blows on him were like a dragonfly touching the water. On the contrary, the strong recoil made their arms hurt. Your doomsday has come. When the Raikage comes, you will be like wolves and sheep, without even a glimmer of a chance. Jinjiao laughed loudly as he watched AI display his divine power. But as he laughed, Jinjiao frowned, because the two people in front of him had a calm look. Could there be reinforcements? But that's impossible. Just when they were full of doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at each other and exchanged glances. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the time has come. Danzo, well, it should be over. In just a few seconds, the communication was over, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately took out a kunao. Jinjiao's eyes condensed. The kunao was engraved with a spell, which was different from the ordinary ones. Just as his brain was working, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his wrist, and the kunao shot out towards the Raikage, making a sound of breaking through the air. Jinjiao instantly understood the meaning and looked in the direction of AI with wide eyes. That is. AI used his hand as a knife, lightning flowing in his palm, and with every swing, a life was dissipated. But the anger in his heart still did not subside. After easily dealing with a Konoha jonin, he continued to aim at the next target. Suddenly, a kunao attacked, but AI didn't care. After sensing the trajectory of the kunao, he tilted his head slightly so that he could avoid it. Everything was just as he expected. The kunao brushed past the ends of his hair and fell to the ground. AI took a quick glance and didn't pay attention to it. It was just a kunao, not a threat. He swept his scrutinizing eyes over the Konoha ninjas, as if he was selecting goods. In the end, AI ignored them and set his sights on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boy, you were the one who threw the kunao just now, but your accuracy was not good enough. AI grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. So, are you ready to accept death? Then, AI said calmly, as if he was stating an established fact. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid, but smiled and said, I can't afford the appreciation of senior rakeage. Although I am not strong, it does not mean that Konoha has no one. His expression was very relaxed. On the battlefield where lives were dissipated every second, he showed an extremely leisurely smile. This made AI look puzzled. Such ease was not pretended, so. At this moment, the kunao with the mark stuck in the ground was triggered, and a figure appeared instantly. It was silent, without a single wave of fluctuation, as if it did not exist. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved, and the tension in his heart suddenly relaxed. It's up to you, Xiao Feng. Chapter 56. The Flying Thunder God Mark was obtained by Tobirama from Hoshinoka Ed. Originally, Tobirama should have come here personally. But that was a last resort. Now Konoha was surrounded by enemies, and he had to coordinate and dispatch everything himself. Not even a second less would do. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tobirama would not move. It just so happened that Hoshinoka Ed appeared now, and his strength was not inferior to his, so he came here in the end. AI took a few steps forward, and the lightning flashed, locking onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as he was about to charge, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a sense of crisis rushed into his heart. His years of ninja instinct made him subconsciously slightly tilt his body. Buzz bang! A crescent-shaped slash swept through AI's body and went straight into the ground, forming a gully tens of meters deep. Seeing such destructive power, a palpitation rose in his heart. AI turned his head suddenly, but then his face became strange. Because the person in front of him was a child, and his height was about his chest. Hoshinoka Ed's face was gloomy, and he could probably see the meaning of that look. But what could he do? The power of time made his body grow very slowly. Although he was 13 years old, at first glance he looked only a little over 10. Who are you, Feng Xingyi? AI asked in a deep voice. A strange look flashed across his face, but he couldn't think too much on the battlefield. Feng Xingyi raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't expect that the rakeage would remember my name. Tisk. AI snorted coldly, his eyes fixed, and said, haha, who doesn't know that he is the disciple of the first Hokage? Well, it's the same thing again. Xingyi Feng said in distress. Everyone would say this when they saw him. They would always ignore him, as if he was some kind of accessory. However, now is not the time for idle chat, Rakeage. Your troops seem to be in trouble, aren't you worried? The Rakeage is indeed brave, and no one in Konoha can stop him, but everyone has a limit. Hearing this, AI rubbed his hands together, and said with flashing lightning, haha, as long as we get rid of you, everything will be solved. Die. AI turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Xingyi Feng in the blink of an eye. He punched him as if to crush him. Xingyi Feng looked indifferent and disappeared from AI's sight the next second. What? AI was shocked for a moment, but then his face turned painful. Puff, blood beads scattered all over the sky, leaving a deep blood mark on AI's back. Xingyi Feng's figure then appeared, holding a knife in one hand, and blood on the blade flowed and dripped onto the ground. Is this the time-space bloodline limit? It is indeed mysterious. AI's eyes were solemn. He thought he was cautious enough, but he still got caught. The situation just now was no longer something that could be caught up with simply by speed. Countermeasures quickly emerged in his mind, but in the face of absolute speed, they were useless. Pressure surged in his heart, but AI would never give up, because he was the Raikage of the hidden cloud village. The Raikage of one of the 5 great nations. Lightning release, lightning armor! AI shouted in his heart, and lightning ran rampant all over his body. It moved all over his body, vaguely outlining the shape of a suit of armor. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have died long ago. Only the hidden cloud village would be so crazy, attracting lightning. Although it was crazy, it brought him powerful strength. Come again! AI shouted, and wearing the lightning armor, he reached an incredible speed. Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and they could not see anything. As expected of the man who created the ninjutsu of the hidden cloud village, he is truly extraordinary. There was a gleam of excitement in Xing Yifeng's eyes. His blood seemed to be boiling, like boiling water. The strong are always admired, and AI's strength should not be underestimated. With the blessing of the thunder armor, AI rushed towards Xing Yifeng like a meteor, and the violent thunder and lightning shattered the rocks on the ground. Go faster, faster! Xing Yifeng's eyes shone with luster, and the pupil of time opened. The power of time blessed his body, and his own speed was instantly amplified. His body was like catkins, light and flexible. Speed! Xing Yifeng shouted in a low voice, and his figure disappeared instantly, leaving a faint afterimage. The figures of the two crossed each other in the air, bringing out bursts of impact and knife lights. AI's fists fell like a rainstorm, but were dodged by the agile. In the gap, Xing Yifeng seized the subtle moment, swung his sword horizontally, and hit AI's armor. There was a sound like metal, and the knife light slashed on it, making bursts of buzzing, and the defensive power was evident. The battle fell into a stalemate, seemingly horizontal, and no one could do anything to anyone. But AI looked anxious, because he knew that it would be disadvantageous for him to continue to waste time. The longer the time dragged on, the situation would slowly tilt towards Xing Yifeng. We can't keep on being in a stalemate any longer. AI thought secretly. His eyes darkened, his chakra became active, and the blue lightning suddenly changed color. The thick, dark color gradually replaced it. Xing Yifeng frowned. He felt the full power of the black lightning just by looking at it. It seemed that AI was going to decide the outcome with one move. The black thunder crackled all over his body, like firecrackers, but the power was very different. Under AI's deliberate guidance, the originally disordered black thunder gradually took shape, and a tiger roar resounded through the battlefield. Oh my god! What is this? Such a terrifying ninjutsu, just looking at it makes my eyes sore. The Raikage will win. The Raikage will win. Come on! Master Hoshino! Defeat the Raikage! The confrontation between the two strongest forces naturally attracted the attention of the ninjas on both sides, and they all cheered for their own side. And the people who were confronting Kinkaku and Ginkaku also stopped their hands and turned their attention to the duel between the two. The Raikage has a trick up his sleeve. Yinjiao's face was extremely ugly. If he faced this oppressive feeling directly, he might not be able to withstand even one move. And Jinjiao, who had the hottest temper, was rarely silent. It was obvious that the strength of the Raikage had opened up a great distance between them. Suddenly, the two of them remembered what AI had said to them in the camp before. They couldn't help but shudder, their faces were afraid, and they swallowed their saliva. This should be called a forbidden technique. Danzo said with a look of fear. Sarutobi. Hiruzen shook his head. No, that should be only an A-level ninjutsu, a little short of the S-level forbidden technique. He is proficient in the 5 ninjutsu, and his vision is higher than others. Although the Black Thunder was powerful, it did not reach the level of forbidden techniques. Narashikaichi murmured to himself, the strength of the raikage is beyond my expectation. Then he turned his eyes and looked at Hoshino-kaed. His face paused, and he said with a smile, but facing Lord Hoshino, it is still a little short. Hoshino-kaed's face was calm, as if he was indifferent. Facing Ai's full strength, he just smiled faintly. He slowly uttered a word. The realm of time, the 10 directions are sealed. Chapter 57. The voice was very light, but it echoed in everyone's ears, and their hearts were suddenly shocked. In an instant, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and visible ripples spread out. Xing Yifeng slowly raised his hand, and then gently clenched it. Tick-tick, the crisp sound of the alarm clock rang, and a huge clock shadow appeared behind Xing Yifeng. A sense of simplicity and vicissitude suddenly rose in everyone's heart. The process took only a few seconds. Suddenly, Ai's unparalleled momentum suddenly stagnated, and his face suddenly darkened. Chakra ran around in the body uncontrollably, and the charged thunder tiger suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not only that, the ninjas of Kumigakure suddenly discovered that they could not perform ninjutsu. What's going on? My chakra is out of control. Me too, the ninjutsu I just completed suddenly disappeared. Damn it! What's going on here? The cloud-hidden ninja was thrown into a panic by the sudden situation. His spirit dropped several levels, and his original momentum was broken. A shadow lingered in everyone's heart. Danzo was confused by this situation and hurriedly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. What happened to Kumigakure? Chakra has become abnormally active. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, looked at Hoshino-kaed, and guessed perhaps, it was Xiaofeng who did it. Narashikaike's eyes flashed, like a light bulb shining, and said in surprise, what a weird ability, this is a fatal blow to the ninja. With his mind, he instantly thought of the reason why Kumigakure could not use ninjutsu. Chakra is the foundation of ninjutsu, and its importance is self-evident. In order to perform ninjutsu, you need to have a certain control over chakra, otherwise the ninjutsu will get out of control. Some basic ninjutsu requirements are not high, but for advanced ninjutsu, chakra control needs to reach a certain level. Obviously, the abnormal fluctuations of the chakra of the Kumigakure ninja made their ninjutsu release ineffective. Ai's face was gloomy as if water was about to drip out, and at the same time he felt deeply powerless. The inability to perform ninjutsu is a fatal blow to the ninja. Although physical skills can still be used, can a ninja be called a ninja without ninjutsu? Hoshino-kaed smiled and said, Raikage, do you still have the confidence to defeat me now? At the same time, he was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Within the scope of the time domain, he has absolute control over time. The enemy will be suppressed, and the chakra will be disordered, which is caused by him. However, the scope is not large, and the duration is not long. With the current strength, maintaining half an hour is already the limit. Xing Yifeng is not dissatisfied. After all, this feeling of absolute control over time cannot be used casually at a glance. If you can have half an hour, just smile secretly. Ai looked at the grey-faced Kumigakure ninjas around him and sighed heavily. The morale was completely wiped out. Xing Yifeng was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hope was cut off alive. You, won. Ai closed his eyes, smiled bitterly and spoke slowly. The outcome was set, and there was no way to reverse it. For the first time, he felt helpless. Even if the second Hokage came in person, he could not compare to the pressure brought to him by the person in front of him. A man of insight is a hero. If he does not surrender, the Cloud Village will suffer more damage, which is not worth it. As a Raikage, he still has some sense. But there is a saying, it is difficult to persuade a damned ghost with good words. The Raikage has already admitted defeat, but someone disagrees. The radical Kinkaku was furious, his eyes widened, and he rebuked the Raikage. There has never been a surrender in Kumigakure. His voice became sharp due to excessive excitement, but the determination in his tone remained the same. We can die in battle, but we will never surrender. Some of the fierce fighting Kumigakure raised their heads upon hearing this, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in their eyes again. Ai shouted angrily enough. I am the Raikage. It is not your turn to make the decisions in Kumigakure village. Not to mention, this defeat is the fault of both of you. What qualifications do you have to say such things? As he spoke, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Ai's eyes, and fell directly on Jinjiao. If it weren't for these two idiots' recklessness, the situation in Kumigakure wouldn't be what it is now. Jinjiao was blushing and couldn't say a word. But if you think he is giving in, you are wrong. Jinjiao didn't argue with Ai verbally, but used actions to prove his determination. The tailed beast coat wrapped his whole body, Jinjiao's eyes became extremely scarlet, and the whole person became manic. When everyone was relaxed, he instantly pounced on Xing Yifeng. You are looking for death. Xing Yifeng narrowed his eyes, anger rising in his heart. But he saw Xing Yifeng standing in front of him with a sword, the power of time attached to the blade, making it shine and emitting strange fluctuations. Then he gently waved at Jinjiao, and a sword slashed the air instantly. The sword light with a width of more than 10 meters stood between heaven and earth. Then there was a scream, and an arm lay quietly on the ground. Jinjiao fell to the ground with a pale face, covering his left shoulder with his right hand, his face twisted, and in great pain. Haha, you are indeed a brainless person. Xing Yifeng said coldly. Brother. Ginkaku's eyes were red with anger, and he flashed to Kinkaku's side. His left arm was cut off, and the cut surface was smooth, clean, and neat. It can be seen that the blade is very sharp, but unfortunately, no matter how good the knife is, it cannot withstand the power of time. With just a simple swing of the knife, cracks covered the blade, like a spider web. With a click, the ninja sword that had been with him for many years shattered, leaving only the handle. Hoshino Feng sighed softly, put away the fragments, and then looked at the Raikage for the rest of the matter. You discuss it with Hiruzen. Keep an eye on Kinkaku. I will not hold back next time. Ai lowered his eyes, still thinking about the scene just now. If it were him, could he block it? The question was deeply imprinted in his mind, and there was no answer. Shaking his head, hiding his thoughts in his heart, then looking at Kinkaku and Ginkaku, he said coldly, when I go back, I'll see how I deal with you. Everyone, retreat. With one order, all the Union retreated. How happy they were when they came, how dejected they were when they left. There is no crying in war, only the losers licking their wounds silently. Hiruzen, just let them go like this. Although they won a great victory, Danzo was not satisfied. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hoshinoka Ed and sighed, forget it, Danzo, it doesn't matter whether they leave or not. The Kumigakure is seriously injured, and with Xiao Feng here, what kind of trouble do you think they can cause? After that it's a matter of negotiation. Konoha can't push people too hard now, do you understand? But, Danzo wanted to say something else, but he knew in his heart that now was not a good time, so he had to give up. Xing Yifeng looked at the mess in the camp, with broken limbs everywhere and corpses piled up like a mountain. The dark red blood gathered into a stream, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is this war? The road is long and difficult, the road is long and difficult. Chapter 58. The day after Kumigakure retreated, the news spread to the ninja world. It shocked the entire ninja world. The second generation Raikage was defeated and Kumigakure suffered heavy losses. The most eye-catching person in this battle was Hoshinoka Ed, who used the power of time to beat the Raikage without any chance to fight back. Konoha's victory boosted everyone's morale. Senju Tobirama decisively ordered to transfer half of the northern ninjas to the defense line of Kirigakure and Iwagakure. At the same time, Kumigakure sent people to negotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen passed the news back to Konoha. After thinking it over again and again, Senju Tobirama decided to come in person to sign the agreement. Hoshinoka Ed did not choose to leave and stayed in the Konoha camp. A month later, Tobirama arrived at the camp. Konoha ninjas cheered and warmly welcomed Tobirama's arrival. Hoshinoka Ed said, "This guy is quite popular." Tobirama nodded to everyone expressionlessly. His indifferent look not only did not extinguish everyone's enthusiasm, but added fuel to the fire. After some evasion, they came to the main tent. Tobirama sat in the first seat, followed by Hoshinoka Ed. "You did a great job this time. There are no hidden dangers in Kumagakure at all. I would like to thank you all." As he said this, Tobirama stood up and bowed to everyone with a very sincere attitude. Xing Yifeng secretly admired this as a brilliant move. It not only appeased everyone, but also increased my prestige. "Lord Hokage, you are too kind. This is what we should do." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not call him teacher, but called him Lord Hokage. He should be more careful in important occasions. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, the others echoed him, except for Hoshinoka Ed. Tobirama smiled slightly and continued, "The peace talks in Kumagakure are very important to Konoha. Everyone should still cheer up and never relax until the matter is settled." "Yes." Everyone nodded, their faces serious. A few days later, the high-level officials of both sides arrived. The Raikage looked at Xing Yifeng with complicated eyes, sighed, and then took out the peace agreement. "Konoha is really full of geniuses." Tobirama smiled. "Haha, the same goes for Kumagakure." Tobirama was very polite and in a good mood. He spoke politely without noticing Kumagakure's face that looked like the bottom of a pot. Looking at the contents of the agreement, Tobirama smiled. The content of the agreement was very beneficial to Konoha, and the Raikage was flexible. Hoshino Feng looked around and asked the Raikage where are Kinkaku and Ginkaku, why didn't they come? Ai's eyelids twitched, and he replied with a forced smile they were not feeling well, so they didn't come. This reason, yet, very powerful. Hoshino Feng silently mourned for the two men for a second. With the temper of the Raikage, it is estimated that the two men may not be in a good situation now. But on second thought, he seemed to have saved the Raikage's life. If it had been developed according to the original plan, Kinkaku and Ginkaku would have rebelled at the peace ceremony and killed the Raikage. Now that Hoshino Feng has intervened, the two were not present, which indirectly helped the Raikage. So, did he lose money? Or did he gain money? Originally, he stayed here for Tobirama, but now it seems that he has saved the Raikage by the way. It can only be said that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. There was no problem with the agreement. After the two parties signed it, Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of Kumagakure was settled, one of the hidden dangers was eliminated, and the burden on his shoulders was suddenly lightened a lot. The two sides talked hypocritically for a while, and then left. Now that the matter is settled, I will go back to Konoha first. Hoshinoka Ed said to Tobirama. Tobirama thought about it and then nodded. After getting the answer, Hoshinoka Ed's figure suddenly disappeared, like an invisible wind, coming and going freely. Tobirama's eyes flashed a trace of envy, which was fleeting, and he quickly adjusted his own state. After staying for a while and dealing with the border defense, Tobirama returned to the village with everyone. The news of the alliance between Konoha and Kumagakure also spread throughout the ninja world, causing an uproar in an instant. Kirigakure and Iwagakure were immediately plunged into a tense atmosphere. This meant that the pressure from the north was completely dissipated, and Konoha could free up its hands to deal with him. This is undoubtedly bad news. Second Tsuchikage, Mu, is a cautious and strategic person. Kirigakure and Iwagakure have joined forces and have already obtained a large amount of resources. Mu has already thought about retreating and plans to quit while he is ahead and develop with the plundered resources. However, he could not resist the greed of the people, and with the opposition of the second Mizukage, he had to continue plundering resources. However, the situation changed dramatically, and the peace talks of Kumagakure put them under a lot of pressure. The advancement speed stagnated, and Konoha's reinforcements made it difficult for them to move forward. This situation continued until the 14th year of Konoha, when Iwagakure and Kirigakure were blocked from the outside and could not move an inch. It's difficult. There is no friendship between countries, only interests. When resources can't satisfy their appetite, conflicts will break out. After a long time without resources, the alliance between Kirigakure and Iwagakure is no longer so solid, and there are constant complaints from the bottom. Tobirama saw this with a sharp eye, and he used a little trick to magnify the contradiction. In an instant, the fragile alliance was broken up, Kirigakure and Iwagakure fought each other, and there were even casualties on both sides. Tobirama was overjoyed and attacked decisively, leading 6 disciples to actively seek battle. Konoha is worthy of being the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Even if it is 1 against 2, it seems to be easy. More than enough. Kirigakure and Iwagakure were beaten back step by step, and the land they occupied was almost taken back by Konoha. It can be said that all the efforts made by Kirigakure and Iwagakure during this period were in vain. The second generation Mizukage was furious. He believed that if Iwagakure had not broken its promise, the situation would not have come to this point. He immediately turned his gun and vented it at Iwagakure. The scene was in chaos. After Tobirama received the news, he kept his troops in place and waited for developments. 1 day later, the reconnaissance ninja brought an incredible news. The second generation Mizukage and the second generation Tsuchikage died together. Both sides suffered heavy losses and had withdrawn from the territory of the Land of Fire. War, it's over. After hearing this, Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Kirigakure and Iwagakure were both severely damaged and lost the capital to fight against Konoha. This also marked the end of the First Ninja War. "Teacher, we won!" Sarutobi Hiruzen said excitedly. The war brought too many tragic scenes, and countless people died in the war. After more than a year of fighting, everyone was exhausted and wanted to end this damn war as soon as possible. Now, Iwagakure and Kirigakure have evacuated, and Konoha has won this war. Things are not over yet, there are still many things to deal with. Tobirama rubbed his brows and shook his head. Leave some people behind and go back to Konoha first. It was not easy for us to win this war. We must comfort the families of the fallen ninjas. By the way, let that kid Guji follow Xin Yefeng. Before leaving, Tobirama suddenly said something, showing concern for a genin. Yes. Although he didn't understand why, Sarutobi Hiruzen still answered. Chapter 59. The war was over, and Konoha was like a festival, with happy smiles on their faces, and every household visited each other to share their joy with others. Except for the Sand Village, the other 3 countries that besieged Konoha were all defeated by Konoha. This not only greatly encouraged the confidence of the villagers, but also attracted a large number of businessmen to invest in Konoha. It can be said that both fame and profit were harvested. Ninja School. Class dismissed. As the teacher finished speaking, the school was in turmoil, and the crowd appeared from nothing in just a few seconds. Hitaki Sakumo, who was already 6 years old, came to the ninja school at the request of his father. But after several years of devilish training, how could he sit quietly in the classroom and listen to those basic knowledge? So he wanted to find his brother to help him talk, but who knew that Hoshinoka Ed smiled and said to him, "Shuomao, life is short and we only have a few years of relaxing time. Why don't you enjoy it? Perhaps, I can meet like-minded friends in school." Hitaki Sakumo turned his head away, extremely unwilling. No matter how mature he was still a child. He didn't understand the deep meaning of Hoshinoka Ed's words, and just wanted to escape from that boring school as soon as possible. Seeing this, Hoshinoka Ed shook his head helplessly, then thought for a while and said, since you insist so much, then okay, I can talk to Uncle Ishin, but I don't know if he agrees or not. Hatake Sakumo walked with his head down, recalling what his brother said to him in his mind. I don't know if it will work. After all, my father is very serious, and it may not be easy to get him to give in. Hey, come on, Dai, you can do it, keep going. As he walked, he suddenly heard a whisper in his ear. Hatake Sakumo looked up and saw a kid shorter than him running forward with sweat all over his forehead. When he got closer, he saw that his face was red as if he was in a steamer, but even so, he still had no intention of stopping. Hatake Sakumo's pupils shrank and he was secretly shocked. This guy! He looked like he had reached his limit, but he just gritted his teeth and held on. I don't know how long he ran, but I can be sure that this kind of training will definitely leave hidden diseases in his body. Although Hatake Sakumo's training is harsh, he has Hoshinoka-ed in charge, massaging him all the time to relax his muscles, and taking turns to use various expensive medicinal herbs. Just these are not something that ordinary people can have. Just when I was secretly surprised, I heard the child muttering to himself. Hurry up, faster. If you don't arrive on time, you have to practice 50 more laps. Hatake Sakumo's mood was full of ups and downs. Another 50 laps? I'm afraid he will be trained to death. Even his brother is not so cruel. As long as his body reaches the limit, he will stop immediately. But now it is obvious that no one has ever told him about the consequences of overtraining. Hatake Sakumo couldn't help but said, that's enough. If you keep practicing, your body won't be able to bear it. Might Dai was stunned for a moment, looked around, and finally confirmed that he was talking to him. Seeing this, Hatake Sakumo was speechless. Is there anyone else? I'm just talking to you. Don't you have an adult watching you at home? If you keep practicing like this, you'll be useless. Upon hearing this, Mat Dai's mood suddenly became depressed, and he said in a mosquito-like voice, I don't have parents. Fortunately, Shu Mao has good hearing, otherwise he would not be able to hear. Sorry. All these words finally turned into an apology. But Mat Dai bared his teeth, raised his thumbs up cheerfully, and said, it's okay, I'm used to it. I have been doing this kind of training for 2 years. 2 years? Hatake Sakumo was shocked by his words. Under this intensity, a ninja with perseverance would be considered good if he could persist for a few months. But Might Dai, who looked only 4 or 5 years old, had persisted for 2 years. Hatake Sakumo's eyes changed immediately. What kind of perseverance could allow him to persist until now? His original curiosity turned into pressure, and he even felt a sense of crisis. But then, Might Dai suddenly looked depressed and said, it's a pity that I can't learn ninjutsu and can only practice physical skills, otherwise I wouldn't be the last one. Hatake Sakumo shook his head and said with an approving look, my brother said that it is equally amazing to reach the peak of physical skills. Might Dai's expression was moved, and he nodded firmly, well, I believe that day will come. At this moment, the voice of Hoshinoka-ed came. Sakumo, you are here, why don't you go back? Hearing this familiar voice, a hint of surprise flashed in Hatake Sakumo's eyes, and he suddenly turned around and said, brother, you're back. Well, there was nothing for me to do there, so I came back. Xing Yifeng walked up to him and touched his head vigorously. Then he looked at Might Dai and asked, who is he? Might Dai's eyes lit up and he suddenly became excited. You are Master Hoshino. I heard the teacher talk about you. Hoki Yafeng touched his nose guiltily. He had worked in the ninja school before, but it was just a temporary position and he had basically never been there. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that he was indeed a bit unkind. My name is Might Dai, hello Master Hoshino. After being surprised, Might Dai immediately bowed and greeted him with a silly smile on his face, just like the expression of seeing his idol he had been thinking about day and night. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Hoshinofeng's eyes, and he couldn't help but look him up and down. He thought to himself, "Is this the father of the blue beast? He is really different, and his dress is really not flattering." Hoshinofeng's mouth twitched, and he coughed a few times and said hello. At this time, Sakumo suddenly said seriously, "Brother, I think school is quite interesting." Hoshinofeng raised his eyebrows. "Oh? What, did you change your mind now?" He looked at Hitaki Sakumo with a playful look, which made him blush, and turned his head away angrily. "Okay, it seems you have found a partner." Hoshinoka-ed stopped teasing him and shrugged. Then he looked at Might Dai, an idea came to his mind, and he suggested to the two of them, "Why don't you two compete in physical skills to see how strong each of you is?" Compared to the rising fighting spirit in Hitaki Sakumo's eyes, Might Dai was much more restrained, hesitating, and said, "This is not good." Hoshinoka-ed smiled. "What's wrong with it? It's normal for classmates to learn from each other. I will take responsibility if something goes wrong." Seeing this, Might Dai also nodded in agreement. Hoshinoka-ed's mouth corners slightly raised, and there seemed to be little stars flashing in his eyes, bright and dazzling, and even a little expectant. "I wonder, who is better in physical skills between Hitaki Sakumo and Might Dai?" One was trained by him personally, and the other was Might Dai, who kicked and blew up the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Tisk tisk, there's a good show to watch. Chapter 60. The two found an empty space and took up their positions. Although they were children, their preparations were very standard, and they were observing each other. The two observed each other for a while, and then rushed towards each other at the same time, at a very fast speed. After approaching each other in an instant, Hitaki Sakumo took the lead and punched, aiming at Might Dai's waist. Might Dai took a step back and dodged, then stepped forward and kicked him swiftly. Bang! A dull sound came, and Hitaki Sakumo's face changed slightly. The pain in his arm made him immediately understand how strong Might Dai was. After one move failed, Might Dai attacked again and again, with swift and fierce attacks and strength like a tiger, and each move was accompanied by a breeze. However, Hitaki Sakumo was swift and agile, and he accurately judged the landing point of the moves, making it easy to dodge. The attacks of the two kept colliding with each other, making a dull sound. You go back and forth, and it was a stalemate for a while, and both were injured. Xing Yifeng touched his chin and sighed, "Amazing. I know Shimao's strength very well, but even so, he still couldn't get any advantage." In terms of endurance alone, Mighty Dai is far ahead of his peers, and his strength is also among the best. Just as he was praising in his heart, Hitaki Sakumo was secretly anxious, and his peripheral vision occasionally glanced at Hoshinoka-ed, who was watching the fight on the side. This was the first time that he had such a tense fight with his peers, and the most important thing was that his brother was also here. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his brother. Hitaki Sakumo's eyes changed, and his fists became more and more fierce. He kept testing Might Dai. Trying to find a chance to win from it, his eyes were fixed on him. Finally, Hitaki Sakumo's eyes lit up, and he seized the gap in Might Dai's attack and stepped sideways, causing Might Dai to lose stability when he was caught off guard. Might Dai secretly said that it was not good, but years of training allowed him to react quickly. He immediately adjusted his posture and tried to stabilize his body, but Hitaki Sakumo would never give him this opportunity. Hitaki Sakumo instantly approached and punched Might Dai in the stomach. The punch was extremely powerful, and Might Dai's face changed drastically, and he groaned in pain. It seemed that gastric juice was vomited out of his mouth, and he couldn't help but squat down, holding his stomach. "It's okay." Hoshinoka-ed called a halt in time. After hearing this, Hitaki Sakumo immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "Dai, are you okay?" Might Dai grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and smiled firmly, "This little pain is nothing, it's far worse than my training." Hitaki Sakumo was deeply touched when he heard this, and then reached out to pull him up. After a fight, the two of them became closer. Dai, your future achievements will definitely not be lower than Sakumo's. Hoshinoka Ed stepped forward and said with great certainty, his eyes full of admiration for Might Dai. It is said that like fathers, like sons, and like sons, a mouse's son will dig holes. His son is not simple either. He almost kicked out the finale with one kick. It can only be said that this family has reached the pinnacle in terms of physical skills. Even the Hyuga clan has to admit defeat in terms of physical skills, and there is no comparison at all. Hearing the affirmation of his idol, Might Dai blushed and scratched his head honestly. However, I still have to say that the intensity of your training far exceeds your body's tolerance. After hearing this, Might Dai hesitated for a moment, then said, but, if I don't do this, I won't be able to keep up with the others. Hoshinoka Ed was suddenly speechless, and all the words he had been preparing for were stuck in his throat. Yes, Might Dai's talent in ninjutsu is almost equivalent to nothing, and there is no other way out except to practice physical skills desperately. And physical skills require a lot of effort to hone, and there is no guarantee of success. Therefore, for ninjas, physical skills only need to be practiced to a certain level, and there is no need to practice hard. Hoshinoka Ed sighed, and said, then, let Sakumo supervise you in the future. In addition, I will find medicinal herbs to help you get rid of the hidden disease in your body. Hey! Might Dai couldn't help but exclaimed in confusion. But Hitaki Sakumo seemed much calmer and nodded, that's a good idea. Might Dai scratched his head embarrassedly, this is too troublesome, and I have no money. As an orphan, he usually has no extra money except for the meager pension. Being able to eat enough to survive is already very good in this era. Eating meat once a month is already a luxury. Xing Yifeng thought about it, and with a hint of coaxing in his tone, he said it's okay, just think of it as something you owe me. When you grow up, just help me with things. Besides, I will teach you from time to time, how about that? Might Dai was very tempted by Xing Yifeng's conditions. As an orphan, he was very precocious and knew that this was a rare opportunity. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded. Thank you for your training, Master Hoshino. Might Dai respectfully bowed to Hoshinoka Ed. Hoshinoka Ed accepted the greeting with a smile and did not avoid it. Then he touched his head and said to Hitaki Sakumo, then Sakumo, Dai's matter is up to you. Yes, brother, I know. Hitaki Sakumo nodded, and when he looked at Might Dai, he smiled. Seeing this, Hoshinoka Ed nodded secretly. The two little guys got along well, and they just had to let it develop. Suddenly, Hoshinoka Ed remembered something and said to Might Dai mysteriously, Dai, I'll give you a ninjutsu, I think it's very suitable for you. Might Dai hesitated. The ninjutsu given by Master Hoshino must be of great value, and he hesitated for a moment. Mr. Hoshino, this is not good. We just met. What's wrong with that? I see that you have amazing bones, and you are a good material. Xing Yifeng waved his hand and said, besides, a good cook also needs a good knife, it's not a big deal. As he said that, he handed him the scroll that he had prepared when the two of them were fighting. The 8 Gates Ninjutsu is an A-level ninjutsu. I think it is perfect for you. Feng Hoshino explained. Might Dai was shocked. A-level ninjutsu, even though he was still young, the value of this ninjutsu was self-evident. But Feng Hoshino gave it to him, which touched him deeply. He secretly vowed that he would repay Master Hoshino after he became stronger. Feng Hoshino naturally didn't know what Might Dai was thinking. After sending the ninjutsu, Feng Hoshino left the space to the two little guys. He left and returned home. Who are you? Why are you standing at my door? Xing Yifeng saw a young man standing at the door awkwardly, looking like he wanted to go in but didn't dare to. The young man was startled by the sudden appearance, shuddered violently, looked back, and said excitedly. "Hello, Master Hoshino. My name is Maru Hoshi Kasuke, and I am here to report in under the order of Master Hokage." "Maraboshi Kasuke? Hiss, you are Maraboshi Kasuke." Xing Yifeng didn't react at first, but after a few seconds, he widened his eyes and looked at him non-stop. Chapter 61. Maraboshi Kasuke is a hidden boss in the future Konoha. He has the halo of a genin, but does all the work of a jonin. He is one of the strongest genin in Konoha. Because of his mistake in command, his teammates died. He felt guilty and swore in front of the second Hokage that he would be a genin for life. He said so, and he really insisted. He has experienced the second, third, fourth and fifth Hokage. If he was in his previous life, he would be a veteran of the 5 dynasties. Looking at the young face and admiring expression in front of him, Hoshino-ka smiled and said, "Kasuke, right? Come in and talk." After the two entered the door, Hoshino-ka said hello to his mother, and then took him to the yard. "What did Tobirama ask you to come here for?" Hoshino-ka made a pot of tea and handed him a cup. "Maraboshi." Kasuke took it with both hands and replied, "Hokage didn't say what to do, he just asked me to follow you in the future." "Really?" Hoshino Feng looked at Maru Hoshi Kasuke meaningfully, and cold sweat ran down his forehead, as if he was stared at by a beast, and he felt a lot of pressure in his heart. Is this the aura of Master Hoshino? It's not inferior to Master Hokage at all. Forget it, since he asked you to follow me, then follow me. Xing Yifeng's gaze suddenly changed, and he said with a chuckle. "From now on, you will be a member of my guard team." Hearing this, Maraboshi Kasuke responded loudly yes. But then, with a confused look on his face, he asked that, "Isn't the guardian team only for Hokage? How could Mr. Hoshino?" As he was speaking, Maru Hoshi Kasuke hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "I am not questioning Master Hoshino, I am just a little surprised." "Well, that's it." Haha. Xing Yifeng couldn't help it, Guji was quite interesting when he was a child. "Don't worry, the teacher asked me to form a guard team a long time ago. That's not the exclusive right of the Hokage." "Well, at least that's the case for me. Tobirama won't care anyway." Then, Xing Yifeng showed a serious face and said, "But not everyone can join my guard team. If you can't reach the level I expect." Xing Yifeng's tone suddenly lengthened, and he continued with a mysterious smile. "Then, even if you are introduced by Tobirama, I will not acknowledge you, understand?" Maru Hoshi Kasuke was shocked by this aura, and was stunned for a while, but then nodded heavily. "Got it, Master Hoshino, I won't hold you back. Don't be too sure, it's easy to reveal yourself." Hoshino-ka said meaningfully. Maraboshi Guja pursed his lips, and a painful memory deep in his heart seemed to be surging, about to break through the shackles, and a sad expression was about to fill his entire heart. Just when he was about to be drowned by the memories, Hoshino-ka patted his shoulder and said encouragingly, "Guja, you should feel guilty, but you are stuck in the memories and struggling hard. This is a dead end. I think they should be watching you from heaven. Have confidence in yourself, turn guilt into motivation, and try to live and live beautifully." Hiroshino-ka words were like spring breeze and drizzle, warming his heart, melting the ice and snow in his heart, and bringing vitality. Maraboshi Kasuke's eyes were filled with tears, and he began to cry uncontrollably, making a humming sound. Seeing this, Hoshino-ka couldn't help but sigh, stretched out his finger, and tapped his forehead. Maraboshi Kasuke fell backwards heavily, and tears from the corners of his eyes slowly overflowed. "Go to sleep, Guja, I hope you have a good dream." Xing Yifeng looked at him in a low voice and murmured. Then he looked up at the clear sky, holding a teacup, and gradually became fascinated. After half a day, Maru Singh Guja woke up slowly, opened his eyes confusedly, and was still not awake for a while. "Wake up!" The voice of Xing Yifeng suddenly sounded, and Maru-sing Kasuk recalled what happened before. It seems that you have reconciled with yourself. Xing Yifeng looked him up and down, and his complexion was obviously much better. His cheerful appearance before was obviously a disguise, unwilling to show the inner side to others. Now he is much better, obviously like a different person. Marushi Kasuk was silent for a moment, and saluted Xing Yifeng again. He had a dream, dreaming that his former teammates encouraged him and comforted him over and over again. He knew that all of this was done by Xing Yifeng. Hey, it's just a small favor, don't worry about it. Xing Yifeng waved his hands nonchalantly. It's your own credit that you can let it go, I just went with the flow. Master Xing Yi, Guja will follow you till death. Maru-sing Guja said with sincerity and determination. Xing Yifeng's face darkened a little, and the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said helplessly. Oh, you, Tisk, forget it, do whatever you want. That guy Tobirama likes to dump these messes on me. Hoshinoka Ed cursed, as if he had been wronged. After cursing for a while, he felt much better and asked him, what are you going to do next? Do you have a place to go? Maraboshi Kasuk shook his head and said, I haven't decided yet, but I can't fall behind in my ninjutsu training. Well, that's true. Xing Yifeng nodded in agreement, and then began to give ninjutsu as usual. Speaking of which, he seemed to be a boy who gave money to anyone he liked. However, they were all good seedlings, the future pillars of Konoha, so it didn't matter if he gave them away. This is for you. The water escape technique that Tobirama gave me before should be very useful to you. Hoshinoka Ed threw it casually. Maraboshi Kasuk hurriedly took it, his mouth slightly opened, and the surprise in his eyes did not diminish. This is the water escape technique of the second generation Hokage, known as sea escape technique. I will work hard and never let you down. Maruhoshi Kasuk clenched his fists, with flames rising in his eyes. Well, do you have a place to live? Hoshinoka Ed suddenly asked. Marushi Kasuk replied, yes, it's the house left by my parents after they passed away. So that's it, Xing Yifeng chuckled and said, I'm planning to move out later, do you want to come with me? 1. Together. Maru-sing Guji was shocked. The invitation was too sudden and he was a little overwhelmed. Do you want to come? Xing Yifeng asked again. Maraboshi Kasuk hesitated and nodded slightly yes. The answer was very soft, but Xing Yifeng heard it. That's it, I'll let you know later. Xing Yifeng glanced outside the door, got up and walked out. Outside the door was still the familiar Enbu. Master Hoshino. As soon as Feng Hoshino opened the door, a greeting came to his ears. Ever since Feng Hoshino showed his might, his strength has been known to everyone. The first time he made a move, he crushed the second generation Raikage with absolute strength, making him famous. But the disadvantages of being famous, wherever he went, people would greet him. But to be honest, Xing Yifeng didn't reject this feeling, it felt pretty good. No wonder some people desperately want to be famous. The Hokage has called a high-level meeting and needs you to go over. The Enbu bowed his head respectfully and knelt on one knee, the enthusiasm in his eyes almost overflowing. Xing Yifeng's mouth twitched, he shuddered and said with a tingling scalp, I know. Chapter 62. After sending away the Enbu, Xing Yifeng was still in shock, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It was too scary, that look was so chilling, so this is what a fanatic fan is like, I've learned a lot. Guji, I'm going to go out for a while. After calming down, Xing Yifeng turned around and shouted to the door. After getting a response, Xing Yifeng jumped onto the roof and climbed back and forth. Holding a high-level meeting at this time seems to be about peace talks. Xing Yifeng thought as he ran. Kirigakure and Iwagakure retreated, but they couldn't just let them go. According to Tobirama's strength, it is estimated that they will bleed heavily. It is possible that they will be blackmailed to the point of being unable to recover. Thinking about it, Xing Yifeng couldn't help laughing. Tobirama didn't die, and everything became different. A few minutes later, Xing Yifeng came into the building and heard the rustling sound of Tobirama flipping through documents. It was estimated that it was at least more than 1 meter high, as countless as snowflakes. Tisk tisk, what a hard life! After sitting down, Xing Yifeng said gloatingly. Without raising his head, Tobirama replied, haha, don't worry, you will be like this in the future too. Xing Yifeng staggered and almost fell to the ground, and said angrily, hee, it's still early, it's still early. It's getting late, I can still hold on for a few more years, and then you have to go up even if you don't want to. Tobirama raised his head and said seriously. Hoshinoka Ed widened his eyes and pointed at him. Aren't you going to let your disciple take over? Disciple? Oh, I had this idea before, but now, Tobirama shook his head and stopped talking. What happened? Could it be that this butterfly destroyed Hiruzen's third Hokage? Not really. Although he was not involved in the later period, he was smart and capable when he first took over. Is Tobirama really going to make a clean break? Hoshinoka Ed stared at Tobirama with puzzled eyes, expecting him to help him solve his doubts. Why are you looking at me? Don't you want to be the boss? Tobirama said with narrowed eyes. Hoshinoka Ed nodded silently. I think Hiruzen and Danzo are very good, why do you have to hold on to me? Hee. Tobirama sneered. They are both excellent, but they are far inferior to you. Xing Yifeng became interested and asked, I am so excellent in front of you? I didn't expect you would praise others one day. Tobirama's forehead was bulging with veins, and his fist as big as a sandbag was ready, just one punch short of hitting him on the head. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xing Yifeng immediately became serious and shook his head firmly. Forget it, don't put your mind on me, Hokage is just a title, it's useless to me. Tobirama shook his head. I know what you're thinking, but sometimes the title is very important, for example. After saying that, he searched through a pile of documents for a moment, took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xing Yifeng. Take a look at the latest intelligence from the Anbu. Xing Yifeng took it and glanced at it casually. As soon as the information passed through his mind, he frowned. This is real. How could that be false? Hiss wow. Hoshino Feng read all the information intently. The second generation Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village was ambushed and killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Afterwards, the two were besieged by the Hidden Cloud Ninja and died of exhaustion. In just a few words, a huge amount of information was revealed. Hoshino Feng's eyes glared, as if he could see through them. The second generation Raikage was still dead, and was also killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. What are you going to do? Xing Yifeng looked up at Tobirama. What else can we do? Resting is the most important thing now. We can't start a war. Tobirama is smart and won't make such a low-level mistake. The second Raikage died in an unclear way. Hoshinoka Ed shook his head and sighed. But it's a good thing for Konoha. Just as he was sighing, footsteps were heard outside the door. A moment later, the 6 disciples of Tobirama were all present, as well as Narashika-ichi, who, as Konoha's military advisor, naturally had to be present. In Konoha today, there are only 3 people who can be considered high-level. The second Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, and finally Hoshinoka Ed, the rest are just incidental. Even Tobirama's disciples are the same. On the one hand, their strength is not enough to intimidate everyone, and on the other hand, their status is insufficient. The disciples are just disciples and have not yet stepped into the power center of Konoha. Teacher. After entering the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead in greeting Tobirama, and the others followed closely. Hoshinoka Ed glanced at Tobirama obscurely, and seeing that he had no objection and tacitly agreed, he knew that he still liked Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. After seeing that everyone was present, Tobirama nodded slightly and looked at Narashika-ichi. Shikaku, have the peace treaties between Kirigakure and Iwagakure been delivered? As a defeated country, compensation is necessary, not to mention that it was invaded by others. Narashikaku nodded, took out 2 treaties, handed them to Tobirama and said, they sent someone to deliver them shortly after the defeat. Haha, maybe they are afraid that Konoha will attack them, so they want to conclude the peace talks as soon as possible. Tobirama saw through their plan at a glance and sneered. Yes, that's true. The losses of both the Kirigakure and Iwagakure are too heavy and they are no longer able to fight Konoha. Narashika-ichi smiled knowingly. It's rare to get such a good deal. If he doesn't kill them, he will be sorry for the ninjas fighting on the front line. Lui, you can ask for as much compensation as you can, and it's better to make them feel hurt and afraid. Tobirama said with a stern face. After instructing Lui, Tobirama turned his gaze to his disciples. The cold eyes swept over them, and a chill suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help swallowing and thought to himself, the teacher's murderous intention is terrifying. After a while, Tobirama retracted his gaze and said slowly, Konoha has experienced a great war. Now is the critical moment. Everyone must do their best. I don't want anyone to slack off. The sharp eyes appeared again and fell on the hearts of each of them. Yes, teacher. Times 6. Everyone responded loudly, and some people who had something to hide were sweating profusely. Tobirama waved his hand and told them to go about their business. For a moment, only Tobirama and Hoshinoka Ed were left in the room. Why were you so angry just now? Xing Yifeng took a sip of tea and said faintly. Tobirama sighed deeply and said, the disciples have grown up and it's hard to manage them. Hehe, you also said that we have grown up, let go of what should be let go. Xing Yifeng shook his head. Hearing this, Tobirama was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. As long as it doesn't shake the foundation of Konoha, I can tolerate it. Xing Yifeng didn't comment, and then said, I set up a guard team, I'm afraid you don't agree, so I told you. Tobirama snorted coldly, is it useful if I don't agree? You still turn a deaf ear to it. Ahem, that can't be said, at least we should still show some respect on the surface. Xing Yifeng said with a smile. Chapter 63. Haha, you still know it's on the surface. If he wasn't able to escape faster than anyone else, Tobirama would definitely let him know why the flowers are so red. Xing Yifeng spread his hands, put on a helpless look, winked at Tobirama and said, there's nothing I can do. I'm a vindictive person. I remember what someone did back then. The last sentence, Xing Yifeng's tone was particularly heavy, as if he wanted to eat Tobirama alive. When talking about the past, Tobirama touched his nose with a guilty conscience. After all, he was the one who did something wrong. His thinking was still stuck in the Warring States period. It was indeed a bit too much to let a seedling growing in the garden be slaughtered. Ahem, Xiao Feng, that thing is over. Tobirama explained with a paralyzed face. Hoshino Feng snorted coldly and said sarcastically, the past? My young heart was ruined by you, do you think an apology can solve it? Tobirama's eyelids twitched, rubbed his eyebrows and said, tell me, what do you want? Don't beat around the bush. Really? Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said doubtfully. Well, you will do it anyway even if I don't agree, so it's better to open it up. Tobirama said with a headache. Looking at the whole Konoha, who would not respect him and say hello when seeing him. But the eldest brother accepted a disciple, and his talent was surprisingly high, and his strength was improving day by day. It made him very embarrassed, he couldn't beat him or scold him, just like a little ancestor. Hehe, I'm glad to know that. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng was delighted and continued. It's nothing serious. That is, you cannot refuse me when I need someone in the future, and the guard team is not under your control. Tobirama asked curiously, that's all? nothing else. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng pretended to continue to make demands. Since you are so kind to ask, then I will. Stop, 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 that's it, that's all, leave now. Tobirama interrupted him and started to chase him away. Hoshino Feng curled his lips. You can't stand this? You really have no patience at all. Well, I wish you a busy day. Xing Yifeng left a heartfelt blessing and then left gracefully. Tobirama. After leaving the building, Xing Yifeng did not go home, but went to find his own house. Thinking back to his savings, he couldn't help but grin. It was his first house in his life, so he was naturally happy. It also meant that he was about to break free from his parents' clutches. He hummed a song and walked in an extremely arrogant manner. We ordinary people are so happy today. Xing Yifeng walked with a step that did not recognize any relatives, and chose his own house. Konoha's houses are all zero cost, and the cost is nothing. And with Xing Yifeng's merits, Konoha gave it to him for free, and many senior ninjas were also like this. Private setting. Soon, Xing Yifeng took a fancy to a house, which was very close to the ninja school, just a few steps away. It had high lighting, a total of 3 floors, and the windows faced the school. He was very satisfied with this, and it was also a pleasure to watch the new seedlings of Konoha. Xing Yifeng waved to a certain place. Swish, a figure suddenly appeared. I'll choose this one. I'll talk to Tobirama about it. Hiroshino Kaed pointed to the house in front and said. Yes. The Anbu took the order without hesitation and disappeared again. After the selection, Xing Yifeng suddenly felt something was wrong and looked around. The location is perfect, and the area is also very good. Hiss, could it be that Tobirama left it here on purpose? The corners of Xing Yifeng's mouth twitched wildly. After thinking about it, it was something he could do. Just as he was cursing Tobirama the old fox in his heart, a childish voice came from behind him. Are you Master Xing Yi? The sudden voice interrupted Xing Yifeng's thoughts. He turned around and saw the little guy looking at him curiously. The black hair looked very refreshing, and the tender face was full of curiosity. A ray of sunshine hit it, which made people feel a little good. Although naughty children are annoying, well-behaved children are also lovable. Do you know me? Facing the cute cub, Xing Yifeng was always very patient. He bent down and touched his head. Yes, the teacher admired you very much in class, and also said that you are still working in the school. Speaking of this, Xing Yifeng couldn't help blushing, but it soon disappeared, and he coughed a few times and said, Really, what's your name? For some reason, seeing this little guy, an inexplicable emotion rose in my heart. My name is Utashi Zixiao, nice to meet you, sir. Upon hearing this, the little fellow immediately became serious, his face turned serious, and then he bent down 90 degrees and bowed to Xing Yifeng. Oh, it's Utashi Zixiao. What a good name. Hiroshino Kaed stroked his chin and thought to himself, isn't this Hungdu's last name? Moreover, I seem to have seen this name in a novel. I remembered that he was the then Anbu chief of Konoha. Oh, so he met an incredible person. But now it seems that the famous Anbu chief is just a very cute kid. His eyes reveal clear stupidity and curiosity about the big man. Little Zixiao, how old are you? Thinking of this, Xing Yifeng liked him even more. He has reserved this person, and no one can compete with him for it, not even the King of Heaven can do it. Utarashi Zixiao said obediently, 8 years old, 3rd grade. Do you want to follow your brother after graduation? The benefits are great. Xing Yifeng couldn't wait any longer and planned to take action directly and abduct the person first. But, it's a bit wishful thinking. Utarashi Zixiao was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and he stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. Xing Yifeng slapped his forehead, thinking that he was a little anxious, and then smiled and said, "You don't have to reply so quickly, just tell me your decision before graduation." Hearing this, Utarashi Zixiao nodded repeatedly, and then hurriedly left on the grounds that it was too late. "Tisk, hee, little guy, I've got your attention, so it's not that easy for you to escape." Xing Yifeng looked at the fleeing Yutare Zixiao and said with a chuckle, "It just so happens that I have never been to the school, so it would be nice to pay attention to the new talents of the future." When Xing Yifeng thought of this, his smile became more and more prosperous, and he actually looked a bit like a villain. "It seems that Sakumo is also in the first grade, so I can see how he is doing in school, killing two birds with one stone." He shook his head and put his mind on the new house, ready to change his style. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, there are still students in the ninja school who are concentrating on training and sweating their youth. Through the window, Feng Hoshino saw the hard-working figure of Hitaki Sakumo at a glance, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Behind him, Might Dai followed closely, not slacking off for a second. Chapter 64. Bang! On the playground, a group of young boys were practicing against each other. Utashi Zixiao knocked his opponent down with one punch, looking a little relaxed. Then a group of girls were heard screaming and cheering for him crazily. "Wow, Zixiao is so awesome! Zixiao is the first place again, he is both beautiful and talented, I have found my true love. Don't look at him, he's mine. Don't snatch him from me." Yutare Shixiao had an expression of being accustomed to it, and walked off the field to rest. Hoshinoka Ed nodded on the side. "Not bad, both physical skills and ninjutsu are very comprehensive, the first place is well deserved." Hearing this, Yutare Shixiao complained, "Do you still doubt my strength?" Hoshinoka Ed stretched out his fingers and waved them left and right. No, I just want to see how strong the others are, and take a look at yours." After that, without waiting for Zixiao to speak, he turned around and said to these little ghosts, "Well, the battle is over. I have only one evaluation in my mind for this battle." Hokuno Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a slightly sharp aura burst out from his body. "Mitarashi!" Zixiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was shocked. Is this the strength of Lord Hoshino? After returning that day, he was not interested in big shots, but he suddenly had an idea to ask his father. This question shocked his young mind. The first generation of Hokage disciples, crushed the thunder shadow in the cloud-hidden battlefield, changed the situation of the battle with his own strength, and was a man who stood at the top of the ninja. This series of words put on the same person, made him suddenly shine with a dazzling light, extremely dazzling. "I thought each generation of Konoha would be stronger than the previous one, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. I think you haven't learned anything at all, and you are all no different from garbage." The students blushed after hearing this crazy output. No one wanted to be called garbage, it was a matter of dignity. But facing the people in front of them, they couldn't say a word. Most of the students in the class were civilians. The deeds of Xing Yifeng had spread throughout Konoha and everyone knew about it. Before Xing Yifeng came to teach this class, their parents had repeatedly warned them not to be naughty. Otherwise, when they returned, what was waiting for them was their parents' mixed doubles, giving them a complete childhood. "Teacher Xing Yi, your words are too biased." Utashi Zixiao looked at his classmates who shrank their necks one by one, not daring to look at him, and then stood up to refute. Regarding Zixiao's words, Xing Yifeng did not rebuke him, but looked at the others and said angrily, "Look at you, you don't even dare to say a word, what kind of reserve ninja are you? I think you might as well go back to farming. This is not a land of comfort." Emotions spread like boiling water. The young ghosts were full of youth and vigor. When they were provoked, they all retorted loudly. "Teacher, you are wrong, we are not trash. Yes, I don't accept that anyone is born strong. What we learn in school is the basics, which is far from what we learned before. I don't agree with what you said. Xing Yifeng looked at the excited crowd and nodded secretly. That's right. He didn't want a lifeless classroom. You, what's your name? Xing Yifeng raised his lips and pointed at a little ghost next to Zixiao and asked. My name is Yu Guangye. Yu Guangye straightened his back and said loudly. After hearing this, Xing Yifeng's eyes were full of admiration. Very good, this is the bloodiness that boys should have. Xing Yifeng praised. Yu Guangye's face suddenly became happy, but then collapsed again. Only Xing Yifeng added. Since you are so energetic, let's run around the playground. You are not allowed to stop. Yu Guangye was petrified in an instant, and it was not until Zixiao pulled at the corner of his clothes that he came back to his senses. What? You can't stand it after just one compliment? Tisk, since you're scared, forget it. Xing Yifeng said with a pretentious manner. Yu Guangye felt that there were countless eyes staring at him from behind, and his face suddenly turned red, his neck stiffened, and the blood rushed to his head. He turned around, pulled the horses full speed and started running around the playground. Don't look at him. Since you all said that what the school taught is the basics, I will give you some difficulty. Xing Yifeng clapped his hands, drew his attention back to himself, and then said sinisterly. Utashi Zixiao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. A moment later, more than 40 students were squatting in the hot sun. Not only that, they all wore appropriate weights on their wrists and ankles to ensure that they would not hurt their bodies. Oh, tisk tisk, eating watermelon in this weather is a wonderful thing. Not far away, Xing Yifeng held a piece of watermelon in each hand and ate it in front of the students. Gulp, I don't know if it was that kid, but the sound of swallowing saliva made Xing Yifeng smile even more. During the whole class, he did nothing. The muscles in his legs were stiff from squatting, and the slightest movement was painful. Xing Yifeng looked at Utarashi Zixiao, the only one left in the class who was still holding on. The rest of the people all collapsed to the ground, looking like they had survived a disaster. Zixiao, you are the only one left, don't you want to take a break? Xing Yifeng said seductively while chewing a watermelon. How insidious! Everyone thought of the same thing in their hearts. But due to the teacher's terrifying prestige, they could only think silently in their hearts. No. I can still hold on. Sweat rolled down his cheeks, and Utamashi Zixiao gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. Not bad. Xing Yifeng grinned, turned around and shouted to Yu Guangye, okay, little guy, stop, you're staggering, don't make any mistakes. Yu Guangye staggered 2 steps, and after hearing what Xing Yifeng said, he fell down exhausted, lying on his back, looking at the sky. He couldn't say a word, and didn't want to say anything. My physical fitness is not good enough. Xing Yifeng murmured. I need to practice more. When the people around heard this, a few black lines slid down their foreheads, and they secretly groaned, wondering if they could still see the sun tomorrow. Zixiao finally couldn't hold on any longer, his body swayed, his eyes went dark, and he fainted. Xing Yifeng caught him the moment before he fell, shook his head, and said, your stubborn temper is the same as Shimao. After that, the obscure power of time was activated, and his time flowed back an hour. His physical strength was instantly full, and Zixiao opened his eyes, confused for a while. Didn't I faint? Before he could finish, Xing Yifeng slapped him on the head and said, don't be confused. I did it. You can't wake up. Xing Yifeng let go of his hand, hugged Yu Guangye back, and woke him up in the same way. You are lucky to have met me, but you are also unlucky because I am your teacher. Xing Yifeng motioned the two to return to the team, and then said with a smile. When everyone was puzzled, Xing Yifeng explained to them. I have a time-space bloodline limit that allows me to speed up or reverse time. I reversed the time of those 2 guys just now. Let their physical strength return to the level of an hour ago, so, you are blessed. Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows and looked at them with a smirk. Chapter 65. After hearing this, Udamashi Zixiao and Yue Guanjai swallowed their saliva, looked at each other, and saw the bitterness in their eyes. This teacher doesn't play by the rules, who can control him? Your class is an ordinary class, I think it is not good, so I will train you well in the future and try to beat up all the people in the elite class. Xing Yifeng didn't mind making things worse, and he would say something like beating people up. If you haven't finished, sorry, I will tell Tobirama that your graduation will be delayed or even expelled. Believe me, I have the ability. It was obviously a gentle smile, but it made the hearts of these little ghosts surge with a chill, forcing them to believe. Gulp, gulp. Looking at the people who were swallowing their saliva in fear, Xing Yifeng was very satisfied. Whether it was delayed graduation or expulsion, they could not accept it. Most of the students in this class were civilians, and very few of them were talented. For them, being a ninja was a profession that could make money quickly, if you put aside the degree of danger. A C-level mission can earn tens of thousands of yen, and if it is shared, each person can also earn several thousand yen. For them from ordinary families, it is already a very considerable income. Looking at all professions, its remuneration is almost the highest. Moreover, in addition to the considerable income, its status is also very high. An ordinary chunin can command genin, and ordinary villagers will greet them when they see them. It is not difficult to imagine how popular such a profession with such high money and status is, even if they lose their lives in the middle of the mission. It seems that you all realize the seriousness of the matter, so I won't repeat it again. Xing Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. Someone said before that the school taught very basic things, so I will change the teaching method. Ensure that teaching is fun. Of course, it is my fun, not yours. Xing Yifeng smiled. As the atmosphere became more and more solemn, the little ghosts stopped laughing and made no sound. They listened quietly to Xing Yifeng's speech. Well, it's noon now. Well, let's eat first. I want to see everyone gathered in an hour. Xing Yifeng raised his hand to block the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. After thinking for a moment, he let everyone rest and eat, and then left the playground to let them move freely. Without the oppression of the big devil, the little ghosts finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Xing Yifeng walked away a little, they dared to discuss in a low voice. Good, how scary. Teacher Hoshino is so scary. A boy with freckles on his face said in fear. He won't really expel us, will he? A girl said worriedly. After all, the tone didn't sound like a lie. Yu Guanjai listened to these discussions, thought for a moment, and looked at Udarashi Zixiao beside him. Zixiao, what do you think of this teacher? Udamashi Zixiao sat down on the spot, picked up the lunch box and ate while saying, very strong. Very powerful. Nonsense, I know that, but I'm afraid no teacher in the school can compare to that kind of momentum just now. Yu Guangye complained. Instead of talking nonsense now, we might as well take a rest. God knows what they will do to us in the afternoon. Utere Zixiao said calmly, his mouth never stopped, he didn't waste a single moment of rest time. Upon hearing this, Yu Guanjai immediately sat next to him, opened his lunch box and started eating. When others saw the two strongest people in the class eating, they also started to do the same. After all, it's always right to follow the strong. On the playground, a large group of children eating in place immediately attracted the attention of other classes. In the teaching building, groups of students pointed at them. The first-year student Hitaki Sakumo was self-taught, with dead fish eyes, and turned his head to look at Xing Yifeng beside him. Brother, you don't really want them to fight with the elite class, do you? Xing Yifeng rubbed his hair and squinted his eyes and said, of course, once you say something, it's like spilled water. There's no reason to take it back. But the gap between the elite class and them is too big, I don't see a glimmer of hope. Xing Yifeng thought for a while, chuckled and said, Shu Mao, this world is often judged by success or failure, but you have to understand that the premise of success or failure is, stay alive. I don't expect them to be outstanding or reach great heights in the future, I just hope they can live well. But, ninjas always have all kinds of accidents, and losing their lives is a common thing. Hitaki Sakumo didn't understand. So, I let them experience it in advance. Hokuno Feng said. The profession of ninja is not something that can be achieved by just talking about it. After saying that, Hoshino Feng walked towards the people who were resting, leaving Hitaki Sakumo with a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing the teacher walking over, everyone immediately stood up obediently without any unnecessary movement. Yes, the afternoon training is a little easier. I have information about each of you, but I think it is faster to understand in person, so. At the end of his speech, Xing Yifeng looked around as if he was selecting an opponent, and finally landed on Yu Guanzhai. Come on, little guy, let me see how brave you are. Xing Yifeng smiled with evil humor. Don't cry, I don't know how to comfort children. Yu Guanzhai snorted softly. Teacher, let me show you how powerful I am. Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Is this self-confidence or arrogance? Come on. Xing Yifeng put one hand behind his back and hooked it at him, which was quite provocative. The venue was empty, and the students cheered for Yu Guanzhai. Only Zixiao felt that Yu Guanzhai would lose. Yu Guanzhai pressed his body down, then rushed forward and kicked out with full force, making a sound of breaking wind. Xing Yifeng was as steady as a mountain. He blocked with one hand, felt the force, and commented secretly, not bad, but not enough. Without counterattacking, Xing Yifeng accurately grabbed his ankle and swung it hard, throwing it several meters away. Yu Guanzhai rolled a few circles in the air, staggered a few steps and stood firm. That's it. Then you should go back. Xing Yifeng said sarcastically. Although he knew it was a provocation, Yu Guanzhai still felt uncomfortable, and a nameless anger burned in his heart. Damn it. The test just now made him realize that he couldn't take advantage of physical skills, then we have to find another way. Yu Guanzhai made seals with both hands at a normal speed. Xing Yifeng did not interrupt him, but just wanted to see what he wanted to do. After the seals were made, two white smoke rose up, and the clones rushed forward as fast as lightning, attacking Xing Yifeng from both sides. The original Yu Guanzhai came behind Xing Yifeng like a ghost, and his breath suddenly became looming, holding the small ninja sword tightly in his hand. Cooperating with the clones, he performed the Konoha-style swordsmanship. This is his most powerful attack at present, even Utarashi Shixiao has to avoid its edge. However, the three people cooperated tacitly, the sword light flashed, and they aimed at various vital parts respectively. The offensive was fierce and dazzling. The next moment, Xing Yifeng's mouth corners raised, and in an instant, he moved. Chapter 66. The sharp blade was about to fall on Xing Yifeng. Yu Guanzhai looked happy at this moment, as if he had seen the moment of success. It was a good idea, but it was just an idea. His vision suddenly spun, and his head sank. He saw Xing Yifeng coming behind him in an instant and stabbed him in the back of the head. He took the ninja sword and killed the clones one by one with his backhand. All this seemed so easy. Yu Guanzhai covered his head and grimaced. It took him a long time to recover. Yeah, it's a good idea. Use the clone to attract attention, and then use the transparent escape to reduce your presence, and then win with one move. Xing Yifeng commented briefly and intuitively. From the moment the breath became looming, Xing Yifeng's mind suddenly emerged a name, Moonlight Gale. This tragic character was offline as soon as he appeared. His existence in Konoha was like a meteor, flashing and disappearing. But he happened to have a blood limit, transparent escape, which was exactly the same as Yue Guangyat. Although it doesn't look powerful, if used well, assassination is simply a sharp weapon. Good idea, and still, I can't touch the teacher's clothes. Yu Guanjai lowered his head, looking dejected. Udamashi Zixiao said speechlessly, it's abnormal to be able to touch the teacher. Okay, go down and make some adjustments. Zixiao, you come. Xing Yifeng landed on Zixiao. I wonder if this future head of the Anbu can bring him a surprise. Compared with the direct confrontation on the moonlit night, Yutare Zixiao was very cautious. He restrained his breath, hid in the bushes, and waited for an opportunity to move. Excellent hunters often have extremely high patience, and Yutare Zixiao is like this. But the premise is that the level gap between the hunter and the prey is not too big. Under the perception of Xing Yifeng, his hiding is nowhere to hide. Haha, you are still too young. Hokuno Feng raised his lips, and then disappeared instantly. In a bush somewhere, Udarashi Zixiao widened his eyes, and after a second, he said to himself, not good, hurry up. Bang, the sense of crisis in his heart suddenly rose. Udarashi Zixiao didn't think about it, and subconsciously rolled away from the original position. I saw that Hoshino Feng's fist landed on the ground, smashing a hole several meters deep. If it fell on a human body, the result can be imagined. Mr. Hoshino, are you really not afraid of getting into trouble? Yu Guangye thought to himself, with a trace of worry in his eyes. Udamashi Zixiao was secretly annoyed, angry that he was too whimsical. In front of such a strong man, hiding his body was useless. On the contrary, Yu Guangye confronted head-on, which showed some self-awareness. Zixiao, I am very disappointed with your performance just now, so I will let you taste the bitterness later as punishment for your misjudgment. Xing Yifeng walked out slowly, his steps were full of steady power, and every step seemed to step on Yutare Zixiao's heart. Yutare Zixiao gritted his teeth, quickly formed a seal, and said, wind style, wind blade. As his voice fell, his cheeks bulged slightly, as if he was accumulating strength. Then, he spit out several sharp cutting wind blades from his mouth, with the sound of breaking through the air, and attacked Xing Yifeng. This wind-style ninjutsu made Xing Yifeng's eyes light up. You have achieved a lot. Xing Yifeng finally smiled. Wind blades whistled over, and Xing Yifeng formed a seal with one hand, and whispered, earth escape, earth flow wall. A solid earth wall rose from the ground, and several wind blades hit it, leaving only a shallow mark. Xing Yifeng walked out from the other side, but was greeted by a series of blazing fireballs. Fire style, fireball. A triumphant smile appeared on Mitarashi Shisho's face. He knew that the gap in strength was too big and there was no hope of winning. But it was also because of this that Hoshino Feng underestimated his opponent. He used the wind blade as the first move, and under normal thinking, he would definitely use the earth flow wall to defend, and in fact, it was indeed the case. He seized this inertial thinking and used fire style, fireball to catch the opponent off guard. Excellent tactical thinking, promising future. Funny look flashed in Xing Yifeng's eyes, and then he thought to himself. Facing the fireball so close, Xing Yifeng still looked calm, and Uxin was still commenting in his heart. Seeing the excitement in Yutare Shixiao's eyes, Xing Yifeng slowly stretched out his hand, and then invisible ripples spread around. The fierce fireball stopped in place in an instant until it disappeared. Papa papa! Xing Yifeng clapped his hands and walked towards the dazed Yutare Shixiao step by step. Flexible tactical thinking and skillful ninjutsu connection, no wonder he is the first. Yutare Shixiao did not feel any joy, but was immersed in the moment when the fireball was stilled. There was horror in his eyes as this mastering time. A muffled sound, and severe pain brought him back to his senses. After focusing his eyes, Xing Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of him, with one hand on his shoulder. Yutare Shixiao's forehead was covered with cold sweat, his face suddenly pale, and his right hand was pulled out of the joint. Being distracted during a battle is not a good habit. Xing Yifeng looked at him coldly. Yudarashi Zixiao pursed his lips palely and lowered his head without saying a word. Well, next one. Xing Yifeng ignored him, as there were still many people who needed to be tested. After Xing Yifeng left, Yu Guanjai hurried forward and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" The teacher was too heavy-handed. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Yudarashi Zixiao shook his head and forced a smile. "It's okay, I shouldn't have been distracted during the battle. The teacher has shown mercy." "Oh, okay." Moonlight sighed and turned to look at the other students in the class. "The others are probably worse off than you." "Maybe, but don't you think that Mr. Hoshino can teach us more different things?" Yutere Zixiao said with a smile. Yu Guanjai was stunned when he heard it, thought about it carefully, and nodded. "It seems to be true. Normally, the teacher will not teach us so carefully. After all, we are just an ordinary class, not an elite class." At the end, Yu Guanjai laughed at himself. The elite class represents geniuses, and the ordinary class represents ordinary people. People are always seeking benefits and avoiding harm. It is more cost-effective to teach geniuses than ordinary people. Most teachers are like this. While the two were talking, Xing Yifeng's test was still going on, but his face was obviously a few shades darker. The foundation of these little ghosts is too poor, and their chakra is much scarcer, but these are not the point. The most important thing is that they have almost no combat experience, and they basically fight randomly. Fighting once counts as once. Xing Yifeng's forehead veins jumped. This level is simply a challenge to his psychological endurance. "Okay, now I know your level. Except for Yuteshi Zixiao and Yu Guanjai, you are all just playing house. I think the village is too peaceful, which makes you think it is very easy to be a ninja. In that case, I will let you see a ninja on the battlefield. They are all delicate flower buds, which really makes me angry." Chapter 67. Hoshino Feng's saliva was flying everywhere, and he scolded everyone with a look of disappointment on his face. Yu Guanjai covered his mouth to hold back his laughter, and almost laughed out loud. Hoshino Feng gave him a fierce look, and said with a playful look, "Hehe, it seems that someone here feels good about himself." Yu Guanjai shook his head like a rattle, and smiled ingratiatingly. No, I think what the teacher said is right, it's absolutely right." Hoshino Feng looked for a few seconds, and just when Yu Guanjai's heart was about to explode, he retracted his gaze. Blue eyes suddenly appeared, and a blue light enveloped the entire playground. The surrounding scene gradually degraded, and the dark tone reappeared. Yudarashi Zixiao's nose twitched, and his little face suddenly turned pale, and his brows were twisted into a knot. The faint scarlet smell in the air drifted into his nose, making his stomach churn, and he almost vomited all his lunch. "Ah! There's a body!" A scream suddenly sounded, causing panic in an instant. Everyone was in a panic, and fear lingered in everyone's heart. "Stop right there!" Xing Yifeng shouted loudly and forcefully, shocking everyone. Yu Guanjai pulled Zixiao's clothes, swallowed and asked, "Zixiao, where is this place?" "I don't know." Mitarashi Shishio quickly adjusted himself. Although his face was still pale, his mood was relatively stable. Hoshino Feng snorted coldly and explained to everyone, "This is the camp where Konoha was stationed on the border not long ago. I used time travel to recreate the scene at that time. Take a good look at the cruelty of ninjas. People are afraid of the unknown." The previous scene shocked them. After learning the truth, they calmed down. Yudarashi Zixiao squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and felt it carefully. Yu Guanjai asked in a low voice, "How is it? How does it feel?" He stared at the soil in Zixiao's hand. "It's very real, and it's completely different from an illusion," Yudarashi Zixiao said solemnly. Not far away, their words were all heard by Xing Yifeng, who smiled and said, "Let me add one more thing, the world here is real, it is a scene from the past. If you don't want to stay here forever, don't move around." Utmaki Zixiao frowned. Sure enough, this is the real world. Yue Guanjai's focus was different from his. He said nervously, Zixiao, this is actually the past time, is this really possible? After saying that, Utmaki Zixiao nodded without thinking. Of course, what you see in front of you is the evidence, crossing time and arriving in the past. Only the two of them were still thinking about other things. The others looked terrified and managed to calm down. Take a good look at the ninjas on the battlefield, and see how they are different from the ninjas you imagined. Feng Xingyi said this, and then he stopped talking, slowly closed his eyes and rested. If you look closely at him, you can see tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. Bringing so many people in is not a small burden. His chakra is being consumed rapidly now, and he can only rely on rest to slow it down. After hearing Feng Xingyi's words, everyone's eyes were focused on the battle in the distance. In order to more intuitively reflect the cruelty of the ninja, Feng Xingyi arranged the time node to be the moment when the Reikage arrived. Endless thunder struck the ninjas of Konoha, tearing their bodies apart and reaping their lives. Blood splattered, limbs flew everywhere, and the bloody scene made the children retch immediately. Is this the Reikage? Mitawashi Shisho was one of the few people who could hold back his vomiting. His innocent eyes were gradually degenerating and becoming mature. War brings not only pain, but also growth. If you have not experienced the baptism of blood, you cannot be called a ninja. Is this war? Is this a ninja? Yu Guangye was shaking, lost in confusion, and kept muttering. Seeing that everyone was thinking, Xin Yefeng waved his hand, and the ice and snow melted away, returning to reality. How do you feel? Do you still want to be a ninja now? Xing Yifeng said with a smile. There was complete silence, no one responded. Xing Yifeng knew that this was the case. Konoha can have peace today because there are people who are carrying the burden forward. You can play freely in the sun thanks to those who are fighting on the front line. Judging from the way you were before, I felt that you were a lost generation, a generation without hope. Hoshino Feng said solemnly. His thoughts seemed to go back to the time when Konoha was just established, when Konoha was poor. But now, Konoha is strong, the quality of life has improved, and children can play in the sun with a smile on their faces, without having to worry about the war spreading here. This is the scene that all the ancestors hoped for. These words made them look ashamed. Having witnessed the cruelty of war, they understood that their lives were not easy to come by. Yutere Shixiao clenched his fists and said loudly, Teacher, we will never be a lost generation. We must be the hope of Konoha's future. The childish voice was sonorous and powerful, with a hint of firm belief. Really? Xing Yifeng raised his eyebrows, and his scrutinizing eyes swept over each of them. Then let me see if it is as you said. Today's class ends here. The real lesson will begin tomorrow. Let's all go back and have a rest. After saying that, Xing Yifeng left the place in an instant. The people who used to scatter at the end of school now stayed quietly. Yudarashi Zixiao turned around and stepped forward, with a flame in his eyes. We will definitely shoulder the future of Konoha and will be the new seedlings of Konoha. Yu Guanjai's eyes flickered, raised his fist and waved it vigorously. Damn teacher, I want him to take back what he just said. The two backbones were like two clusters of flames. Although the faint flames were small, they were bright and warm. The little flames brought at this moment, everyone's mind suddenly came up with a sentence: a single spark can start a prairie fire. After returning home, Xing Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. After a moment, he turned his head and said to someone, Tell Tobirama that in 1 year, the ninja school will hold a competition. The top 3 in the competition will become my disciples. Students of all grades can participate. Yes, a voice came from somewhere. Xing Yifeng shook the teacup in his hand and chuckled. A year is enough for them to grow up, right? Konoha, which just finished the war, is about to become lively again. Those families are also going to be excited. I wonder if they can get what they want. After thinking about it, I decided to leave it to fate. Anyway, the words have been said. Then, I saw Maru seeing Guji's eager eyes. Ahem, Guji, you are too old, so forget it. Xing Yifeng said after a few dry coughs. All right. After hearing this, Maraboshi Kosuk looked regretful. Chapter 68. The next day, a shocking piece of news swept the streets of Konoha in an instant. The disciple of the first Hokage, Kaed Hoshino, who defeated the Raikage single-handedly, was going to hold a competition in the ninja school. The top 3 winners would be accepted as his disciples. The whole of Konoha was boiling because of this, and everyone was discussing who would become Master Hoshino's disciple. After all, everyone in Konoha knew the status of Kaed Hoshino, and being his disciple was a step to heaven. The children in the ninja school were full of resentment, and the teachers became strict one by one, and the atmosphere of the whole school changed drastically. The wailing filled the school, which made Kaed Hoshino, who lived opposite, happy. But then, his face fell, as if he had eaten a pound of bitter melon, and his face was bitter. Tsunade, can you let me rest for a while? You've been making trouble all morning. I was woken up by you in the early morning. I really didn't get enough sleep. Little Tsunade curled her lips, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, no, I won't. I want to be my brother's disciple. If you don't agree, I won't leave. As she said that, she began to roll on the ground, shouting loudly. Xing Yifeng rubbed his eyebrows. He felt the trouble of the girl. If it was a boy, he would have taken action long ago, so why bother to talk about it? But unfortunately, there is no if in the world. As the granddaughter of his teacher, Tsunade has been the focus of attention and pampering since she was born. When she was just 1 month old, the daimyo of the Land of Fire sent people to make Tsunade a princess. She can be said to have been born in Rome. But her noble status made her peers stay away from her, and she had no playmates, so Xing Yifeng accompanied her more. Usually she also relies on herself, but it was precisely because of this, trouble came. Someone said that if he accepted a disciple, he would take away the care from Tsunade. When Tsunade heard this, the little girl immediately got furious and ran over aggressively early in the morning. She refused to leave and insisted that Xing Yifeng accept her as a disciple. After knowing the whole story, Xing Yifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? Tsunade was jealous? Seeing that persuasion didn't work, Xing Yifeng had to change tactics and coaxed her, little Tsunade, it's not easy to be a disciple. You should not only listen to the teacher, but also be strict with yourself. So, you can't go to the casino in the future, understand? Tsunade frowned when she heard this, her heart was very conflicted, she bit her fingers and pondered. On one side was her brother's concern, and on the other side was her beloved gambling, neither of which she wanted to give up. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng exaggerated and said, but brother is different, brother promises that no one will bully you, and will always care about you, even disciples can't take you away. Tsunade's face lit up, and she asked anxiously, really? Brother didn't lie to me. Xing Yifeng quickly raised 4 fingers and swore, of course, brother swears, it's absolutely true. Seeing Xing Yifeng's sincere look, Tsunade's face showed a happy smile, and she threw herself into his arms, rubbing constantly. Brother is the best. Xing Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, finally coaxing this little ancestor. Ha ha ha, Maru seeing Guji couldn't help laughing, and seeing Yifeng's face suddenly turned dark and he looked at him coldly. Ahem, what is that? The weather is really nice. Maraboshi Guja shuddered, looked out the window, and changed the subject with a dry laugh. Hoshino Feng shook his head and said, okay, stop playing tricks. Send Tsunade back. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. He threw Tsunade to Guja, felt sleepy all of a sudden, yawned, and went upstairs to catch up on some sleep. Ding ling ling, the bell rang, and all the students were tired and walked out listlessly. Compared to them, Hatake Sakumo was much more energetic, and he went to exercise with Might Dai as usual. On the way, Might Dai asked, I heard that Master Hoshino is going to accept a disciple in a year. Is it true? Everyone is spreading it, even the children have heard about it, but no one has yet to prove whether it is true or not. Hearing this, Hatake Sakumo showed dead fish eyes. Well, that's the truth. Haven't you seen that the students are very tired recently? Everyone is preparing for the competition in a year. That's for sure. Who doesn't want to be a disciple of a big shot? Might Dai said with emotion. Suddenly, Hatake Sakumo narrowed his eyes and said, there's someone in front. Might Dai looked over and said, looking at the figure, it should be a senior student. Oh, yeah, your chakra control needs to be strengthened, and you can't squander chakra casually. Yutere Shixiao said with a mad look on his face. Yue Guangye couldn't help but retort, I don't focus on ninjutsu, it's almost enough. Yutere Shixiao shook his head and said seriously, it's almost the same at ordinary times, but it's far from it in actual combat. You must never be lucky. Okay. Yu Guanjai saw this and could only sigh and accept it. Yutmaki Zixiao nodded with satisfaction, then frowned, looked to the side, and shouted, who? Come out. Yu Guanjai also looked in his direction. After a moment, two figures walked out. Yutmaki Zixiao looked at one of them, then suddenly said, you are the first in the first grade. I remember your name is Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Sakumo? Oh, you're the guy who chopped down the entire grade with a wooden sword, right? Yayu clapped his hands in surprise, his eyes were like looking at a rare animal, curious and surprised. Hatake Sakumo's mouth twitched, this look made him very uncomfortable, he felt like an animal. Wow, Sakumo, you actually did such a thing. Might Dai was surprised, and then his face was full of admiration. How powerful must he be to be able to defeat the entire grade? Hatake Sakumo rolled his eyes at him and said helplessly, I didn't think too much about the battle at that time. I just wanted to get the first place. As a result, more and more people were beaten, and in the end it became like this. It caused a sensation at the time. Wherever he went in those days, people looked at him with surprised eyes. Thinking of it, Hatake Sakumo couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Senior Zixiao is preparing for a year from now. Hatake Sakumo asked. Yes, I am determined to get the top 3. Speaking of this, Yutarashi Zixiao's eyes suddenly showed a lot of fighting spirit. Haha, you have a really good attitude. Yu Guangye shook his head and said, I don't think I can make it into the top 3. Those in the 6th grade are much younger than us, and have more experience than us. Yu Guanjai had an embarrassment on his face, and had a headache. He felt that the teacher did it on purpose. Wouldn't it put pressure on them to let the 6th graders participate? In this regard, Hatake Sakumo said calmly, my brother said that there are many factors that determine victory or defeat, and age cannot be a decisive factor. Yu Guanjai's half-moon eyes, that's what you said, but it's still a disadvantage. Yutere Zixiao patted his shoulder and said confidently, what are you afraid of, we also have what they don't have. Yu Guanjai's heart moved. You mean? Mitere Shisho nodded affirmatively, revealing a confident smile. Might Dai whispered to Hatake Sakumo, Sakumo, do you know what that is? I don't know. Hatake Sakumo shook his head. But I think this will be the key to their victory. Mighty. Dai had a question mark on his face, but looking at the confidence in their eyes, he suddenly felt that this might be the case. Chapter 69. 1 year later, in the 15th year of Konoha, the weather was sunny and windless. The playground was crowded with people, shouting and cheering. Xing Yifeng stood on the roof of the school building, looking down at them and said, well, I underestimated the influence. There are too many people. With a swish, Tobirama came to his side in an instant. Hearing his words, he couldn't help but say. Oh, if it weren't for the Anbu maintaining law and order, there would probably be more than this. You did this, and now you're disgusted with it. Xing Yifeng coughed lightly and didn't continue the conversation. A wave of excitement broke out in the crowd. Seeing this, he laughed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's watch the competition." Zixiao has changed a lot. His ninjutsu has become more proficient. Yet is not bad either. His swordsmanship training was not in vain. He has already reached the level of a chunin. It seems that he has put in a lot of effort. Mitawashi Shishio and Yue Guangye went straight ahead and quickly resolved the battle. The two of them trained day and night for a year. With the casual advice of Xing Yifeng, their strength improved by leaps and bounds. Even when facing seniors, they easily won. Tobirama snorted coldly, but did not say anything more. Instead, he focused his attention on the two of them and commented with narrowed eyes. Mitarashi Shisho, full attribute chakra, like monkey, first in the same grade, a good seedling. Moonlight Knight, the Moonlight Clan, learned Konoha-style swordsmanship, and possessed the Kekkei Genkai. At present, the probability of these two people winning is quite high. Hearing Tobirama's evaluation, Xing Yifeng couldn't help but raise his mouth. After all, this was the person he was optimistic about. Tobirama glanced at him and saw his smug expression, snorted coldly and poured a basin of cold water on him. "Humph, don't be too proud, they are not the only talented students in the ninja school. Those who come from big families are not inferior to them, and even better." Xing Yifeng shrugged, unable to refute this, and suddenly paused, looking at the battle going on somewhere on the playground, and said, "Who is that child? He is good at illusion and his chakra control is also very smooth." Tobirama followed his gaze and after a moment's hesitation, he searched for his information in his mind. Yui Shinku, 6th grade, according to his teacher, his illusion technique is no less than some jonin, he has great potential and a promising future. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng's eyes flashed, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a look of realization appeared on his face. It seems that he is also a strong competitor for the top 3. Tobirama nodded expressionlessly. For now, it is true, but it is not the end yet, and everything is still unknown. On the playground, Mitarashi Shishio had just defeated an opponent and was now gathering his strength and replenishing his physical strength. Moonlight Knight squinted his eyes, restrained his breathing, and then used the Konoha-style swordsmanship, combined with the clone, to cut a gorgeous blow. After defeating his opponent, he saw Shishio and immediately walked over. "Did you see me showing off my skills? That knife was so cool." Yu Guangye raised his head proudly, like a victorious rooster. Udamashi Zixiao did not answer, but stared at a certain place. Yu Guangye didn't get a response for a long time, and looked at him in confusion. "That man is very strong," Udarashi Shixiao said solemnly. Moonlight Knight followed his gaze and saw the venue where Xiri Zhenhong was. He had black hair and black eyes, and his appearance was ordinary. He was not very noticeable in the crowd, but his calm temperament made people shine. Just now, he used illusion to control his opponent, quietly and at the lowest cost to win. Udarashi Shixiao saw it all. "Illusion? Tisk, what a hassle!" Yu Guanjai touched his chin and said distressedly. At this stage, illusions are very tricky for them. Even if they want to remove the illusion, it will take time. This is very disadvantageous in battle. Just as the two were thinking about countermeasures, a Chunin teacher shouted Udawashi Shixiao vs Hinata Che. Hearing his name, Udawashi Shixiao stood up and walked towards the battlefield. "Zixiao, come on!" Yue Guangye cheered him up. Udamashi Zixiao nodded slightly and walked towards the venue with steady steps. "Are you Udarashi Shixiao? I heard you've been winning all the way, you're a good opponent." "But, that's all," said Hinata Che, a fifth-year student, in a deep voice, with a hint of pride in his tone. He thought that with his age advantage, coupled with the background of the ninja clan, winning would be a piece of cake. Yutere Zixiao did not respond to him, but looked at the teacher and said, "Can we start?" The teacher was stunned for a moment, then said, "Start." Hinata-che, who was ignored, showed a look of shame and annoyance on his face, and immediately deployed a soft fist posture and attacked. Soft fist, 32 palms. With a low shout, his steps changed, and countless fist shadows rushed over. If hit, the meridians would be blocked, which is fatal to the ninja. Yutarashi Zixiao was fearless and let the fist shadows hit him. Hinata-che looked happy, but then his face changed. With a bang, white smoke filled the air. It was the clone technique. "Oh no, I've fallen into a trap." Hinata-che immediately became alert and wanted to retreat. But the next second, several wind blades broke through the air behind him. Hinata-che dodged left and right, and before he could stand firm, Yutere Shixiao appeared instantly and focused on his lower body. He didn't give him any time to react. This is the difference in combat experience. There is always a difference between theory and practice. In the past year, in addition to teaching ninjutsu, Xing Yifeng has paid the most attention to practical experience. With Hinata-che's level, he can only become Yutere Shixiao's prey. Yutere Shixiao seized the flaw, swept from below, and knocked Hinata-che to the ground. Just when he wanted to stand up, the cold kunai was already on his neck. There is no doubt that Hinata-che was crushed from beginning to end. Everyone watching the battle stared with small eyes and was horrified. And the faces of all the Hyuga clan members were extremely ugly, as if they had eaten a fly. This game was completely Yutere Shixiao's personal show, and he was led by the nose. The advantage of the soft fist was not played at all, and there was no chance to fight back. Yutere Shixiao wins. The teacher raised his hand and announced. In the next match, Yu Guangye will face Uchiha Feng. Before Yu Guangye could come forward to congratulate him, he heard his name. Uchiha? Why do we have to meet such an opponent? Yu Guangye complained. Sharingan is a natural enemy to him, and the effect of the transparent escape is greatly reduced. Seeing this, Yutarashi Shixiao, who was out of the game, comforted him. "Relax, you will meet him eventually, and the transparent escape is not without effect. Let them see your strength." Yu Guangye sighed and stepped forward silently. Civilians are just civilians, they don't even have the courage to fight. Uchiha Feng said sarcastically. Damn it! Yu Guangye clenched his fists, and anger rose from his heart. It is said that Uchiha is arrogant, and today I finally saw it. It's not just arrogant, I think they are a group of people with brain problems. They come up and mock, do you know how to be polite? Chapter 70. Ha, you're angry? It's just impotent rage. Uchiha Feng said provocatively. Yu Guangye's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, I hope you can still be so confident in the future. As the voice fell, a faint, cold murderous intent spread and attacked Uchiha Feng's whole body. Uchiha Feng's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously took a step back, but he quickly reacted and said angrily, you are just a civilian, what qualifications do you have to stand here? Yutarashi Zixiao in the audience showed a mysterious smile. That guy yet, he is very scary when he is angry. The battle begins. As soon as the Chunin teacher finished speaking, Uchiha Feng suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, and two Megatama slowly turned in his pupils. Two Megatama Sharingan. Yu Guangye frowned, it was actually a two Megatama Sharingan, trouble. Uchiha Feng said arrogantly, in front of these eyes, all your actions will be exposed. A trace of fear flashed in Yu Guangye's eyes, and the vague sense of being watched lingered. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Feng took the initiative, and several basketball-sized fireballs came fiercely, and the heat hit his face. This kind of attack with a clear trajectory naturally had no effect. Yu Guanjai dodged it nimbly, as if dancing in the dancing flames. But it was not over yet. Uchiha Feng was obviously prepared. He did not rush forward, but used Kunao and Shuriken to test. It must be said that Uchiha's throwing technique is really powerful. Hidden weapons flew towards Yu Guanjai like raindrops, and each attack was full of strategy and calculation. Yu Guanjai dodged left and right, and his figure shuttled between the hidden weapons like a phantom. Uchiha Feng obviously wanted to consume his physical strength first, but after attacking for a long time, Yu Guanjai was just slightly out of breath. He obviously still had enough physical strength. Wrong decision, your physical strength has improved so much. Uchiha Feng snorted coldly. With the support of the ninja clan, he investigated the contestants. He naturally knew the situation of Yu Guanjai, whose physical strength was a shortcoming. But the scene at the moment really slapped him in the face. Yu Guanjai's mouth corners slightly raised, as if happy, as if mocking, your information is outdated, and you underestimate me too much. As soon as the words fell, Moonlight Night turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared on the spot. What? Clone? Uchiha Feng's brain was spinning rapidly, and his heart was full of doubts. Impossible. Under these eyes, any disguise is futile. His voice was full of disbelief. Uchiha Feng suddenly panicked, and suddenly he felt a chill on his back. His good fighting qualities allowed him to react immediately. His body tilted slightly, and the ninja sword just brushed past his body. Yu Guanjai's expression froze, very surprised. Uchiha Feng hurriedly pulled away, looking at him with lingering fear through escape, so close. Yu Guanjai frowned and looked at him slowly. Is it a subconscious reaction of the body? Just now, it was originally a winning move, but it was narrowly avoided, which surprised him. The existence of through escape caused his breath and presence to drop sharply, which ordinary people would not notice. Just like an assassin in the dark, completing the assassination mission silently. But Uchiha Feng reacted on the spot, which was beyond his expectation. I admit that I underestimated you. Uchiha Feng calmed down his agitated emotions and said to Yu Guanjai. You are worth my full effort. Yu Guanjai heard this and curled his lips. You are such a tough guy. After several rounds, the two of them fought back and forth. The Sharingan is really a powerful weapon in the battle, which greatly reduces the effect of the transparent escape. Uchiha Feng noticed it several times. Come on, yet. Yutere Zixiao was worried. After these few rounds, he felt that the situation was a little critical. Ding ding, the sounds of metal colliding with each other, kunao and ninja swords colliding, and neither could do anything to the other. Uchiha Feng gasped for breath and smiled. This game should be a draw. In his opinion, both sides have exhausted their physical strength, and no one can go any further. The draw is obvious. But things are not that simple. Yu Guanjai showed a firm look, his lips slightly opened, as if whispering something. Then, under Uchiha Feng's shocked eyes, Yu Guanjai's strength in his hand suddenly relaxed. Without the obstruction of the ninja sword, the kunao pierced directly into Yu Guanjai's shoulder under inertia. Puff blood splashed out and pierced deeply into the flesh. Yu Guanjai's eyes were calm, as if he had no sense of pain, and then he put the ninja sword on Uchiha Feng's neck. Moonlight Night wins. The Chunin teacher was surprised for a long time, and then he reacted and announced the result. Uchiha Feng sat on the ground, stunned for a long time, with a very complicated look. Moonlight Night's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, looking down at him condescendingly. Night. Udamashi Zixia rushed over quickly to stop the bleeding, and looked at him solemnly and silently, as if questioning his reckless behavior. Let's go. Yu Guanjai smiled, as if he didn't see the blame in his eyes. Yutere Zixiao raised his eyebrows, sighed, helped him to the side, and then called the medical ninja over. Looking at Yu Guanjai's leaving back, Uchiha Feng smiled bitterly, thinking of what Yu Guanjai said to him. Have you ever seen blood? Looking at the bright red blood, Uchiha Feng sighed and left the venue. Yu Guanjai's decisive behavior made the two people on the roof look different. After a while, Xing Yifeng touched his chin and said, that boy is really daring, isn't he afraid of making mistakes? Tobirama snorted coldly and said unforgivingly, hey, reckless boy. The words were like this, but the appreciation in his eyes could not be faked. Haha, I can't express my feelings. Xing Yifeng chuckled. Well, it's over, the top 3 have come out. Hokuno Feng watched the last match come to an end, then jumped down. From the beginning to the end, Zihi Shinko's opponent was fooled around and won easily. At this stage, he could be said to be the best. So far, the top 3 have appeared. Yutere Shixiao, Yu Guanjai, and Zihi Shinku. After the competition, the 3 came to Hoshino Feng. Yutere Shixiao and Yu Guanjai were much calmer, after all, they had been together for more than a year. Zihi Shinku looked at Hoshino Feng with great curiosity. Follow me. Xing Yifeng left a word and started running at full speed. Seeing this, the 3 looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Xing Yifeng led the 3 people to a stream, stopped, turned around and looked at them. My name is Xing Yifeng. I said a year ago that whoever can take the top 3 places will become my disciple. The 3 of them all became solemn and serious. The most crucial moment was about to come. Now that I have spoken, I will not break my promise. Are you willing to be my disciple? At the moment when Xing Yifeng finished speaking, Yutere Zixiao and Yue Guangye said in unison yes. Seeing this, Ziri Zhenhong also hurriedly said yes. Xing Yifeng smiled and said, then, it's time to change your words. Teacher. ×3 people shouted crisply. Chapter 71. Ever since Xing Yifeng accepted disciples, he has been very quiet and low-key. In addition to teaching disciples, he walks around the streets, chatting and laughing with familiar people, feeling very comfortable and at ease. With such a frequency of life, time passes by inadvertently. In the 18th year of Konoha, Xing Yifeng sat cross-legged in the yard with his eyes closed, and his clothes fluttered without wind. The shadow of the clock behind him solidified a lot at this moment, and the power of time was pervasive, and the mysterious and profound power filled the entire yard. Looking closely, time is disordered and space is traceless here. The trees in the distance experience 4 seasons in a short period of time. The vitality of spring, the lushness of summer, the withering of autumn, the silence of winter, everything is completed in a short period of time. Boom! In an instant, Xing Yifeng's breath was restrained, and the power that gathered but did not disperse was defeated in an instant, and the order of time was restored. The pure eyes opened, and a trace of charm hidden in the eyes flashed by, and the whole person became ethereal and seemed to be out of the world. Hey, I finally broke through. As expected, blindly practicing is no longer effective. Xing Yifeng said stiffly and mechanically. His face was expressionless and intangible, like a puppet. His voice was extremely calm, without a trace of emotion, like a walking corpse, with all his emotions scattered. Wake up, wake up, wake up! Suddenly, Xi's voice was like a huge bell, shaking his mind, just like the evil spirits retreated, and Xing Yifeng's 7 emotions and 6 desires returned to his body again. After a moment of confusion, he recalled his state just now, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was a close call, I almost got lost in there. A layer of fine beads of sweat oozed from Xing Yifeng's forehead, and his expression was terrified. Even if he escaped from danger, he would still inevitably think of. You are just fooling around. Xi's angry voice sounded in his ears. Xing Yifeng shrank his head and dared not speak out of guilt. But this matter will not just pass. Angry words came like raindrops, and Xing Yifeng could only face it with a wry smile. You have become more capable, right? Are you so reckless because you are afraid that you won't sink fast enough? Time is full of mysteries. How many talented people have been buried here? Do you think you are better than them? If I had discovered it in time, your consciousness would have collapsed and been controlled by time. Don't you understand that you should think twice before doing anything? Do you think you are lucky and that you are an indestructible cockroach? Angry words poured out like candy beans. Xing Yifeng smiled awkwardly, and smiled in his heart. Oh, Sister Xi, you are here. You are so powerful that you will not stand by and watch someone die. Xi, who was praised invisibly, just snorted and disappeared. Xing Yifeng called out twice but got no response. He took a long breath and patted his chest. Be well prepared next time and don't rush in. The crisis could have been avoided, but Xing Yifeng was itching for a moment and couldn't wait, so he rushed to the super shadow level rashly. From the beginning to the end, everything was so natural. Just when his guard was relaxed, the time suddenly shook and caught him off guard. Thinking of it, Xing Yifeng wanted to slap himself a few times. Why couldn't he help it? It almost caused a disaster. After being fortunate, there was a burst of joy, because he finally broke through to the super shadow and had a preliminary grasp of time. Note that it is mastery rather than control. This also means that Xing Yifeng's understanding of the law of time has begun to get a glimpse of the way, and it is no longer limited to the amount of chakra. Of course, the joy is not just that, more importantly, he finally has the ability and confidence to deal with someone who is secretly peeping. Xing Yifeng sneered, and then his figure disappeared from the spot and came to a forest somewhere outside Konoha village. Come out, you've been spying on me for years, don't you want to come out and see me? Xing Yifeng looked up at the sky, there was no one in his sight, but he stared at the front, very confident. No one answered his voice. Xing Yifeng smiled, his eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Only dare to peek, not dare to meet, is this the strong man standing in the world? Xing Yifeng's tone was cold, and the microwaves under his feet spread. It was like waves on the sea, and the ripples formed in an instant like a flood. The illusory waves hit the space in front of them, as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and only the sound of squeezing and tearing could be heard. Well, why bother? An old voice suddenly sounded, and an illusory figure emerged, raised his palm, and the natural energy of the world gathered in his hand. Then he gently clapped his hands, and the violent waves calmed down instantly. Should I call you the Sage of Six Paths, call you Otsutsuki Hago Romo? Xing Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing out his identity with a smile. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the favorite of time. The past and the future cannot escape your eyes. I have passed away long ago, and I am unworthy of the title of immortal. Just call me Ui. Otsutsuki Ui laughed loudly, and he seemed to not think that Xing Yifeng would do anything to him, and he was very calm. Xing Yifeng sneered, you act like I am bullying you. You've been watching me for years, and you don't plan to give me an explanation. As he spoke, Xing Yifeng's momentum changed, and the whole person became sharp. If he didn't give an explanation, I'm afraid a war would be inevitable. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Uro fell silent, looking at the imposing Xing Yifeng, and sighed. I have no ill intentions, your existence just makes me curious. Curious? Are you staring at me out of curiosity? This reason is too superficial. Hoshinoka Ed spoke sharply, with no intention of backing down. Otsutsuki Hago Romo gave a bitter smile, I'm really just curious. Besides, even if I have bad intentions, I can't pose a threat to you. To this world, he can be said to be an outsider, even though he was born here. But Hoshinoka Ed is different. As a person watched by time, he is not a simple existence. Without time, the world will not develop, and fate will not flow. This is related to the survival of the world. Almost all worlds will not show malice to it, and most of them are kind. The ninja world is even worse. The rules of time have been exploited, and the rules of the world are incomplete, resulting in loopholes. The appearance of Hoshinoka-ed can fill in this missing part of the rules. Because of this, as long as Otsutsuki Hago Romo has unfavorable thoughts, the malice of the world will be all on him. Who knows? Xing Yifeng pretended to be stupid and didn't answer, but he knew very well in his heart that it was definitely because of this world. Xi had told him that the time rules of this world were not comprehensive. Although it was harmless to the whole, it was like an incurable wound. If it was left there, it would cause bad changes. At that time, Xing Yifeng didn't care much, but Atsutsuki's words made him suddenly enlightened. At this time, the only thing that could stop Otsutsuki was probably the world consciousness that Xi mentioned. Chapter 72. You can't spy on me without any problems. Tell me. Thinking of this, Hoshinoka-ed relaxed his guard a little. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Hago Romo said, "You should know my past." He was referring to the things that happened thousands of years ago, when there were no ninjutsu. Hoshinoka-ed nodded. How could he not know? There are probably not many people who can seal their own mother. You mean Otsutsuki Kagaya, right? Hoshinoka-ed said it all. He didn't like to go around in circles. It was better to be straightforward. When Otsutsuki Hago Romo heard this name again, he couldn't help but sigh. She is our mother, but she was sealed by us. When talking about her mother, Yuyi's eyes were complicated. Haha, you don't want me to reinforce the seal, do you? Xing Yifeng looked at him with a smile. Otsutsuki Yui had a complicated expression, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Yes, the mother's seal is not strong and there is still a risk of breaking. I would like to ask you to reinforce the seal again. Xing Yifeng's mouth twitched. Although he was prepared, he was still shocked by this statement. He had nothing to say and no words to comment. Sorry, I refuse this. Blocking is always worse than combing. The seal cannot be infallible. At this point, Xing Yifeng said meaningfully. And how many more years can you hold on? Your soul is fading away. I'm afraid that maintaining the seal over the years must have consumed a lot of your energy. Even though Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul did not dissipate after his death and he was still able to maintain his physical form, he might be able to hide it from others, but he couldn't hide it from Hoshinoka-ed. In his eyes, Otsutsuki Hago Romo was dissipating at a slow speed. Although it was slow, he could still see the end. Otsutsuki Hago Romo lowered his head in silence, not knowing whether it was because he refused or because he had said what he was most worried about. After a long time, he looked up at the bright moon in the sky, with a complicated tone. You are right, there will always be such a day. I will eventually disappear, just like the war will never end. Hokuno Feng heard the sadness in his tone, and after a little thought, he knew why. He founded the ninja clan to teach people to be good and beautiful. But thousands of years have passed, and the ninja world has changed a lot, but the human heart remains unchanged. Greed, desire, cruelty, selfishness, these still remain in people's hearts, unchanged for thousands of years. I don't know about the rest, but the war may stop forever. Xing Yifeng suddenly said. This sentence gave Yi a glimmer of hope in his heart, and ripples appeared in his eyes. Are you telling the truth? Yi's voice trembled with disbelief. After all, he had tried his best all his life but still failed to completely eradicate the disease. Now someone told him that he could stop the war forever. It was really surprising. I can't guarantee anything else, but this is definitely possible. After all, the ninja world did become peaceful afterwards. Although suspicions between people still existed, they would not be easily broken. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Otsutsuki Hago Romo whispered to himself, smiling for the first time on his face. Okay, that's all I have to say. The dead are gone, so don't interfere too much in the operation of the ninja world. Everything in nature has its own way, which cannot be interfered with by human power. Xing Yifeng turned and left. Suddenly, he paused, turned his head and said something to him, then he left here across time. When he returned home, he was greeted by 3 disciples. Teacher! Where have you been? Yu Guangye is the most carefree and lively one, and he does whatever he wants. Xing Yifeng said, nothing, just going out for a walk. How are you doing on your mission? As early as a year ago, the 3 of them formed a team to go out on missions, and the frequency has only slightly decreased recently. Hehe, that's a piece of cake. Yu Guangye patted his chest with a confident look on his face. Xing Yifeng narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Really? Then who got caught in the first mission? Yu Guangye was sweating profusely, hesitating, and his face flushed. During the first mission, I was young and energetic, and I thought I was the best in the world, but I was fooled by the enemy. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng laughed out loud. Among the 3, he liked Yu Guangye the most. Sometimes, you have to admit that active children attract attention, and Xing Yifeng is no exception. Hearing a series of laughter, Yu Guangye felt wronged and looked at the other 2. Ahem, teacher, this is the document that Senior Yume from the Ministry of Commerce asked me to pass on to you. Yutashi Zixiao coughed lightly, and handed a stack of documents to Xing Yifeng with a smile, and also handed over the documents in Zihi Zhenhong's hand. These 2 stacks of documents instantly shattered Xing Yifeng's good mood. He gritted his teeth and looked at the 2 people. You 2, you want to get beaten, right? The Ministry of Commerce was proposed by Hoshinoka Ed to Tobirama, with the purpose of integrating the merchants within Konoha village. Unified registration, unified management, and setting commodity tax amounts. If you don't register, there will be no preferential policies. Under the huge gap, all merchants have to register. After Tobirama adopted it, he improved its functions, and then became a hands-off boss, throwing the position of minister to Hoshinoka Ed. But Hoshinoka Ed is not a person who can sit still. He immediately recruited Izawa Akumi to take care of it, and he flew away and was free. Facing the threat of force from Hoshinoka Ed, Ui Shinku said calmly, Teacher, Akumi Sr. said that these must be signed by you in person. No one else can do it. Xing Yifeng punched the cotton and said dejectedly, Oh, leave it there, I'll deal with it later. Forward, teacher, we'll leave now if it's okay. Please handle it well. Come on. Yu Guangye grinned wickedly, dragged the 2 of them away quickly, not giving them any chance to get beaten. Looking at the fleeing disciples' backs, Xing Yifeng couldn't help laughing. 3 brats. But then he looked bitter. Oh, there are so many, when do we have to sign in? I really envy Gao Hu and the others, they live a happy life. Except for Uchiha Wang who wants to join the guard team, Fujido Gao who chose to be a teacher. As for Hyaga Kazumi, although the relationship with the Hyaga family has fallen to the point of freezing, it is only the main family, and the people of the branch family still have to be considered. After thinking about it, she chose to turn a blind eye and not be annoyed. She kept going out of the village to do tasks and didn't come back every month. Compared with Xing Yifeng, the choices of the 3 people are not at the same level of freedom. Thinking of this, Xing Yifeng was full of resentment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and even his signature had a hint of gnashing teeth. But resentment is resentment, and what should be signed still has to be signed. Although the Ministry of Commerce is a new department, but it controls a major economic lifeline of Konoha, and its status is self-evident. As the minister, Xing Yifeng is not a simple businessman who can let him sign. Based on the idea that the financial sponsor cannot be offended, Xing Yifeng had to calm down and examine them one by one carefully. 2 days later, with the last document processed, Xing Yifeng stood up and stretched. Finally liberated. Before he could finish the word, someone came running in from outside. Brother Hoshino. Marishiko Kasuk hurried over. This hurried tone made Hoshino Feng feel bad, and veins popped up on his forehead. Guji, you came at such a coincidence, Xing Yifeng said word by word, his eyes almost spitting fire. Chapter 73. Brother Xing Yi, what are you doing? Maraboshi Kasuk stopped in his tracks immediately. The dangerous look in his eyes made him panic. Oh, it's okay, go ahead. After a while, Xing Yifeng sighed heavily and then said. Marusing Guja heard this and hesitated for a while, then saw that his face had improved, and then said. It was the Hokage who asked me to come and call you, saying it was an urgent matter. After hearing this, Xing Yifeng immediately became confused. An urgent matter? Did you say what it was? That's not the case. Maruhoshi Kasuk scratched his head. After pondering for a moment, Hoshinoka Ed stood up and walked out the door, but before he could take a step. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart, giving him a very close feeling. It came quickly and went away quickly, disappearing in an instant. Hoshinoka Ed paused, suppressed the feeling, and then went to the Hokage office building. 3 years of development have made Konoha more prosperous, with vendors of various kinds everywhere. Putting aside the ninjas, the living standards and quality of the villagers are more than a little better than before. It was just after school at the ninja school, and he happened to meet the 10-year-old Hitaki Sakumo. Sakumo, you. Brother, I want to graduate early. Before he could greet her, Hitaki Sakumo said hurriedly. Xing Yifeng stopped and looked at him. The stubbornness in his eyes made Xing Yifeng swallow his refusal and sighed. Sakumo, is it because of Uncle Ishin? Not long ago, just a few months ago, Uncle Ishin passed away due to illness. He was very peaceful when he left, without any memories. Even so, Hitaki Sakumo has been in a bad mood in recent years, and Hoshinoka Ed can't forcefully interfere, hoping that he can get over it on his own. Unexpectedly, Hitaki Sakumo would mention graduation. He wanted to graduate early long before. But Hoshinoka Ed evaded the question by saying that he was still young, but now it is probably unstoppable. No, I want to graduate on my own. Hitaki Sakumo's eyes darkened for a moment, but he quickly cheered up and said seriously. Seeing this, Hoshino Feng smiled with relief. It seems that he has almost come out of it. In this case, I agree. You have grown up, and it is time to let go. Xing Yifeng touched his head. It has been a long time since they were so intimate. This was the last time. Hitaki Sakumo's face was slightly red, a little shy, but he did not resist and let Xing Yifeng touch his head. Sakumo! Wait for me! Might Dai shouted from behind. Hoshino Feng smiled and said, Dai is calling you, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand to leave. When he arrived at the office, Tobirama had a serious face, with both hands on the table, looking at a document on the table. When he heard footsteps, Tobirama looked up, his frown still not loosened. Xiao Feng, take a look at this. Xing Yifeng read 10 lines at a time, and the more he read, the more surprised he became. Unknown energy fluctuations appeared in Lulin. Xing Yifeng was full of doubts. This shouldn't happen. At this time, it shouldn't be the time for Lulin to appear. There is a special energy hidden inside Lulin, which has been extremely agitated in recent days. They once entrusted the Sand Ninja Village, but in the end they were helpless. Recently, they posted the task here in Konoha, hoping someone can solve it. I thought of you the first time. Tobirama recounted the incident. Hoshinoka Ed asked, can this be called an emergency? Tobirama smiled and said, if you didn't say that, you wouldn't have come so quickly, and it's almost an emergency. If it can be completed, it will be good for Konoha's image and we can get more commissions. Xing Yifeng immediately complained, I said you don't do anything without profit, so this is your idea. How about this, can this task be completed? Tobirama didn't care, but was concerned about the task. If nothing goes wrong, it can be done, but I need to prepare, and it will probably take a long time. Hearing this, Tobirama frowned and asked tentatively, how long will it take? At least it will take a year. Xing Yifeng thought about it and gave a vague but accurate time. So long. Tobirama's calm face showed a hint of surprise. I went there not only for the mission, but also for other things. Xing Yifeng said. Okay, but you need to hand over the Ministry of Commerce to others. After thinking about it, Tobirama agreed. Konoha is in a period of growth. After the end of World War I, the village received compensation from other countries, and these resources are enough for development. Now Konoha has firmly established itself as the largest ninja village. That's natural. Xing Yifeng nodded, and then after a brief discussion, he left. After leaving the building, Xing Yifeng lowered his head and thought deeply. The reason why he agreed to leave so quickly was because of Lulin's dragon vein. In the original work, the power of the dragon vein can distort space, so Naruto traveled to the past and met the fourth Hokage. Xing Yifeng was naturally interested in such a powerful force. Time and space have some overlap with each other. Since reaching the level of Super Shadow, Xing Yifeng's strength can only be improved by enhancing his perception of time. If he can enter the dragon vein and comprehend it carefully, he can learn from others' experience and gain more than he has accumulated over time. Who wouldn't want this method that can improve strength without damaging the foundation? However, before going, some preparation is needed. A few days later, Xing Yifeng came lightly and stood at the gate of Konoha, looking behind him. I don't know when I can come back after this trip. Nothing should happen after I leave. He shook his head, leaving all his thoughts behind, and set out on his journey to the Kingdom of Wind. Just as his figure gradually disappeared in the distance, somewhere in the forest, a figure emerged from the ground. The black and white body was strange and terrifying. Looking at the distant Xing Yifeng, he smiled sinisterly. Finally gone, Lulin? It seems my plan can be implemented. Mom, I will definitely save you. After saying this, his body merged into the earth and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, disasters continued to rage in Lulin, and a large amount of chakra gushed out. Damn it! Go back here obediently. The Queen of Lulin struggled to maintain the barrier, but because it had been maintained for a long time, the chakra in her body had long been exhausted. At this moment, she was using her life to maintain the barrier. The power of the dragon veins eroded the barrier wave after wave, and it was afraid that it would be broken soon. No, we must suppress the dragon vein, otherwise Lulin will be destroyed. The queen was very smart and knew that the barrier would not last long. She made a prompt decision and bit her finger. The blood seemed to have life and slowly flowed to the dragon vein. After the blood merged into the dragon vein, the violent dragon vein gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the queen's anxious expression eased a little, but it did not disappear completely. She knew that if the dragon vein was not sealed as soon as possible, it would wake up sooner or later. I can only pray that Konoha can send someone here, hoping that Longmian can settle down during this period of time. The Queen of Lulin staggered to her feet and prayed silently in her heart. Chapter 74. The Kingdom of Wind is the largest of the 5 great nations, but deserts occupy most of its area. Citizens build villages in the few oases. Xing Yifeng walked very fast and crossed the border of the Kingdom of Fire in a few days. The endless desert in front of him made him sigh. In such a harsh environment, there are still people who have survived here for generations. The tenacity of life is evident, and it is no wonder that they covet the land of the Kingdom of Fire. Xing Yifeng looked for a moment, looking into the distance, looking at a certain place. It seems that we need to speed up the process. Xing Yifeng narrowed his eyes. The chaotic and disordered power has been spreading and venting wantonly. Facing this wild power, Xing Yifeng smiled calmly. Suddenly, he remembered something. I wonder if someone from the future will come back to the present. Xing Yifeng was looking forward to it, his mouth curled up, and his pace quickened. Lulin is located in the Kingdom of Wind, and it can be said to be a country within a country, but the Sand Village has never thought of replacing it. Instead, when asked for help, they sent people as soon as possible. I'm afraid they also know the consequences of the dragon vein getting out of control. No one wants to keep such a time bomb in their hands. Well, we're here. It's different from what I imagined. Xing Yifeng stopped and looked up at the gate of Lulin. There were guards on both sides like in Konoha, but their strength was, haha. Stop, who are you? Xing Yifeng had been standing still, and the guards noticed that his movements were suspicious, so they immediately stepped forward and asked. After being asked this question, Xing Yifeng came back to his senses and took out the mission certificate. I am a Konoha ninja, and I am here to support you on the orders of the second Hokage. The man looked at Xing Yifeng, then looked at the mission certificate, and then recalled Lu Lan's previous restlessness, and immediately said. Sorry, please enter the city first. I will report to the queen. After saying that, the guard walked away quickly. Seeing this, Xing Yifeng shrugged helplessly and entered the city first. I underestimated this queen. After entering the city, Xing Yifeng was shocked by the scene in front of him. From the outside, Lulin Kingdom was very dilapidated, standing in the yellow sand, and had no resources. But the outside of the city was completely different from the inside. Not to mention the bright lights and feasting, at least the order was in place, and the vendors and people performed their duties. In such a geographical location with scarce resources, the country can be governed like this, which shows the current queen's ability to govern the country. After buying some specialties from the vendors, Xing Yifeng put them in the sealed scroll and took them back as a gift. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and greetings continued. Xing Yifeng looked indifferently at the not far away. Hello, Konoha ninja who has come from afar. Queen Lulin pushed through the crowd, her voice was light and quiet, like a clear spring. As expected of a queen, her manners were neither flattering nor uncomfortable. She is a qualified and capable queen. Xing Yifeng smiled back, thinking secretly in his heart. Queen, you are so polite. Lord Hokage knows Lulin's plight, so he asked me to come and help. Konoha has always treated its neighbors with the greatest sincerity. Hiroshino Feng looked at him calmly, without a trace of impurity. The Queen of Lulin was stunned for a moment, then recovered, and the smile on her face became more sincere. Thank you for the help from Konoha. Lulin will remember this and will repay you in the future. Xing Yifeng smiled and nodded, then got down to business. I don't know when the seal was started. Your Excellency, don't you plan to visit Lulin? The Queen asked in surprise. No, business is more important. Xing Yifeng shook his head and refused. Seeing this, the Queen's eyes flashed with surprise, but it quickly disappeared, and then nodded and said, Okay, please follow me. After that, she turned and walked towards the palace, and Xing Yifeng followed closely with a smile. Can you tell me your name? The Queen asked softly on the way. This was the first time she had seen a ninja with such a different style. Although Lulin was a country, its strength was weak, not as good as some small countries. Those who came from big ninja villages were arrogant and looked down on the people of small countries. The Sand Ninja a few days ago was like this, but this Konoha ninja was the opposite. Getting along with him was like a breeze blowing on your face, giving people a sense of transcendence. Hokuno Feng. The Queen paused for a moment, turned around and said in surprise, You are Hokuno Feng? The one who defeated the Raikage. Exactly, it's genuine. I don't think anyone dares to pretend to be me. Xing Yifeng said with a smile. The Queen looked him up and down and said, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect that the person who came would be you. What a woman who knows how to read people's expressions. Xing Yifeng smacked her lips, but in an instant, her tone changed. This is a change of identity, not only respect, but also awe. I am just an ordinary person, I am here to carry out a mission, that's all. Xing Yifeng said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the queen's face froze, and she smiled to hide her embarrassment. Xing Yifeng smiled but said nothing, his eyes shifted. Some things don't need to be pointed out, just know them in your heart. Mom! A tender child's voice sounded in front, and a small figure rushed over. The queen rubbed the little head of the person in her arms and said lovingly, Sarah, why are you here? It should be study time now. Little Sarah stared with her big black eyes, pouted her little mouth, and said coquettishly, Mom, I want to be with you. Alas, you child! The queen shook her head helplessly, but she didn't say anything else, her eyes were almost overflowing with doting. Sarah was a little kid with big brains. Her little eyes fell on Xing Yifeng and she said in a baby voice, Hello, brother. This made Xing Yifeng's heart melt. Who can resist a baby's cute voice? The dull look from beginning to end finally changed. He looked at Sarah softly, Aren't you afraid of me? Sarah shook her head, her little head like a rattle, No, everyone who can be with my mother is a good person. The little person was very serious, as if it was really like that. Xing Yifeng was defeated by her innocent words. He looked at the queen and said, She is very cute and very innocent. The queen coughed lightly and waved her hand. The people behind her coaxed Sarah away. Before leaving, Sarah also waved her little hand to Xing Yifeng, as if saying goodbye to him. You are embarrassed, Sarah has been spoiled by me. Xing Yifeng thought of that pure and innocent face, shook his head and laughed, How could it be, such a child is very lovable. During the conversation, the two finally came to the palace, and then went deep underground. The queens of Lulin for generations have been responsible for protecting the dragon veins, and only they have the power to calm the dragon veins. Xing Yifeng followed the queen to the depths of the underground palace, and seeing is better than hearing. This is the dragon vein. Even though Xing Yifeng was prepared, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. The dragon vein in front of him felt like a deep ocean, with almost endless power. If this amount of power erupted, I'm afraid the Wind Country would be devastated. Chapter 75. The power surged like the mighty Yangtze River, and was as wild as the Yellow River. Looking closely, strands of bright red spells floated around the dragon vein, miraculously calming the irritable dragon vein. With Xing Yifeng's curious eyes, the queen explained this is a secret technique passed down by successive queens, and it is also the last resort. If it cannot be calmed down, then I can only use my body as a seal to suppress it. The calm words revealed a firmness in them. Xing Yifeng's eyes flickered. If he had not come, then the ending would have been what she said. Do you have any solution? The queen's palms sweated when she saw him silent. She was worried and afraid. She was not afraid of the dragon vein, but afraid of her own daughter. That mother did not love her child. If she died, Sarah would be alone and helpless in the world. So, she hoped that this famous man in the ninja world could find a way, not only for Lulin, but also for a mother. Time passed in silence, and the queen's face became more and more gloomy. The long silence shattered her hopes. She finally came to this moment. Tears slid down her cheeks, and Sarah's figure appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but feel sad. Well, it's easy to solve, it just takes some time. Just when she was heartbroken and helpless, Xing Yifeng touched her chin and muttered to herself. The queen blinked, with a little confusion in her eyes. Is there a solution? What's wrong with you? Xing Yifeng turned around and saw the queen's appearance, and was stunned for a moment. No, it's okay, these are tears of joy. The queen wiped away her tears and forced a smile. But in her heart she complained talking and panting can kill people. Xing Yifeng didn't think much about it, but continued I can reseal the dragon vein. In the process, I need to enter it, and it will take a long time. Of course, the dragon vein will not become violent during the process, but during this period, no one can enter here, okay? Xing Yifeng stated all the conditions clearly and looked at the queen with a smile. The conditions were all here, and the queen of Lulan was not a fool. It would not harm the Lulan kingdom, so she nodded immediately. Yes, I will order that no one should come near, as long as the dragon vein calms down. The queen acted neatly and without dragging her feet. At the same time, she was relieved that God still gave her a way to live, so that she could watch her daughter grow up. After the Queen of Lulan left, Xing Yifeng sensed the surroundings again, and after confirming that there was no one, he slowly raised his hands. The blue light on the ground under his feet flowed along with the blood, filling the fragile barrier. The ethereal seal gradually stabilized, and Xing Yifeng nodded at his masterpiece. Let me see the secret of the dragon vein. Xing Yifeng set up a sealing barrier in the underground palace, then activated the power of time and plunged into the dragon vein. Buzz! The green light suddenly bloomed, illuminating the underground palace like daylight. At the same time, a terrifying aura gradually rose, venting its power outward, but was blocked by a barrier of nothingness. The light flickered, as if wondering why it couldn't get out. The next moment, the dragon vein suddenly became silent, and the light dimmed, like a sleeping child, falling asleep. Inside, Xing Yifeng's body was covered with a layer of time rules to protect himself from harm. Just like a fish swimming in the dragon vein, like a dragon entering the sea, all the cells in the body are clamoring and longing. Xing Yifeng did not realize that at this moment, his life level was climbing at the speed of a rocket. His physical fitness and body structure were sublimating and reorganizing one by one. Xing Yifeng was completely unaware of these. He patrolled here with an inquiring eye, hoping to get some information. But after observing for a long time, he was still in the dark. Suddenly, Xi's voice appeared in his mind, with surprise in his tone, as if he was curious about his situation. You actually found such a place. From her tone, it is not difficult to hear that dragon veins are very rare. What's wrong? I feel like there's nothing here except chakra and natural energy. Xing Yifeng didn't understand. With a chuckle, the sound of ridicule continued to echo in his ears. Ha ha ha, you, the person involved is confused, but the bystander is clear. The most precious things are not these things. After saying that, she paused, as if admiring the stupid and clear eyes of Xing Yifeng. Did I say something wrong? Xing Yifeng scratched his head. Well, Xi sighed deeply, his tone was very strange. Such a treasure land, but it was wasted by someone who didn't know the value of it. Being ridiculed in front of him, even though Xing Yifeng was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. He said stubbornly, then tell me, what is so strange here? Well, I will tell you, magnanimously. Xi paused and explained. This should be one of the loopholes in the world. Do you remember what I said before? Xing Yifeng nodded blankly. I remember. Xi continued. This world, which is what you call the ninja world, has incomplete rules and some flaws. And here is one of them. Those so-called chakras and natural energies revealed are the original power of the world. It just degenerated into its current state in the current environment. In other words, it is like a wound on the surface of the human body. It's just that this wound won't heal itself, it's innate. Xing Yifeng thought, no wonder he felt so comfortable here, bathing in it, his spirit was transformed. It turned out to be the power of the origin of the world, so of course he, a native of this place, would feel comfortable. So, what's in it for me? Hoshinoka Ed asked a question that made Xi roll her eyes. A rotten tree cannot be carved. Xi shook his head and said, I feel the surrounding space rules are very strong, which is very suitable for you now. Free your mind, use the feeling of comprehending time to comprehend space, and integrate the laws into yourself. This will be of great benefit to you and the clock, but of course it will take up more time. Xing Yifeng nodded blankly, still not understanding. You, forget it, just feel it and do as I say. Inside the clock, Xi helplessly held his forehead and said speechlessly. Xing Yifeng shrugged and was about to start when Xi said again. By the way, when you are feeling it, remember to fix this loophole and fill the hole. In this way, the dragon veins will never riot again, and the space barrier of the ninja world will be more solid. Hearing this, Xing Yifeng muttered, I know, why do I feel like you are like my mother? Humph, if I had a stupid child like you, I would have been pissed off to death long ago. Xi sneered. Xing Yifeng didn't hear or respond, and for a moment, no one spoke.